One night in a big metropolis, a boy was seen who at that time was crying. However, what appeared in the child's eyes were three people who looked like bad people, laughing happily amidst the boy's cries. Then after that, it was discovered that the child was lying limp on the road while bleeding from his mouth, and at the same time three men just left him. But it turns out it was a memory where he hated this world. He was just abandoned, and when he was born he was treated like an animal. Memories of fights and beatings appeared before his eyes, and therefore there he has no reason for him to love this world. That's why the man never trusted anyone, and he never cared about anyone, because he realized that he was always alone. Then, after that, exactly on January 1st, 2020, at that time, the world turned into a game. At the same time, dungeons suddenly started to appear in the city, and monsters came out from the place where the dungeon appeared. And because of that, there was destruction in the city which resulted in many people dying. However, at the same time as the monster appeared, a sacred creature called a nimbus also appeared from the city. And it is known that its appearance gives a special power to some people, which is called authority. And everyone who receives authority is called a player, who can complete the dungeon. But after that, people believed that players with special powers could be used to save the world. The players who take advantage of this chaos are busy only fulfilling their selfish goals. And it is known that the current situation, which many people think is the end of everything, can also be called the end of time. But for that man, this world was still a place where he trusted no one, at least until he met him, namely Lee Se-jun, a handsome blonde man in luxurious armor. He was one of the first 7 inheritors of the Holy Light and the strongest player in the world. It is known that he selflessly helps the weak and protects them from the evil monsters that attack humanity, and to save the world like the hero from the legend of King Arthur. He pulled the sword from the stone. Then after that, Lee Se-jun stood up with a sword in his hand and said that he would destroy the final boss in this game and end all this. That's how he saved the world. From a guild called Messiah, brave people who want to save the world gather around Lee Se-jun. This was the first time there was a big fight between a troll monster and a player for the first time in its life. He met people he could trust. Along with everyone else, this guy thinks he can change this world. He turns to the chief and says that the final battle remains, and the blonde replies that yes, perhaps this will be the final battle. However, suddenly the blonde man took out his sword and stabbed Kim Woo-jin right in the stomach. With that, he said that he was a good person. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to achieve all this. The man was sitting on his knees and holding the hilt of the sword to his stomach. The curse has been placed on Kim Woo-jin. The resistance force had been reduced by 90%. His defense was reduced by 90%. He could barely pronounce words. Then, after that, Kim Woo-jin asked Lee Se-jun, did he plan all this from the start? But why did Lee Se-jun mock him? He didn't understand yet. But suddenly a beautiful girl appeared and said that when the game was over, everything would be lost. Their powers, objects, monsters, dungeons, and reasons for reading them will be lost. They wouldn't even be able to take over this world. Then after that, the girl whispered it in the guy's ear when he was sick. From the wound, he loudly shouted the blonde's name and found himself poisoned by a poisonous snake. An incomprehensible black substance came out of him. As he lay at Lee Se-jung's feet inside the girl, he said that the curse only causes poisoning, but after that the guy was cool. Other people only have enough poison to die. The person didn't understand who it was at first. Kim Woo-jin believes in them and wants to save this world and his so-called colleagues with whom they risked their lives together. However, it turns out that now he is blocking it, so they decided to take it off the road. The man turned out to be very smart. The girl spread her hands and said that the Thunderstorm Dragon Warrior and even the God King John George got rid of them all, and now don't they have the right to rule this world as they like? The man sitting on his knees shouted at Lee Se-jun to find an excuse for his actions with his dirty mouth. But instead, he went with the girl and left her alone. The man cursed while blood gushed from his mouth. He fell forward and couldn't hold on any longer. He realized that no one in this world could be trusted. That's how he died. Then, after that, a conversation was heard. And at the same time, Kim Woo-jin was seen in a truck, where at that time there were many people in the car. At that time, the men were talking about something that would happen today. It seems like monsters have started to appear too frequently, but others told him to stop complaining. Because thanks to this, there will be money today. In response to this, the man received only swearing. There are many lives at stake. He hopes they pay more. Then the truck drove along the road at high speed. Kim Woo-jin sits in the back in a bulletproof vest and doesn't understand how he got there, because he had just been stabbed by Lee Se-jung and ended up dying. However, Kim Woo-jin felt that the place where his injury should have become a reality, but he didn't find anything. Is this some kind of dream? Several men in the same uniform were riding with him. They all talked to each other. What kind of place is this? However, suddenly the truck stopped, because there was something on the road that was confusing. There was no way to get past the big green monster that was walking there. And there is a damaged police car and the dead officer. The driver shouts back that there is a crowd of orcs in front of them, and everyone should immediately grab their weapons and get out. Then after that, the soldiers grabbed their rifles and started jumping out of the trucks where the monster beasts turned around and rushed towards them. The driver shouted for the men to hurry, and the commander shouted to his soldiers that there weren't enough bullets for everyone, so they should shoot only when they are sure. Suddenly, they were interrupted by loud gunshots. It turned out that Kim Woo-jin had killed an orc by shooting him right in the head. One by one, he started killing the green monsters and even kicking them. Troops stood on the sidelines and didn't do it. Understand who this person is, what he is doing, and how it is possible to overcome a crowd of orcs alone. The man stood up and looked at his hands in confusion, because he thought everything around him was too real to be the chairman's dream. The man with the thick mustache came up to him and called him a crazy idiot. Could he really kill them all? The man realized, sadly, that it wasn't a dream. After all, he had just returned to the past. Woo-jin walked past the man until he could not reach him. He had to answer when he was addressed by this bastard. The people on the sidelines didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. He sat on a box and rested his head on his hands. He remembered Lee Se-jun and Park Shin-hye. It must have been their doing. The man suddenly heard that he had become a player. The halo that could help him be highlighted on that front is the day he became a player. But compared to the past, he now had 3 choices. Suddenly, he stopped at representation. From the Dark World role allows one to control various types of curses or use them as materials. You can create a Dark Soldier. Unlike other roles, this one is endowed with cheating abilities. Therefore, one player can have all the skills. John George, who was called the King of the Immortals, was the most powerful player who received help from the representatives of the Dark World. And all his abilities, if Lee Se-jung is a hero, then he is a monster. And to find this monster, he analyzes and examines it. Hello, Naya, so now he will do it become a monster and let the hunt begin. Then after that, it was discovered that the guild was a commercial organization to unite players from all of them. And it was possible to gain money and power by any means in the Phoenix Guild. So he became the second guild in Korea. Against the background of corruption in this guild, the other Messiah looks more perfect. But after that, the Phoenix Guild headquarters, a man in a business suit, handed Gaia a contract paper to join the guild. Each sweep requires additional costs. Looking at the docs, I realized that this was not enough to purchase the item. But there was nothing that could be done, he asked the man. How could he prove his qualifications as a player? After all, the status window could only be seen by the player himself, and there was no way for others to see it. The man handed over something in his hand and said that this was the unique skill page of the Dark World representative. The man has to choose one of them and take apart the paper. If he is a player, then the man can check everything with his own eyes. There were some cards on the table in front of Woo-jin. He saw the hematoxin among them and was shocked, because he didn't think he could get it here. This skill turns blood into a powerful poison that is very difficult to fight. The skill itself is very simple, but with Blood Golem the effect increases, so this is a very useful ability. The man took the page in his hand and tore it with the words that he was taking this skill now. He had acquired the hematoxin skill. The girl with short blonde hair asked the people nearby why the Jin couple were chosen as bloodhounds, and the bald man answered her that it was because his character was the most dog-like in the entire guild. The girl gasped at this statement. If she stayed with him any longer, she would understand how bad he was. The characters are someone shouting about the arrival of strangers, a team of tall blonde men in hoods preparing for battle, while Kim Woo-jin sat with his phone in his hand and tried to find out what happened to him. During this strange day, he died once and was reborn, but he still dreams about his past life. If he goes back to the past, then they might still be alive. How soon he can meet them? The action takes place at Gwangman Sports Park. A bearded man waves to someone and asks if everyone has come. The long-haired girl says that today is their first hunt, and they should just trust Big Brother Juice Soup, right? The brutal man replies that this is his 4th campaign, and they all have to believe and follow him through the path where it is located. Then after that, the last participant, everyone turned to see an old car driving into the parking lot that was snorting and emitting a lot of smoke. A blond man looked at him with a stain and said that this man was here for the first time. But he was already so slow, this newbie had to become more disciplined. A hooded man got out of the car. While the girl nodded at the blonde, it was true, she should be thankful in general that they let her join the team, and it was awful. He had another guy, a brown-haired guy, judging by his appearance. This guy hadn't even received any guild equipment yet, but it seemed like in his first operation, he decided to focus on survival. The young kid turned around and walked away, forgetting about the most important freak telling the others that they would only pretend to lose one participant. He just got a new gun. However, after that, Kim Woo-jin stood behind everyone as they stood and discussed in their close circle. The brief about the dungeon was over, and the things the man mentioned were not important. The main thing is to remember your goals and the conditions under which it is difficult to fulfill them. A man in a business suit and glasses who was wiping the sweat from his face was talking to the team who was sitting at the big table. The man said that he needed to check everything again. If they suddenly have questions or someone suddenly wants to object, then let them talk now. If there isn't, then you need to check your inventory again. The team started looking at each other and laughing in their palms, looking at the strange man who was sitting alone hiding his head in his hood. He didn't know anyone present, so it wouldn't be boring to worry about them. Well, the man announced that they were all welcome to enter the dungeon. The team came to a large, bright portal. The girl enthusiastically said that this was the first time she had seen him so close. The bald man replied that they would be more surprised when they went inside. Everyone, one by one, started to go through the portal. Looking at the large, beautiful forest in front of him, the girl covered her mouth with her palm, and it felt as if they had entered a completely different world or game. The bald man said that this was the true reality of the way they were all wearing different costumes. However, the bald man threw his sword behind his back, ordering everyone to stay where they were and be alert. Because everyone only had one life left. Kim Woo-jin thought that judging from the footprints, there were a lot of goblins in this place. The chairman approached the person and asked, "Is his name Kim Woo-jin?" While they were setting up camp, could he explore the surroundings with some reluctance? Kim Woo-jin responded by saying, of course, take care of the person leaving. One of the team said that he thought the person would be annoying. But it turns out he was so easily fooled by the trick. He didn't know how dangerous it was to be left alone. It was stupid of the commander to offer to talk about hunting because now all the goods would be his. At this time, thought the man, they will use it as bait. He smiled silently because this was what he had expected. Then, in the middle of the night, a city. The large building was illuminated by a large moon whose light was very bright. It was known that in the tall building of the guild, the girl was standing behind the people who were gathered at that time, and a large table where everyone finally gathers. He wanted to introduce a new member to the mission. The people sitting at the table were very surprised, and a young man entered the door of the hall. Young Ji-hyu of the Messiah Guild looked at the newcomer and realized that he was just an arrogant bastard. The newcomer remains in the shadows and introduces himself as Suzuki Aikai. He saw so many familiar faces, so he thought he didn't need to introduce himself. Lee Se-jun answered Suzuki that he had high ambitions, but he gave his name. Suzuki asked what he should do. When a fist slammed sharply onto the table, the large man shouted at the man for how dare he speak to the chief in such a tone. Another guild member asked the master, "Why did he call this bastard Suzuki? Doesn't understand why everyone is so angry with him. Are they all going crazy? Whether they are annoyed by his intonation, or because last time they still had some left. This bastard is definitely over today." Youngji continued to curse. While the other guys were thinking he was being a jerk at the round table in this curse mess, someone shouted to stop this farce immediately. "If not for the last time, Suzuki will beat this one." The girl decided to take matters into her own hands and try to calm him down. The prize was because his name was Park Shin-hai. The work shown earlier is how much longer can I wait if we are just talking about finding material locations, then 3 days is pretty good. Meanwhile, in the forest, Kim Woo-jin was checking a large scratch on a tree. The rumors about this dungeon weren't lying. Now it's even funny what kind of intelligence and fighting style he taught her all this. Every trace carries information and it will help her survive in the dungeon. Words from memory information are important, but to survive, it's not enough to just be stronger. Suzuki, from Jin's memory, answered that no matter how strong he was, he always had weaknesses. The person thought that Suzuki's words would be a lesson for him. But it turns out that for that reason, the male messiah jumped from a tree branch, thinking that Suzuki didn't just kill for the sake of the messiah, but also be a loyal dog for them. But now this knowledge was about to turn into a knife in his back suddenly. Something flew with the man and hit the tree of the green-eared goblins. It's not friendly. It's even funny that the guy took his sharp dagger until he recently hid from the goblins in the basement. 7 floors, but now they were only targeted by his hemotoxin. The goblins charged towards the man, brandishing various weapons. But Kim Woo-jin was able to overcome the attack and cut the first of the goblins prone to blood poisoning. But the goblin continued to fight. He was still poisoned. But he was able to move. The poison wasn't that effective. The fight was quite serious and bloody. The person realized that the goblin's strategy was easy to predict. So it will be easy to handle this rubbish. If he delayed, these goblins would only continue to pile up. That person took out a huge whip and waved it with such force. So all the goblins were surprised at how good it was. He had prepared it in advance, after all. It was the Goblin King's whip. Then after that, the remaining team members in the forest were seen turning around because they heard a strange sound. But after that, at the same time, a group of fierce and armed green goblins flew towards them. One goblin swung his bat at the girl, and then the bloody massacre began. The bald man suddenly said that there was no need to be so afraid of ordinary goblins. The girl stood up and looked at Yoo Sup-young with all her eyes. While big tears flowed from his eyes, the other 2 men laughed and told their Hyung to concentrate, because he didn't need to be afraid of this blackout. How nice it was that Joo Sup-young had his long sword with him. But after that, the goblin was just a bag of meat, yet he could never take out his sword, which he didn't expect. And the packaging. The goblins came closer and closer, and finally attacked the man, knocking him to the ground. He lay on the ground and screamed for help, while these idiots stood by and watched the goblins attack rapidly. Gathering their strength, the team rushed to attack to help the man, and the goblin's strength slowly diminished. At this time, the last goblin escaped Kim Woo-jin's whip, but a strong blow on the back reached him. After that, he fell to the ground with this attack. It had leveled up higher, and now a representative of World Darkness was interested in it. A new achievement had been gained, attracting attention. The man grinned evilly and realized that these green goblins were much weaker than he thought, passing by a group of exposed monsters. He realized that he was attracting attention, even with so much just fools brandishing his heavy sword. Goblin King's whip was enough, and now that the battle was over, there's no point in wasting your time here while the others sit in the field and away from the recent battle. They all sit hurt and tired and suddenly remember it. New guy, what happened to him? Joo Sup replied that the person most likely died because there was no news from him, but a terrible scandal happened. He would have been much better off if someone else had gone with them. We did it all. As Joo Sup was annoyed, what happened were the 2 men angry at his house and swearing dirty. Hyung told me to believe it. Suddenly they were disturbed by the noise and couldn't believe that a crowd of goblins were running towards them. While Kim Woo-jin acquires new skills, there are many reference books in front of him, and there is a new skill framework warrior. That person couldn't believe that he now had this skill. John George the Immortal King could control the army of the dead with his own hands with one of his strongest skills. However, on the other hand, this skill is not perfect. The flaws are fatal, which means that only monsters killed directly by the caster's hands can be sacrificed. There are also very large limitations. Well, at least it would save time. It would be easier to distract the enemy and hunt him down. The man put his hand on the dead goblin and his body immediately turned into a skeleton. The glint in his eyes was the little skeleton standing with a sword near his dead kin. Then after that, Kim Woo-jin leaned against a tree and watched a moving skeleton with a sword in his hand. However, this wasn't as strong as he expected. The magic power indicator on that person was too low. Is there nothing you can do, it will be difficult to use it as a main weapon. Suddenly he raised his head and saw a pile of other players' remains near the tree, their rotting bodies hanging like dolls. There was one thing in common between all the monsters, from the weakest goblin to the strongest dragon. The desire to hurt people. Unfortunately, most newcomers don't take this into account, so he has no reason to be merciful. These monster beasts, Ju-Soup and his team, were sitting around the campfire and still wailing that they were just defeated by some ugly goblins. What should they do now? The blonde man in the hood says that he must be tired of this dungeon. Ju-Soup can't die like this. He wouldn't lose to those damn goblins. After all, none of them could die here. The people looked at Hyun in shock while shouting, asking what was wrong with them. However, it is difficult, but they can still handle it if they try hard. The man in the hood suddenly bleeds that he didn't talk about it at all. He points his finger at Ju-Soup's back and says that he has something on his head. At first, he didn't understand what he was talking about. Then I saw bright blue writing above my head level up what happened because Ju-Soup wasn't even in the fight. Nowadays, anyway, the level goes up only when someone from that team fights. So the newcomer is still alive. A burning torch rises into the air. Kim Woo-jin stands in a cave among the corpses of goblins and lights his way with a torch. Based on his experience, the most effective way to kill a crowd of goblins was to do this, and he threw the burning torch to the ground, so that the burnt wooden plank of a small skeleton stood next to the man, while they both looked at the burning building. The goblin inside the cave started coughing and choking. They fell to the ground holding their throats and trying to get air, but there were the most persistent ones who started to walk through the boards blocking the cave entrance. They started coming out from all the gaps, reaching out their hands to seduce Jin. The man stood there and said with a smile that he wanted to bury at least the dead. Players along with the fire goblins continued to grow. Rising higher and higher, the representatives of the cruel world delight in the cruelty of the man. After a while, the board caught fire and the fire went out very strangely. So the man hoped he could see at least her face was a little unpleasant. Maybe she was hiding somewhere. Came a sound behind him and a large green troll jumped out of the ground, scattering bits of dirt and grass around him. The little sky skeleton himself was afraid of the big teeth of this monster, and the man replied that this monster finally come out. Otherwise, he was already bored with this place. Thanks to him for showing himself, a huge goblin with burning eyes was looking at the man. It was the goblin boss, while the monster was baring its huge fang teeth. The man thought that until the Messiah Guild intervened in this matter. Then after that, Kim Woo-jin was seen facing a large goblin king, and it is known that millions of newcomers died in this dungeon, and it was all because of the monsters in this goblin dungeon. The first level encounter with the hidden goblin king is the same as an encounter with death, but he won't do it. Let this monster continue taking lives. The skeleton was making noise somewhere below, and he asked her if she was that eager to fight. It seemed like he had tamed this little brute. The skeleton turned around and looked at the man with such a gaze, so that the man immediately noticed a change in himself. As a result, Kim Woo-jin stood on the sidelines while the skeleton carrying the sword went to fight the Goblin King. He was as fast as lightning and swung his weapon back and forth. However, Kim Woo-jin suddenly had a flashback from the past where he stood with a sword among people who were ready to fight a big monster. One of the team members asked how they should kill this huge monster. Kim Woo-jin shouted that it was urgent to attack its feet. If they could take it down, there would be a much greater chance of winning. He ran toward the monster, swinging his sword back and forth. And it was this movement that made the man think deeply. Now this skeleton reminded the man of himself. This fighting style he recognized from 100 fighting powers that were the same as his own. Acolyte skeleton, he knew that his power would affect the skeleton. But he would never have thought that he would copy her style. Before Kim Woo-jin returned to the past, he could handle almost any weapon in existence. Even in the guild, there were only a few people who could fight him on one. At this rate, Woo-jin needed to rethink his plans. A bright sign appeared in front of the man again, on which it was written that the Dark World representative appreciated his achievements and sent him a legendary skill page as a reward for his efforts. But after that, he shot the legendary Kim Woo-jin and didn't expect to get it here at all. In the security tower, someone shouted that the dungeon had been cleared. The bespectacled man was very surprised to run out of the small container-like room and stared at the portal from which the team he sent there came out. This meant the players were back. Had the dungeon been cleared? It had only been one day. How could the man be so shocked and confused? Later, when the ambulance was around and the players were being treated, the man said he was very happy they were all back alive. But then he asked why there were only 4 of them, while Mr. Kim Woo-jin's cast looked down at the ground and didn't dare answer this question. Because they don't know anything about the man. The man adjusts his glasses on his face and says that it must be Mr. Kim Woo-jin. It must be the guard shouting that someone else has come out of the portal. Everyone turned towards the portal, of course. It was Jean's. He stepped out as if nothing had happened, put his hands in the pockets of his hoodie and just left without saying a word to the other players. Ju Sup-hyung thought that this guy was still alive, this brute. What tricks did he use to clean him up? Then after that, the newspapers had big headlines, while they continued to listen to player requests. And at that time, the news said that all over the world the greed of players was increasing every day. According to analysis, the dungeons could only be cleared by the players, so they tried to abuse their power. But even now, the Korean Messiah Union cleared the 5-story dungeon without any reservation. Male correspondent said that Lee Si-jun saved the world again, after successfully clearing a 5-story dungeon. The union's sponsor, Han Sun Corporation, recorded a sharp rise in stock prices. Ju Sup cursed those damn bastards from Messiah. All the news was only about them. They made them look like bastards who do everything just for money. Then, a blonde guy in a suit sits next to Ju Sup, and he tells her to forget it, because this is not the first time. Besides, what happened in the dungeon after all that? Ju Sup sighed heavily and asked his friend not to talk about this. Kim Woo-jin almost died because he was the blonde guy. Asked the bald man what happened. He pointed his finger at the bandage on his head and said that it was all because of the newcomers. It turned out the rumors were still not a lie as he pressed his palm to his face. Ju Sup-hyung answered in annoyance that this newbie had joined their team and he wanted new items. He even met a crowd of goblins, and to save him, the man also chased him. Then this happened. The blonde was very shocked by what he heard and asked, shouldn't the guild punish that person? However, one could only dream of such a thing, and it also felt like he was being stepped on. It looks like Kim Woo-jin needs the money. But no matter how much money it takes, it's still wrong. The blonde will try to talk to her friends, so she can't. I wouldn't do this anywhere else. At that time, Kim Woo-jin was standing near the wall with various clippings, and ATS he shouldn't have dated in June like before he had to become stronger, so that Lee would be interested in him. The man moved a little away from the wall, which was all covered with paper and red thread. He tore a piece of paper and thought that he should start from the most forgotten corner of his life, and it turned out to be an Orcan dungeon, located on a large conference table. Kim Woo-jin listened to what the man in the business suit was saying to him. He told the man that if he tried to dispel the rumors spreading through the guild and try to solve everything. Now the rumors, Kim Woo-jin didn't hear any rumors. He just needed some money. A man with glasses and a mustache asked if it was all about the money. He told Kim Woo-jin that life is priceless. Of course, money is also important. However, wasn't he worried about his life? If the money is needed, then the guild can lend it. The man interrupted the man and replied that everything was fine. Let them set the date, and he will do the rest himself. These inappropriate and unpleasant rumors are now a welcome gift for him. A good argument to go alone later in the same office, the second person told the boss that most likely the rumors about Kim Woo-jin weren't lies. He replies that rumors are rumors, but this guy doesn't know his place at all. Moreover, what is the law of the dungeon he wants to go to? The assistant replies that recently a group of Yonggu youths went there. Where he was murdered since then, no one has proposed for a whole month. Yonggu is the rising star of the gang park. Young Wan looks out the window. But after that, the men thought about what to do. He was trying to get into a dungeon that wasn't mastered by the specialist Park Yong-wan. He wouldn't live long. But to some extent, they would have supported him well if the man had stood in the parking lot near his car and looked up at the tall building where he had just gone to kill the hero he needed to befriend the young villain Park Wen. Outside, it was late at night, and Jean was still standing near the pale yellow car. A fat man wearing glasses ran towards him and called him. He was very surprised that the man came alone. Most likely it was because he couldn't find a partner because of his greed for money, but he of course did not voice the thought. The man immediately offered to go to the dungeon and pointed the way with his hand. The man was truly crazy that he would go there alone, but why he cared was none of his business whether this man died or not. When Woo-jin found himself inside the dungeon already in uniform, a sign appeared in front of him. Clearing the dungeon was impossible. According to his level, if he goes alone, but if he can use orcs as skeleton soldiers, then everything will change. A huge green goblin appeared behind Jin, and the guy slipped under him as he was faster and faster than the monster. It turned out to be an ordinary orc. But his skin was denser. The attack only left a small scratch. And with that kind of strength, Kim Woo-jin would have died with just one blow. However, if only he could kill this monster and summon it as a skeleton soldier. Then he would have a chance to complete the dungeon alone. Kim Woo-jin started attacking the orc with slaps in the face. He ran around his huge feet back and forth, leaving scratches on his body from the blood of his sword that was gushing from him. The wound on the monster fell to the ground. The legless predator was no longer scary. The skeleton warrior was called no one. But after that, in an office, he was seen sitting with his friend who promised to get information. He looked in the folder and found something interesting, but the blonde man asked his friend what he was looking at. However, don't let him say that he is trying to choose a strange subject for his business again. He threw the folder at the blonde and asked to look at it. Because he was very curious that there were documents about Kim Woo-jin, a beginner who had just woken up and cleared the dungeon by himself. They said that he had now entered the second cave. And this time, he was alone from the start. He's arrogant for a guy who just gained his abilities. Isn't he the blonde guy saying that this is impossible? This is complete nonsense. Even he had difficulty at first. Ju Sup Hyung didn't want to say that he believed in a paper with an unknown source, right? I don't think a man is so naive. And then a girl in high heels and a business suit and with a tray in her hand came up to them. He asks if everything is fine with her. Report the blonde immediately seeing the light as she was provided by Lee's secretary. Then it was no wonder the man thought he was perfect, and how he could find such accurate information. Then he laughed nervously. The girl who put the coffee tray on the table answered that it was her job. He said that this information was 100% reliable because it was collected by Lee's secretary. And if they can't trust Secretary Lee, then who can they trust when Ju Sup sips coffee? He suddenly stood up and shouted at the girl because she asked him not to buy instant coffee quickly because he hates it. So why did he buy it? The girl didn't notice the boss calmly drinking from his glass, and then he answered that this coffee was left over from the meeting with the Phoenix Guild earlier. Last week, and this report was prepared on the back of the man's scrap paper. Suddenly changed his face and bled at how delicious the coffee was. But it turns out the best thing is the instant one. Of course, if they can't trust Secretary Lee, then who else in the world can they trust? The blonde man gritted his teeth while saying, "Ugh, what a stingy." That's why at this age, Ju Sup asked Secretary Lee. How things are with the purchase of the cellar, the girl replied that there are several good cellars. But the price was too high, so he kept seeing the blonde man turning to his henim. Is there no basement left? From the dungeon he had just obtained, the man had stars before his eyes. From this idea, what does his friend mean? If he started entering the dungeon, then they won't have enough of them. The blonde all woke up and asked what he was. The guy who just came back from the dungeon yesterday. Doesn't he deserve a break? The man waved his hand and answered that if a person rests frequently, he will soon become a truly lazy workaholic like Blondin prone to disease. And therefore Juice Soup did it only for his good. It was the old man currently in the skeleton warrior dungeon fighting with a group of orcs, but couldn't defeat them and scattered the person who was watching this from the rock, noted in annoyance. That due to the low skill level, the resistance was quite weak. However, John George, the king of the gods whom he fought in his previous life, told him. One thing, Kim Woo-jin walked over to the body of one of the orcs and lay down, his hands forward summoning new skeleton soldiers, a huge skeleton towering over him. As long as his magic power allows, Kim Woo-jin will have as many skeleton soldiers as there are victims who have fallen on this battlefield. Later, the person's level increases, all the skill points will increase, and the blood poisoning skill has reached the 2nd level. The man looked at the results table and thought that all the effort to level up in this dungeon would be difficult. We should stop fighting ordinary orcs and look for orc hunters as creatures that hunt alone. Then after that, the guy I thought was going to run the group, but it didn't seem like he was hanging out with the group. However, there was only one place left. The skeleton sat on the ground like the man himself, and he didn't understand what was wrong with him. Does he know something that's why he looks like that? It was impossible, no matter where an orc hunter was. If he was in this place, then there would be no useful monsters he could use as sacrifices. However, the only useful skeleton soldier would be this friend. He walked towards the skeleton and tapped its skull with a tree branch with which he drew a picture on the ground. We need to make something better. They got up from the ground and went sitting on the bones of the dead orc. One got up from the ground and growled loudly, so the birds flew into the sky and flew away. He placed his huge paw on his companion's head and seemed to promise to avenge him. But after that, the big orc was seen sitting on top of his kin and looked like he was crushing him, while Kim Woo-jin stood up and hid behind a rock while he held a bow in his hand. He realized that the dungeon boss was stronger than the other orcs. However, it would be foolish to fight him without much preparation. But if he could only pierce his body with poison arrows. Blood on the edge while Kim Woo-jin stood up and hid the skeleton with a sword out towards the monster. He turned towards him and growled loudly, splashing his saliva in different directions. The skeleton and the monster rushed towards each other to attack in a difficult battle. Of the two thugs, started the boss biting one of the bones of the skeleton, while Kim Woo-jin came out of hiding and aimed his bow arrow at the green with glowing red eyes of the orc boss. You can understand that he is the same orc hunter and that it is also necessary to avoid his thick skin and get into the only weak point. Woo-jin shot an arrow and it flew through the skeleton and hit the monster right in its red eyes, contrary to all expectations. Then after that, the orc easily pulled the arrow from the injured eye and threw it. It fell to the ground, but there was poison there, so the poisoned blood still affected it. The weaker the attack point, the faster the poison spreads. Kim Woo-jin grinned evilly, looking straight into the orc's eyes. Thanks to the poison blood skill, the orc's health will gradually decrease within seconds. This level of skill will not increase the chance of a fatal outcome, but this effect is sufficient. The skeleton raised his sword high above the orc, and the man said that the orc had been killed. And after that, the notification again talked about the achievement while the person was standing near a group of skeletons. It seemed like this boss managed to eat everything that got in its way. I wondered if he had this person among the Park Yong-won group members after taking a closer look, the man asked himself. Was this him looking at the broken ribs? The man realized that such an injury was not caused by an orc. By appearance, it had become fashionable to say that he was attacked from behind someone who was used to killing in dungeons. It was not immediately clear whether this was an attack, intentional killing or not. But if they were members of Park Yong-won's group in the Phoenix Guild, then in principle one could even commit suicide because of money and goods. There was only a little time left in this dungeon. How could he find the trace? This person has a bright moon shining in the sky that periodically hides behind flying clouds. Kim Woo-jin stands near a rock resembling a cave entrance. It would be nice if it brought him closer to Youngwon Park. He moved to the entrance to the cave, and when he started to go in there, he realized that only one person could pass here. Inside, he saw the skeleton of a dead man, as if in this position. He was hugging his sword and sitting on his armor. The man was assessing the situation of his weapon. It turned out to be very clean, and the frame wasn't damaged like the others. This means that when his comrades are dying. Then after that, he escaped into this small cave and counted the days until he died. An act that Phoenix would be guilty of, especially if it was a resurrection. Band star Park Young-won. There is no more suitable place in the world for the grave of such a person. Besides the skeleton, Kim Woo-jin saw a small book and picked it up. But it turned out to be a diary. After tracing the pages, the person realized that there didn't seem to be anything important in it. But then he found Park Young-won's group blacklist. There was a photo of the band members crossed out. Yeah, that guy must be lucky today. There is an amazing app for this diary. Then after that, the Dark World representative congratulates you on the dazzling achievement and sends you a legendary skill page. As a legendary rank reward, let's just say he got something like that here. His skill is the Eye of Anubis, to be able to see into the past of the dead. Whatever failures he experienced in his past life, everything has changed now. But after that, they say the dead don't know how to talk. But for Kim Woo-jin now, it doesn't matter at all. The man crawled closer to the skeleton and squirmed, reaching out to reach his head. Jin's eyes flashed blue, and he began to see the past of the man he used to be. Thus, activating the Eye of Anubis upon making contact with the skeleton, everything around it lights up with a bright blue flash. The man began to see the past where a wounded man asked for help from Yong Jae-yu. Because those damn orcs, the man in the red raincoat who turned out to be Yang Jio, just turned around and ran. He ran into the cave and, holding his head with both hands, started muttering that he shouldn't die like this. Hunting people is a crime. It was fine as long as he stood behind it. He was talking about someone who would one day become the owner of the Phoenix Guild. Then a man in a white coat was sitting in a chair that was Park Young-won's eyes. The fiery blue Kim Woo-jin. He came out of the memories of the skeleton removing his head from there and held his eyes because it was so cold. Is this the memory of a dead person who has a rather painful past that he passed through more magic power than he would like? Now his preparations were complete. If he used this information in the list he found, he would be closer to Park Young-won, and no matter how careful he was in a house made in a modern style. Something very strange was happening. The man beat the second one, because allowing another player to take over the dungeon overcomes the pain. And the man's blood asked for forgiveness for this. If that man would look after the man whose boss was sitting on the newspaper asked again and said that the dungeon he couldn't overcome had been cleared by a newcomer. And then how dare he talk about it now? The man called Secretary Kim, and he apologized and said he would immediately start the man who was taken away from the office, screaming at the top of his lungs, so they don't kill him and give him another chance. But the door slams shut, and his pleas were ignored. The man continued reading the newspaper of a newbie who took over the dungeon alone. Very interesting, although it's nothing surprising whether this means he has a bad reputation in the guild. But after that, the girl answered positively. In the first dungeon, this guy abandoned all his teammates. There were also rumors that he kept the entire bounty for himself. Although this has not been confirmed to be true or not, the problem is that if his reputation in the guild is bad, it will be very difficult to move on. He couldn't always walk alone when suddenly there was a call on the office phone, and the man pressed the button asking to talk on the other end of the phone. He was told that a man named Kim Woo-jin had requested a meeting with boss Park Young. Wen grinned here. Did you come to the Lion's Den yourself? And this man never ceases to amaze. Currently, the assistant reported that the application results for a one-story dungeon with rankings in 20 places were allocated to the Phoenix Guild. Even though the seats were distributed evenly this time, the 3 guilds included Park Young-won's guild. Currently competing for the remaining 20 spots, the biggest problem is even if they divide each faction into 6 seats, there will still be 2 seats left. That person doesn't understand because there are 3 factions. But why there are still 2 places left is hard for the assistant to say. That's why they still haven't found a compromise, because in the ranked dungeon the chances of rare items dropping are higher. Moreover, since it was a 1-floor dungeon, the efficiency was also good. The man who folded his hands in lock replied that they most likely would not give up on each other. They were just filled with themselves, sure if they knew what could happen in the dungeon, they would all be troublesome if there was anyone who wasn't part of the faction, but had applied for the 2 remaining seats. The assistant answered that they can't yet properly understand. You never know what could happen. When you entered without a group, the phone rang, and the man was told that it was Mr. Young-won. Then after that, his assistant was shocked. Park Young-won's situation is already quite complicated. Why did he call the man with the mustache? Picked up the phone and said he was listening. Then, hearing Kim Woo-jin's name on the phone, he jumped from his seat, not believing his ears. What this young Garden Wen was talking about, said that he would contact the package later. The man hung up on the assistant, asking his boss what was going on, and received the response that Kim Woo-jin wanted to take the 2 remaining seats without the other factions knowing. If it's Kim Woo-jin, then the rumors aren't lies, because he always goes everywhere alone. Other groups won't lie. Too worried about whether the boss wanted to say that Kim Woo-jin had become part of Park Young-won's faction. The man replies that he doesn't know yet, maybe they just use it for the dungeon, and then they'll get rid of it. Reaping, the assistant asked what to do with the 1 remaining spot if another faction fought over this spot. Park Young-won said on the phone that he would surrender to the other factions if they put Kim Woo-jin in place, so they would only be intermediaries between the 2 remaining factions. He was an incredible strategist, only to think that he had an ace hidden under the name Kim Woo-jin. Sometimes it's better to step back to get the biggest benefits later. Besides, what's wrong with Kim Woo-jin? How did he meet Park Young-won? At this time, Kim's secretary asked his boss why he accepted Kim's proposal from Jin. But Park Young-won replied that it was fun to see him struggle, and on the way here to take the Phoenix badge from the skeleton to the dungeon. And it just so happens that there aren't many good people left. Besides, she will be able to manipulate the man and then get rid of it at any time. Wouldn't it be easier to get rid of it right away? After it was no longer useful. An hour later, Park Young-won picked up the notebook and asked the man, "Does he know what it is?" Woo-jin answered yes. He knew because he saw everything in it. The man asked the young man why he came and then whether he wanted to blackmail and get a lot of money. The man started talking, but he was interrupted as to whether he thought his blackmail would work. Kim Woo-jin replies that he came to him with an offer, not the 1-story ranked dungeon squeeze that everyone was talking about. He wanted to get it there. The guy was laughing at this shit. The guy was surprisingly funny, but did he understand what kind of dungeon it was to say such a thing to a man? Woo-jin answered that he knew this was a dungeon where the Phoenix and Messiah guilds were competing because the number of places inside was limited. The man furrowed his thick blonde eyebrows in question at the man. They said someone who knew about this wanted to go there. Then after that, at Gyeonbu University. Kim Woo-jin was among the many spectators. While the professors in the department were giving information and pointing at a projector, surely they all knew the contents of the dungeon report. But there are at least more than 1,000 orcs in this dungeon. Next, the diagram is presented. While the man was leaning against the wall in the previous attack, it seemed like around 70 people survived, and almost half of the participants died. Only the elite players from each guild were gathered here. Considering it's impossible to say that all these deaths were caused just by fighting monsters, the man was forced to go blind. Noticed this due to Doc's lack of results, the person thought that there was a high probability of murder taking place among the players, because this will be a good opportunity to get rid of rivals and steal items. And also in this dungeon, the reward for killing an orc warrior is a fang of the orc type. In the end, The prize was awarded to the Messiah Guild for their great contribution. He didn't know what it was, but now thinking about it, the man realized that it was all very strange. Maybe this man at that time, when he was already involved in corruption. Kim Woo-jin left the classroom and walked down the university corridor. Even if Lee Se-jun was behind this incident, there was a possibility that his guild had nothing to do with it, and instead, he was infiltrating spies into other misdeeds. If he needed to suggest their next move based solely on memory, then most likely on the street near the large portal to the dungeon, there was a crowd of people. It was the players who entered there one by one, the various guilds gathered there, including Messiah. Then the participants were all wearing white coats. Phoenix is all dressed in red, and there is even a lion skull. Another guild member, Kim Woo-jin, stood as usual with his hood covering his head. Everyone saw it because he went to the portal first. He would rather tear the orc's trunk. Fang Kan, from his hands, a man and a girl were standing in the crowd looking for their guild. Because all these people couldn't find them, the captain of the Messiah Guild shouted to everyone to form up. Everyone saw how their formation was. Go, what else can you expect from their guild? How quickly they formed, great. They were also praised. For some reason, the other man replied that the fact that they were the first to come out didn't mean anything. However, because there are thousands of orcs there, it is very large. Orcs come out to the people, and Messiah will deal with them. Let everyone watch with caution. A man with a shield advances, and a tenacious warrior who is skilled at provocation successfully. The big fanged orcs and the members of the Messiah attack each other. The man started to provoke the monster. Lee the 15th June stood aside and conjured something wisdom source master skill successfully. While the two were fighting, the others felt as if an earthquake had started. But that's not it at all. There must be something behind the forest. The man pointed his finger towards the forest. When everyone turned, they saw a crowd of orcs running. There are so many of them, and they are all just big guys with backgrounds where they look like small insects. But they still started fighting the monsters. There was blood everywhere, the sound of blows and dust as the magicians turned their hands towards the battle, sending their magic towards it. The time has come, and the night crowd moves towards the orcs. Currently, Kim Woo-jin is standing on a tree branch and watching everything from above, because he thought no one would notice his absence. It's time for his turn to stand on the tree. Kim Woo-jin thought that the enemy would not be able to push the player to such an extent, so he has to take advantage of the situation and determine the location of the orc warrior. According to the task, you need to get rid of the orc warrior and thousands of guilds. The other orcs will first try to reduce the number of orcs to minimize losses, and after destroying thousands of orcs, they will start looking for orc warriors. Until then, that person should have time to get the clack of the orcs. Soldier Kim Woo-jin jumped down from the tree like an arrow. Something is happening in the orc nest. At night, the leader sits on the throne. While the others crowded around, the one orc shouted. One of the orcs probably thought that they were preparing to attack when the leader rose from his seat and excitedly raised his weapon. 1,000 orcs rushing into the forest to fight with the people, while Kim Woo-jin was watching all this from a high rock. Tracking the orcs fleeing the battlefield was a good idea. He looked at the armed orc with large lower fangs. The person thought that most likely this was the champion orc. He looked much stronger than the person imagined, but he sent his minions to fight against luck on Kim Woo-jin's side. While the others were fighting on the front lines, he could get closer to the orc champion, who was left alone, and hide him first. By standing on hundreds of orc corpses, the Messiah commander said that orcs were not that difficult to fight, because it seemed there were fewer orcs here than he had expected. The main troops were most likely elsewhere. A warrior approached the man and told his master that many orcs were heading their way, about 1,000. This was their main force, because one man thought, while turning to his people, the master said that they would stop there. They would need more equipment to fight the main force of orcs. Then after that, army soldiers from other guilds shouted. They say, who are they to order everyone around them, not the dog Messiah? The Lion Guild will continue the attack. The Lord answered that many orcs are moving towards them. Competition between guilds is important. But if they don't cooperate, then they will. They all just die in this dungeon, a man standing very close asked. Whether they are not confident in their abilities. If they were that afraid of the orcs, then in principle they shouldn't have entered the dungeon. And a group of people went deep into the forest to meet their death. The master stood up and looked at them. What a hedgehog they are, still crazy bastards. We need to find a safe place to rest and prepare for the next battle. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin had obtained 2 soldier skeletons and was heading to the stone soldiers. The monster rose from its throne and walked towards the man. Then the skeletons rushed towards him, and the orc warrior Fang became active with one blow. The orc defeated one of the skeletons. And the man couldn't believe it. Then Kim Woo-jin realized that the second skeleton soldier would not last long. There was only one chance. And it was a blood poison arrow attack just now, while the last remaining skeleton distracts him. The arrow flew with the monster, but it didn't hit, and how could he turn away from it? He was a bit stronger than thought. The skeleton continued to fight until its sword broke into 2 pieces. People who saw the ruins realized that it wouldn't be easy. Maybe Kim Woo-jin needed to change plans. Then, after that, a large fang of wars was seen hanging around the orc's neck like a necklace, and there was no point in fighting with him while this fang was in his hands. Kim Jin's magic power is also not enough, so it would be better to retreat. The person ran in the other direction of the monster, but when he saw the orc did not chase him. With him, he stopped and turned his head. Did not chase the retreating enemy too, troublesome indeed. It was quite expected from a ranked dungeon boss. This is good, because he will be able to escape freely, but when he returns, the orc will be so sorry that he let the person go. Kim Woo-jin was flying through the sky against the backdrop of a large bright moon. When he was noticed by the master of the Messiah Guild, he looked up at the sky and thought that someone had also escaped from the battlefield. His soldiers turned to him and said that perhaps he had found the orc soldiers faster than them. The master replies that it's very possible and maybe not. They don't know for sure, but he also came back because he found an orc warrior that they shouldn't have found. But he trusted anyone blindly until they saw it with their own eyes. The item dropped from an A-rank dungeon boss belonged to the Lion Guild no matter what. Suddenly all the soldiers who were nearby fell to the ground. The master didn't understand what was happening. He was doing. I've never heard of any other monster appearing in this place besides orcs. No, it can't be a monster at all. The man started swinging the ball from side to side, looking around from the depths of the forest. Many glowing red eyes appeared, and he shouted. Monsters would appear if he thought he would be safe. After what he did. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin came to the place where everyone was sitting around the campfire, sharing in groups how nice it was. So no one faction was interested in him, but what was the atmosphere around him? He looked like he was going to a funeral. However, there were graves around him who thought that a lot of people would die on the first day. There's something wrong, even though it's only soldiers gathered here and they're all fine. Get ready for the battle between guilds to begin. Because he assumed someone shouted at another guy that he looked terrible. Are you exaggerating? Despite your abilities, he replied to the speaker that the same could be said about him. Why did he say that their Hichai guild was the liveliest of all the living? In any case, they had news of other misdeeds. The man started to tell the judge that based on what they said, the Lion Guild suffered the biggest loss. One group went into the forest to get the goods, but disappeared on the other side. The man noted that there were not 1 or 2 missing. Is this possible? He was told that it might have happened because the corpse was mutilated in such a way, so it is no longer possible to recognize it. After all, orcs eat people. The man cringed and said it was terrible. Even if you eat and die, you don't want to become food for this green monster. The man said that you don't need to say that, otherwise everything will come true. Kim Woo-jin sat alone on the sidelines and watched the people sitting around the campfire and discuss all this. But things are getting weird, and it's starting to bother me more and more. If this was a normal assignment, then of course there would at least be people killed and seriously injured. One person survived this mission, but human life should take precedence over objects and the like. Right, considering they were in a dungeon level, this might happen. But the possibility that so many groups will be destroyed someday is not so high. There must be something behind it all. Jin's plans may fail. If the soldiers became weaker from tomorrow, he would work harder. That day came, and a group of orcs were walking through the forest. Jin cursed, as he didn't expect there to be so many of them at all. Never-ending an old man was ordered to keep his mouth shut and was useful for the battle, seeing the signs of battle. Among the trees, the man realized that the battle had begun. He thought the problem was on this side, he wouldn't be able to deal a fatal blow. On orc warriors, that with the help of available items and using skeleton warriors as bait will not work, because they can't survive. Come to think of it, do the skeleton warriors know how to shoot arrows? Later the skeleton warriors are called. And now Kim Woo-jin is standing in front of the orc boss again. He doesn't seem too worried today. Well, it's time to start the second round. The orc fang on his chest had been activated. He got up from his throne and went to meet the man. Then he pushed off the ground and jumped high to hit the young man. But he was distracted by an arrow flying at his axe. He looked to the side and saw two skeleton warriors shooting arrows at him, orcs rushing towards them, while they continued to attack him. When the man thought the warrior skeleton also knew how to shoot arrows, everything was going according to plan. Then, after that, Kim Woo-jin jumped at him from behind. And after that, he managed to tear the rope with fangs around his neck from the orc and take it for himself. And now he has received it. Then, after that, the orc warrior weakened significantly, and its strength also decreased. The monster hit the man and he fell back, but a poisoned arrow flew at him and hit him right in the leg. Now that the guy had this fang, his attack would finally be able to reach the orc. There was just one more thing he had to do now: get a weapon that can cut off his head. The fight between the skeleton and the orc continued, and the guy managed to poison him 100 times. The axe he was using had something in it. The skeleton soldier took the axe from the orc and swung it at him. It should have been the perfect weapon to behead him. Suddenly, the blonde man who was in the tree heard a strange sound. Cry. What is that? This is not a cry made by a normal orc. It is someone nearby fighting an orc dam warrior. Who is this person? We need to clear up the situation and report everything to the guild as quickly as possible. The person soared high above the density of trees and landed near where the skeleton orc warrior and the person were gathered. He didn't feel the presence of other players, so this guy was fighting alone against the orc champion. How come we need to report this to the guild now and run back to the forest? But he didn't have time to run far. When the arrow flew towards him, the blonde man didn't understand what had happened and who shot him. Maybe that person was watching him, that bastard, so he won't do it. But after that, he wasn't blabbering about who killed the orc warrior. Suddenly someone appeared behind him. It was a warrior from the skeleton guild, and this same warrior killed the blonde man. Then after that, at the same time, someone from the skull guild crossed out a photo of a blonde guy in a notebook who was now killed in cold blood, and only 5 people remained. But after that, a man sitting in a tree asked what could be better than fighting orcs, but killed another player. Then he called the newcomer and said that half of the items from this person belonged to the guild, need not forget to share them. Newcomers ask not to worry. And then I asked the blonde guy if he was going to kill the guy. The man says he is not on the list. However, he must be killed and the prize is taken. If there is a chance, that person will object, because that person is a monster going against the orc champion. Isn't that dangerous? But the mentor has thought of everything. The person will be very tired. After the battle, and getting rid of him would be a bad thing. It's as easy as taking candy from a kid. Then the guy sitting on top of his sister-in-law says he's going to spill it all on his friend and now just let him go along with it. Then he took the dead man's body and dragged it to where Kim Woo-jin was. He said that the orcs would do their job if you throw them the corpses standing in the shelter. Then after that, Kim heard all this and he frowned. There were many people in the clearing where the orcs and warriors were recently fighting against the orcs. The master of one of the guilds said that they dealt with it much faster than he thought they would handle this dungeon in such a short time. If they continue in the same spirit, the master replies that everything is correct, but from then on they will not be so enthusiastic and will go back. On the first occasion, the soldier asked him what he meant, and he answered that the infantry was finished. Then everyone will prepare to attack the orc champion. They all have to start preparing for the main event, Signs flash above the heads of all the warriors that say, "You have defeated the orc champion." All the soldiers stood up so shocked that they opened their mouths and couldn't believe what they saw. What kind of nonsense is this, damn it, and who is doing it? How could this happen after all the main groups of each guild had to engage in battle with the orcs? A warrior approached the Lion Lord and asked what happened. Did this mean the missing people from the Lion Guild were still alive? The master replied that he was not sure, and that he thought that the people from the Lion Guild were bluffing. While his axe was stained with the blood of slain orcs and lay on the ground. Kim Jin's level has been raised, the champion orc hunter achievement has been received, and he received a catalog as a new catalog reward. It would be nice if he gave the person a new useful skill when something flashed in front of the person he saw the Grim Reaper book in front of him. So it turns out to be like an inventory, where you can store undead in addition to ability upgrades. If you put it out there, it's worth a try. When he took the book, the skeleton immediately disappeared. Something unexpected happened, and the person realized that the need to attack the monster with his hands was gone. Instead, he would just summon the skeleton army right away. After he entered the dungeon with this book, the most important weakness of the skeleton army summoning skill disappeared. While his master ran somewhere followed by his soldiers who asked him where he was going, because the orc warrior had already been killed, he answered in a threatening tone whether they thought he didn't know. Then why is he running? This fool doesn't understand that someone needs to at least see what happened to explain. What would he say to Mr. Park Yong-won? When they all came out from there, the soldier who was the guild's skeleton soldiers looked out from behind the tree. Unfortunately, the orc warriors were defeated faster than they expected. They had to change their plans immediately. They were going to leave the guy who was killing the orcs alone and get rid of the remaining targets first. But what happened to the newbie who was just cleaning up the long hair answered that he told the guy to follow him immediately. After he finished, and he would teach him a lesson again as soon as he returned, if their identities were revealed here. The higher-ups will be so worried this can't be allowed. In the worst-case scenario, they will have to be ready to commit suicide. They don't have any more time, so they had to move and hide as much as possible. The commander's skull told everyone to stop because something was going to happen. It was a beginner running, and why was he running with such a sound? But then when they saw the warrior's skeleton behind that person's back, they understood everything he could do. Instead of a newbie going and provoking the guy, the blonde guy shouted at the newbie that he was a jerk and why he brought these skeleton soldiers with him. What should they do now? He fried himself to his master and asked the same question because of this bastard newcomer's location and the fact that the guy attacked them, does he know something? If the battle continues, then it will attract the attention of other guilds too, and if that happens, then they will all be over, even if he had to do it, and leave the mission unfinished. And they have to get rid of this guy, and then destroy all traces. Houston turned to his friends and asked if everyone was ready to attack. Then they started fighting with the skeletons. But in the end, they all lay on the floor. The commander noticed that there were no new arrivals. What a jerk, he betrayed them. Saw the new man was Kim Woo-jin. He suddenly realized his mistake was only half of the people who survived in his previous life. Then at this time, you could see that the person was emitting a black aura from his eyes. And at the same time, Kim Woo-jin was sitting in front of the man who currently looked limp. Then after that, in this person's memory, he couldn't find any information related to the Messiah Guild. Even in the past, this person was listed as missing. Looks like it's time to visit Skull Head. The Kim Guild bandaged the face of a dead novice and went into the forest. He was very lucky to find the connection between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. But first, we have to solve it with a stone. The commander of the Skull Guild stood up and asked, "Who was that bastard, and where did he come from?" He started screaming at the guy to get out of there. Kim Woo-jin was favored by luck because everyone from his budding memories gathered here. The skeleton warriors swung their axes at the others and they shouted. They said, "Wait!" The team lay on the ground while Kim Woo-jin walked towards him with a slow gait. This bastard killed everyone without any doubt of conscience. That means he must have been killed. before he told the guy that he didn't know who he was, but he definitely wouldn't know anything from the guy, even if he got out of there alive. He would just do it. Becomes an obstacle for the leader, and there is only one way for him to draw his sword. Kim thought if the man decided to commit suicide, he went further and did a completely useless act. And it could not be otherwise. He should thank him, because he just said that he had information. After that, Kim Woo-jin activated the Eye of Anubis. A building appeared in my memory. This great change that had opened the world to the world would allow Japan to progress. They would collaborate with the outsider Lisi from the Messiah Guild to lay the foundation, and then spread his influence in Seongjong, would go to Korea and become a member of the Skull Guild to devote himself to serving his home country. If they could get dungeons and items in Japan, including everything that appeared in Korea, then they will be able to create something stronger than before, and it will be called Yamato Country. The man in the kimono said all this to the brunette who was the Skull Commander. Then someone introduced them to Sochong, to the people who would guide him on his journey, representatives of the Japanese elite who would help restore the Yamato nation. He was so surprised to see a man that it was a great honor for him to know and think that he would need a master archer and a swordsman. He bowed to these masters to pay his respects to them. There is one person you have to get rid of. When the level dungeon opens, I asked what kind of man he was and was told that he was a Korean dungeon broker. He is a good person, but he got in the way of their Japanese broker. They had to get rid of him no matter what the name of the Korean talent broker was. His name is O.C. Chan. After seeing all the memories, Kim Woo-jin hoped the reason for committing suicide would be different. However, it seems it is all about pride, and it addresses the man even at his worst. They trusted each other and fought together before he came back. He had conquered many dungeons together with a master archer and a master swordsman who always moves forward to save the world. The man wants to be like them. And it is known that they are not just teachers, but they are also his moral supporters. They were beloved companions to whom he could entrust his life, even in the toughest fights. But that's what he thought. Before, but now, the man realized that they were no different from Lee Si-jun. This time, he couldn't let them do what they planned. Did they say that their next target was Sai-chan? However, after that, the dungeon broker was talented enough to be on their blacklist. The fact that he is not in her memory means that the assassination would have been successful if the Yamato took her place. Then Lee Se-jun will benefit as long as he remains on the blacklist. Efforts to get rid of O.C. Chan will not stop them. Will find him like a moth finds the light. Maybe he will find a way to weaken their group. Kim Woo-jin also needed a broker who could find a dungeon for him. So everything was going pretty well. He had finished all his tasks, and now he had to start preparing the entrance to the dungeon. Then, after that, in the car, the man asked for his sunbeam. If it is always quiet near the gate, the second man replies that there is no possibility that a monster will come out of the gate. So there was only silence here. As soon as they finished the dungeon, the chaos would start immediately, so that the person can rest for now, and also as soon as the players complete the dungeon, everyone will interview them. The man who called his partner stupid says that's not the reason, but because the players will fight each other to get the items except the Messiah Guild. Everyone will try to get at least one additional item. But in any case, nothing has started yet. You just need to sleep because soon they won't be able to sleep at all. While looking at the man, his colleague called him and pointed his finger. However, he became angry with annoyance and asked what else was boring for him. But the man only said one word. The man turned around and saw one player coming out of the gate, Kim Woo-jin. This meant the A-level dungeon had been cleared, and it was tedious to care for the injured. Kim Woo-jin was the first to fall to the ground. The players will start coming out of the gate now, so we have to quickly bring the stretcher. His colleague answered the man that there seems to be a problem. They were there, and he replied that the situation was even worse than he had expected. They were already making loud headlines on the news that the man returned from the dungeon alone. Park Young crumpled the newspaper in his hand and swore he didn't understand how his men couldn't find the player who had defeated the Orc champion. Until now, it is still a question of who defeated the Orc champion. It made Park Yong-won feel angry because he had spent a lot of money to fund all of them. Seen his men bowing before Park Yong-won with very frightened expressions. They promised not to repeat the mistake in the future, but because he was so disappointed, Park Yong-won wouldn't give them another chance. Park Yong-won felt that he had lost a lot and warned them to return 5 times the funds he had spent within 7 days. Hearing this, his 3 subordinates were very surprised by the large amount of funds. After that, Park Yong-won asked his secretary about Kim Woo-jin, who was said to be hospitalized. The secretary confirmed this and said that the man was injured while in the dungeon. Hearing that then, Park Yong-won glanced sarcastically, thinking that everyone was useless there. The secretary added that if the wound Kim Woo-jin got was not from a monster, Park Yong-won guessed that he was attacked by another guild. The secretary didn't know for sure, and she suggested listening to the man's story first. The 2 of them rushed to the hospital and hoped that Kim Woo-jin wouldn't open his mouth to talk to someone. Inside the hospital building, a bespectacled man in a neat suit had just come out of a patient's room while bowing in respectful greeting. He politely told Kim Woo-jin to contact the guild immediately if he remembered anything. Then the man left with a slightly annoyed face because he didn't get any information from Kim Woo-jin, so he felt confused about what to tell the boss. The man waited for the elevator doors to open as he stared blankly ahead of him, wondering why Park Yong-won's pavilion was asking Kim Woo-jin. Moments later, the elevator doors opened. The man immediately got into it, and at the same time Park Yong-won passed by him. The 2 of them passed each other. Seeing the look on the face of the man who had just passed him made Park Yong-won suspect that Kim Woo-jin didn't want to talk. The 2 of them finally arrived at Kim Woo-jin's room. After that, Park Yong-won immediately sat beside his bed to talk to the man. Kim Woo-jin said that he didn't know much about the Skull Guild, but he felt that the guild was a little suspicious. Then Kim Woo-jin said that when he was scouting, he saw them attacking the Orc Champion. Kim Woo-jin was sure that they were all dead, so it was likely that the item was taken by another guild. The person Kim Woo-jin saw last time could use the invisibility skill of the Soundless Hunter. Hearing that, Park Yong-won responded that he knew that the user would not be detected. He felt that they only aimed to kill Orc champions and players. Kim Woo-jin confirmed it, and if only he hadn't gotten blood poisoning, he would have died. According to Park Yong-won, that man was still lucky because no one would find out if the Skull Guild had been exterminated there. But Kim Woo-jin was going to stay safe for the time being, so he asked him about the news at the Phoenix Guild. Hearing the name of the guild made Park Yong-won furious because he was very upset with them for making him lose so many things. Park Yong-won frowned and stared ahead of him, and in his mind he thought that he wouldn't let the Skull Guild just run away. Park Yong-won would look for them to ask for his money back. He thought that the information provided by Kim Woo-jin was quite useful to him. Park Yong-won immediately got up from his seat and asked Kim Woo-jin what he wanted. But Kim Woo-jin felt that he didn't understand the man's intentions. Park Yong-won glanced sarcastically at him and told him to pretend. The man knew that Kim Woo-jin had been spying on his people. Kim Woo-jin was silent for a moment, and then he said that he wanted to find someone. The person he was looking for was a broker named Oh Sechin, and according to the rumors Kim Woo-jin got, that person was very talented. Because of Kim Woo-jin's current status, he couldn't get any information about the person, so he wanted that from Park Yong-won. Park Yong-won was curious how he could find out about Oh Sechin. After their conversation was over, Park Yong-won decided to go back. But first he reminded Kim Woo-jin to never take calls from anyone from now on. He warned him not to act arrogant because of his ability to get his own customers. Park Yong-won walked out of the patient room together with his secretary, but then he looked back to warn him one more thing. If Kim Woo-jin dared to violate him, then he would not remain silent. Kim Woo-jin replied sarcastically if he understood his words. After that, Park Yong-won and his secretary left the place. Kim Woo-jin got up from his bed and went to the window. He stared outside blankly. In his mind, he thought that Park Yong-won still didn't trust him completely, even though it was according to plan. Park Yong-won still didn't know anything about the relationship between Messiah and the Skull Guild. But right now, he was still investigating. He thought that Lee Sejun, the sword master or the archery master, would pay more attention to Park Yong-won. That way, for the time being, Lee Sejun and Park Yong-won would be occupied with each other so that he could focus more on becoming stronger. A luxurious black sedan was seen driving on the road. Inside the car was Park Yong-won, who was ranting because he had just seen the news he got from the media about Guild Skull becoming successful without having a sponsor. Park Yong-won suspected that they were selling domestic items to foreigners. Seeing this, Park Yong-won decided to investigate the black market connected overseas. Park Yong-won felt confident that if he did that, he would be able to meet the merchants who sold their goods. Park Yong-won smiled sarcastically, and in his mind, he suspected that it also had something to do with the Eastern powers. The next morning saw Kim Woo-jin walking out of the hospital building. After that, Kim Woo-jin took out his cell phone from his pocket because he felt that it was time for him to take a call. At the same time when Kim Woo-jin had just picked up his cell phone, there was an incoming call. Woo-jin picked it up and then realized that it was Oh Se-chan. Oh Se-chan told Kim Woo-jin that he had heard about him wanting to do business with him. Kim Woo-jin confirmed it and told him that he was looking for a dungeon. But Oh Se-chan would decide after seeing his skills. Then he sent the details to Kim Woo-jin's cell phone. A few moments later, a message arrived on his cell phone. It was a detailed information sent by Oh Se-chan to test Kim Woo-jin's ability first. It was meant to test him so that they would know if Kim Woo-jin would be useful for their business. The message read that Kim Woo-jin would be doing cobalt extermination with a C+ level dungeon and 1 floor. Elsewhere in a downtown building, Oh Se-chan was with his junior. The junior asked him who the person he had just called was. Then Oh Se-chan answered that it was just a new person that Park Yong-won recommended to him. Immediately, his junior bowed his head while sighing, because he remembered the previous incident that there was someone who wanted to kill his brother. But Oh Se-chan did not feel worried because according to him, people who worked under Park Yong-won, they must want to do business with him. Even if they couldn't finish their exams, it didn't matter. Even if they couldn't finish the exam, it didn't matter. Oh Se-chan also didn't mind if they wanted to kill him and would even welcome it if they had good skills. That way, they would be very useful in possibly destroying all the dungeons and ending this game. Oh Se-chan felt that they needed people like that. Hearing that, his brother smiled widely and told his brother with great confidence that the person he was looking for was here now while pointing to himself. But his brother rejected the statement and said that he was just a loudmouth but didn't have the skills to complete the dungeon by himself. Then, Oh Se-chan told him that he sent Kim Woo-jin to the Cobalt Dungeon. He felt impatient to see him finish the dungeon. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin's car was seen arriving at a large empty lot. After that, he got out of the car and looked around the place. Underneath was a portal into the Cobalt Dungeon. Kim Woo-jin suspected that the man was deliberately making the test difficult by using a dungeon that was difficult for normal players to complete. But not thinking for long, Kim Woo-jin immediately went down to enter the portal to the dungeon. In a place far from the empty land, there was a woman who was observing Kim Woo-jin's movements using her binoculars. Then she reported to Oh Se-chan via walkie-talkie that Kim Woo-jin had entered the dungeon. Then she asked her boss if it was necessary to start the timer now. Hearing the news, Oh Se-chan didn't expect the man to have arrived and asked the woman if Kim Woo-jin had prepared anything. The woman replied that Kim Woo-jin did not bring anything into the dungeon. Hearing that made Oh Se-chan surprised. He thought that Kim Woo-jin was very careless. In a restaurant, there were 3 men having a conversation. A man named Kim Jae-hoon from the Messiah Guild was talking about yesterday's events in the dungeon. Kim Jae-hoon regretted that they went home with nothing but at least not many injuries. But his words offended the 2 masters. The master said in a high tone that they did not accept his statement that said that not many were injured, even though 5 of his students died in there. Suddenly, Kim Jae-hoon immediately fell silent and realized that he had misspoken, and then he tried to straighten out the meaning of his words. The master did not believe that their people were killed by weak beings like orcs, so this was not something that could be ignored. Feeling guilty for his words, Kim Jae-hoon immediately bowed before the two masters and apologized to them. Then Kim Jae-hoon asked for time to integrate the case once again. Then the master sarcastically replied that he didn't need to do that because they had already invested in it themselves. Then the master poured him a drink, while insinuating that they already felt humiliated at this time. The master continued to pour the water until it spilled. He seemed to be bullying Kim Jae-hoon. After that, the two of them immediately left him alone in that place. Kim Jae-hoon regretted his actions for underestimating the master archer and master swordsman. Then he decided that he had to repair their relationship immediately. The two masters walked to the car after coming out of the restaurant. Sword Archer was seen calling someone to immediately deal with the damage on their side. Then in the car, Master Swordsman asked Master Archer about the situation. Master Archer replied that the assassination was not done by the people on the hit list, which can be interpreted that those who did it were not very reliable people. Their next target was the Phoenix Guild, since they were the only ones left. Master Swordsman said that if this wasn't one of the targets, then it was possible that someone was hiding their strength on purpose. Master Archer said that if that was the case, then it meant that this was done by another group that they didn't know about yet. It was nighttime on the rooftop of a building near the Cobalt Dungeon in Songpo-dong, Ilsan-gu. There were two people there chatting. They were both player observers. One of the men asked his friend if they could take a break because after all the players had entered today. But his friend explained that the person entered the dungeon alone. He believes that the person will soon die, which means that the dungeon gate will be active again. Right at the same time, there was a bright shining light. Suddenly, the two of them immediately looked behind them both. One of the men did not expect and realized it was not something that happened when the dungeon was completed. He explained that the dungeon was not a dungeon that could be completed, even with many players. Then they immediately took the binoculars to observe the player who just got out of there. But they both lost track of Kim Woo-jin, who had left first by driving his car quickly. Inside a building, we could hear Oh Se-chun yelling at his men for losing track of Kim Woo-jin. Oh Se-chun yelled at them and threatened that he wouldn't give them a paycheck for being incompetent at their duties. The secretary lady who heard this immediately told him that they didn't pay the two of them. The lady said that the two of them came to help him because they came from Oh Se-chan's hometown. They were only promised a drink with Oh Se-chan in return. Oh Se-chan folded his hands and turned his face away. He felt embarrassed for being mistaken and then argued that he had decided to stop drinking today. The secretary told Oh Se-chan not to worry about Kim Woo-jin because she was sure that he would call them soon if he planned to cooperate. Then Secretary Lee hurried away and left the place. Oh Se-chan sat in his work chair. In his mind, he couldn't believe that Kim Woo-jin had managed to clean up his dungeon in just half a day, so he was the man he had been looking for because he met his criteria. Kim Woo-jin was seen driving down the street. He recalled the time when he just got out of the dungeon and found a walkie-talkie and a letter on top of his car. Kim Woo-jin wondered in his mind if they were planning to cooperate with him or not at all. It made Kim Woo-jin feel attracted to him. In the car, Kim Jae-hoon looked very frustrated. He put his head down on the steering wheel. In his mind, he felt ashamed to face the master, so he thought of asking Yang Ji-ho for help. At the same time, his cell phone rang, indicating that someone was calling him. After picking up the phone, Kim Jae-hoon looked very surprised. Then he rushed to his destination. On the other hand, Park Yong-won was seen talking to someone with a sharp gaze, like he was talking about something serious. The man in front of him said that he already understood what he had to do, then asked him if Park Yong-won had discussed it with someone he had to escort. Then Park Yong-won answers if he hasn't told him yet but will contact him soon after this. Park Yong-won says that he just has to save the man, and the rest will be his own responsibility. On the balcony of the place, Kim Jae-hoon is watching the two of them. Kim Jae-hoon wondered how much Park Yong-won already knew about the Skull Guild. Suddenly from behind him, a man appeared and immediately told Kim Jae-hoon that he recognized Park Yong-won's greatness, but he thought that even though Park Yong-won had a lot of resources, the man would not know about the Skull Guild. The man said if Park Yong-won wanted to know more about the Skull Guild for business reasons, but he also said something strange. Then the man told Kim Jae-hoon that Park Yong-won once said that he knew about the events in the A+ level dungeon. Kim Jae-hoon was shocked instantly. Then he thought that if this was true, then he couldn't solve this problem by himself. But if Kim Jae-hoon were to report to the master, he would definitely be punished. Kim Jae-hoon felt confused and went awry. Then he looked back at Park Yong-won, who was with a man he didn't recognize. Feeling curious, Kim Jae-hoon asked him who the person next to Park Yong-won was. Then the man replied that the person was Jong Hoon-young, who often did business with Park Yong-won. Jong Hoon-young finally accepted the deal given by him, as long as he gave him money without any ties to the guild. Jong Hoon-young would do it like a mercenary player. After that, Park Yong-won left from there. Seen on the balcony, Kim Jae-hoon together with the man were still watching Park Yong-won, who was walking out of the place. Then Kim Jae-hoon thanked the man for giving his information. Then Kim Jae-hoon caught up with Jong Hoon-young, who seemed to be alone in his seat. Kim Jae-hoon asked permission to talk to him for a moment. Seeing the man's arrival, Jong Hoon-young immediately realized that he was Kim Jae-hoon from the Messiah Guild. Without further ado, Kim Jae-hoon immediately persuaded the man to cooperate with their Messiah Guild. Feeling that it was very sudden, Jong Hoon-young asked for the reason and asked for an explanation. Kim Jae-hoon looked at him with a serious gaze and said that he was offering a business that could benefit him. In the car, the female secretary told Park Yong-won that they had followed his directions and had secured the public dungeon. But he felt that this wasn't the way the boss wanted it, then suggested to him to do it himself so that it could become something big. But Park Yong-won thought it was enough. After all, there would be a response from the Skull Guild soon. Kim Jae-hoon was still sitting there alone. He seemed to be biting his fingernails like someone who had a lot on his mind. In his mind, he wondered what Park Yong-won was planning to do. He remembered the words of Jong Hoon-young, who told him about Kim Woo-jin's figure. Kim Jae-hoon looked at his cell phone screen, which had the name Kim Woo-jin. It was the name that participated in the A+ class dungeon before. Kim Jae-hoon couldn't believe that the man was facing the veterans of the Skull Guild alone. Kim Jae-hoon felt that this was just a bait, and now he felt indecisive whether to eat the bait or not. Kim Woo-jin parked his car in front of a big house. Then he called someone with the walkie-talkie. He was talking to Oh Se-chan, who was waiting to hear information from him. Oh Se-chan said that he had finished earlier than he expected. Kim Woo-jin said that he only showed his skills because that person asked him to. Then Oh Se-chan mentioned the dungeon that Kim Woo-jin wanted to buy and told him that he had put the dungeon list in the locker of the 19 Ilsan station. Then Kim Woo-jin said that he would contact him in the next few days and then turned off the line. Oh Se-chan's brother tried to convince his brother that he really wanted to deal with him because his gut feeling told him that he was a dangerous man. Oh Se-chan turned to his brother while mocking him if his premonition never happened before. Oh Se-chan also explained to him that this was normal and the risk of a broker. Kim Woo-jin and Park Yong-won were seen sitting opposite each other talking about something. After hearing the explanation from Park Yong-won, it made Kim Woo-jin feel like he was just being used as bait by the man. Park Yong-won also realized that. But they had to do it, because they couldn't just sit around and make more lives fly. Then Park Yong-won also said that he had prepared a decent person to protect him. He convinced Kim Woo-jin to go into the dungeon and trust him. But Kim Woo-jin protested because what they were risking was his life. Actually, Park Yong-won also felt guilty, but he was also indebted to them, and Park Yong-won wasn't the type of person who could live with debt. Finally, Kim Woo-jin accepted it, but in return, he asked for a very large amount of money to him. Park Yong-won finally agreed to that. Kim Woo-jin and Park Yong-won both smiled sarcastically because they had both gotten what they wanted. After that, Park Yong-won told his secretary to bring something. Then his secretary immediately brought a paper and gave it to Kim Woo-jin. It was an item that the boss prepared for him because the stronger he was, the greater his chances of survival were. Kim Woo-jin walked out of Park Yong-won's residence. He didn't expect that Park Yong-won had been in contact with the Skull Guild before meeting him. Then Kim Woo-jin looked at Park Yong-won's residence sarcastically and thought that the man was a traitor. But even so, Kim Woo-jin felt very happy because he got a gift item that was very useful to him. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a group of men were walking along the path between the cliffs. One of the men complained because he could no longer stand being in this dungeon. Then the chairman who was in front yelled at him and told him to just do his job. He trusted Park Yong-won, who would send reinforcements soon. But one of the men protested that this was unfair to them. It made the chairman even angrier and told them to just focus on killing the monsters in this dungeon. Behind them was a creepy figure with flaming eyes who was staring at the group of men. At night, right under the railroad crossing bridge, there was a group of men gathering. Jong Hoon-young called Park Yong-won and told him that he was ready to leave. After turning off the phone, Jong Hoon-young immediately walked over to Kim Jae-hoon, who was standing in front of him. On the hood of the car was a suitcase containing some money. But according to Jong Hoon-young, that amount was still not enough to betray Park Yong-won. Then Kim Jae-hoon said that he would give the rest when they had done the job, and he could even get another traitor to prepare it for him. But instead of that, Jong Hoon-young wanted to make a deal with the Messiah Guild, and if Kim Jae-hoon would agree to it, then he wouldn't have to pay more. But Kim Jae-hoon refused because the job was not related to the Messiah Guild, and it was a personal matter. After finalizing their deal, Kim Jae-hoon finally left them. Young Jong-hoon looked very happy because he thought that when he finished this job, he would soon become wealthy. One of his men quipped that he didn't expect there to be such a person in the Messiah Guild. Then Jong Hoon-young said that the Messiah members were all humans except Lee Se-jun. But no matter what, Jong Hoon-young still felt happy because this was his chance to enjoy life. Elsewhere were the three men who had just exited the dungeon gate. They were all Skull Guild survivors. Then someone from the Firebird Guild passed by them and wondered in his mind what had happened to their guild members, even though those people were the best people from Park Yan-won's faction. Instantly, the man turned around to call the three men. He asked them what had happened to his guild members in there because by knowing it, he could tell their families. The man begged them to tell the truth. Then one of the big men grinned evilly and replied that they had been ripped to shreds and torn to pieces. After that, they immediately got into the car and sped off. Hearing that answer made the man with glasses feel very panicked. Inside the car, the purple-haired man was staring at his cell phone screen. The man said to the big man beside him and reminded him of his father's words telling them to try not to do anything that attracts attention. Then the man called Kim Jae-hoon to give him the news that they had gotten out of the dungeon and asked if there was a new mission for them. Then the man replied that he had found a new target who seemed to be entering the dungeon tonight, so he told him to hurry to the location. Not long after that, the man got the details of the information. Inside the luxurious building was Park Yong-won, who was staring blankly out the window like someone who had a lot on his mind. The man was thinking of ways to make good use of the Skull Guild, so that it could be a huge advantage for him. He thought that even if Kim Woo-jin died, then it would be a loss if he only got the Skull Guild information. Instantly, the man glanced at his watch and realized that they should have been in the dungeon by now. Kim Woo-jin walked near a dungeon where in front of him was a group of men. Jong Hoon-young, who realized his arrival, immediately greeted and invited him to join. He immediately introduced himself to Kim Woo-jin, then told him that there was one more member coming. Not long after that came a car approaching the place. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin immediately turned to them with a sardonic look. Seeing their arrival, Kim Woo-jin immediately asked where the toilet was. He seemed to want to avoid the group of men. Finally, Jong Hoon-young drove him to the back toilet. When he came out of the restroom, Jong Hoon-young told Kim Woo-jin that he would protect him like Park Yong-won told him to. After that, they walked towards the dungeon while talking. Jong Hoon-young told Kim Woo-jin that in the dungeon they wouldn't be around. Hearing that, Kim Woo-jin asked if it meant that they would let him move alone. Jong Hoon-young calmed him down and answered that they would be around him and provide escort. Then Jong Hoon-young explained that the raid would happen on the second floor. Therefore, if they were to attack each other on the first floor, it would make it more difficult to complete the dungeon, said Jong Hoon-young. The man glanced at Kim Woo-jin, then tried to convince him that they were professionals, so told him to trust them and just enter the dungeon. After that, Kim Woo-jin stepped into the dungeon while Jong Hoon-young looked at him with a sly smile. Everything went very smoothly, according to his plan. They were all inside the dungeon. A screen appeared in front of them, telling them that they had to kill a goblin hiding somewhere to get to the next floor. Then, Jong Hoon-young instructed them all to split up and act individually. Since Kim Woo-jin seemed to come alone, he told one of his people to help him. After that, a man named Jin Wook appointed himself to accompany Kim Woo-jin. Finally, they split up to hunt and kill the goblins. Jong Hoon-young looked at Kim Woo-jin and nodded to him as if giving a signal. Then Kim Woo-jin returned the nod and realized that the fight would take place on the second floor. The purple-haired man from the Messiah Guild asked the man next to him why they didn't arrest Kim Woo-jin now, because he was worried that they wouldn't get anything. Kim Jae-hoon explained that he had hired people who would make sure Kim Woo-jin got to the second floor without any problems. But if things got worse with Kim Woo-jin running away and hiding, then it would be annoying for him. In his mind, he thought that when this was over, then young Jong-hoon would take care of everything. Jong Hoon-young asked his men what Kim Woo-jin did. Then his men answered that Kim Woo-jin's blood-poisoning alcohol skill was better than he imagined during the orc hunt. Hearing that, Jong Hoon-young furrowed his brows while holding his chin like he was thinking hard. The man thought that there was something extraordinary about blood poisoning. This was all going too smoothly for Jong Hoon-young. He thought it wasn't like Park Yong-won and Kim Jae-hoon were spending money on something unwarranted. Then he asked his men if Kim Woo-jin was still together with Jin Wook. Young Jong-hoon decided to go alone with Kim Woo-jin because he wanted to make face with the man to gain his trust. Then they would catch him after the floor was cleared. Jong Hoon-young and his men had been looking around for Kim Woo-jin's whereabouts, but they found no trace of him, even though they were very sure that Kim Woo-jin was around that place. Then Jong Hoon-young smelled blood around that place, and he was very sure that they were nearby. Jong Hoon-young also felt strange because Jin Wook should have been able to smell them, but he didn't show himself. It was so quiet and still that they all felt a little strange. Suddenly, they were all surprised to see Jin Wook and Kim Woo-jin, who were already lying there in a bad condition. They decided to check Jin Wook's condition first. Then Jong Hoon-young told the others to keep an eye around while Min Sik was told to heal Jin Wook. Jin Wook was spurting a lot of blood from his mouth due to the wound on his neck area. The man tried to say something, but Min Sik told him not to try to speak, as otherwise the bleeding wouldn't stop. Min Sik held the wound on Jin Wook's neck while Jin Wook pointed at Kim Woo-jin. Seeing that, Min Sik guessed that Jin Wook told him to help the man, but Min Sik said that he didn't care about him. Jong Hoon-young looks at them behind him and asks how his condition is. Min Sik told them that Jin Wook's condition was deeply injured so he couldn't survive anymore. Hearing that, Jong Hoon-young wondered what really happened. He thought it was impossible for the two of them to attack each other, because Kim Woo-jin thought they were on the same side. It crossed his mind that this was Kim Jae-hoon's doing, and suspected that he was trying to shut them up. Suddenly behind Min Sik, a skull monster appeared and attacked him in a brutal manner. Seeing that, Jong Hoon-young suspects that this is a bait, because the main target is Min Sik's healer, so that it makes Jin Wook's condition half dead like that, and deliberately sets a trap so that it can get rid of the healer first, because he is the only one who is an expert in healing. Instantly, Jong Hoon-young realized that he had been deceived by Kim Woo-jin. Indeed, from the beginning, Jong Hoon-young had suspected him because of this strange quest. Now the three of them were surrounded by skull monsters. On the other hand, a group of men from the Skull Guild, along with Kim Jae-hoon, were hunting the goblins. Not long after that, another group of goblins came towards them. Very easily, the big man took the body of the goblin monster and tore it apart. In just a moment, he managed to kill several goblins in a very brutal way. Meanwhile, Jong Hoon-young was seen lying next to a tree. Then in front of him was Kim Woo-jin, who said to him that it was not surprising to him that the player used his power only for personal gain, but his desire had crossed the line. Kim Woo-jin repeated the words that Jong Hoon-young had said that a person's life had a price. Hearing that made him surprised, and wondered how the man knew that. It turned out that at the time when they were discussing the plan in a cafe, Kim Woo-jin was right behind them. so Kim Woo-jin heard all their conversations at that time. Then Kim Woo-jin looked sharply at him while pulling out his sword. After that, Kim Woo-jin slashed Jong Hoon-young's head without hesitation and immediately left him. Kim Woo-jin faced the goblin. Then he said that in his previous life, the goblin was also hiding in the same position when they entered this dungeon. Then Kim Woo-jin immediately ended it by killing the goblin so he could go to the next floor. Immediately, the screen on the system appeared, telling him that he had completed the first floor dungeon. Not far from Kim Woo-jin's existence, there was a group of skull guilds who were surprised to see a very bright light, indicating that the first floor had been completed. Kim Jae-hoon immediately felt a little panicked and wondered what exactly happened. In his mind, he thought that if they found a goblin, they should not kill it immediately, but give a signal to it. Seeing his panicked expression, the purple-haired man guessed that his plan had failed. According to him, if the first floor was suddenly finished, it meant that they would go up and wait for them, and surely when they reached the second floor, they would immediately come to ambush them. The man was able to read the plan so clearly that they flew to the gate to the second floor immediately. But Kim Jae-hoon still didn't expect that they would stab him in the back like this. In front of Kim Woo-jin, there was now a huge door, and without thinking, he rushed to enter it. Instantly, the screen on the system popped up telling him that he had entered the second floor. Inside the office building, Park Yong-won and his secretary were discussing the items Kim Woo-jin had bought before entering the dungeon. The secretary told him that Kim Woo-jin had bought a sample bottle. The woman reported that because she found it strange that the monsters in the dungeon couldn't be sold at a high price. So it was impossible for that man to collect trash when his own life was being threatened. Park Yong-won wondered what exactly that man was planning. The group of men from the Skull Guild had arrived in front of the gate that led to the second floor. Seeing the open door, the purple-haired man guessed that they were already inside the second floor, and thought that they would probably be ambushed once they got there. The big man in the back insinuated Kim Jae-hoon because he thought it was his fault. Kim Jae-hoon glanced at Jung Hoon-young while cursing the man in his heart. After that, they prepared to enter the second floor while holding their respective swords. When they got inside the second floor, they didn't realize that they didn't do as he expected. Then Jung Hoon-young yelled for them because he thought they had hidden. Suddenly, as Jung Hoon-young stepped forward, he accidentally broke a rope that contained a trap. At the same time, there were dozens of arrows that hit their bodies. It was a sample bottle that contained blood, so their bodies were covered in blood from the bottle. Then the man picked it up and didn't expect that they didn't ambush his group and just attacked in this way. Then came Kim Woo-jin, who greeted them from behind. Hearing the voice, Kim Jae-hoon thought it was Jong Hoon-young and immediately gave his protest, but he just realized that it was Kim Woo-jin. As Kim Woo-jin suspected, Kim Jae-hoon thought that he had teamed up with Jong Hoon-young. Kim Woo-jin said that he didn't expect them to chase him into the dungeon, and even Kim Jae-hoon from the Messiah Guild. Immediately, there was a sound of water splashing from the lake in front of them. Not long after that, a very large monster appeared from the lake. The monster opened its mouth wide to reveal its entire oral cavity and sharp teeth. Seeing this, they were all immediately shocked and very panicked. The monster immediately came out of the water and devoured the body of one of the men from the Skull Guild. The purple-haired man looked at Kim Woo-jin, who was behind them, and realized that this was his planned action. Kim Woo-jin showed them the sample bottle and explained that it was goblin blood, which was the fresh juice of the lizard warrior's favorite prey. Kim Woo-jin smiled slyly and said that they had just added a special spice to themselves that would surely be a delicious dish for the lizard warrior. Hearing that explanation made Matsumoto very emotional. He flew at Kim Woo-jin with blazing eyes while pointing his sword. There was a fierce battle between Kim Woo-jin and Matsumoto. But when Kim Woo-jin looked at the hilt of Matsumoto's sword, he instantly realized that it was a student's sword. At first, Kim Woo-jin thought that the man was a nobody. Kim Jae-hoon looked around. He was looking for the whereabouts of the people from Jong Hoon-young's group who hadn't shown up. According to him, Kim Woo-jin was not the main problem now, because what the four of them had to do was take care of this dungeon monster. Jong Hoon-young was seen trying to stop the monster by himself. Then the man called Kim Jae-hoon to help him. But Kim Jae-hoon was still silent, and thought in his mind that if they split into two and Jung-hoon Young's group ambushed, then they would all die. Matsumo asked Kim Woo-jin why he knew he was the swordmaster's student. It was because Kim Woo-jin saw the symbol on the tip of the man's sword hilt. Kim Woo-jin said that he didn't believe that Matsumo was a student. Hearing that, Matsumo felt he was being humiliated and immediately snapped at Kim Woo-jin. The man looked very angry. Seeing his response made Kim Woo-jin feel sure that he was a person who was easily provoked. He thought it would be difficult to fight the man with just a sword, and Kim Woo-jin immediately thought of using other methods. In the middle of their fight, Kim Woo-jin suddenly spat a blood into Matsumo's face. That made Matsumo very furious. Then he immediately wiped the blood from his face. Instantly, the screen in the system showed that Matsumo was affected by blood poison. Matsumo was filled with a vengeful aura, and then he immediately activated his trick, so that his sword seemed to emit a brightly lit power. Suddenly, it made Kim Woo-jin surprised. He guessed if it was an attack skill called Guardian of the Light. Matsumo slammed his sword into the ground with such force that it released a storm of wind that attacked Kim Woo-jin. But after that, Matsumo looked exhausted because he could only use the skill once. Matsumo finally regretted that he had gotten carried away when he could have taken the man out of the dungeon alive. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin was behind Matsumo while pointing a sword at him. Realizing this, Matsumo did not expect the man to be able to avoid his sword skill. In the final moments of his life, Matsumo remembered the old days when he practiced with the master. The master told him that when using the holy sword, once it would make his hands tremble. The master also reminded him that if there is an enemy who already knows the weakness of the sword, he must refrain from using it. Because if Matsumo can't fight monsters and use the holy sword, but doesn't manage to defeat it in one slash, then he will end up being preyed upon by the monster. Sure enough, this time Matsumo met the monster. Kim Woo-jin slashed Matsumo's body with his sword. Seeing this, Jung-hoon Young immediately shouted hysterically for Matsumo. Because he was distracted, he didn't realize that the lizard warrior behind him was attacking him. Instantly, Jung-hoon Young's body was slammed into the tree trunk with great force. Kim Jae-hoon, who saw it from a distance, immediately chuckled because he just realized that those who were so confident in saying they were Kim Sung's students, but in reality were unreliable. He thought they were unreliable. Kim Jae-hoon yelled for Kim Woo-jin and persuaded him to finish this dungeon and fight the monsters together. Kim Woo-jin smiled slyly and told him that he didn't need to worry about that. Kim Woo-jin told him that if they all died, then the storyline would be much easier. Hearing this made Kim Jae-hoon immediately feel panic and fear. Suddenly, many skeleton monsters came out from the ground. It was the skeleton soldier that Kim Woo-jin had just resurrected. In addition, Kim Woo-jin was not willing to conspire with people who had planned to kill him. Kim Jae-hoon looked behind him because he realized there was a monster trying to devour him. Then, with quick reflexes, the man finally managed to avoid the lizard warrior. Instantly, the lizard warrior swung its tail to attack Kim Jae-hoon. It made him surrender and could only cover his face with both hands. But at the same time, Jung-hoon Young came to help him. As a result, the man became the target of the lizard warrior. Jung-hoon Young's body was instantly wrapped around the tail of the monster so he couldn't fight back at all. Kim Jae-hoon was still standing in the same place looking at the scene in front of him. In his mind, he thought that there was only one way to get out of that place alive. Kim Jae-hoon realized that this was not something he could fight alone. Therefore, Kim Jae-hoon decided to leave this place immediately. He planned to hide until someone else finished this dungeon. Without lingering, Kim Jae-hoon immediately rushed to get out of there. He couldn't imagine what would happen later. He thought that saving himself was the top priority. He didn't want to die miserably in a place like this. Suddenly, a shadow flashed behind Kim Jae-hoon. Suddenly, Kim Jae-hoon immediately looked behind him. He realized that just now there seemed to be a figure passing by. It was the skeleton soldier who was fighting the lizard warrior. In the end, the lizard warrior had been infected with the blood poison skill. Kim Jae-hoon looked dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. He didn't expect the skeleton soldier to move like that. According to him, this is like the movement of a top-level player. Moreover, not just one skeleton soldier, but 5. Seeing Kim Woo-jin, who was this strong, Kim Jae-hoon thought that the man could finish off Hoon Young's team. This could explain why they didn't show up. It was also the reason why all the Skull Guild members could have been killed in the Class A+ dungeon a while ago. Everything has been answered here. Kim Jae-hoon will leave this place and write his report. However, the Lizard Warrior continued to follow him. Kim Jae-hoon ran very fast to get away from the Lizard Warrior. Kim Jae-hoon wondered in his mind why the monster ignored the skeleton soldier and only chased him. The skeleton soldier continued to attack the Lizard Warrior by slashing the sword into his body. The status window popped up and informed that the Lizard Warrior's strength was continuously decreasing due to the Blue's poison skill. Then Kim Jae-hoon stopped his steps and looked at the Lizard Warrior. Kim Jae-hoon thought that the skeleton soldier had defeated the Lizard Warrior, but it turned out that the Lizard Warrior was still not dead. Then the Lizard Warrior turned his gaze towards Kim Jae-hoon, who was standing there. Suddenly Kim Jae-hoon widened his eyes. He wondered why this lizard was just following him around. It was as if the Lizard Warrior didn't see the skeleton soldier. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin stood there looking at the scene. This was made easier for Kim Woo-jin because Kim Jae-hoon was the one attracting the Lizard Warrior's attention. Kim Jae-hoon probably didn't understand the current situation, because this was a time when people only depended on their levels and items. By the time Kim Woo-jin finished the dungeon, Kim Woo-jin gained knowledge from his teammates that the Lizard Warrior had poor eyesight. So, they tried to camouflage themselves. Kim Jae-hoon kept running to avoid the Lizard Warrior's attack. Kim Jae-hoon realized that he couldn't continue like this. He still didn't know why the Lizard Warrior was only focused on the player. Then, Kim Jae-hoon glanced at Kim Woo-jin, who was standing far in front of him. Kim Jae-hoon didn't want to suffer alone, so he ran as fast as he could towards Kim Woo-jin. He wouldn't make Kim Woo-jin feel the same way as him. Realizing that, the skeleton soldier immediately stood in front of Kim Woo-jin to protect him. When Kim Jae-hoon was close to him, the skeleton soldier immediately attacked Kim Jae-hoon. Then Kim Jae-hoon jumped over the skeleton. Unexpectedly, it turned out that there was still another skeleton in front of there. Immediately, the skeleton immediately attacked Kim Jae-hoon until it fell on the ground. Not long after, the Lizard Warrior had arrived right behind Kim Jae-hoon. However, the skeleton immediately attacked the Lizard Warrior and hit Kim Jae-hoon's body. When Kim Jae-hoon looked back, he saw that the skeleton soldier had stuck a sword in his head. Seeing that made Kim Jae-hoon relieved. He thought that the Lizard Warrior was dead, so with confidence, Kim Jae-hoon thought he could get out of here alive. Then Kim Woo-jin walked over to Kim Jae-hoon. Now was the time for them to solve their problems, but instead of fighting, Kim Jae-hoon would rather choose a deal. He asked what Kim Woo-jin wanted. Kim Jae-hoon wanted his help to get him out of this dungeon. Kim Woo-jin didn't seem interested in that. Then Kim Woo-jin told him to make a deal with the creatures there instead of him. Instantly, Kim Jae-hoon glanced at the Lizard Warrior while shuddering in horror. Then Kim Woo-jin told Kim Jae-hoon why the Lizard Warrior was only focused on him. It was because his eyes only functioned as a heat detector. This means that the Lizard Warrior will not be attracted to cold skeletons. Instantly, the Lizard Warrior's vision was fixed on Kim Jae-hoon and finally approached him while opening his mouth wide to attack Kim Jae-hoon. Park Yong-won was seen watching the news that was being discussed. The secretary beside him told Park Yong-won that the reason why everyone chose this dungeon was because the boss was on the 6th floor. It was a bad time. As expected, the public judged the Phoenix dungeon poorly. According to Park Yong-won, it was a waste of time if they cared about the nonsense of weak humans. Park Yong-won reminded his secretary to better focus on how to quickly get to the 6th floor of the dungeon. On the other hand, Oh Sai-chan was looking through the news from his tablet. He saw the news that the Messiah Guild had gotten approval to conquer this dungeon. There was Oh Sai-chan's brother sitting in front of him while eating a bowl of noodles. He responded to the news casually. The man understood that no one was capable, considering the name of the dungeon boss alone was Death Snake. It had been 2 years since the monster first appeared in France, America, and Japan, but until now, its abilities are still unknown. That's because not a single person has been able to return alive after fighting it. It is meaningless to discuss its difficulty. Oh, Saichan didn't expect a death snake from abroad to appear in this country too. Oh, Saichan didn't know what these monsters looked like. Oh, Saichan thought that these people would definitely support the Messiah Guild's decision to conquer this dungeon. Then, Oh, Saichan thought hard. In his mind, he wondered if the Messiah Guild really made that announcement without hiding anything. Immediately, Oh, Saichan was surprised to see something on his tablet. He grumbled, calling them jerks. Then Oh, Saichan asked his brother what would happen if there were no large guilds participating in this dungeon. The man was sure that, of course, only a bunch of cowards would enter, and that would make the raid difficult. Even now, the government was trying to eradicate this dungeon. While eating his noodles, the man said that they would open an auction for overseas players. Oh, Saichan concluded that in essence the conquest of this dungeon would have a great effect. Then Oh, Saichan asked again about his opinion if someone appeared and defeated the needle snake. The man replied that that person would be the hero of this era. The man was shocked and stopped eating for a moment. He had expected the Messiah Guild leader to think that far ahead. Oh, Saichan was sure there must be a reason why they made this offer. As time goes by, the fear of this dungeon continues to increase among players, and surely there will be many guilds that give up on this dungeon. But if anyone manages to conquer this Death Snake dungeon, then they will get the wealth and fame they want in this world. The quest window shows that Kim Woo-jin has earned the title the Hunter of Warrior Lizard. He has also successfully leveled up. Fortunately, the skeleton soldier did not have body heat, so this conquest was much easier. But Kim Woo-jin realized that this time it would definitely be harder to play along because he had killed people who had a special relationship with the Messiah Guild. Then Kim Woo-jin looked at the sword in his hand. It was Kim Sung's old sword that was still good. Then Kim Woo-jin gave the sword to the skeleton soldier to be his own. After that, Kim Woo-jin ended the dungeon. A man wearing a suit ran up to Kim Woo-jin. He asked about the rest of the team. Then Kim Woo-jin told him that everyone was dead except him. Hearing that made the man surprised. He asked Kim Woo-jin to explain the details because he needed to make a report to the guild. But Kim Woo-jin casually walked past him and told the man to write a report that the lizard warrior was stronger than expected. Then, Kim Woo-jin entered into one of the rooms. He seemed to be on the phone with someone. Kim Woo-jin said that everything was as expected from Park Yong-won's actions. Kim Woo-jin said that all the members of the Skull Guild were targeting him, and among them there was one who had a unique class of sword. He is one of the Messiah Guild members and the leader of the Yamato Union. So it's clear that some of them are hiding behind the Skull Guild. Kim Woo-jin looked at one of the TV in the room. Then Kim Woo-jin said if he didn't find anything useful. But Kim Woo-jin was sure if they would find useful information. After that, Kim Woo-jin left the room and turned off the lights. There was a red light behind the TV, which was an eavesdropper. Kim Woo-jin looked behind him with a sardonic smile. He already knew everything where the Skull Guild had installed the eavesdropper behind the TV. Kim Woo-jin would follow the Skull Guild's game. In this case, Kim Woo-jin was even curious how Park Yong-won would face the Skull Guild members. Right at the same time, Park Yong-won also called Kim Woo-jin when Kim Woo-jin was thinking about it. Then Kim Woo-jin immediately picked up the phone. Park Yong-won had just read the report that informed her that Kim Woo-jin was the only one who lived from the dungeon. Therefore, Park Yong-won immediately called him. Then Park Yong-won asked Kim Woo-jin about what information he got. Kim Woo-jin admitted that he was busy saving himself, so he didn't get any information. But Kim Woo-jin said that he knew who was the brain behind the Skull Guild's actions this time. Hearing the news, Park Yong-won was very enthusiastic and told Kim Woo-jin to come to his house tomorrow, because Park Yong-won wanted to hear the details. Then Kim Woo-jin hurried away by driving his car. After a while later, Kim Woo-jin arrived at an underground station, Ilsan Station. He went to the lockers and looked for locker number 19. Kim Woo-jin thought that Oh Saichan was a really careful broker. Kim Woo-jin thought Oh Saichan knew that he was being targeted. Then Kim Woo-jin opened the locker which contained a document. Kim Woo-jin hoped that it wouldn't be boring this time. In his car parked under the streetlights, Kim Woo-jin was focused on looking through the contents of the document. Kim Woo-jin was grumbling about the Messiah Guild that kept getting him into trouble. Kim Woo-jin seemed enthusiastic about the contents of the document, because now Kim Woo-jin could find out the dungeon he was after when he used to be a member of the Messiah Guild. Even Kim Woo-jin also knew where the dungeon was located. Kim Woo-jin realized that Osei-chan became the target of the Messiah Guild not without reason. Instantly, Kim Woo-jin widened his eyes at the information about albino lizard eggs. Kim Woo-jin didn't expect Osei-chan to have this kind of information. He thought the information about the albino lizard eggs was very confidential. Even Kim Woo-jin himself did not know what information was on the egg. Kim Woo-jin was very curious why it needed to be kept secret. However, Kim Woo-jin ignored it. There was no one who knew more about it than Lee Se-jin anyway. Another clue to extracting that information was by entering this dungeon. Kim Woo-jin was determined to get in no matter what. Then Kim Woo-jin took his walkie-talkie to call Osei-chan. There was a smile on the corner of Osei-chan's lips as he saw Kim Woo-jin calling him. He guessed that Kim Woo-jin had a good deal to call him now. The next day, Kim Woo-jin came to Park Yong-won's residence. Kim Woo-jin was seen standing in front of Park Yong-won, who was sitting reading the newspaper at his desk. Kim Woo-jin told him the details when he was in the dungeon yesterday. Kim Woo-jin told him that Young Hun Young and the Skull Guild fought each other to the death. Judging from the swords and equipment they used, Kim Woo-jin judged that they had a connection with Japan. Park Yong-won frowned. He also knew that there were some pretty big coalitions in Japan. After the conquest of this 6-story dungeon was completed, Park Yong-won would investigate this case. Park Yong-won reminded Kim Woo-jin that they would start watching him. That's because in the case of 2 consecutive dungeons, Kim Woo-jin was the only survivor when all the Skull Guild members died. Park Yong-won advised Kim Woo-jin not to take action on his own until Park Yong-won came out of the 6th-floor dungeon. Then Park Yong-won snapped his fingers to call Kim's secretary. Park Yong-won reminded his secretary to complete the deposit into Kim Woo-jin's account. Then Park Yong-won said that he would contact him again as soon as he got out of the dungeon. After that, Kim Woo-jin walked out of Park Yong-won's residence. There was a sly smile on Kim Woo-jin's face. When he came out of the dungeon yesterday, they knew that the person behind him was Park Yong-won. Kim Woo-jin thought that from now on, the Skull Guild would target Park Yong-won more than him. Kim Woo-jin was curious about Park Yong-won's expression when they met again later. Since his urgent business was over, Kim Woo-jin thought of doing personal activities that were forbidden by Park Yong-won. In a container building near the factory warehouse, there was a woman who was Osei-chan's secretary. She informed Osei-chan that everything was ready, but she was unsure if she would accept this situation or not. Then she glanced behind her where Lee Jin was sitting. Osei-chan told her not to worry about it because Osei-chan himself would talk to Lee Jin. Not long after, Kim Woo-jin was seen walking towards the container building, but when he arrived at the door, he heard someone's voice from inside. Kim Woo-jin heard Secretary Kim's voice calling Lee Jin's name, but he heard Lee Jin protesting Kim's secretary because she called him by his full name. Lee Jin didn't like being called like that because he thought people would mistake him for a woman. Kim Woo-jin was immediately surprised. He suspected that it was Lee Jin who was in his memory. Out of curiosity, Kim Woo-jin went inside. Sure enough, it was Lee Jin that Kim Woo-jin thought. After a while, the 3 of them began their discussion. Secretary Kim told Kim Woo-jin that he had to enter the dungeon with the reviewer because Kim Woo-jin chose a dungeon that did not match his level. Then, Secretary Kim handed out a contract paper and told Kim Woo-jin to sign if he agreed. Kim Woo-jin looked at Lee Jin, who was in front of him. Lee Jin the Undead. Just like his name, he was famous as a player who never died. When Kim Woo-jin became the Messiah Guild's hunting dog, Kim Woo-jin had lost track of him twice, but indeed, not for the 3rd time. Kim Woo-jin didn't expect Lee Jin to be related to Osei-chan. Then Kim Woo-jin asked permission to talk to Osei-chan. Secretary Kim told Kim Woo-jin if he could talk through the walkie-talkie in front of the desk. Kim Woo-jin immediately connected to the man. Then Kim Woo-jin asked him about what would happen if the reviewer died in the middle of the dungeon attack. Lee Jin, who heard this, looked sarcastically at Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin argued that no one ever knew what happened in the dungeon. Lee Jin felt that Kim Woo-jin was intimidating him. From behind the phone, Osei-chan laughed out loud at Kim Woo-jin's question just now. Osei-chan said that Kim Woo-jin didn't need to worry about that. Osei-chan assured him that the person who would be his reviewer was also talented enough to protect himself. After finishing talking with Osei-chan, Secretary Kim offered Kim Woo-jin to guide him into the dungeon. Moments later, Kim Woo-jin walked with Lee Jin out of the container building to enter the dungeon. While walking to the dungeon, Lee Jin warned Kim Woo-jin not to mess with him in the dungeon. Recalling their past encounters, Kim Woo-jin was sure that what he said was not nonsense. However, Kim Woo-jin was excited because he didn't expect to meet the undead Lee Jin in this place. Kim Woo-jin felt that he was very lucky. According to him, Lee Jin would be very useful to him. Secretary Kim peers at the two of them through the window as he informs Oh Sai-chan that they just went out. Secretary Kim was a little skeptical that the two of them would be okay. She was worried that Lee Jin wouldn't be able to get out of the dungeon again. Oh Sai-chan frowned at the thought. She thought that when that happened, they should start thinking that Kim Woo-jin was their enemy. There was a very bright blue light that led Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jin into the dungeon. Once there, the quest window displayed a notification that they had to kill 111 dire wolves in order to proceed to the next floor. Since Kim Woo-jin had annoyed him earlier, Lee Jin was going to let Kim Woo-jin complete the mission alone. Meanwhile, he would sit and watch Kim Woo-jin from a distance until Kim Woo-jin begged to be saved. Lee Jin sat down to relax on a rock near a tree. Then he told Kim Woo-jin to hurry up and start his mission. Kim Woo-jin's face looked annoyed with the man and stared at him. Lee Jin ignored him and was busy eating his snack. Lee Jin stomped his feet as he told Kim Woo-jin to kneel before him if he needed his help. That way Lee Jin would help him right away. Kim Woo-jin thought that maybe not long ago Lee Jin had just gotten the River Styx Blessing, a legendary skill that can be obtained by those who make a persistent life fighter as an aureole. Even if the neck is cut or the heart is removed, the owner of this skill will not die and will become undead. Lee Jin may think that having an immortal body is a fortune, but Kim Woo-jin would make sure that it was different after meeting him. At the same time, Kim Woo-jin summoned the skeleton soldier. Seeing the skeleton soldier's appearance, Lee Jin, who was eating the snack, was immediately surprised. Kim Woo-jin grinned sarcastically while looking at Lee Jin. He was going to make Lee Jin realize that his immortal body was just an illusion. Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jin were watching the skeleton soldier finishing off the monsters. After seeing that, Lee Jin said that he had found out how Kim Woo-jin's Karu cleared the dungeon by himself. Lee Jin had thought that the skeleton soldier was useful only as an obstacle to the enemy, but in reality, his sword skills were like a high-level player. Moreover, the higher Kim Woo-jin's level, the higher the number of skeletons he could command. Lee Jin thought that Kim Woo-jin would be very dangerous if he was on the enemy's side. Lee Jin remembered his senior's guess that Kim Woo-jin was not an ordinary player. Kim Woo-jin asked for Lee Jin's opinion, and Lee Jin said that what Kim Woo-jin did was great. Lee Jin added that he didn't have to accompany Kim Woo-jin next time, and Lee Jin would report it to Oh Sai-chan after they got out of that place. Then suddenly Lee Jin thought that the skeleton soldiers were getting unpleasant. It seems that Kim Woo-jin remembered Lee Jin's words that offended him. Then Lee Jin apologized to Kim Woo-jin not to take his words to heart. Lee Jin said that he was just joking. Suddenly Lee Jin attacked Kim Woo-jin, but Kim Woo-jin easily knocked Lee Jin down. Lee Jin was now under Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin thought that Lee Jin's strategy to distract the summoner was pretty good. Lee Jin was surprised that Kim Woo-jin could predict his moves, and Lee Jin thought that Kim Woo-jin had hidden his skills. Lee Jin says that he doesn't know what Kim Woo-jin really wants, but Kim Woo-jin won't get anything from Lee Jin. Lee Jin added that his mouth wouldn't say anything, but it seemed that Kim Woo-jin didn't care even though Lee Jin wouldn't say anything. Lee Jin's hands were tied by a rope and his body was hung on a tree. Lee Jin was very upset with Kim Woo-jin for making him like that. Lee Jin didn't know how long he was tied up like that. Then Lee Jin said that he was hungry, and Lee Jin thought that Kim Woo-jin wanted to starve him to death. Instantly, Kim Woo-jin cut the rope that made Lee Jin fall from the tree. Kim Woo-jin said that he would give Lee Jin a chance. Kim Woo-jin added that if he had shown his ability, now it was Lee Jin's turn to show his ability. Lee Jin looked confused about what Kim Woo-jin wanted. Then Kim Woo-jin explained that Lee Jin would be a monster bait here so that Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldier could attack monsters easily. And after that, Kim Woo-jin would untie Lee Jin. Lee Jin didn't seem to want to obey Kim Woo-jin's orders, so Kim Woo-jin threatened to hang Lee Jin on the tree again. Lee Jin seemed unable to do anything but obey Kim Woo-jin's orders. It is known that Lee Jin's role is a tanker, so Lee Jin will do what Kim Woo-jin tells him to do. As the monsters began to attack Lee Jin, Li Jin seemed overwhelmed by the number of monsters. The monsters attacked Li Jin blindly. Then Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldier appeared to finish off the monsters. There were blood spots coming out of Li Jin's body, and the monsters. It seemed that Li Jin was able to survive the attack of the monsters. There were many virgins in Li Jin's fist. Li Jin managed to survive and defeat the monsters. Seeing Li Jin's ability to defeat monsters, Kim Woo-jin thinks that Li Jin is not as strong as when Kim Woo-jin met Li Jun first. But Kim Woo-jin thinks that Li Jin is still the same as before, which is not easy to die. Kim Woo-jin thought that Li Jin would be useful for Kim Woo-jin in the future. There was a fierce battle between the skeleton soldier and the monsters. Li Jin catches his breath after finishing attacking the monsters. However, it turned out that there was still one more monster that was not dead and bit Li Jin's leg. Suddenly, Li Jin immediately gave it to the skeleton in front of him. Finally, the mission to complete the first floor has been fulfilled. They had worked well together. Li Jin approached the skeleton and asked for a high five to celebrate their victory. However, the skeleton seemed to be selling him short. Suddenly, Li Jin yelled at the skeleton for ignoring him. From a distance, Kim Woo-jin was observing Li Jin's childish behavior. Kim Woo-jin thought that Li Jin had a much different nature than what he remembered before. The old Li Jin was a man with an immortal body who fought against the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin highly recognized the power of the old Li Jin. His fighting method was like a monster utilizing his immortality, where every time Li Jin lost his flesh, he took the opponent's bones. Even Kim Woo-jin couldn't just approach him. But it's strange that Li Jin's monster soul didn't appear back then. Kim Woo-jin was sure that there must be some kind of condition that made his soul survive like this. Kim Woo-jin had no memories of Oh Saichan in the past. But looking at the present, Oh Saichan and Li Jin seemed to have a close relationship. That made Kim Woo-jin suspect that Oh Saichan might have awakened Li Jin's power. That meant the longer Kim Woo-jin kept Oh Saichan alive, the more likely the future would be distant. The future that the Messiah Guild wanted to create. Meanwhile, Li Jin glanced at Kim Woo-jin, who seemed to be thinking about something. Li Jin didn't know exactly what was on his mind, but Li Jin realized that Kim Woo-jin was trying to attract enough monsters to keep himself alive. Not just a coincidence, Kim Woo-jin even knew Li Jin's recovery speed. Moreover, Kim Woo-jin could analyze monsters and dungeons. Li Jin was sure that Kim Woo-jin's ability was an ability that could only be obtained after he had a long experience, and an ability that was not obtained just because he had a high level. Although Li Jin hates to hate him, he admits that Kim Woo-jin is superior to him in every way. Then Kim Woo-jin approached Li Jin and invited him to immediately move to the second floor. Kim Woo-jin couldn't wait to get there because he thought the second floor would be more challenging than this. Moments later, a blue light showed that they had reached the second floor. Li Jin sighed and complained. He felt like he had worked hard all day and asked for some time to rest. But all of a sudden, Kim Woo-jin let out a liquid. Seeing that, Li Jin didn't think it was a potion. Kim Woo-jin reminded him to run quickly. Suddenly, Li Jin widened his eyes. He was already prejudiced against him. Kim Woo-jin immediately threw the liquid at Li Jin. Li Jin panicked and wondered what he was doing. Kim Woo-jin grinned as he warned him to run as fast as he could. Not long after that, there was a rumbling sound from the forest. Suddenly, a very large monster jumped out from the forest. The monster looked very scary with its eyes burning red. Meanwhile, Li Jin looked stunned at the monster's appearance. Li Jin grumbled in annoyance that he wasn't even given a chance to breathe. On the other side, there was Oh Saichan, who was having a discussion with Secretary Kim. Oh Saichan had just read a news item from the newspaper that reported that the government was opening up opportunities for overseas guilds to participate. "Things are getting more complicated," said Oh Saichan. It was predicted that the Messiah Guild would give up. Then Oh Saichan asked Kim's secretary how far she had gotten in registering guilds. Secretary Kim tells him that he finished it this morning, and all they have to do is analyze it. According to Oh Saichan, they still have time until he returns, but they need to be quick. Secretary Kim is seen wondering what's wrong with Mr. Li Jin. You could see the footsteps running fast. Li Jin felt overwhelmed because he had been running from the monsters. Li Jin wondered why the monster was only chasing him. He didn't understand what was going on at all, but clearly, Li Jin realized that he was the bait again this time. Then Li Jin stopped his footsteps and decided to fight the monster. In his mind, Li Jin cursed Kim Woo-jin for doing this to him. Li Jin would avenge Kim Woo-jin when he got out of the dungeon. With all his might, Li Jin held the monster's mouth that wanted to devour him. Meanwhile, up in the tree, Kim Woo-jin was just watching the fight. There was a plume of smoke as a result of the resistance. Li Jin's body kept getting pushed back because of the albino lizard monster's immense strength. At the same time, a skeleton soldier came to help Li Jin fight the monster. There was a smile on the corner of Li Jin's lips at the skeleton soldier's presence. They were going to finish it together. The skeletons thrust their swords into the body of the albino lizard monster so that the monster was affected by blood poison. The poison had reached its maximum level. Li Jin thought that these skeleton soldiers had been trained like special forces. Unlike the skeletons that others summoned, they were only used for additional attacks or to buy time. The status window appeared and informed that the albino lizard's HP continued to decrease due to the effects of the poison. The albino lizard monster roared very loudly. It rebelled by wagging its tail, but the skeleton soldier quickly avoided it. It was obvious that the albino lizard monster could see the skeleton in front of it. It made Li Jin wonder why the monster kept chasing him. Then Li Jin saw Kim Woo-jin, who was up in the tree. He wondered what magic Kim Woo-jin had actually used. Remembering what Kim Woo-jin had said earlier, Li Jin was sure that the man had planned this from the beginning. Suddenly, Li Jin was hit by the albino lizard monster when he was caught off guard. The powerful attack caused Li Jin's body to hit a nearby tree and fall down. After a while, Li Jin tried to get up even though he was in a bad condition. He would not give up so easily. Li Jin activated the Blessed of Sticks skill. Kim Woo-jin, who saw Li Jin, was amazed because of Li Jin's amazing heal speed. Li Jin stood before the monster proudly. He looked very emotional towards the monster. Because of the monster, Li Jin's calories were wasted. Then a weapon appeared from Li Jin's hand. He prepared to attack the monster. Li Jin hit the albino lizard monster's body repeatedly. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers seemed to be harassing the lizard monster. Li Jin was annoyed to see it. According to him, the skeletons were like his master for treating himself as bait for the monster. But the skeleton soldiers immediately attacked the albino lizard monster blindly, until finally the albino lizard monster was defeated. After that, Kim Woo-jin came down from the top of the tree and approached them. The window quest brings up many notes because they have successfully defeated the monsters in this dungeon. On the other side, there are trolls fighting against the skeletons. They fought fiercely. It took a long time for the skeletons to bring down the troll. On the edge of the battle area was a mysterious man wearing a cloak. He swore angrily and called the skeletons stupid who could only advance and were immediately destroyed. All he could do was increase their numbers. Not long after, a quest window appeared telling him that he had leveled up after killing 50 trolls. Even though he had killed 50 trolls by himself, he still hadn't gotten his attention. The mysterious figure thought that there must be someone who had caught his attention from him. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin was still standing there. Li Jin, who was already hungry, was very annoyed with Kim Woo-jin, who was just standing there. Then Li Jin asked him to leave. Kim Woo-jin glanced at him and said that he had something important left. Kim Woo-jin fingered the body of the albino lizard monster on his abdomen. He looked very focused, as if he was looking for something. Kim Woo-jin muttered if it should be around that part. Immediately, Kim Woo-jin slashed the monster's body with his sword. Sadistically, Kim Woo-jin split the monster's body and took something from inside. Now, in Kim Woo-jin's hand, was an albino lizard egg. The egg seemed to glow brightly. Kim Woo-jin finally found out what secret the Messiah Guild had been hiding all this time. Li Jin just remembered that the mission to complete this dungeon was to get the item. Li Jin had run too much to forget that. Instantly, Kim Woo-jin smashed the egg by thrusting his sword. Li Jin was wide-eyed at this. He couldn't understand what Kim Woo-jin was doing. Li Jin didn't know what it was for, but he didn't think Kim Woo-jin needed to destroy it. Kim Woo-jin ignored him and stayed focused on the egg. He opened the shell of the egg. There was a bright light coming from inside the egg. Inside was a piece of paper that was a skill paper. Seeing the paper, Kim Woo-jin's whole body trembled. He was very confused as to why the skill paper was inside this egg. Li Jin, who saw this, was also surprised. That's the Poison King's skill. The king of poison can make all kinds of poisons. But thanks to the power of Apophis, he is immune to any poison, including the one he made. He is a player who takes whatever he wants with strength and cruelty. The figure of the Poison King is a player who uses poison to kill his enemies. When his cruelty reached its peak, the Messiah Guild declared to put the King of Poison on trial. Many Messiah Guild members, including Kim Woo-jin, fought against the King of Poison. In that battle, many players lost their lives. Even now, every name of Kim Woo-jin's companion who died in that battle, Kim Woo-jin could not forget. Kim Woo-jin had never heard of albino lizard eggs other than belonging to the Messiah Guild. There was no way a person like the Poison King, who didn't even know the existence of skills, could obtain one. The only answer was that the Messiah Guild sent this skill itself to the Poison King. They aimed to create a villain named the Poison King, as if they were a hero. Thinking about it made Kim Woo-jin very emotional. Kim Woo-jin tore up the paper in his hand. Kim Woo-jin had a grudge against Lee Se-jun, who had treated the deaths of their colleagues like his dog. Now that Kim Woo-jin had gotten this skill, he thought that their meaningless deaths would not be repeated. A status window appeared saying that Kim Woo-jin had obtained the skill, the power of Apophis, and gained resistance to all poisons. There was a vengeful look in Kim Woo-jin's eyes. He promised to make sure that person died with his own 2 hands. Lee Jin, who was watching Kim Woo-jin from a distance, was confused. He wondered what exactly happened to Kim Woo-jin. Lee Jin saw Kim Woo-jin, who looked angry, even though he had taken the prize himself. Lee Jin was even more convinced that he was not compatible with Kim Woo-jin, who he thought was a jerk. Then the 2 of them finally left the dungeon. They both entered the container building. Once inside, Lee Jin's attention was drawn to a plastic bag. He thought it was the food Oh Se-chan had prepared. Without thinking, Lee Jin immediately picked it up. However, he was very upset when he saw the contents, which turned out to be only 2 bottles of drinking water and a walkie-talkie. On the other hand, Oh Se-chan was seen scratching his itchy ear. He suspected that someone was gossiping about him. Not long after, there was a call from the walkie-talkie. It was from the 2 of them. Oh Se-chan didn't expect the 2 of them to finish the dungeon faster than he expected. Although the dungeon was not a low-level dungeon, he thought they were fast because they could complete it in less than 3 days. Oh Se-chan asked them about the conditions inside the dungeon. Kim Woo-jin told him that it wasn't as bad inside as he imagined. Then Kim Woo-jin asked what was happening in the outside world. Oh Se-chan immediately opened articles on the internet. Oh Se-chan said that she hasn't heard from Park Young-won since he went into the dungeon. As for the others, the Great One Guild and the Frontier Guild, which were among the top 5 guilds in the world, were cooperating. Then Oh Se-chan also told one more thing, namely the Dragon Hunter, who would hold a raid in the 5th floor dungeon, who was said to have caught the Golden Dragon. Kim Woo-jin immediately fell silent after hearing that. He remembered that when the Golden Dragon appeared, people were only interested in its skin. Not only was it sturdy, but the skin had a strong resistance to heat. Armor made from its skin could also make a new breakthrough for players. But the truth is, it is not the skin of the Golden Dragon that will change history, but the essence of the Golden Dragon's stomach itself. Kim Woo-jin used to ignore it because he couldn't find a use for it. Then it was revealed that the gastric juice was a material that could be used to remove seals and curses. Lee Se-jun's Balmung is a sword that can be used after the seal is broken with Golden Dragon essence. It was a very precious material. Before people realized it, Kim Woo-jin was determined to get it first. Kim Woo-jin had enough information from Oh Se-chan. Since their conversation was over, Oh Se-chan asked him to give it to Lee Jin. Oh Se-chan reminded him to call the cell phone he sent him from now on. Since the phone is untraceable, they will be safe. Then Oh Se-chan orders Lee Jin to take the radio home. Lee Jin immediately throws a tantrum because he hasn't even rested yet. But Lee Jin finally followed his instructions after he persuaded him by giving him a bowl of ramen. At the exit, Lee Jin glanced at Kim Woo-jin with a sardonic look. In his mind, Lee Jin would never work with him again. In the early morning, Lee Jin finally arrived at Oh Se-chan's place. Lee Jin lays down on the couch and complains to Oh Se-chan for not letting him rest first. Then, Oh Se-chan told him that the purpose of calling him was to give him another job. Oh Se-chan hands Lee Jin a clipboard for him to look at. Lee Jin immediately widened his eyes to see it. Li Jin was surprised because he thought Osei-chan wanted him to go in there alone, but Osei-chan explained that he would go in with someone reliable. Li Jin seemed to be thinking hard to figure out who the person who was likely to go in with him was. It turns out to be someone he didn't expect. Osei-chan told Li Jin that the person who would go with him was Kim Woo-jin. Suddenly, Li Jin was shocked and rejected it because he never wanted to work with Kim Woo-jin again. Remembering Kim Woo-jin's treatment that made him a monster bait, Li Jin protested and still insisted on refusing because he thought Kim Woo-jin was a crazy person. Li Jin needs someone he can work with. Li Jin even threatened to go on a hunger strike. Then Osei-chan took out Li Jin's voice recording at that time. Li Jin once said that the person he wanted to be a partner with was someone who would be a burden to him. Hearing his own voice recording made Li Jin unable to move anymore. Inevitably, Li Jin accepted it with a heavy heart. Nighttime in a ruin near Seoul. Inside the building was Kim Woo-jin, who was doing something. Kim Woo-jin was seen focusing on sharpening his sword. Kim Woo-jin felt he needed a good workshop. Then Kim Woo-jin glanced at a suitcase on the table. Kim Woo-jin immediately opened the suitcase. Kim Woo-jin didn't expect Osei-chan to have such an item. There was no doubt that the Skull Guild was after him. At least Kim Woo-jin wanted to meet him. Daytime inside Osei-chan's office. There is Osei-chan chatting with Li Jin in the living room. Li Jin asked Osei-chan if there were any openings for them to enter the Needle Snake Dungeon. Moreover, the government had allowed foreign guilds to participate. Osei-chan told him not to worry about it because Secretary Li and himself had already prepared something. Li Jin was sure that it must not have been easy to get a place for him and Kim Woo-jin to enter the dungeon because the government prioritized overseas guilds. Li Jin suspected that Osei-chan had bribed someone this time, but Osei-chan said that he didn't need to bribe anyone. Right after that, the door to the room opened. Secretary Li came over to Osei-chan while carrying a suitcase in his hand. Secretary Li said that the dungeon bidding had been completed as a member of the Russian Mokosh Guild. The item, Osei-chan said, had also been sent to Kim Woo-jin. Then Secretary Li opened the suitcase in her hand and informed that the mask Osei-chan had ordered had also been completed. Osei-chan smiled widely and then praised Secretary Li for doing a good job. Nighttime at Nonsan City, Sinpung. Inside the waiting room of the Russian Mokosh Guild was Li Jin, who was complaining about the mask he was wearing. Li Jin seemed annoyed with the mask because it made him uncomfortable while eating. Then Li Jin called Kim Woo-jin as Isaac. Li Jin asked his opinion about the mask because Li Jin saw him just staying silent for a while. Kim Woo-jin saw that Li Jin looked like a very nervous person who kept putting food in his mouth. But Li Jin denied this. Li Jin claimed that he had never been nervous in his life. However, his body's response couldn't lie that Li Jin was actually nervous, as his legs were trembling. Li Jin realized that the Needle Snake Dungeon was a dungeon that went down in history where no one returned safely after entering it. Li Jin was confused as to why Kim Woo-jin looked so relaxed, like he had nothing to lose. Out of curiosity, Li Jin finally asked Kim Woo-jin if he didn't feel nervous. Then Kim Woo-jin admitted that he was nervous too. Hearing that made Li Jin act arrogant. Li Jin told Kim Woo-jin to just trust him. But Kim Woo-jin didn't seem to care much about Li Jin's words and focused on the system screen. He didn't expect such an item to reach him. Li Jin glanced at Kim Woo-jin with a cynical look. Li Jin said that he would forget yesterday's incident where Kim Woo-jin used him as monster bait and took all the prizes by himself. Li Jin reminded him that this dungeon they had to fight together as a team. So, Li Jin asked him not to do anything strange like yesterday. Osei-chan had prepared the perfect item for Kim Woo-jin, a legend-level item. Even Johann Georg, the king of the undead, couldn't get it. Kim Woo-jin did not expect the item to be in his hands. Since Kim Woo-jin had never seen him use the item, Kim Woo-jin did not know what synergy the item would produce. However, Kim Woo-jin was certain that the time to destroy the Messiah Guild was approaching. There was a smile on the corner of Kim Woo-jin's lips. Not long after, a man entered the room. The man reminded them as Mokosh Guild players to prepare immediately. Then the two of them immediately got up from their seats. That Grim Reaper mask, Kim Woo-jin had to try it on as much as possible on the first floor. A while later in the dungeon, The system popped up a warning telling them all to hold on for 5 days to enter the next floor. Instantly, the atmosphere became boisterous after learning about the quest. They judged that it was a survival quest. Some people seemed to dislike the quest. Kim Woo-jin felt that the quest looked easy because they only needed to survive until the specified time. Lee Jin emphasized that it meant it was difficult for them to survive. They would have to fight a large number of monsters. Then Lee Jin asked Kim Woo-jin what they should do now. First of all, Kim Woo-jin invited him to try something and see the results. Lee Jin was immediately surprised because he thought that Kim Woo-jin would tell him to do that again. It seemed that Kim Woo-jin didn't listen to him in the waiting room. Lee Jin asked Kim Woo-jin to confirm if he wanted him to do it again. Then Kim Woo-jin said that they would try to see what the new item could do. Hearing that made Lee Jin feel relieved. Then, with enthusiasm, Lee Jin invited him to try it immediately. But first they had to go to a quiet place, in the depths of the forest. Kim Woo-jin summoned a skeleton soldier. Instantly a skeleton appeared in their midst. Lee Jin greeted the skeleton, realizing that it had armor, but the skeleton seemed to ignore him. Lee Jin felt that they should get acquainted again. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin was busy selecting items on the system screen. Not long after, Kim Woo-jin took out an item that he had chosen. It was the Grim Reaper mask. Kim Woo-jin felt that the item was not bad either, even though it only increased mana. Instantly, there was a blue thread connected to the skeleton. Seeing that made Kim Woo-jin feel confused. Kim Woo-jin wondered how to use it. The thread then entered the nerves of Kim Woo-jin's hand. The system informed him that Kim Woo-jin was now connected. Meanwhile, Lee Jin seemed to be playing with the skeleton and put his hand on the skeleton's head. Suddenly, the skeleton's eyes glowed. Even more surprisingly, the skeleton spoke to Lee Jin, telling him to remove his hand from him. Lee Jin was shocked to find out that the skeleton could speak. The look on his face was one of panic and fear. Then the skeleton was seen making strange movements. Lee Jin, who saw it, became confused as to why it was moving like that. Suddenly, the skeleton fell to the ground. Lee Jin was shocked to see the skeleton instantly die. Lee Jin then thrusts his foot into the skeleton's head to see if it was really dead. Kim Woo-jin felt that controlling it was not as easy as he thought. Elsewhere, the Hata Guild was gathering while discussing their plans. Then the bespectacled man named Young Jun explained to them that they didn't know how many monsters would come to attack them, so they shouldn't be rash. First of all, Young Jun asked them to watch the situation in that place for a day or two. Other people were also gathered there, so the chances of survival were higher. Perhaps the guild next to them thought the same thing. Young Jun thought that in situations like this, the group with the most people always had the advantage. Young Jun just needed to convince those people to join their guild. In the depths of the forest, Lee Jin was seen fighting a monster. With his punching technique, Lee Jin managed to make the monster fall in just one blow. Lee Jin guessed that his worries earlier were just because he was on a survival quest. Although there were many monsters, Lee Jin felt that the monsters were too weak. Lee Jin also thought that maybe it was because he was too strong. But Lee Jin was immediately surprised to see the skeleton fighting several monsters at once. Seeing that made Lee Jin feel nothing compared to the skeleton. He thought the skeleton was like a crazy monster, even though it was hard for the skeleton to walk at first. But gradually, Kim Woo-jin was able to control it. Even now, the skeleton could cut off the monster's head so easily. Lee Jin thought that the small skeleton that Kim Woo-jin had just summoned was not to be underestimated. In fact, the skeleton looked even more effective because Kim Woo-jin could control it. Lee Jin chuckled as he thought that this was unfair. While one person was struggling to fight for his life, another person was casually using pawns and controlling them in a safe place. He didn't think that was fair at all. Suddenly, another skeleton appeared behind Lee Jin. This time, the skeleton looked bigger and stronger. Seeing that made Lee Jin feel very surprised. He didn't expect that Kim Woo-jin could use summon skills like that. Kim Woo-jin could use other skills when connecting with the skeleton soldier, but the mana consumption was 3 times greater. Of course, Kim Woo-jin could not use blood poison on his summoner. The skeleton spoke to Li Jin and asked him how he felt. Li Jin looked sarcastically at the skeleton while advising him to be more polite when talking to him. Moreover, Li Jin felt strange to be asked by the skeleton who had often ignored him. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin appeared from behind him as he asked Li Jin if he preferred it like this. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin was shocked by Kim Woo-jin's sudden appearance from behind him. Once again, Kim Woo-jin repeated his question, asking how Li Jin felt now. Li Jin claimed that he was fine. Li Jin is ready to unleash his fists on anyone who is disrespectful. Li Jin clarified that he meant more like a monster. So Kim Woo-jin invited the man to be more serious now. Hearing that made Li Jin confused, even though Kim Woo-jin had been fighting crazy like that from before. Li Jin thought that Kim Woo-jin would fight more than this. Li Jin was curious about what Kim Woo-jin thought of the orcs, but Kim Woo-jin just thought the orcs were just warming up. The look on Li Jin's face was dumbfounded. Sweat was pouring down his cheeks. Li Jin suddenly felt bad. Li Jin wondered what was wrong with him. His body seemed to be shaking. Li Jin thought he was anemic. Then Li Jin held his head because he suddenly became dizzy. Instantly, the little skeleton stabbed Li Jin in the waist with his sword. Suddenly, Li Jin became very surprised and wondered what the skeleton was doing. Innocently, the skeleton said that he wanted to give him iron because Li Jin said he was anemic. You can see Li Jin's facial expression upset with the skeleton who gave him iron by thrusting his sword. But the skeleton said that the important thing is iron. Hearing that nonsensical remark made Li Jin emotional and rebellious. Seeing Li Jin, who was already angry, Kim Woo-jin concluded that it meant that her anemia was cured. So, Kim Woo-jin invited him to follow him immediately because they had a lot of preparations to do. Li Jin seemed to be gritting his teeth, as if holding back his emotions. In his mind, he berated Kim Woo-jin for his attitude. But Li Jin couldn't argue with him. Moments later, in the depths of the forest, there was a very loud bang due to a fallen tree. There was Kim Woo-jin, who was busy cutting down a large tree there. Li Jin looked at him with a cynical gaze. In his mind, Li Jin wondered what Kim Woo-jin was really up to. In a dungeon like this, cutting down a tree, Li Jin couldn't believe it. The next day was the second day in the dungeon. There were orc monsters roaring loudly. Men from various guilds cooperated with each other to kill the orcs. That way, they could easily kill the orc monsters. The third day in the dungeon. On a sunny afternoon, there was a beautiful view of the mountain from inside the forest. The situation there was the same as the previous days where they fought with orc monsters. There was one man who felt that this all felt so bland. He didn't think it was possible for the survival quest to be like this. Young Yoon then looked at him and confirmed it. He thought the difficulty level was too strange, and there were too few monsters in this place. Even though this was a survival quest in an A-level dungeon, it was too easy for them. Young Jun was frank that he didn't want to do this. Even though they were prepared for all the risks, they had to scout it out first. In another place, there was a large and tall fortress made of tree trunks. Up there was Kim Woo-jin, who was looking at the reward he had just gotten after leveling up. It was Skeleton Warrior Mastery. The effects it had were increasing the ability of summoned skeletons, increasing the number of summoned skeletons, and increasing the skill level of summoned skeletons. There was a small smile on the corner of Kim Woo-jin's lips. Kim Woo-jin immediately learned Skeleton Warrior Mastery. After that, Kim Woo-jin invited Li Jin to move in. Li Jin looked surprised and wondered why they would suddenly move. Li Jin felt that they were in a good position, so Li Jin felt heavy-hearted that they were going to move. Moreover, they had gone to great lengths to build that big fort yesterday. Then Kim Woo-jin walked over to him while explaining to the man. Kim Woo-jin told him that the situation had changed, so they had to change their plans. Hearing that made Li Jin curious and wondered what situation he was referring to. Li Jin guessed that a big monster would appear. Then Kim Woo-jin took off his mask and walked towards the corpse of the orc monster in front of there. Then Kim Woo-jin held it. Not long after, several skeleton soldiers appeared who had been summoned by Kim Woo-jin. Seeing that made Li Jin become shocked. Li Jin couldn't believe it. There was a confused look on his face because all Li Jin knew was that Kim Woo-jin could only summon 5. Kim Woo-jin said that it was a long time ago and not anymore. On the other side, Several men from the Hatai Guild were seen running very fast. Young Jun was at the front directing the men. They accidentally ran into hundreds of orc corpses lying everywhere. Young Jun looked confused as to why there were so many orc corpses in that place. According to Young Jun, it was no longer a battle, but a massacre. That makes Young Jun wonder who actually did this, even though Young Jun felt that he had recruited talented people in his group. Young Jun realized that he had neglected someone. Suddenly, one of the members told Young Jun to look down there, so Young Jun went to check it out. How surprised Young Jun was to see something in front of him. Young Jun didn't expect a maze. Then, they approached the maze together. You can see the corpses of the orcs lying everywhere. The look on Young Jun's face was dumbfounding. Someone made a maze fence out of tree trunks and lured the monsters into the trap. Young Jun also saw that there were more orc corpses than the previous place. Young Jun thinks it's no longer a trap, but like hell. Young Jun wondered what kind of person came up with all this to think of such a crazy idea. It was the most abnormal way of hunting Young Jun had ever seen. Young Jun realized that it was what kept his group from struggling with monsters all this time. Even though the quest was survival, Young Jun had miscalculated. He would take all the remaining players in another place. Lee Jin admitted that it was not his fighting style to use traps to kill monsters. However, Lee Jin already felt comfortable in that place. Lee Jin asked Kim Woo-jin about why they moved, even though they had gone to great lengths to make this trap. Kim Woo-jin told him not to worry. Since their numbers had increased, using mazes and traps would only be a waste of time for Kim Woo-jin. He thought it would be faster now if they hunted with their own strength. Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldiers were seen to be numerous and standing behind him. Hearing that made Lee Jin excited. Lee Jin was happy that they were going to fight for real. This time Lee Jin would show his true strength. Instantly Kim Woo-jin raised his weapon and gripped his sword tightly. Seeing that scared Lee Jin. Lee Jin asked why Kim Woo-jin was holding his sword again. Then Kim Woo-jin glanced at him and said that he would be in charge from here on. Lee Jin told him to do his best, because Lee Jin couldn't stand seeing a weak person in front of him. A few moments later, Lee Jin was breathing heavily. He looked very exhausted after the fight. Lee Jin then asked Kim Woo-jin to wait for him for a moment and suggested that they rest first. Then the skeleton walked past Lee Jin and gave a mocking expression. Suddenly, Lee Jin was annoyed and berated the skeleton. Lee Jin was very upset. He didn't realize that Kim Woo-jin had the physique of a monster as well. Even more than that, his fighting style was completely different from his. When Lee Jin fought, he expended his stamina to unleash one punch and take the enemy's punch. While Kim Woo-jin attacks and can dodge enemy attacks perfectly, Kim Woo-jin's fighting style was very efficient. Lee Jin was envious, but Lee Jin had to learn how to fight like that. Kim Woo-jin looked at him and reminded him that Lee Jin said he wanted to show his strength. Lee Jin became upset. Lee Jin didn't expect that the man still remembered. With an exhausted expression, Lee Jin emphasized that he would show his strength. Lee Jin immediately ran towards the monsters ahead. Lee Jin will fight until they die. You could see Lee Jin's burning passion. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin stood back there while observing Lee Jin's fight against the monster. If Kim Woo-jin noticed, Lee Jin was using his own fighting style as the man's reference. Until now, no one had taught Lee Jin how to fight. All this time, Lee Jin had only fought carelessly by utilizing his immortal body. Kim Woo-jin was confident that Lee Jin would be able to learn in time. However, Kim Woo-jin suddenly changed his mind. There was a smile on the corner of Kim Woo-jin's lips. In his opinion, Lee Jin should be able to use it. The next morning saw the sun shining brightly. Light was coming in from between the leaves of the trees in the forest. Today was their 5th day in the dungeon. 24 more hours until the survival quest was completed. The corpses of the monsters were sprawled out and covered in blood. Lee Jin looked tired and was breathing heavily. Lee Jin glanced at Kim Woo-jin, wondering in his mind why the man would go this far just for a survival quest. Lee Jin guessed that Kim Woo-jin lost something because of these monsters. Then Lee Jin protested to Kim Woo-jin. Lee Jin felt that the man was too much for a human being. Lee Jin had been working for 8 hours straight. Finally, Kim Woo-jin invited him to rest first. Hearing that made Lee Jin feel so happy that he smiled widely. Lee Jin was seen eating with gusto. Not long after came the skeleton soldier who approached Lee Jin, who was busy eating. Seeing the arrival of the little guy, Lee Jin immediately gave him a meal. The skeleton was silent for a moment and then immediately raised his hand to accept Lee Jin's gift. Seeing that made Lee Jin feel happy because he thought that the skeleton had begun to open up to him. Lee Jin immediately showed off to Kim Woo-jin and said that it was called friendship. Lee Jin was touched by that. He thought there was something about friendship that couldn't be explained. But suddenly the skeleton gave the food to Kim Woo-jin. Lee Jin was surprised to see that. Lee Jin looked emotional when he found out that it was Kim Woo-jin who had controlled him. Kim Woo-jin casually responded while eating the food Lee Jin gave him. Lee Jin yelled while pointing at Kim Woo-jin. Even though Kim Woo-jin himself said that Lee Jin had worked hard, Kim Woo-jin didn't feed him at all but stole from him. At the same time as their little fight, there was suddenly a signal up there. Lee Jin thought it was a rescue signal. There wasn't much time left until this survival quest was over. Though they had slaughtered many monsters, Lee Jin didn't realize that there were many more. Then Kim Woo-jin emphasized that it was not a help signal. Since they were going to the second floor after finishing the quest on the first floor, they called all the players to decide the order of the needle snake hunt. Lee Jin, who heard that, disagreed. They should have just combined their strength, instead of deciding to make a hunting order. Lee Jin thought that they were being arrogant, even arrogant. Kim Woo-jin explained that they had kept the guys relaxed for 5 days. So of course that made the guys very confident. Kim Woo-jin would look at the catalog first, and then they would leave. Lee Jin's eyes widened at the sight of something in front of him. Lee Jin realized that it was a gold catalog. It was the main skill used by John Georg. The golden catalog was explosion of corpse. The effect it had was that if you injected mana into a monster's body, its body would explode at any time. In the evening, Young Jun stood on a rock and before him were people from various guilds. There was a lot of noise coming from there. Young Jun immediately shouted for everyone's attention. Young Jun thought all the players who survived had gathered. So Young Jun will say something to all of them. Young Jun said that in a few minutes, the survival quest would be over, and they would move to the next floor. Guilds, including the Hatay Guild, would try needle snake hunting first. Among the crowd were Lee Jin and Kim Woo-jin, who were watching the man in front. Lee Jin whispered to Kim Woo-jin, not expecting the man to actually decide to make an order. Then Young Jun relayed back that there was something they should pay attention to. With a serious look on his face, Young Jun warned them all not to interfere with his hunt. Young Jun would not hesitate to kill them if they did. Kim Woo-jin looked silent with a flat look on his face. Kim Woo-jin felt that the man was warning him. Lee Jin whispered to Kim Woo-jin and asked what they should do. Lee Jin was sure that Kim Woo-jin must already have a plan. Suddenly, a large man pushed Lee Jin. The man spoke rudely in a foreign language to them. Seeing the man's attitude made Lee Jin feel irritated and wanted to teach him a lesson. But instantly, Kim Woo-jin held him back and told Lee Jin not to do anything rash. Then Kim Woo-jin tried to calm the man down and relented. Finally, the man left them. Lee Jin still looked upset. Then Lee Jin asked Kim Woo-jin why he stopped him. Even though that man had belittled them, Kim Woo-jin didn't think that Lee Jin would fight all those people. The red cloth tied around their hands made it clear that they were a team. Lee Jin realized that was why people were silent. But Lee Jin noticed that there were some people who weren't wearing red cloths. Lee Jin concluded that it meant they had no chance against those people. Finally, they had completed the survival quest. It was time for them to head to the second floor. There was a very large and long snake monster. The men were hiding behind a tree and preparing to attack. You can see the frightened expressions on their faces. Then Young Jun shouted instructions for them to attack the monster now. Suddenly, they immediately attacked the snake monster together. They joined forces to create a huge effect. The snake monster roared in pain from the attacks. Its body writhed rebelliously and slammed in all directions. In another corner, Lee Jin and Kim Woo-jin stood by and watched the scene. Lee Jin felt that if it continued like this, they would win against the needle snake. But Kim Woo-jin thought that it was impossible. Lee Jin disagreed with Kim Woo-jin, saying that it was impossible. According to Lee Jin, with that many people, it was very likely that they could win against the needle snake. Then Kim Woo-jin asked Lee Jin what he would do first when he met a monster. Lee Jin replied that he would run up to it and punch it, because Lee Jin himself didn't know what the monster would do. Lee Jin thought it would be difficult to deal with unexpected events if he tried his best from the beginning. Kim Woo-jin confirmed it. Then Kim Woo-jin asked again if Lee Jin would also punch the monster there. Lee Jin couldn't move after hearing Kim Woo-jin's statement. However, Lee Jin still thought that it would be better to defeat him quickly with that many people. Of course, it would be good if that happened. But if it's that easy, why hasn't anyone conquered this dungeon until now? Lee Jin guessed that the people who failed before were less in number than the people here now. They continued to attack the needle snake monster by working together. Young Jun yelled for them all to keep up the attack. Instantly, the needle snake monster ran away. Suddenly, they immediately got ready. Young Jun thinks that if it continues like this, it's only a matter of time until they catch it. Young Jun was confident that he would be the first player to kill the needle snake. There was a needle snake monster that moved quickly away from there. But immediately something appeared from below the ground that blocked the needle snake monster. But the monster immediately broke through the barrier. You can see the chaos that happened in front of there. Lee Jin didn't realize that they seemed to have prepared everything carefully. They even predicted that the needle snake would escape. But Kim Woo-jin said that this was just the beginning. Hearing that statement made Lee Jin surprised. Lee Jin couldn't believe that this was just the beginning, even though Lee Jin saw that it seemed like it would end soon. Kim Woo-jin told him with a straight face that the needle snake hadn't attacked them until now. Also, the needle-like horns on the body seemed strange to Kim Woo-jin. Young Jun orders his men not to stop their attack. Young Jun shouted for them all to focus on the monster's head. Suddenly, they immediately began throwing attacks at the needle snake monster's head. The monster roared loudly and showed its sharp fangs. The monster's tail hit the ground, causing one of the men to fall over from the attack. His partner asked the man to hold on with all his might. They were assigned to defend the area. Finally, the man got back up and was going to end it all. The attack seemed to hit the needle snake monster right in the head. Young Jun saw that the needle snake's movements were slowing down. So Young Jun ordered the people at the forefront to keep attacking it. They excitedly attacked the monster together. Thick smoke enveloped the battle area. The monster rebelled and then took out its white horns. Lee Jin and Kim Woo-jin, who were standing up there, endured the windstorm caused by the events in front of them. Kim Woo-jin thought that the horn was coated with a deadly poison, but he didn't realize that it was just an ordinary horn. There was a look of amazement on Lee Jin's face as he watched the attack. Meanwhile, Young Jun tried to protect himself from the storm. The man's glasses were cracked. The man wondered what happened. There was a confused look on his face. Young Jun thought the snake was hiding something, but to his surprise, it turned out to be a normal remote area attack and no big deal. Young Jun wondered if those horns came from the needle snake's body. He didn't expect the horns to be that fragile. Even the inside was empty. Young Jun looks at the needle snake in front of him. Since the needle snake now has no horns, they will attack before the horns grow back. Then they all run towards the needle snake monster while holding their weapons to attack. You can see Young Jun smiling slyly. Young Jun didn't realize that the snake was nothing to him, even though it was dubbed as the deadliest snake. They all ran quickly towards the needle snake monster to attack it. Then a man yelled at his partner, who suddenly stopped in the middle of the road. The man told them to move into position, but apparently something had happened to that person. Instantly, the man fell down and looked like he was struggling to breathe. The man held his neck, which felt strangled. Seeing this made the man wearing the armor confused, but not long after, he also felt the same way. The man felt like he was nauseous, as sweat poured down his face. They had been exposed to the effects of needle snake venom. Suddenly, they all stopped and decided to retreat. One of the men told Young Jun that the effects of the poison were very serious. It caused most of the tankers to be unable to fight. Kim Woo-jin thought that it was really terrible. Lee Jin, who was confused, asked Kim Woo-jin to explain to him about what had happened there. Kim Woo-jin explained that their plan failed because of the poison from the needle snake, so they decided to retreat. Hearing that made Lee Jin dumbfounded. Even though what came out of the snake's body was the horn, Lee Jin was confused why there was suddenly poison. Then Lee Jin concluded that there was poison in the snake's horn, but that was not confirmed by Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin explained that before the monster's long-range attack, the damage dealers near the snake had already been affected. If the horns were poisonous, the dealer should have been the first to be affected, rather than the tanker with high health. Lee Jin wondered what really happened and where the poison came from. Kim Woo-jin felt unlucky that his plan didn't go smoothly. It turned out that the monster was nicknamed Deadliest Snake for a reason. So Lee Jin asked Kim Woo-jin what they should do now. Lee Jin was willing if he had to fight with those guys. Kim Woo-jin already knew the secret of their prey. So Kim Woo-jin decided to attack the monster himself. Hearing that decision made Lee Jin surprised. He thought it was a crazy decision that Kim Woo-jin would go attack alone. Kim Woo-jin emphasized to Lee Jin that he would go fight the needle snake, while Lee Jin was assigned to wait here while being alert. The needle snake monster escaped into the middle of the forest. Meanwhile, behind a tree, Kim Woo-jin was hiding. Kim Woo-jin seemed to be selecting items in his system screen. Kim Woo-jin thought that the needle snake monster's skin must be thick seeing such a body. So instead of cutting its skin a little, Kim Woo-jin would attack it with something that would be more efficient. There was a smile on Kim Woo-jin's lips. It seemed that Kim Woo-jin already had a plan. Meanwhile, Young Jun seemed to be feeling angry. He punches the tree trunk hard to vent his anger. Young Jun realized that he wasn't very vigilant, and everything that happened was his own fault. Then Young Jun asked his men how many people survived. But the man didn't know either. When the man ran there, he thought there were about 30 people, but they were all scattered somewhere now. Then the man invites Young Jun to check on them in case they're still alive. But Young Jun refused. Young Jun told the man to just prepare this place and gather more people. Young Jun was sure that the people there must be dead. Suddenly, the man was angry with Young Jun's opinion. In a high tone, he said that it was impossible for them to fight the needle snake monster with their current numbers. He emphasized that they were already short of tankers. Young Jun said that they would lose more people if they checked on those people, so Young Jun prefers to organize an attack scheme to fight the monster again. Young Jun had given up on victory, but going back there would be suicide. The man fell silent and couldn't refute Young Jun's words anymore. The man looked frustrated as he banged his head. He was sure that there were people still alive there. They had no choice, but they couldn't believe that they had to leave their friends there. It didn't make sense to them. The men looked like desperate people. Then Young Jun ordered someone to quickly confirm the needle snake's current location. One of the men immediately climbed up the tree to observe the surroundings. He was shocked to see something in front of his eyes. The man then told them all that the needle snake was currently fighting with a player. Suddenly, Young Jun, who heard that, became shocked. They all looked incredulous and asked the man to tell them the details. Then the man once again confirmed that there was someone fighting with the needle snake right now. He told them to check it out for themselves if they didn't believe him. Young Jun felt that this was beyond reason. It was unexpected that someone could breathe in that hell. The look on the men's faces was one of astonishment at what was happening in front of them. Young Jun frowned at the scene. Young Jun thought that getting close to it was impossible because of the deadly poison of the snake monster. It made them wonder how Kim Woo-jin could fight the needle snake monster by himself. It crossed Young Jun's mind that the poison might have disappeared. But if they think about it, that can't be the case. Young Jun asked his partner to go to that location now. The man was confused about what Young Jun really wanted. Young Jun had said that it was the same as committing suicide. Young Jun assures the man that the needle snake poison has disappeared. This is their golden opportunity to turn things around because of that mistake. Since they've gathered here, they can't waste this opportunity to catch the needle snake monster. The monster seemed to roar in pain from the attack. Then after that, there was an arrow that pierced the monster's body. It turned out to be the action of the skeleton soldiers who were on the other side. But the arrow was unable to penetrate the monster's thick skin. Kim Woo-jin had expected that this would happen, but luckily Kim Woo-jin knows an easy way to ignore his thick skin. Kim Woo-jin just gives his arrows with poison. Then Kim Woo-jin went straight into action. The monster seemed to rebel and roared in pain. Several arrows were stuck on the monster's head. Then the needle snake monster moved towards the skeletons in front of there. Suddenly, the skeleton immediately avoided it quickly. Kim Woo-jin climbed on top of the monster's body while holding a spear in both hands. Instantly, Kim Woo-jin thrust it into the monster's body violently. Needle Snake had been affected by the poison. The monster struggled in pain. Since the horns were gone, there were many open holes in the Needle Snake monster's body, so Kim Woo-jin planned to give it poison through those holes. The holes looked like human pores. Kim Woo-jin was sure that it must be very painful. Kim Woo-jin found out that Needle Snake was just pretending to run away as if he had lost. It was because the Needle Snake wanted to get people to approach it. Kim Woo-jin thought that those people didn't realize that they were tricked by a monster. The horns coming out of its body were unnecessary and were deliberately released to release a large amount of poisonous gas from its body. Kim Woo-jin threw a spear at the monster right at its head. Needle Snake had been affected by the poison. The snake monster writhed in pain and slammed around the place with its tail. Kim Woo-jin moved very quickly to avoid every attack. Kim Woo-jin was sure that the poison would definitely confuse him. Meanwhile, in another place, Lee Jin was seen fighting against orcs. Lee Jin was seen standing in the middle of a dead orc monster body. Lee Jin looked behind him while muttering in annoyance. Even though Kim Woo-jin asked him not to attract attention, Kim Woo-jin himself made a scene there. Lee Jin was annoyed at being told to collect the corpses of such monsters. Lee Jin wanted to be treated cruelly because he was a talented person. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared in front of Lee Jin. The skeleton asked him to report the situation. Suddenly, Lee Jin was very surprised at the sudden arrival of such a skeleton. Kim Woo-jin, who was connected to the skeleton, asked Lee Jin if he had prepared what he had been told. Lee Jin replied that there was only a little bit left. Then Lee Jin asked Kim Woo-jin about how to make the monster move there. But there was no time for Kim Woo-jin to explain. Kim Woo-jin told the man to finish the task immediately. Now Kim Woo-jin will directly carry out the action. From a long distance, Kim Woo-jin connected with the skeleton beside the needle snake monster. Then the skeleton picked up a spear and ran quickly towards the needle snake monster. Then the skeleton stuck the poisonous spear into the hole in the needle snake's body. Suddenly, the needle snake roared in pain and attacked the skeleton. At the same time, Kim Woo-jin connected with another skeleton, which then attacked the needle snake monster from the opposite direction. The skeleton stabbed the needle snake monster with a poisonous spear right in the head. You can see the body of the needle snake being stabbed using a weapon. The large body of the needle snake was tortured by the skeleton using a spear weapon. With a fierce attack carried out by the skeleton, the needle snake is exposed to the effects of deadly poison. With the poison on its body, the stat of the needle snake decreased. Needle snake looks so painful due to the deadly poison from the skeleton. After that, the skeleton sees the needle snake who is experiencing a reaction in his body. From below, the skeleton saw that the needle snake was large, so the poison effect would take longer than expected. Skeleton continued to attack and drove into the needle snake's body. Now the skeleton picked up the spear to stab the needle snake's body again. Needle snake was repeatedly hit by the poison effect, and its defense decreased due to the skeleton. The number of skeletons that come to attack is not just one, but there are many. The fight between the skeleton and the needle snake is very fierce between the two. One of the skeletons saw a monster like needle snake wanting to escape because it was unable to poison the poison. A man was seen grinning at the needle snake. The needle snake's body approached the two goblins who were lying unconscious. In a very precarious situation, there is a skill that is activated, namely the Dark World Surrogate and Explosion of the Dead. The skills used made an explosion appear so powerful that it caused black smoke and flames on the needle snake's body. Skeleton descended to watch the needle snake that was hit by the explosion, but the powerful explosion did not make the needle snake die and was still alive until it could escape. Skeleton thought it would be useless if the needle snake chose to flee in the opposite direction. Needle Snake quickly accelerated to find a safe place until it passed through the bodies of the unconscious goblins. The Dark World's surrogate and explosion of the dead skills were activated to create another explosion. Needle Snake has been hit by a deadly poison effect and makes its stat decrease. On the other hand, a newspaper sheet was seen that informed the Phoenix Guild that the attack on the fourth-floor dungeon had failed. Sachan informed that the events that occurred at the end of the elite force that Wang had raised with pride. Sachan, who had read the newspaper, found the news even more interesting. Perhaps the pride of Yanwan would be hurt when the 6-story dungeon opened. After that, Sachan called Secretary Li to ask for help to rent and send a car in front of the Needle Snake dungeon. Secretary Li saw that there was still less than a week until they could get out. Sachan didn't want to spend money for no reason. Previously, Sachan had told Yanwan to focus on showing the skills and not to think about other things. If that's the case, Secretary Li didn't think it was worth it to rent a normal car. This is because they have also disguised themselves as Russians. Secretary Li will prepare a diplomatic car to pick them up, so that there is no commotion later. Hearing the diplomatic car said by Secretary Li made Seishan curious about how much it cost. Seishan asked Secretary Li to wait a moment because she wanted to leave this room. Secretary Li looked at Seishan, then he asked if there was a small diplomatic car. Secretary Li was already outside the room and told Seishan that there was no small diplomatic car. On the other hand, the battle between Needle Snake and Skeleton was still ongoing. Right in front and behind the Needle Snake was a powerful explosion from a skill. There was Minshik, who was watching the besieged Needle Snake. Minshik was still watching the Needle Snake seriously. Then, in his heart said that the skeleton didn't predict which way the monster would escape. But it was possible that the skeleton used the explosion to block the Needle Snake monster's movement and then cornered it. The Needle Snake's head emitted a very thick smoke. The skeletons on the side also noticed it. Isaac saw the Needle Snake finally curled up as a sign to give up the fight. The Needle Snake's face was so full of anger that it opened its mouth wide. It turned out that the poison administered by the skeleton spread throughout the Needle Snake's body. Skeleton observed Needle Snake. As far as it could see, the monster should be in a state of panic now, but it was too late. From below, the skeleton stood holding a spear and looked towards the Needle Snake. Meanwhile, the Needle Snake was also staring at the skeletons. One of the skeletons attacked the Needle Snake with its hand. The Needle Snake's face became even more ferocious looking towards the skeletons. The attack from the skeleton directly hit the Needle Snake's body. Isaac asked the Needle Snake not to avoid this attack because the poison had spread to all parts of the body. As time goes by, the Needle Snake's HP will decrease, the pain will increase. Kyle, Youngjun, and Yang Ji-hoo were running. Youngjun felt that this was the first time he heard a strange sound. Youngju was sure that he had recruited many players who entered this dungeon, while Youngjun did not know who the creature from the source of the sound was. A few moments later, there was a notification from the system that the Needle Snake had been defeated. Near the tree, there were 6 people who knew that the Needle Snake had just been defeated. This made one of his colleagues tell Kyle that he could get out of this dungeon. Kyle was surprised by his colleague who only thought about it. Getting out of the dungeon can be thought of later, but right now he has to steal the Needle Snake's skin, and then he can leave. Youngjun still can't believe that Skeleton killed the Needle Snake. Yang Ji-hoo immediately calls Youngjun to bring him closer. Youngjun thought that there was no way he could get out of this dungeon without getting any results. He quickly ran. Youngjun should at least see the creature's face. There was a notification that Isaac had gotten the first Needle Snake Hunter achievement, and the Dark World surrogate gave some authority. A notification appeared that the first Needle Snake Hunter upgrade achievement was unique, and all stats were positive 20, while the Needle Snake Hunter's achievement level was unique, and all stats were positive 3. Plus, the level of the blood poison skill can increase. Isaac has received a prize in the form of a mastery stone. Behind Isaac, a very bright light appeared, and his left and right sides were accompanied by skeletons. Isaac finally leveled up and got the magic pearl of yellow dragon in the Needle Snake's body. The Needle Snake's body was lying helpless due to defeat. When Youngjun ran fast, In front of him was Min-shik, who said, "Stay back to them." Young Ji-hoo is confused why Min-shik came and blocked him. Young-jun explained that he would not interfere with Min-shik in this matter. Kyle told his partner that Min-shik could not speak Korean. Kyle asks if any of his colleagues can use English to speak. Young-jun is still trying to get Min-shik to calm down because he only came to see the atmosphere. Young-jun made sure that he didn't look like a bad guy. Meanwhile, behind Min-shik there are already 3 skeletons on standby using sword weapons. Young-jun guessed that the 3 skeletons belong to the soldier type. Skeleton soldiers are usually not affected by poison gas. Skeleton soldiers are very effective against needle snakes, but there are things that don't make sense in this place. According to Young-jun, it is impossible for his attack to fail just because of silly things. Moreover, there were dozens of players who participated in attacking the monster. Young-jun felt that he still had something that could not be understood properly. As Young-jun had thought, he had to see the needle snake for real first. You can see the faces of Young Ji-hoo and Kyle, who are staring seriously towards the front. The bodyguards behind and Young-jun were also staring in disbelief. Young Ji-hoo and the man behind him also stare with surprised faces, showing the needle snake with its body a skeleton of bones with no more flesh. Young-jun couldn't believe that what he saw was the needle snake's body. Young-jun is afraid that needle snake will summon a skeleton soldier. Young-jun ran to see needle snake's face. Young-jun's body ran up to Min-shik. Meanwhile, Min-shik was still focused on looking at the needle snake. Young-jun ran fast until he passed Min-shik's body. But Min-shik immediately held Young-jun's running body. Young-jun panicked when his body was held by Min-shik's hand. Then Young-jun was thrown to the ground hard by Min-shik, witnessed by 3 skeletons. Young-jun was furious and didn't know what happened to Min-shik. Misnik stares sharply, then asks Young-jun not to come closer. Ji-ho, Kyle, and others immediately stand guard behind Young-jun. Hearing Min-shik's words made Young-jun feel unlucky. He asked his colleagues after leaving the dungeon to remember Min-shik's face well. The needle snake body skeleton has a bright round light in the color of Young-jun. Below, Isaac and a skeleton were observing him. The faint glow near the needle snake was like an aura of power appearing. In this case, Isaac felt happy because the needle snake made it difficult for him to find it. Then there was a notification that he had failed to summon the skeleton soldier. His rank was too low to make any changes. Needle snake is slowly getting more and more visible until the lower body, and Isaac is still watching it. Thick smoke appears in large quantities. Isaac immediately gets the yellow dragon magic orb. Isaac in his hand immediately held the yellow dragon magic orb. The item level owned by the yellow dragon magic orb is legend level and can be used at level 1 and above. The yellow dragon magic orb itself has a lot of mana in it. The effect that the yellow dragon magic orb has is 50 strength and can increase mana recovery by 200%. On the other hand, there was a car stopped. There was a laptop screen that lit up and said whether the needle snake raid had failed. The fat man sitting in the car heard the question because from the beginning no one expected that the raid would succeed. But according to the man with glasses, if the raid succeeds it will be surprising news. The fat man only hoped that this problem would be resolved quickly, because he could not continue to be in this place. There was a possibility that the fat man would stop being a journalist. After that came an announcement saying that the dungeon had been cleared. The fat man quickly opened the car door and got out together with the man with glasses. The fat man had to wonder what exactly was going on now. A lot of people were gathered around and a voice could be heard questioning who would be in charge of the dungeon raid. This voice felt that there was no one who could be questioned clearly about the raid. Seen Young-jun looking for guild support Heitai to find where they are. There is a man who does not see his face saying that guild support Heitai's whereabouts are here. Young-jun asked to stop all the Russians. Young-jun tells them that they killed Needle Snake and won't let him go. Young Ji-hoo says that the ones who are being targeted are Isaac and Min-shik. Needle Snake was defeated by Isaac and Min-shik. Even they both wanted to be interviewed how they felt after defeating the monster. The number of people who turned on the camera lights was so large. While Young-jun tried hard to stop it, meanwhile Isaac and Min-shik walked to the car. Young-jun in the midst of the crowd kept asking to go stop Isaac and Min-shik, but he felt that his words were not listened to at all. Isaac and Min-shik's car was already on its way to leave. while Yongjun was too late to prevent the diplomatic car. While in the car, Minshik asked if Sechan didn't spend a lot of money for a diplomatic car. He feels the car seat is very soft and can rest well now. Minshik immediately took off his mask, looking at Gina's face, who was still confused about the items resulting from defeating the needle snake. Gina was sure that the items obtained had greatness. After that, Gina said again that he had tried hard for this Isaac. Kim Woojin, who had taken off his fake mask, called Sechan to inform him that he had left the dungeon. Sechan was very happy to hear the news that Kim Woojin was no longer Isaac Ivanov. Sechan wanted to know how Kim Woojin felt now that he was a hero. Kim Woojin was unsure of himself. He wanted to know what people from outside thought of him. Sechan told him that all the media were highlighting Kim Woojin now. There was a newspaper with the headline "Needle Snake was defeated." People immediately asked who Isaac Ivanov was, and the skills used also made everyone curious. Sechan thinks it's a shame to just throw away Isaac Ivanov's name. If Sechan and Kim Woojin raise the value of Isaac Ivanov's name, then Sechan believes that Kim Woojin will be more active on a bigger stage. If Kim Woojin was willing, then Sechan would offer a deal. Kim Woojin thought that this would be useful for gaining entry authority into certain dungeons. Kim Woojin in his heart wanted to propose it first, but since Sechan offered it first, it would be easier. Then Kim Woojin said that he agreed and looked forward to the cooperation. Sechan was happy and said there was something interesting when Kim Woojin entered the dungeon. Sechan wondered if Kim Woojin knew Park Yong-won's bodyguard Jin Hyami. Secretary Lee gave a paper to Sechan, who was on the phone. Jin Hyami was in the leading team in the 4-story dungeon raid, but they were annihilated. It wasn't unusual for players to die in dungeons, so it wouldn't be considered special. After Sechan finished analyzing the data, it seemed that there were spies from the Skull Guild in Jin Hyami's party. Sechan got information about the players funded by the Yamato faction. As Kim Woojin suspected, the Skull Guild had made the right decision. Kim Woojin was confused as to why Sechan told him about this. Sechan asked Kim Woojin not to hide this. Sechan was already aware of Kim Woojin's relationship with Park Yong-won and the Skull Guild. Kim Woojin thought carefully whether the wiretapping had an impact on Park Yong-won. A figure like Sechan was not an ordinary person, according to Sechan. The diplomatic car driven by Kim Woojin and Gina immediately stopped. Kim Woojin invited Gina to get out. After getting out of the car, Gina was curious if Sechan would treat him for working so hard. Kim Woojin told Gina that he would move to another car. Seeing the car already there, Gina's face was immediately surprised. While in the car, Gina was angry because he and Kim Woojin were originally promised by Sechan to ride in an expensive car. But now the reality is that the car was immediately replaced with an ordinary type. But he didn't care. Gina was still wondering why it had to be a bad car he was riding in. Even the car he was riding in looked like a piece of junk. In addition, the car looked dirty. Gina felt that no one in the world would use this ugly car in this day and age. Kim Woojin looked at him and told him that this was his car. Upon hearing that, Gina immediately smiled and scratched his head. He praised that Kim Woojin's car was the best in the country, so it didn't need much oil. He also said that the Kim Woojin who owned this car was very patriotic and smart. Suddenly, Kim Woojin remembered that there was money for food. Kim Woojin's money was tucked in a paper bag there. Kim Woojin said that the money could be used to buy food if Gina was hungry. Gina was immediately happy to see the paper, and he couldn't believe that this money could be used for food. For Gina, there is a possibility that tomorrow the sun will rise from the west if he only gets a little money. The money in the paper immediately came out in Gina's hand. Kim Woojin's money was only 2,500 won. Gina's face immediately fell flat when he found out the amount of money available. There were 4 newspapers with stories about Isaac Ivanov. A lot of news circulated questioning who Isaac Ivanov really was. There is even one news that says that Isaac Ivanov is a necromancer. Then questioning about the new tree skill, besides the news that discusses the foreigners who will continue to take part in the Korean dungeon raid. There was a video of Yongjun being interviewed exclusively because he was one of the participants in the needle snake raid. Some comments on the video said that Isaac Ivanov, as a big-nosed Russian, had taken over the rank A dungeon. There were viewers who said that foreigners had been attacked in the dungeon to make him furious. In addition, viewers of Yongjun's video were confused as to why they were opening the way for foreigners, as this was considered to be public fooling. Video viewers also argue that players in this country can only talk and cannot do anything. More surprisingly, one of the viewers suggested handing them over to the Messiah Guild. After that, Secretary Lee argued that the flow of mass media from curiosity about something has now become a negative sentiment, especially people like Yongjun. The interviews that have been conducted make public sentiment even worse. Secretary Lee asked Sakan if the order given by him should be carried out right now. Saichan agrees and must also respond to this news. Then there is an exclusive interview with Isaac Ivanov. The interview stated that people like Isaac Ivanov were amazed by the Messiah Guild. Isaac Ivanov mentioned that Sejun was his role model. Isaac Ivanov stated in the news that he wanted to achieve something as unachievable as the Guild Messiah. Interview viewers initially thought that Isaac was not a bad person, especially since Sejun was his role model. Then another comment asked the audience to hear the other side of the story. There was one video viewer who wanted to support Isaac. In addition, for the audience, people like Sejun, namely Korean players, must be respected and begin to recognize Isaac. Even more surprising is that one of the comments wants to give a chocolate pie as a sign that people really believe. Kim Woo-jin, who looked at his cell phone screen, said that Seishan was indeed very extraordinary. The interviews that appeared would change public opinion about Isaac. That way, the negative sentiment will disappear, and the Messiah Guild will not remain silent. There was a possibility that the Messiah Guild would recruit Kim Woo-jin, or at least try to put on an arrogant face in front of him. Kim Woo-jin never thought that public opinion could be used to lure the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin would look forward to how the Messiah Guild would respond. Besides that, Kim Woo-jin would make preparations until the Messiah Guild showed itself to him. Kim Woo-jin looked back at his phone screen, and there was new news that Yeonwon had completed the 6-story dungeon. Kim Woo-jin saw them finally appear. Mr. Park Yong-won stood up, then Kim came to report something. For Park Yong-won, if it wasn't important, he asked Kim to say it later. But Kim whispered in Park Yong-won's ear, because there was an important matter that Jin Hyami's party had been eliminated in the dungeon. Park Yong-won immediately frowned at Kim's information. Park Yong-won immediately coded 2 fingers to the fat man and the man with glasses. They both walked quickly to Park Yong-won. The bespectacled man said that the press conference ended here and took Park Yong-won for a medical examination. Then the next interview will be arranged again in the Phoenix Guild. Park Yong-won asks Kim to tell him in detail about the problem that happened while in the car later. The car in which Park Yong-won is traveling. While in the car, Kim said that a few days ago, an unknown informant gave him and Park Yong-won an account book report to the office. Park Yong-won was furious because it was difficult to find out, even the source was unclear. So Park Yong-won doubted to be able to believe this. Kim didn't know the purpose of them sending the report to him, but that didn't mean they couldn't trust it. According to the investigation team's report, most of the injuries on the party members were due to stab wounds. So, the members were not killed by monsters. Only Jin Hyami's party entered the dungeon. So, this incident cannot be seen by the actions of other guilds. Park Yong-won concluded that Kim judged this incident to be related to the existence of rats among the trusted guards. Park Yong-won even split his iPad in half because he was annoyed. It turned out that the Skull Guild had messed up Park Yong-won. Seeing the atmosphere in the Messiah Guild, there is a meeting being held. In this meeting discussing what to do with Park Yong-won in the future. According to Shin Hye, she will let Park Yong-won be busy with public opinion first. Shin Hye thinks that Tsukahara's actions have been too excessive lately in doing things. Tsukahara gave an explanation that he was working with the Skull Guild. Then Tsukahara is also trying to get rid of the chaos that is currently happening. Shin Hye disagrees because for her, it is not the time to do things carelessly. Shin Hye further discussed what exactly happened to the Lizard Warrior's last dungeon. If Tsukahara really wanted to clean up his work, then it should be done properly. Even the Jehun who was supposed to be here might now be dead due to the mess Tsukahara made. Shinhye suspected that Tsukahara had told the world of the guild's connection to the skull. It was not for Shinhye to interfere in Tsukahara's work, but she could not stay silent. The burly man beside Tsukahara felt in his heart that Kim Jehun couldn't do anything. But the burly man was surprised that Jehun's name always came up in every topic of conversation, and this made him feel irritated. Shinhye argued that this guild could not continue to work with the skull anymore. Shinhye firmly asked Tsukahara to stop his working relationship with the Skull Guild from now on. Tsukahara informed that he could not break the cooperation. Moreover, the guild master is not here. Therefore, it cannot be arbitrary to make decisions just like that. Shinhye observed that Tsukahara could not understand that her words were the master's decision. Then Tsukahara walked with Heijiro to the car in front. Tsukahara wanted to know what he was thinking about this. This incident cannot be allowed to continue any longer. So the way it will be done is to part with the Messiah Guild. At noon, Kim Woo-jin met Park Yong-won and conveyed that Jin Hayami's party contained strong people. Kim Woo-jin did not expect this incident to happen. To be honest, Park Yong-won was trying to build a business with the Skull Guilds so that he could benefit. But now that the situation had changed, it was better for Park Yong-won to eliminate them all. Hearing Park Yong-won's words made Kim Woo-jin become silent. In Kim Woo-jin's mind, a figure like Park Yong-won was more ambitious than everyone. Then a few years from now, Park Yong-won will sell some items to Japan and then go into exile there. People who don't know actually condemn Park Yong-won as a traitor. But there is a reason why Park Yong-won went to Japan, which is afraid that everything that has been built will be taken by the Messiah Guild. Park Yong-won is willing to leave his own country just to protect life and wealth. It's very clear that Park Yong-won will not ignore the current situation. After thinking about Park Yong-won, Kim Woo-jin said that he would become a guard for Lord Park Yong-won. It seemed that Park Yong-won would use Kim Woo-jin to get rid of them, but Kim Woo-jin didn't want to be discarded after Park Yong-won was done with his business. Park Yong-won in his mind did not expect that Kim Woo-jin would become his guardian, before he never thought about this idea. Park Yong-won actually wanted to make Kim Woo-jin be by his side, even though he had to threaten him. But Park Yong-won was confused about what the purpose of his doing all this to Kim Woo-jin. After thinking well, it did not matter about the purpose, as long as Kim Woo-jin could eliminate the Skull Guild for his sake. After that, Park Yong-won responded to Kim Woo-jin's offer very interestingly. Kim Woo-jin had said himself that he would eliminate the guild skull for Park Yong-won as a form of duty in providing protection. Kim Woo-jin will do it if Park Yong-won really needs his role. Kim Woo-jin happens to have a grudge that he wants to avenge on the Skull Guild. Park Yong-won was very happy to hear Kim Woo-jin's answer according to his wishes. Kim Woo-jin left the room. From now on, all the responsibilities that would be planned would be on Park Yong-won's shoulders. Kim Woo-jin was very grateful for the agreement made. At noon in a building, Kim Woo-jin met with someone. An officer said that the contract terms would be raised to a much higher level. Kim Woo-jin understood the terms. He asked for his cooperation to be carried out. Suddenly, the man with glasses became confused as to how Kim Woo-jin could become Park Yong-won's trusted guardian. Even the bespectacled man observed that Kim Woo-jin had not been half a year since joining the guild early. In addition, the man in glasses also has a good record so far, but he thinks he still can't get into Master Park Yong-won's trust guard. The bald-headed officer wasn't sure, but there must be an unknowable special relationship between them. While Park Yong-won wasn't just randomly acting for no reason, looking at the number 6 on an elevator, Kim Woo-jin, who was standing in the elevator alone, heard the two people who were talking about the guard Park Yong-won betrayed. They did not expect how a traitorous guard could be a trusted person before. The other person felt that he could get rare items because he was jealous of the traitor Park Yong-won. His partner became jealous because there should be no need to feel jealous because it was only a messenger who was used. Hearing the conversation of the two men, in his heart, Kim Woo-jin could not just ignore the luck he would get later. Kim Woo-jin didn't mind anything because the hunt would begin soon. On the table, a phone rang. Sechan immediately picked it up and asked if it was Isaac. Sechan had guessed there must be something urgent because it was calling him in the middle of Isaac's regular schedule. At that time, Sechan didn't expect to hear about the fake identity. Gina was seen with a gloomy face, not expecting what kind of plot Kim Woo-jin would do by disguising himself as Isaac. Meanwhile, Sechan stated that this thing that was being discussed could not be done. But it was indeed quite difficult to manipulate the top people of guilds and dungeons. That way, Sechan will immediately prepare the necessary needs. After that, Sechan turned off the phone. He informed him that Kim Woo-jin wanted to use a fake identity to enter the dungeon. Sakahan felt that he and Gina would soon detail this continuation. Gina scratched his head. She observed that Sechan didn't know the details. So Gina was confused as to why Sechan was so willing to help Kim Woo-jin. Gina didn't want to hear that Sechan now fully trusted Kim Woo-jin. Sechan insisted that he didn't trust Kim Woo-jin. Actually, Sechan was just trying to figure out where Kim Woo-jin would draw his sword. This was to determine whether or not Kim Woo-jin was the one who would walk with us. Figuring out the Kim Woo-jin's true destination would be important. Sechan believed that every human desire cannot be deceived. A black and white car was seen speeding away. While in the car, Yang Ji-hoo asked what his colleague meant by saying that Kim Woo-jin wanted to pursue the Skull Guild. His colleague only observed that Kim Woo-jin was acting like that. His colleague Yang Ji-hoo also suspected that Park Yong-won wanted to fight desperately with the Skull Guild. Most of the Skull Guild members entered the dungeon today, so today was the perfect time for Park Yong-won and Kim Woo-jin. In this matter, he could not ignore that there was a possibility that Kim Woo-jin would form a party or create a fake identity. Yang Ji-hoo, who was beside his partner, did not care about any of that, as long as Kim Woo-jin entered the dungeon. 2 white cars were driving along the highway. There was no human in sight at night on the deserted Yongjong Island in Incheon. There was a tent standing. The fat man asked who the man was. He told him his name was Lee Jong-hyun, while the officer who was sitting saw Lee Jong-hyun coming alone and told him to sign immediately. Previously, this officer did not hold a briefing about the dungeon at all, so instead, Lee Jong-hyun had to read the rules first. Although the difficulty in this dungeon is D, but the capacity can accommodate 61 people. On a paper it is written that the dungeon floor is 2. The difficulty of the dungeon is D, and the entry capacity is 61 people. The requirements for entry into the dungeon must be below level 40, while the completion requirement is to finish off the 2-headed dog and has no reward at all. The management of this dungeon also seems to have suffered from carelessness. So there was no more suitable place to cheat than here. He had previously predicted this place. But this dungeon was obviously a trap to lure him out and show himself. There were 2 cars in the parking lot with their lights on. Kim Woo-jin saw that behind the glass of the car window, there were several people there gathering. Kim Woo-jin did expect some competent people. On the other hand, Sechan, who was confused by Yang Ji-hoo's name, was here. Secretary Lee had checked the list. She felt that Yang Ji-hoo had joined the dungeon using the pseudonym Jang-woon. Sechan looked at the screen and thought that it was Yongjong Island, the same place as Kim Woo-jin. Gina, who was sitting casually, mentioned Yang Ji-hoo's name and asked who it was. Sechan immediately became dizzy because he felt that there was a troublesome person among the rookies below level 50. He was a member of the Knight of Round Table. Now, Sakahan told him that he and the others were in trouble. You can see Yang Ji-hoo's face in Kim Woo-jin's shadow. He who is in the car doesn't think that the Messiah Guild will send it this quickly. If you think about it, Yang Ji-hoo is one of the Knights of the Round Table. The nickname the Knight of the Round Table is a group of players who have items related to the legend of King Arthur. This also includes the subordinates who follow them. The Knight of Round Table raises their weapons on behalf of the crumbling empire to protect the suffering people. This is the same as the Messiah Guild. Over time, the Knight of the Round Table weakened to become the guardian of Shin Hae, who had the Merlin wand. Then they decided to become part of the Messiah Guild. Later on, Kim Woo-jin discovered the fact that everything was just a planned scenario. The weakening of the Knight of the Round Table was caused by none other than the King of Deadly Poison. There are most likely many members of the Knight of the Round Table who died because of him. The Gawain Neckel owned by Yang Ji-hoo was most likely taken from a dead member of the Knight of the Round Table. Then it cannot be doubted people like them will definitely do so. The Mastery Stone is an object that cannot be traded. However, the effect of Mastery Stone is to increase the skill rank D to C. It still doesn't matter who has it. The Mastery Stone item was indeed very dangerous, so Kim Woo-jin would not keep its power. There was a notification that Mastery Stone had been used to Skeleton Warrior Mastery. The Skeleton Warrior Mastery creature had a skill rank of F. The advantage that existed in the Skeleton Warrior Mastery could increase the ability of the summoned skeleton soldier. In addition, it can increase the number of skeleton soldiers, and the effect of the skill will increase as the rank increases. The officer told everyone to enter the dungeon and prepare themselves. Kim Woo-jin got out of his car. They saw that there was a notification telling them to level up to the next floor. Then everyone must be able to eliminate 3,000 monsters. The number of participants who will enter the dungeon is quite a lot. Even they did not expect the number of monsters conquered to break through 3,000. That many monsters would definitely be exhausting. Then it would be better to kill 1 or 2 strong monsters than this. Yellow said that 3,000 monsters didn't seem to be dangerous, but it would only take a lot of time. But Yang Ji-hoo thought it was great that it would be easier to finish off Kim Woo-jin from behind and consider it an accident amidst all this chaos. Now Yang Ji-hoo didn't want to waste any time and was going to find where Kim Woo-jin was. One of the guards told Yang Ji-hoo about the person she was looking for. Yang Ji-hoo immediately looked towards the back of the crowd. He in his heart saw the Skull Guild entering the dungeon in ordinary clothes. It was possible that in Yang Ji-hoo's opinion, the person from the Skull Guild didn't understand the situation. In Yang Ji-hoo's view, the Skull Guild couldn't handle the situation on their own. Yet they often messed things up. He was sure that they were not warned about this matter. If they disobeyed the orders of the master, then Yang Ji-hoo would kill all of them after coming out of this dungeon. Yang Ji-hoo asked the others not to pay attention to the Skull Guild, now only need to focus on the previous goal. No matter what happened, everyone had to clean up the Kim Woo-jin by themselves. There was an explosion from the ground. Then there was a man with a creepy face asking to report to him immediately when they all found the target. The person who is wanted with the blood poison skill. So don't let your guard down when approaching him. He told everyone to kill anyone who dared to disturb. In this important matter, he will take full responsibility. There was a man with curly hair who never thought at all that the Skull Guild would be directly attacked on the first floor. A figure like Kim Woo-jin this time wouldn't let him get away with anything. Then the man with curly hair immediately stopped at a very large tree. He secretly peeked and confirmed whether the elite guards of Park Yong-won entered this dungeon as well or not. The eyes of this man with curly hair saw that there was a skeleton warrior or skeleton. According to the suspicion of one of the party members, they brought a necromancer. He felt unacceptable to all of this because it was considered very cunning. So far, the man with curly hair had not seen any Kim Woo-jin coming at all. Suddenly, his eyes glanced over and there was another man coming. Quickly, the man with the crimson hair immediately attacked. However, the fate of the man with curly hair was very sad because he lost the fight. His face was covered in wounds, and he asked this person to stop the action. The man of crimson hair didn't know why the man of crimson hair attacked him. According to the man of crimson hair, there was a misunderstanding here, while he had no relationship at all with the Skull Guild. This person was surprised that the man of crimson hair said he had no relationship at all, even though the Ditas person told him that the man with curly hair was one of the Skull Guilds. The man of critical hair immediately looked up, and there was his friend who was stuck in the tree. In the image of this man of critical hair is a figure wearing a mask. It is impossible to have said it. In his memory, while talking at that time, his companion said that Matsumoto failed, despite being in danger. No matter what happened, the man had to survive and report everything that happened in the dungeon. His partner kept reminding him that personal safety was the top priority. Then the man of crimson hair denied to the person in front of him that he had never met the member on the tree. But the person in front of the man of critical hair gave him an attack until he fell to the ground. In a weakened state, this man of curly hair still did not want to admit that he was a skull guild. It turned out that the person who confronted the man with the crimson hair was Kim Woo-jin. According to Kim Woo-jin, the words of you guys are more believable dead than alive. Kim Woo-jin's eyes looked luminous because he used the eye of Anubis. Kim Woo-jin's eyes continued to burn, emitting black smoke. On the ground was Jae-hoon lying covered in blood. According to Kim Woo-jin, it should be the Messiah Guild that sent the Skull Guild and Yang Ji-hoo to the dungeon. If this is the possibility of the Skull Guild moving on its own without orders from the Messiah Guild, he did not expect something like this to happen. Kim Woo-jin was still wondering if there could be a split between the two of them. The atmosphere at night seemed to have a light so bright from the fire. One of the men thought that hunting down 3,000 monsters would be challenging, but it turned out that monsters were very easy to defeat. He had felt the same way, as it was so easy to kill. This place is only a 2-story dungeon, so one must not let their guard down at all. Everyone must save their strength and go by name to the 2nd floor later. But according to the man in the robe, this was very strange. A person like Kim Woo-jin could not be found at all. He was sure Kim Woo-jin must have realized something and deliberately disappeared. According to Yang Ji-hoo, if Kim Woo-jin was scared and hiding somewhere else, then Kim Woo-jin would come out once he felt the situation was safe. Yang Ji-hoo was more worried about the Skull Guild that had also disappeared this afternoon. Hearing Yang Ji-hoo's words, her partner judged that her team didn't know the situation. So, he suggested that they should stay together later. Later in the afternoon, Yang Ji-hoo and the party team moved together. Yang Ji-hoo suspected that Kim Woo-jin had plans to appear on the 2nd floor of the dungeon. Maybe there is also something else that makes Kim Woo-jin still want to hide, until this dungeon is successfully completed. Yang Ji-hoo is still running. He thinks the devil will come if it is always talked about. One of Ji-woo's yellow-haired colleagues was ready to use his sword weapon. They all fought against the skeletons that came. The other members realized after so long, finally, Kim Woo-jin appeared too. It looks like one of Kim Woo-jin's friends is a necromancer while looking towards the skeleton soldier. Slowly behind a tree, Kim Woo-jin will show himself. Yang Ji-hoo knew for sure Kim Woo-jin wanted if the skeleton fought an experienced player. Kim Woo-jin with his sword appeared along with one of the skeletons beside him. One of Yang Ji-hoo's colleagues spoke up. If Kim Woo-jin continued to hide, it would give him a headache. He thanked Kim Woo-jin for appearing in front of him now. He couldn't wait to test how great Kim Woo-jin's abilities were. Skeleton immediately moved to attack. Yang Ji-hoo was ready to attack the skeleton in front of him. A fierce battle finally took place very fiercely between the skeleton and Yang Ji-hoo. While fighting, Yang Ji-hoo realized that the skeleton had avoided his attack. He did not expect what kind of skeleton soldier had quite great strength. Yang Ji-hoo had never seen a skeleton soldier who could move agilely like that. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin, who was moving, would attack Yang Ji-hoo. Yang Ji-hoo's body was large when compared to Kim Woo-jin. When near Yang Ji-hoo, Kim Woo-jin looked up at the enemy he had to defeat. The intense battle was very tense. Between Kim Woo-jin and Yang Ji-hoo clashed the power of their respective swords. Say Kim Woo-jin was holding Yang Ji-hoo's sword, he admitted that his opponent was very strong and already knew this ability. But Yang Ji-hoo in Kim Woo-jin's eyes was more agile than previously thought. Kim Woo-jin and Yang Ji-hoo's swords were still clashing strongly with each other. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin did something on the ground. This made Yang Ji-hoo so confused as to what exactly Kim Woo-jin was doing in such a way. Yang Ji-hoo judged that this was the only ability of Kim Woo-jin. Yang Ji-hoo thought Kim Woo-jin had disappointed him because he had been looking forward to this fight before. A golden relic pulsates with light, radiating energy into the battlefield. The ground trembles as its ancient power awakens, sparking awe. A towering knight emerges, armor shimmering under the golden glow. The air grows heavy, signaling an ominous challenge about to unfold. A shadowed figure watches, lips curling into a grin. His eyes gleam, calculating the events unfolding in front of him. The knight charges forward, sword raised high, his power fueled by the relic's magic. Dust clouds the battlefield as his steps quake. The shadowed figure steps back, his calm demeanor unbroken. A plan forms in his mind, each movement precise and deliberate. Blades clash, sparks fly as the knight's overwhelming strength meets an agile counter. The figure weaves through attacks with practiced precision and speed. A rapid shift in energy stirs the battlefield. The knight's sword strikes the ground, releasing shockwaves that ripple across the land. Observing the knight's movements, the figure analyzes the relic's effects. Its immense strength boosts defenses but limits flexibility, creating exploitable weaknesses. A faint smirk hints at a strategy forming. The figure shifts stances, prepared to counter as the fight reaches a crucial moment. "Retreat!" echoes across the battlefield. The knight pauses briefly as confusion spreads among his allies, uncertainty growing in the chaotic scene. Soldiers hesitate, unsure of their leader's command. The figure watches, his calm assessment undisturbed as strategic advantages slowly tip in his favor. The knight contemplates, realizing his adversary's calculated maneuvers. Reluctance lingers in his stance as retreat feels contrary to his power-fueled confidence. The figure sprints, gaining distance to lure his opponent. Every step calculated, drawing the knight deeper into a precarious situation. Allies falter as orders diverge. Loyalty wavers, but the knight stands resolute, determined to prove his strength against the elusive figure. A sudden burst of speed catches the knight off guard. Precision cuts through his hesitation as the figure capitalizes on his faltering momentum. The relic's power grows unstable under pressure. Its golden glow flickers as cracks form, threatening to collapse the knight's once unshakable dominance. The figure's relentless attacks dismantle the knight's defense. Strategic blows chip away at the enhanced armor, forcing the knight into desperation. "You wield great power," the figure notes silently. "But your understanding falters." A well-timed strike sends the relic spiraling from its holder. The ground shakes as the relic detonates energy in all directions. A fiery burst blinds the battlefield, scattering debris and leaving chaos. Emerging from the smoke, the figure's silhouette strides forward. Confidence etched on his face, the battle turns decisively in his favor. The knight struggles to rise, his armor cracked and relic gone. Power fades, leaving him vulnerable against the figure's unwavering advance. The figure analyzes the aftermath, noting the artifact's unparalleled boost. "In unskilled hands," he muses, "even power becomes a double-edged sword." Golden light fades, leaving scorched ground and broken resolve. The knight's allies retreat, uncertain and unable to match the figure's ruthless efficiency. The figure pauses, eyes narrowing. Though victorious, he senses a deeper game at play. This fight was merely the opening gambit. With the relic destroyed, the battlefield quiets. The figure vanishes into the shadows, prepared for the greater battles yet to come. Soldiers stand frozen, the echo of the explosion lingering. Dust settles as they realize the battlefield has shifted drastically against them. A cautious voice rallies, urging the group to focus. The skeleton soldiers' relentless march resumes, breaking their fragile resolve once more. Chaos spreads as poisonous strikes immobilize foes. Weakness spreads through their ranks, forcing hasty retreats and disorganized clashes amidst the suffocating venom. A calculated move disrupts formations. The figure manipulates the terrain, forcing isolated fights. His precision outpaces any remaining hopes of coordinated retaliation. The remnants scatter, each step dictated by instinct. The figure's shadow looms above, his victory sealing their defeat with strategic finesse. As a dust storm rises, their confusion grows. They falter, realizing his calculated tactics go beyond brute force. Strategy reigns supreme here. A commanding voice demands order, but confidence wanes. The captain's retreat offers no comfort, leaving them exposed to tactical dismantling. The figure emerges, unscathed amidst chaos. His presence alone unravels resolve, and his movements suggest mastery over every shifting element of battle. A hasty clash leaves an opening. Momentum shifts in his favor, leveraging every misstep to dismantle their remaining defenses with unyielding precision. A smirk accompanies a final, devastating move. The battlefield grows eerily quiet, signaling the decisive end of this deadly encounter. A glowing sword pierces through the dust, igniting a final effort. The captain charges forward, desperate to reclaim the upper hand. The figure dodges effortlessly, redirecting the blow. His speed defies expectations, leaving the captain staggered amidst flashes of sharp counters. A new skill activates, hastening the captain's strikes, yet the figure matches his pace, exploiting the relentless rhythm with masterful timing. Dust swirls again as their blades clash, sparks flying. The figure's composed demeanor sharpens, calculating every opening to control the fight. With an elegant counter, the captain falters. Momentum builds for the figure as the tides shift entirely against his opponent's crumbling efforts. A massive impact craters the battlefield, remnants of their clash scattering across the field. Onlookers witness the captain's towering form beginning to waver. Strength drains visibly as exhaustion takes hold. The figure presses forward, his sharp gaze unrelenting as he seizes every opportunity. A sudden eruption shifts the ground beneath them. The captain steadies himself, yet the figure's movements remain unbroken by the chaos. Each step feels heavier, the captain's attempts to recover failing. Poison and fatigue sap his strength, leaving him vulnerable to relentless attacks. A decisive blow sends the captain reeling, his defenses shattered. The figure's victory seems inevitable as silence descends over the battlefield. The captain collapses, his strength failing completely. The figure steps forward, his shadow cast over the defeated foe, signaling the fight's conclusion. A calculated smirk reveals his mastery. The figure reflects on the battle, noting each maneuver and strategy that led to his success. Onlookers watch in stunned silence, their confidence shattered. The captain's defeat shakes their morale, leaving them hesitant to challenge the victorious figure. With no need for words, the figure strides away, each step a testament to his power and ability to manipulate every battle. As he disappears into the horizon, whispers spread among the survivors. His reputation grows, marking him as an unmatched force in war. A group strides into the battlefield, their presence radiating authority. Whispers follow, identifying them as legendary warriors with a storied reputation. The leader's sharp gaze cuts through tension as discussions unfold. Strategy clashes with ego, and alliances teeter dangerously amidst fragile tempers. A confrontation ignites between conflicting ideologies. The group's unity fractures as a heated exchange exposes deep mistrust among their ranks. The tension peaks with a sudden challenge. Accusations fly, emotions boil, and control slips, threatening to unravel the team's delicate cohesion. Shadows shift ominously, unnoticed by the group. A figure observes from afar, biding time as their discord serves his silent purpose. As emotions flare, a brawl erupts. Fists fly, words cut deeper than swords, and respect erodes amidst the chaos of conflict. A seasoned warrior steps back, retreating from the fray. He calculates, recognizing an opening for intervention, yet hesitates to commit. From the shadows, the figure watches their turmoil. A faint smirk betrays his amusement at the group's self-inflicted disarray and confusion. The air thickens as a past betrayal resurfaces. Accusations of treachery add fuel to the fire, exposing wounds that never healed. The observer steps forward, ready to act. His presence cuts through the chaos, a deliberate move to shift the battle's course. A glimmer of light marked his arrival, his stance unwavering as he grasped the relic, a weapon destined to change fates. The adversary's sharp gaze faltered, overwhelmed by an unexpected presence radiating resolve. Every movement seemed calculated yet fueled by vengeance. A faint smirk played on his lips, concealing the depths of his plans. This stage, he thought, is perfectly set. Clenching his weapon tighter, he exuded a powerful aura, making the foe question reality. Victory wasn't just an option, it was certain. "Do you understand now?" his unspoken words echoed. Confidence surged through him as shadows loomed, foreshadowing a decisive confrontation like no other. Standing firm, he met the enemy's glare, his resolve unshaken. The radiant energy pulsating from him whispered promises of a pivotal moment. The tension crackled in the air. Each movement of his opponent betrayed doubt, the tides of battle subtly shifting with each heartbeat. A sudden burst of power illuminated the battlefield. The relic pulsed, signaling its master's command. Their fates intertwined in this orchestrated chaos. The foe charged recklessly, blinded by fury. He sidestepped with precision, his every action exuding control, a master of calculated maneuvers. The sun wanes, he thought, watching the enemy falter. Victory is mine, orchestrated through every deliberate action leading to this moment. A flash of steel and chaos erupted as reinforcements arrived. Yet he remained composed, his strategy carefully designed to outwit them all. The battle thickened. Enemies surged forward in droves, yet none could pierce his armor of sheer confidence and impeccable combat skill. The battlefield shifted, revealing a trap laid with brilliance. The enemy realized too late they'd been maneuvered into a fatal position. Confusion is my ally, he mused, watching their panic. Like a predator circling its prey, he tightened the noose around them. Triumph gleamed in his eyes. With each step, his victory grew closer, the culmination of foresight, skill, and unyielding resolve. The realization struck the adversary. His forces obliterated, his plans unraveled. Every step brought the inevitable closer as despair seeped into his heart. A furious roar escaped the enemy's lips. Fueled by desperation, he charged recklessly, unaware that his movements only sealed his defeat. Dodging effortlessly, he activated a newfound ability, a surge of energy empowering him. Speed became his ally, and victory loomed ahead. Shadows danced in his wake as his opponent faltered. Determination burned brighter in his eyes, unrelenting in pursuit of his destiny. His weapon crackled with energy, an extension of his unyielding will. Each strike dismantled his opponent's confidence, forging his path to triumph. The enemy lunged with all his strength, desperation driving his reckless attacks. Yet every attempt fell short, countered with elegant precision. Energy coursed through the battlefield, his aura overwhelming. Each move felt like destiny itself unfolding, a performance crafted for absolute domination. The relic flared brightly, delivering the finishing blow. A moment of silence followed as the battlefield bore witness to his victory. Standing amidst the aftermath, he gazed at the fallen adversary. This was only the beginning, he thought, steel in his resolve. With the relic in hand, he walked forward, his purpose unshaken. A new chapter began, where his legend would be written. The car sped through the night, its headlights slicing through darkness. Inside, thoughts churned, every decision tied to the looming confrontation. Silence filled the cabin as doubts lingered. Responsibility weighed heavily, yet the drive forward signaled determination despite the uncertainties ahead. A quick glance at a photo deepened his resolve. Memories of past betrayals fueled the fire that burned fiercely within him. Instructions relayed over the phone sparked new urgency. Every word seemed designed to push him further, a calculated move in a greater scheme. Across the city, discussions unfolded in a sterile office, plans being shaped to counter the moves of an unpredictable opponent. "He's too dangerous to ignore," one said, tightening their grip on the armrest. Conversations turned sharp, echoing the weight of the situation. The enemy's motives seemed intricate, layered in deception, each possibility dissected with precision, all pointing to an inevitable clash none could avoid. Past encounters haunted their strategies, a reminder of the calculated brilliance the foe wielded, making them second-guess their every assumption and move. A decisive point was raised. Trust and manipulation intertwined. The stakes were clear. Underestimate him, and they would face irreversible consequences soon enough. As plans solidified, one thing became certain. This wasn't just about survival, but uncovering truths hidden deep beneath layers of deceit. Lights from the highway flickered through the windows, mimicking the turbulent thoughts racing through his mind. The destination was close, yet uncertainty loomed. The battlefield awaited, its emptiness deceptive. Tension hung thick as he approached, every sense heightened, knowing the enemy wouldn't hesitate to strike. Blood seeped into the ground, a grim reminder of the price already paid. His focus sharpened, ready to face what awaited. Exhaustion weighed heavily, but determination refused to waver. This was no time for hesitation, as every moment brought the adversary closer. The enemy's forces appeared, numbers overwhelming, But his resolve remained unbroken. Strategies shifted within his mind, forming a counter to their strength. The first strike came fast, shattering the calm. Skeleton warriors surged forward, their soulless eyes locked on him, relentless and unyielding. His weapon danced in the moonlight, cutting through the hordes with precision. Each movement spoke of mastery, calculated and unerring in purpose. The enemy pushed harder, forcing him to adapt. Every strike revealed gaps in their formation, weaknesses he could exploit without hesitation. Power radiated from within, amplifying his strikes. The ground shook with each step, the battle intensifying as he outpaced their every move. Despite their overwhelming numbers, he refused to falter. This wasn't just a fight, it was a statement of his unyielding will to prevail. The poison coursing through him burned fiercely, a cruel reminder of the cost of his actions, yet he pressed on undeterred. Shadows flickered as the enemy regrouped. He could feel his strength waning but relied on his willpower to keep pushing forward. His blade struck true, cutting down another wave of skeletons. Victory felt distant, yet within reach if he played his cards right. The poison's toll became evident as his legs buckled momentarily. Still, he rose, unwilling to let pain dictate the outcome. Staring down the advancing army, he gripped his weapon tighter. This wasn't the end, just the beginning of a greater struggle. His voice carried confidence as he watched the opponent falter. The battle was turning, the poison's toll visible in every staggering step. Observing from afar, he marveled at the unfolding chaos. This wasn't merely combat, it was a stage where his plans thrived. His foe's demand for a fight seemed desperate, futile against calculated patience. He stood still, embodying dominance without needing reckless action. The opponent crumbled, exhaustion and poison claiming their strength. The battlefield felt eerily silent, as if acknowledging the inevitable conclusion approaching swiftly. A final glance confirmed his victory. Each moment revealed the delicate threads of strategy tying the battle's outcome firmly to his favor. A surge of power rushed through him, gifted by an unseen force. The ground beneath seemed to echo his ascension's significance. The relic's energy resonated with his spirit, amplifying his dominance. Symbols glowed, revealing newfound abilities that would define his next conquest. Triumph illuminated his path forward. The battlefield, once chaotic, now felt like a canvas, etched with his every calculated decision. The relic revealed a message, proof of his relentless efforts. Each word etched in his mind as a testament to his rising potential. His reflection in the glowing screen displayed not just resolve, but a glimpse of what awaited those daring to challenge him. His steps were steady as he left the scene, emboldened by his victory. The relic's warmth fueled his evolving strategy. He smiled faintly, recalling the lessons from his first encounter. Each scar bore wisdom, shaping the path he walked confidently now. The air shifted. A new presence observed him from the shadows. It wasn't just a fight, it was preparation for greater threats. Visions of future battles crossed his mind. Each encounter became clearer, revealing adversaries he had yet to face but already understood. With a final glance at the battlefield, he turned away. His mission remained clear, to ascend further and rewrite his destiny. In the dimly lit chamber, his confident smirk carried an air of certainty. Every word he uttered hinted at a looming confrontation, brimming with calculated intentions. Shadows stretched across the grand hall, echoing whispers of power. A new figure entered, his composed demeanor signaling both intrigue and caution amidst an unspoken battle of wills. The newcomer's sharp gaze met his opponent's, respect and rivalry blending seamlessly. Words exchanged carried weight, hinting at alliances forged under uncertain terms, each concealing their true intentions. The masked figure revealed his face, and the icy tension in the air spoke of an imminent battle no one could avoid. The soldiers moved cautiously, encircling him, their footsteps crunching in the frost. He didn't flinch, his eyes fixed ahead, calculating. Memories of betrayal seared his mind, fueling his determination. He clenched his fists, vowing that this time justice would be his. The ground trembled beneath them as power surged through his body. Shadows stretched ominously, mirroring the storm brewing within his heart. A sudden silence fell, broken only by the wind. They had underestimated him, and now the consequences would be irreversible. The plan was simple: lure the creature into the open and strike together. Timing was everything, and they couldn't afford mistakes. The adventurers tensed as the ground quaked. Their target emerged, an overwhelming presence that sent shivers through even the bravest hearts. In a blinding instant, the dungeon's core disintegrated. The ominous glow of victory lit the sky, marking their triumph over darkness. As the light faded, he stood alone, gaze unwavering. His triumph was personal, a step closer to settling old scores. The return to the surface felt surreal, yet his resolve only deepened. There was still so much to unravel, to conquer. The reunion was unexpected, a familiar figure leaning casually against the vehicle. Yet their presence carried a weight he couldn't ignore. "There's something urgent," the visitor hinted, passing over a sealed envelope. The air between them thickened with unspoken tension and purpose. The journey resumed, engines roaring against the quiet dawn. Each mile closed the gap to their next mission, their shared goals silently acknowledged. The talk shifted to recent battles, a subtle probing of strengths and weaknesses. He listened carefully, piecing together vital fragments of information. A destination loomed on the horizon, a dark, ominous tower. They knew this was only the beginning of a larger plan. Details of the mission came into focus, each fact sharpening his determination. He silently reviewed every potential scenario, preparing for the inevitable. The mention of a name stirred a reaction. Memories of past encounters resurfaced, fueling both curiosity and a simmering undercurrent of rivalry. With a smirk, his companion teased about the last confrontation. The light-hearted moment belied the serious stakes hanging in the balance. Strategies were laid out, though questions lingered. Trust was a fragile commodity, but necessity dictated cooperation, however uneasy the alliance might be. As the car sped forward, he clenched the documents in hand, his gaze narrowing. This mission held answers and challenges beyond expectation. The document revealed critical details about the dungeon's structure. Every failed attempt by others became a clue, fueling his drive to succeed. His companion's boastful remarks about strength drew a faint smile. For him, action always outweighed words, and silence proved sharper than pride. The mention of a rival's accomplishment sparked intrigue. While admiration lingered, it was tempered by the fire of personal ambition and resolve. A pointed offer broke the tension, a direct challenge to prove himself. The atmosphere shifted, their focus settling firmly on the task. They approached the towering gates of the dungeon, determination etched on their faces. The next chapter of this journey was just beginning. Accepting the mission wasn't just strategic, it was personal. He understood the risks, but this was his chance to prove his unmatched resolve. The car pulled away, leaving behind faint traces of heated discussions. He mulled over his next steps, crafting a flawless strategy. Trust was a fragile bridge in their world. As the conversation turned, he hinted at alliances, though only time would reveal intentions. A simple phrase echoed, "He never loses." The statement wasn't a boast, but a reminder of calculated precision and deadly competence. Walking towards the edge of decision, the burden of choices weighed heavily. There would be no turning back after this moment. The document outlined the Messiah Guild's rights to the neglected dungeon. It was a ticking clock, and time wasn't on their side. Failure meant chaos, as rival guilds eagerly awaited their misstep. Only a select few could maintain control over the rising tensions. The destination came into view, its looming presence a stark reminder of past failures. The stakes were higher than ever before. Memories of his first confrontation flooded back. Every skill, every instinct had been tested in ways that reshaped his entire approach. The offer to join their ranks still lingered in his mind. Trust and ambition clashed, fueling his relentless pursuit of something greater. The approaching figure carried an air of authority. Their words hinted at desperation cloaked in formality, a plea for strength disguised as opportunity. The memory of their first encounter surfaced, vivid and sharp. This wasn't an alliance born of trust, but necessity and leverage. The glowing screen displayed coordinates, pulling him back to the mission. This was no ordinary dungeon. It was a test of worth. Preparation wasn't just crucial, it was survival. Every tool and skill honed, ensuring no room for mistakes in the coming battle. He smirked, determination blazing in his eyes. This time he'd not only survive, but ensure his name resonated far beyond this war. A flick of his wrist activated the device. The first step into the battlefield was both exhilarating and steeped in calculation. He promised himself he'd make an impression, one that would force everyone to recognize his worth, not as a pawn, but a player. The familiar glow of dungeon portals appeared before him. Its challenges had shaped him once before, but this time, he was prepared. Staring into the shimmering gate, he felt the weight of expectations. A moment of hesitation, then resolve sharpened like a blade. As energy crackled around him, the countdown began. This was more than just a dungeon. It was the stage for his resurgence. The towering structure loomed in the distance, shrouded in an aura of mystery and danger. This was no ordinary dungeon. It demanded perfection. The call for readiness echoed across the crowd. Tension thickened as players steeled themselves, knowing failure meant both humiliation and loss of life. His confidence was unshaken, yet his eyes betrayed the weight of responsibility. The next steps required precision, strength, and unwavering focus. Memories of prior successes filled the air, but doubt threatened to creep in. This dungeon would challenge everything they believed they knew. Taking a final breath, he steadied himself. The first step forward wasn't just a move, it was a declaration of his determination. The group trudged through the snow, the biting cold a constant reminder of their challenge. Preparation was vital to survival in this wasteland. Commands rang out, emphasizing teamwork. Everyone knew their limits, and pushing past them could mean being left behind, a fate none desired. The harsh truth was clear. Those unfit to adapt would only slow progress. This environment demanded the strongest to take the lead. Even seasoned fighters felt the chill's grip. Adjusting gear, they braced themselves for the unknown dangers lurking in this frozen expanse. A sudden signal prompted movement. The mission had begun, and hesitation could cost them dearly. The first steps were swift and decisive. The icy cliff towered above them, its sharp edges promising peril. This wasn't a place for the faint of heart or skill. Discussions flared about their odds. Some doubted the wisdom of acting alone, while others trusted their strength to overcome the environment's hostility. Boasts filled the air, breaking the tense silence. Confidence was their armor, though it was clear survival hinged on more than bravado. The beast emerged from the shadows, its roar shaking the ground. This Siberian predator was a reminder of nature's relentless, unforgiving might. Laughter erupted as the bear charged. To some, danger was just another game, a challenge they'd conquer with fearless determination. The frost-covered pages revealed cryptic details about the dungeon. Each clue hinted at challenges beyond imagination, pushing their determination to heights fueled by survival and the promise of rewards. Equipped with enchanted gear, a subtle warmth wrapped around them, easing the biting cold. The mask's unique power added a tactical edge, forging a bond with summoned forces. Their steady march resumed, boots crunching against ice. Every step deepened their resolve, the freezing wind becoming a mere backdrop to the greater goal waiting beyond the horizon. The two adventurers stood firm at the dungeon's entrance, discussing strategies to clear it while masking their growing tension. Snow crunched beneath their boots as one insisted there was no need for reckless plans, preferring a calculated approach instead. A sudden roar from within the dungeon sent shivers down their spines, signaling an imminent, dangerous confrontation awaiting them. Through the frosty haze, the silhouette of a colossal armored skeleton emerged, radiating an aura of undeniable menace and power. The beast charged forward, shaking the ground with each step, forcing them to ready their weapons for an inevitable showdown. Amidst their tense preparation, one complained about the other's luxurious leather armor, questioning how it was crafted from rare needle-snake leather. The accused adventurer smirked, shrugging off the complaints, claiming it was a reward for their hard work and strategic resource management. Angered, the first adventurer cursed their bald ally, grumbling about unfair treatment as the skeleton's growls interrupted their escalating argument. Miles away, their bald ally sneezed loudly, muttering about someone bad-mouthing him, completely unaware of the battle brewing near. Meanwhile, the two adventurers locked eyes, readying themselves to face their adversary as its chilling presence loomed closer. Observing the situation, a hidden figure deduced that several adventurers had already gone missing, trapped in a deadly game of survival. A camp's inhabitants scrambled to fortify their base, neglecting warnings about rogue elements lurking nearby, driven by greed and fear. An authoritative voice reminded them of their mission, chastising their negligence and emphasizing the importance of forming alliances for survival. With stern determination, the leader instructed scouts to search for the missing and to ensure the camp's defenses were strengthened immediately. Farther ahead, danger grew closer as the dungeon seemed alive, its icy traps and creatures hunting down anyone daring to enter. Sharp winds howled, and faint growls echoed, signaling the presence of fearsome wolves, skilled hunters of the frozen terrain. The wolves lunged at an unfortunate adventurer, their swift movements forcing him into a desperate battle for survival. Blood stained the pristine snow as combat intensified, the wolves using brutal coordination while the adventurers' cries echoed into the frigid night. One scout noticed the chaos, rushing to alert the camp, fearing the growing strength of creatures hidden in the dungeon. They underestimated the cunning beasts. What seemed like a random attack was a calculated effort to weaken their forces for an ambush. The adventurers gasped as the skeleton soldier displayed unexpected agility, its moves far surpassing any undead creature they'd encountered before. A leader hesitated, observing the creature with dread, unsure if stepping in would aid their allies or disrupt their delicate plans. Realizing the skeleton's overwhelming power, some adventurers considered retreating, but the dungeon's traps left them stranded and defenseless. Those watching the chaos unfold whispered about the creature's newfound intelligence, questioning the true nature of the dungeon's transformation. With tension thick in the air, the adventurers braced themselves for the dungeon's ultimate test, where survival demanded wits, skill, and sacrifice. A signal whistle echoed, alerting the team to regroup as unknown creatures infiltrated their defenses, escalating the chaos around them. Despite strategic maneuvers, confusion spread as more breaches occurred, overwhelming the group and forcing desperate attempts to restore control. The captain arrived, assessing the situation coldly, reprimanding the team for panicking at what should have been manageable threats. Wolves howled, their chilling calls summoning reinforcements, signaling a coordinated attack far more calculated than any previous encounters. Observing the organized enemy, the captain barked orders for a defensive formation, urging injured members to retreat toward the camp. Distant howls grew louder as the snowstorm concealed their attackers, intensifying fear among the group and adding tension to every movement. Scouts reported a massive wave of monsters approaching, forcing the group to brace for an overwhelming battle against the unknown forces. A scout panicked, stumbling over words as he relayed that this wave was unlike anything seen before, unnatural and strategically precise. The captain struggled to maintain order, rallying his team to focus, despite doubts that their defensive line would hold. The wave crashed against them like a tidal force, their lines buckling as monsters breached with precision and relentless aggression. The team's defenses crumbled further as the dungeon's monsters unleashed devastating attacks, pushing them dangerously close to full retreat. A wolf's piercing howl echoed once again, summoning larger beasts from the frozen wilderness, amplifying the adventurers' desperation. One figure emerged amidst the chaos, their calm demeanor unsettling allies and foes alike, hinting at a hidden strength within. With a single precise movement, the figure unleashed a devastating attack, temporarily halting the wave and shocking those watching. The figure's aura intimidated even the dungeon's creatures, temporarily shifting the tide of the battle in their favor. As the group reformed their ranks, discussions about the figure's abilities spread, with whispers of their mysterious power growing louder. Snow fell heavily as the figure pushed forward alone, clearing a path toward the heart of the dungeon's dangers. Scouts spotted an incoming wave far larger than expected, throwing the team back into a frenzy of urgent preparations. The captain cursed under his breath, acknowledging they were unprepared for this scale of battle, and began issuing retreat orders. The dungeon's aura grew darker, forewarning that even greater challenges awaited, leaving the adventurers unsure of their survival. The lone figure discovered a hidden skill scroll, unlocking a powerful ability that could turn the tide if wielded correctly. As the figure activated their new power, glowing energy radiated, sending shockwaves that disrupted the dungeon's monsters' coordinated efforts. The captain ordered a counterattack, emboldened by the figure's display, urging everyone to regroup and push back against the encroaching wave. Despite the rally, the monsters adapted swiftly, proving that they too were evolving in response to the adventurers' tactics. The figure stood their ground, ready for the next wave, determined to uncover the dungeon's secrets and ensure no one was left behind. A thunderous explosion rippled through the battlefield, momentarily halting the chaos as smoke obscured the view of both allies and enemies. Shouts of reinforcements echoed in confusion as the team scrambled to discern the source of the sudden disruption in their ranks. Suspicion arose as a keen observer questioned the possibility of another faction interfering, their mind racing to identify unknown players in the dungeon. A lone wolf stood atop a ledge, howling in defiance, as the unfolding chaos seemed orchestrated from behind the scenes. Eyes widened in horror as a fresh wave of enemies surged forward, their brutal precision suggesting a powerful new commander's influence. The battlefield shifted as a sudden windstorm erupted, tearing through the ranks of both monsters and adventurers, scattering them without mercy. Amongst the chaos, a figure smirked, harnessing the storm's power, their aura commanding both fear and admiration from the witnesses. The ground trembled as massive creatures joined the fray, their sheer size threatening to crush all in their path. Struggling to regroup, the adventurers fought fiercely, their resolve tested as every move seemed countered by the dungeon's relentless tactics. As blood painted the snow, hope wavered, but one adventurer stood firm, vowing to unveil the dungeon's secrets and survive. The adventurer hurled forward, caught in a whirlwind of chaos, as allies and monsters clashed in a maelstrom of magic, steel, and desperation, testing their endurance to the limit. Activating Blessing of the Sun, a radiant glow enveloped the skeletal soldier, its aura igniting renewed hope while sending shockwaves of energy rippling across the battlefield to disrupt the enemy's advance. The soldier's darkened eye sockets flared with mystical energy, revealing hidden depths of power as it unleashed Aura Field, reinforcing its defenses and amplifying its offensive capabilities against the monstrous horde. Standing amidst blazing light, the skeletal soldier radiated overwhelming might, a harbinger of destruction whose fearsome power surged with each heartbeat, leaving allies awestruck and foes quaking in terror. A radiant light emerges from the darkness, its intensity growing stronger as the air vibrates with an unspoken, mysterious energy. The skies part, revealing figures standing tall amidst a golden glow, their forms resolute as if ready to challenge the heavens. One piercing gaze locks onto the phenomenon, sharp with awareness, trying to decipher what secrets lie hidden within the celestial burst. The surroundings tremble, and waves of golden light ripple outward, a power too immense to ignore, reshaping the atmosphere around them. Clad in brilliant energy, a figure takes center stage, an overwhelming force radiating with purpose, pushing forward against the odds. A clash begins as radiant auras collide, creating an explosion of force. The figures brace, determined to overpower the chaos ahead. The golden energy twists and flows, scattering enemies who stand in its path, unable to withstand the relentless spiraling onslaught. Shadows ripple against the light as one figure advances, commanding skull-like minions that charge forward with chilling intensity. The air grows heavy with the weight of their presence, as supernatural forces dominate the field, their power beyond mortal comprehension. The battle crescendos with a deafening impact, shaking the very ground, leaving nothing untouched by the fierce collision of wills. A lone observer gazes from a distance, eyes wide in disbelief. The unfolding scene resembles the chaos of an ancient legend. The figure's thoughts race, piecing together fragments of understanding, realizing this is no ordinary confrontation but a display of ultimate skill. Perched high above, another figure radiates authority, commanding undead forces with unmatched precision, orchestrating the chaos like a conductor of doom. The minions, enhanced by their leader's aura, stand united in purpose, their overwhelming strength combining into an unstoppable wave of destruction. The leader smirks, confident in their strategy, knowing that manipulating energy to benefit the group was far more efficient than individual might. Standing atop a snowy battlefield, Kim Woo-jin surveys the chaos below. A swarm of golden energy twists violently, reshaping the landscape. Woo-jin's breath fogs the air as his aura intensifies, commanding focus. He channels a hidden power to prepare for what's next. A message flashes through his mind, a skill activation. His resolve hardens as the dormant force awakens, ready to alter the battle's tide. With a sudden burst, the ground splits, energy erupting outward. This seismic release carves through the enemy, leaving them unbalanced and stunned. Amid the shockwave, Woo-jin remains steady. His strategy unfolds brilliantly, scattering the opponents like leaves in a storm's embrace. A high-rise building stands tall in the distance, its sleek structure a stark contrast to the primal chaos unfolding nearby. Within, a confident figure assesses the situation, planning meticulously. He weighs every action, knowing the next step could alter everything. Others join in, listening attentively. Calculations, risks, and rewards fill the air, their conversation focusing on maximizing gains while minimizing public fallout. A woman voices her doubts, contemplating the power involved. It's not just skill. They suspect there's something else fueling Woo-jin's ascent. The leader's tone sharpens, dismissing hesitation. He sees potential and refuses to let it slip away, already considering ways to capitalize. A hand hovers over a keyboard. Precision and timing are critical, as a simple mistake could shift their carefully built plans. The man reflects on Woo-jin's skills, acknowledging their value. He wonders if Woo-jin's abilities could serve purposes beyond the battlefield. Strategies merge as he prepares for further operations. Unmasking Woo-jin would mean risks, but hidden identities could protect what's most valuable. Back in the fray, Woo-jin strikes decisively. The battlefield echoes with force as his precision carves a path through opposition. As the dust settles, allies regroup, relieved. Woo-jin stands quietly, knowing this was just the first chapter of a larger journey. Relief sweeps over the group as they acknowledge Woo-jin's contributions. Without him, their guild might have faced disastrous consequences. They exchange brief words of thanks, their expressions a mix of gratitude and exhaustion. The weight of battle lingers in the air. Woo-jin's calm demeanor draws attention. He acknowledges the others briefly, leaving them curious about his stoic and enigmatic presence. The group hesitates as Woo-jin begins to leave, questioning his lack of concern for the remaining dangers in the area. Woo-jin reassures them subtly, his calculated actions clearly hinting at a strategy far beyond their immediate understanding or comprehension. Woo-jin's experience allows him to manipulate the situation. Every move seems deliberate, designed to keep opponents and allies alike guessing. With the enemies subdued, Woo-jin reflects on the opportunity ahead. The dungeon holds the key to strengthening his abilities further. The others begin to realize Woo-jin's intentions, though unease grows among them. His methods, though effective, often seem unorthodox and risky. The evening grows colder as shadows stretch across the land. Woo-jin ventures deeper, his resolve unwavering despite the looming challenges. His solitary march continues, thoughts racing. The path he chose requires sacrifice, but the rewards could alter his future completely. A new wave of energy courses through Woo-jin, signaling his progress. He reaches a pivotal level, unlocking previously unattainable abilities. The air crackles with power as a divine force recognizes his efforts. It grants him enhancements to aid his relentless journey. A skill notification flashes before him. Its ominous description highlights its potential, cementing Woo-jin's dominance in his chosen path. Woo-jin clenches his hand, testing the newfound power. The energy feels alive, its essence interwoven with his very being. As his abilities solidify, the horizon beckons him forward. The challenges ahead seem vast, but his confidence grows with every step. Wu Jin contemplates his progress, the rare skill acquisition stirring his confidence. This new power aligns perfectly with his carefully laid plans. He shifts his attention to the group, sensing their unease. His calm expression hides the complexities of his strategies. With everyone's attention on him, Wu Jin subtly adjusts their focus, ensuring they work together seamlessly for the challenges ahead. He proposes a momentary respite, gathering strength before advancing further. This break offers a rare chance for camaraderie amidst the chaos. The group gathers by the fire, its warm glow contrasting the icy terrain. Silence speaks volumes, strengthening their unspoken resolve. The fire crackles as Wu Jin takes charge. He carefully balances instructions with reassurances, subtly guiding the team toward mutual understanding. The shared meal brings a sense of normalcy, grounding the group amidst the surreal challenges. Each bite renews their strength to continue. Wu Jin seizes the moment to instill a lesson, ensuring each member fully grasps their roles in the upcoming ordeal. A brief pause lingers as the gravity of their situation dawns on them. Wu Jin's calm presence reassures, keeping their fears at bay. They rise, moving onward with a newfound determination. The bonds forged here promise to carry them through the trials ahead. The group faces a sudden, fierce opponent. Its speed and precision overwhelm them, forcing their carefully formed strategies into immediate action. Wu Jin moves swiftly, analyzing the creature's patterns. Each strike is measured, designed to reveal vulnerabilities while avoiding unnecessary risks. A brief hesitation among the group nearly costs them, but Wu Jin's sharp instincts prevent disaster, keeping the momentum in their favor. The creature intensifies its assault, its unrelenting pace testing their resolve. The team struggles, but Wu Jin remains calm, directing their efforts. Finally, a decisive blow lands, turning the tide. The creature falters, and Wu Jin signals the team to press their advantage together. The ice-covered battlefield reflects the chaos as the horned fox moves with incredible speed, leaving the group struggling to keep up. A team member watches in desperation, their thoughts racing for a solution to halt the creature's relentless and erratic movements. They focus on every detail, searching for a weakness or an opportunity to turn the tide of this seemingly impossible fight. Their gaze sharpens as a new idea forms. Confidence builds, and their stance shifts, ready to face the challenge head-on. With unyielding determination, they step forward. Their voice carries the weight of conviction, declaring their intent to finish what was started. The chilling air intensifies as the horned fox roars. The group's resolve is tested, their fear evident in every movement. One member falls to their knees, overwhelmed by the creature's speed. Their mind races for a strategy to break its dominance. A piercing gaze sharpens, focusing entirely on the horned fox's erratic patterns. Confidence builds with the realization of a hidden opportunity. Determined footsteps press into the snow, the crunch underfoot drowned out by the intensity of the battle ahead. With unwavering resolve, the challenger declares their intent to face the beast, channeling all their strength for a decisive counter. The horned fox moves faster than anticipated, its movements a blur. The challenger reacts instinctively, narrowly dodging the beast's powerful strikes. A moment of hesitation causes a near miss, the snow flying as they struggle to keep up with the creature's speed. The challenger's determination solidifies. Despite being outpaced, they analyze every move, calculating a plan to counter the overwhelming opponent. Each strike lands harder than the last, forcing the challenger to adjust. Precision becomes their greatest ally in this intense fight. The tide begins to turn as confidence grows. A critical opening appears, igniting hope that the battle may yet be won. The uneven terrain threatens to disrupt the challenger's balance, but they dig deep, holding their ground against the relentless onslaught. Face to face with the horned fox, the challenger channels every ounce of strength, aiming for the creature's most vulnerable point. The beast's furious charge slams into the snow, missing its mark as the challenger's quick reflexes outmaneuver its terrifying speed. In the heat of the moment, the challenger's critical strike lands. The horned fox falters, its strength visibly waning with each second. Despite its fearsome speed, The creature's weakness becomes apparent. Victory seems within reach, but the challenger knows this fight is far from over. Wu Jin considers the possibilities. Skeleton soldiers would be ineffective, and traditional tactics would take too long to contain the creature. A determined team member realizes the key lies in halting the horned fox's erratic movements, preparing themselves for an intense effort. Despite doubts, they steel themselves, understanding the stakes. Their decision to act quickly defines the next phase of this tense encounter. Wu Jin's piercing gaze follows as he braces for impact. Confidence clashes with uncertainty, but his focus never wavers in the chaos. A sudden explosion of energy breaks the stillness, signaling the start of a daring attempt to halt the beast's rampage. The snowy terrain erupts as the horned fox's movements send ripples through the ground. Precision becomes critical as Wu Jin advances. The activation of a hidden skill adds a spark of hope, amplifying Wu Jin's power as he lunges toward the fox. Each step takes a toll, but Wu Jin endures, his body strained under the pressure of containing the beast's ferocious energy. As the creature falters, Wu Jin channels his momentum, locking its movements. His determination burns brighter than the icy terrain around them. Wu Jin finally corners the beast, his strategic gambit working. Victory feels close, but he knows he must act swiftly to succeed. Observers stare in disbelief as Wu Jin halts the beast. The once unstoppable force now seems within their grasp, albeit for a moment. They understand the temporary nature of Wu Jin's feat. The team must strike decisively, or the horned fox will regain control. The creature lashes out in desperation, forcing Wu Jin to balance offense and defense while the team prepares for a critical attack. A high-speed clash follows, the fox's movements becoming erratic. Wu Jin capitalizes on its exhaustion, positioning himself for the final blow. As the fox locks eyes with Wu Jin, a chilling realization sets in. This moment will decide the fate of the battle. A brilliant light flashes as the horned fox falls, its defeat marked by an overwhelming surge of energy across the battlefield. The team observes the aftermath, their exhaustion evident as they reflect on the sheer intensity of the battle they just endured. Wu Jin steadies himself, his posture resolute. The group's trust shifts toward him as they realize the depth of his capabilities. The surrounding cold seems less daunting as victory settles in. The team exchanges glances, knowing they've achieved something extraordinary. Wu Jin, calm yet determined, contemplates the next move. The battlefield might be clear, but his mind is already on future challenges. The team's thoughts shift to the horned fox's horn, its value far exceeding what they had initially anticipated in their mission. Wu Jin's sharp observation catches the group's awe. His confidence contrasts their surprise, showcasing his understanding of the stakes involved. A radiant pillar of light illuminates the area, symbolizing not just their victory, but also the rewards awaiting them. Somewhere in a bustling city, rumors of the group's triumph spread. Speculation begins about the true identity behind their leader. Wu Jin remains in the shadows, his strategic thinking ensuring their actions are misinterpreted, leaving only questions about the mysterious victory. The team presents the horned fox's horn, knowing its rarity could lead to diplomatic or political leverage beyond their expectations. Wu Jin carefully instructs on how to handle the item, understanding its importance as more than just a trophy of conquest. Behind closed doors, conversations unfold about potential alliances. Wu Jin remains calm, his eyes sharp as he crafts a subtle plan. The group's actions are framed as altruistic, but Wu Jin's intent runs deeper. Each move aims to secure an unshakable foothold. As the group disperses, Wu Jin smirks slightly. The horned fox might have fallen, but the real battle has only just begun. Wu Jin carefully instructs his team on handling the horn's publicity, ensuring every move amplifies the narrative of their victory. As their vehicle speeds through the city, their strategic planning echoes, aiming to shift public opinion toward their favor. News headlines begin to circulate, painting the Messiah Guild as benefactors of their victory, subtly weaving Wu Jin's hidden agenda into perception. A growing audience observes their efforts, and Wu Jin's influence spreads. He knows the impact of public image extends beyond the battlefield. Amid the calm, Wu Jin's phone rings. a reminder that this victory is just one step in a far-reaching strategy. Back at a modern estate, the media frenzy grows around the enigmatic Park Yong-won Ivanov, whose calculated actions leave many guessing his intentions. Amid the chaos, Park Yong-won's team works efficiently, their focus on leveraging every detail of the victory for future opportunities. Inside a meeting room, key players deliberate their next moves, analyzing the fallout and Park Yong-won's rising influence within the global community. Park Yong-won's subtle satisfaction grows as discussions confirm his plans are falling into place. The attention he garners builds a powerful narrative. With a quiet smirk, Isaac revels in the balance of maintaining control while allowing his growing reputation to do the heavy lifting. Woo-jin receives a tangible reward for his efforts, a special artifact marking his achievements and granting him access to rare powers. The team acknowledges his growing strength, urging him to remain focused. Each reward feels like another step towards something far greater. Among the artifacts, Woo-jin finds a unique skill card. Its description hints at potential unseen before, deepening his desire for progress. Woo-jin stands quietly, absorbing the weight of expectations placed upon him. The journey ahead promises to test every ounce of resolve. With determination, Woo-jin accepts his path, knowing the trials he endures now will forge him into an unstoppable force later. Reports circulate about the Messiah Guild expressing gratitude toward Isaac Ivanov, carefully emphasizing his sentiments rather than focusing on material rewards. The guild chooses a humble gesture in return, publicly recognizing Park Yong-win's role in safeguarding their members during the dire encounter. In private, the guild leadership deliberates. To them, this public acknowledgement feels like a way of saving face rather than genuine thanks. Isaac reflects on his statement about donating the horned fox's horn, knowing it strategically preempts any attempts to undermine him. With a calm, yet determined demeanor, Park Yong-won ensures his actions position him as untouchable, securing his influence without inviting unnecessary conflicts. Woo-jin's sharp gaze conveys certainty as he weighs the consequences. He knows every move will cost his adversaries dearly in time. Kim Woo-jin is handed a level-up book. He's told to focus on leveling up and improving his skills as he ventures forward. He ponders his next move, the suggestion of tackling dungeons, a clear path to grow stronger and more capable of facing challenges. The meeting continues as the group discusses what's next. Kim Woo-jin agrees to manage his task in his own way, his mind sharp. With his commitment set, he expresses his thanks to those around him, recognizing the opportunity to move forward with more power. A breaking news announcement appears, as the Messiah Guild plans to present a special gift to Park Yong-won as a token of gratitude. The room is filled with murmurs as the group discusses Kim Woo-jin's past actions, wondering if he predicted the situation all along. The curious reactions continue, with one person speculating on what gift Park Yong-won will receive, sparking further excitement about the upcoming events. The conversation shifts, and they discuss the Golem's summon skill, a powerful tool for the challenges ahead, leaving everyone in anticipation. As they continue to talk, their curiosity peaks over the gift Park Yong-won is about to get, wondering if it will live up to expectations. The conversation takes a turn when someone jokes about receiving something for themselves. A playful banter follows, making the mood lighter. A sudden complaint rises from someone else in the group, questioning why they haven't received anything despite working hard, the frustration evident. The response comes quickly with a teasing remark about receiving table scraps, adding some humor to the moment amidst the tension. The gifts that have been collected are revealed, sent by people who believe the group deserves them, their value and meaning not lost. Amid the playful back and forth, one person presents a stack of gifts and claims they've been saving something special just for this occasion. The atmosphere lightens with laughter as one person humorously suggests that they've been acting as though they're expecting something too extravagant, adding a comedic flair. A box filled with mysterious items sits on the floor, catching everyone's attention. It seems to hold more significance than it looks. Someone notices Kim Woo-jin focusing on the box. A curious glance suggests he's pondering its importance and what might be inside. A dungeon purchase request appears from Park Yong-won, sparking questions about his motives. This raises doubts about the purpose behind his actions. It's discussed how Park Yong-won only prioritizes personal gain. Yet, aligning with him could provide benefits depending on his elite soldiers. Speculation grows around this new soldier Park Yong-won values. The thought of Kim Woo-jin arises, linking him to the broader mystery. The group wonders if cooperation will lead to taking someone down. The decision seems tricky, but might offer mutual benefit for everyone involved. A rare dungeon contract is revealed, promising high value. The survival quest makes it both dangerous and potentially rewarding for adventurers. Kim Woo-jin evaluates the survival quest details. The goal is clear: endurance for 7 days, but the risk seems steep for even experienced fighters. The quest details outline the challenge, a test of resolve and skill. Success could bring immense rewards, but failure might lead to doom. Kim Woo-jin contemplates the decision. His focus is sharp, realizing this opportunity is both a test and a stepping stone for his goals. A moment of hesitation fills the room as someone realizes the magnitude of the decision. The stakes for this dungeon are incredibly high. Kim Woo-jin accepts the challenge without hesitation, showcasing his determination. This dungeon is another step in his journey to prove himself. The group exchanges glances, understanding the weight of this decision. The dungeon awaits, promising danger and glory for those who dare enter. As night falls, the setting shifts to the outskirts of a dense forest. The dungeon's ominous entrance looms, signaling the start of the quest. A fellow adventurer, reluctantly standing beside Kim Woo-jin, mutters complaints. It's clear this partnership will be anything but smooth during the trial. Kim Woo-jin prepares for the task ahead, a confident smirk on his face, knowing it's time to take bold steps. The Hansung Group's massive skyscraper stands tall, symbolizing power and influence. Their involvement in recent events is a focal point. Hansung's sponsorship of the Messiah Guild solidified their global dominance, intertwining corporate power with guild politics in the pursuit of control. News of Yang Ji-hoo's death spreads, leaving the group questioning his motives for entering the dungeon alone against better advice. Discussions arise over a missing artifact, the necklace of Gawain, fueling tension as its loss adds complications to ongoing plans. The guild leader ponders replacements for Yang Ji-hoo, but finds no immediate solution for retrieving the necklace of Gawain's unique properties. The Skull Guild's repeated failures are recounted, their incompetence leading to escalating conflicts and a crack forming within key alliances. The Messiah Guild's emblem flashes ominously, a reminder of strained unity between the powerful guilds involved in high-stakes negotiations and betrayals. A tense realization dawns. The alliances, once seen as perfect, are faltering, revealing fractures that threaten stability and trust among the elite. Park Yong-won is blamed as the source of problems. Resentment builds, with someone vowing to have eliminated him sooner if foresight allowed. The guild leader clutches a letter with rising frustration. Park Yong-won's growing influence is proving to be an obstacle difficult to dismantle. Contemplating his growing forces, the guild leader admits to being unable to undermine his position without risking greater political fallout. The mention of Kim Woo-jin sparks debate. His alignment with Park Yong-won makes him both a target and a critical piece in plans. A strategist expresses frustrations over how Park Yong-won shields Kim Woo-jin, utilizing resources and schemes to keep him out of harm's reach. The leader silences the excuses, demanding focus on the ultimate goal, eliminating Kim Woo-jin and dismantling Yong-won's growing power at any cost. A team is confirmed to capture Kim Woo-jin, with Suzuki Aichi as the leader, trusted for his tactical expertise and experience. The team awaits at a designated location, preparing for their mission. Their confidence grows as they anticipate confronting their target directly. Kim Woo-jin reaches a new level, unlocking hidden abilities. The progress brings him closer to utilizing the special gifts he received. Observers note Kim Woo-jin's rising strength. His growing capabilities and relentless determination make him an increasingly formidable and intimidating presence. Whispers spread that only someone equally skilled and sharp could face Kim Woo-jin head-on, a challenge many would avoid. Kim Woo-jin assesses his surroundings, carefully setting traps. He reads the environment as if predicting every move and outcome in advance. The dungeon's monsters emerge, ferocious and relentless. Kim Woo-jin, armed with knowledge of their patterns, prepares a swift, decisive response. Kim Woo-jin's expertise shines as he hunts the monsters with precision. It feels as though he's reliving familiar steps from before. A new skill unlocks, adding to his growing arsenal. The group marvels at his efficiency, realizing the gap in their abilities. With goals achieved, they consider retreating, satisfied with the dungeon's results. Kim Woo-jin's composed demeanor hints at his next calculated move. Kim Woo-jin strategizes his next step, knowing his unlocked skills give him an edge. The team senses the stakes rising once again. A powerful skill activates, flooding the area with energy. Its sheer brilliance and strength draw awe and fear from those nearby. The dungeon's core reveals itself, a shimmering source of immense power. Kim Woo-jin steps forward, ready to claim it for his plan. The sudden pressure causes Lee Jinmin to falter, his strength wavering under the intense energy surrounding the dungeon's climactic moments. Concerned eyes turn to Lee Jinmin as he struggles, a reminder of the dungeon's deadly reality and their shared vulnerabilities. Oh Se-chan trembles, his fear evident as a presence looms over him. The weight of authority crushes any defiance within him. Forced to submit, Oh Se-chan bows, complying with orders given. The air around him feels heavy with unspoken tension. A sharp object is handed over, symbolizing both trust and warning. Even the smallest gesture carries meaning in such circumstances. Kim Woo-jin listens intently through the phone, calculating his next move. His destination is clear, and he is ready to proceed. A sharp gaze from the man across the room made it clear. This was no ordinary conversation. Suspicion lingered heavily. He couldn't shake the feeling that the plan involved more danger than expected. Something about the setting felt oddly staged. Beneath the quiet whispers, a growing tension brewed as each word exchanged hinted at unspoken motives, hidden beneath vague intentions. The cold night cast its shadow over him as thoughts raced. It was a web of deceit, unfolding beyond his control. With hands bound and a grim determination in his heart, his only choice now was to face the chaos ahead. The bus ride was quieter than expected, except for the faint murmur of criminals boasting about their past exploits with no shame. A scruffy man leaned closer, his grin wide, throwing casual remarks about how easy their system had made his life recently. He looked at the young man beside him, confused by his silence, but the calm demeanor felt oddly calculated and deliberate. Others laughed loudly, indifferent to their crimes. A sense of powerlessness gripped him as he realized the world encouraged such arrogance. The thought of justice felt distant, but deep down he knew this wasn't the end. There was work to be done. Reflecting on betrayal, the memories hit harder than any blow. Trust shattered, he sat in silence, his mind plotting revenge. A stranger tried to offer sympathy, but he waved it off. His resolve wasn't one for shared plans or emotional weakness. His glasses reflected the faint glow of the moonlight as his mind calculated every step, every angle to make them pay. Revenge wasn't about simple justice. It was about reclaiming the balance that betrayal had stolen from the very fabric of his life. As the weight of decisions settled in, his resolve solidified. No mercy would be shown when the time for reckoning came. A sharp gaze from the man across the room made it clear. This was no ordinary conversation. Suspicion lingered heavily. He couldn't shake the feeling that the plan involved more danger than expected. Something about the setting felt oddly staged. Beneath the quiet whispers, a growing tension brewed as each word exchanged hinted at unspoken motives, hidden beneath vague intentions. The cold night cast its shadow over him as thoughts raced. It was a web of deceit, unfolding beyond his control. With hands bound and a grim determination in his heart, his only choice now was to face the chaos ahead. The bus ride was quieter than expected, except for the faint murmur of criminals boasting about their past exploits with no shame. A scruffy man leaned closer, his grin wide, throwing casual remarks about how easy their system had made his life recently. He looked at the young man beside him, confused by his silence, but the calm demeanor felt oddly calculated and deliberate. Others laughed loudly, indifferent to their crimes. A sense of powerlessness gripped him as he realized the world encouraged such arrogance. The thought of justice felt distant, but deep down, he knew this wasn't the end. There was work to be done. Reflecting on betrayal, the memories hit harder than any blow. Trust shattered, he sat in silence, his mind plotting revenge. A stranger tried to offer sympathy, but he waved it off. His resolve wasn't one for shared plans or emotional weakness. His glasses reflected the faint glow of the moonlight as his mind calculated every step, every angle to make them pay. Revenge wasn't about simple justice. It was about reclaiming the balance that betrayal had stolen from the very fabric of his life. As the weight of decisions settled in, his resolve solidified. No mercy would be shown when the time for reckoning came. The bus halted abruptly, and the passengers were ordered to disembark. Wu Jin's name was mentioned, sparking curiosity among those unfamiliar with him. Wu Jin stepped off calmly, his calculated demeanor masking the chaos brewing within. He scanned the crowd, observing their reactions with precision. It didn't matter that some dismissed him as ordinary. Underestimation was the very advantage he relied on to act freely. The group's focus shifted to their current task. They needed to clear the dungeon, though Wu Jin's presence had shifted their priorities. As plans were discussed, Wu Jin blended into the background, quietly gathering intel. His every move was deliberate, preparing for what lay ahead. Wu Jin recognized Suzuki instantly. Memories of the enforcer's brutal efficiency returned, reminding him of the danger that stood before him. Suzuki's reputation as a hunting dog for the Messiah Guild had reached legendary status, his loyalty unwavering to their sinister cause. Restrictions on Suzuki's power were no secret, yet even limited, his presence was enough to make seasoned warriors hesitate. Wu Jin recalled how the guild operated, using him sparingly yet effectively. His personal vendetta with Suzuki added weight to the encounter. Suzuki wouldn't be underestimated. Wu Jin knew the enforcer had likely received fresh orders. Acting swiftly was the only viable strategy. The dungeon's notification confirmed their challenge. A powerful red orc awaited them. Its defeat was the only path forward to escape. Chaos erupted as a sudden attack took one of the group down instantly. Panic spread as uncertainty gripped the survivors. Amid the confusion, one broke rank and fled. Wu Jin observed silently, noting how fear unraveled the once confident team's fragile unity. The captain deliberated, unsure whether to pursue or regroup. Wu Jin stayed in the shadows, calculating how to exploit the unfolding disorder. Precision was key. Wu Jin saw the opportunity to act decisively while the others faltered, their disarray leaving them vulnerable to manipulation. A powerful grip forced one of the players to the ground. The tension was palpable as silence replaced the chaos. The group leader made a quick decision, canceling their plans and issuing new orders. Their focus shifted entirely to securing the storage. Compliance was swift, but unease lingered in the air. Everyone understood the stakes had escalated beyond their initial expectations. A faint glow emanated as a sword was drawn, the air growing heavier. This wasn't a simple conflict. It was war. The blade moved with precision, the sound of its strike slicing through the cold, warning that this was far from over. The group tried to regroup, but the sudden ferocity of the attack left them reeling. Confusion and fear overtook their unity. One by one, they faced the reality of their situation. Their weapons seemed ineffective against an opponent they underestimated completely. Amidst the carnage, one tried to explain away the situation, but denial couldn't protect him from the brutal truth. A flash of blue light cleaved through the remaining players, blood staining the snow as panic drove them to retreat. The leader's yell echoed, commanding them to scatter. Wu Jin, watching from the distance, saw his strategy unfold just as planned. As the survivors fled, their scattered movements hinted at desperation. The once confident group now found themselves disoriented and vulnerable in the cold. Wu Jin's careful strategy worked perfectly. By isolating them, he could eliminate threats one by one, avoiding any unnecessary risks. They debated their next move, unsure whether to spread out or regroup. Wu Jin's absence only heightened their paranoia and uncertainty. One leader suggested finding Wu Jin quickly, realizing that lingering would only lead to more losses. They prepared, but hesitation slowed them. Wu Jin observed silently, his blade ready. Every step forward was part of his plan, and now it was time to strike again. Wu Jin's sharp gaze locked onto the distant figure. The faint glow from its form hinted at an overwhelming, ancient presence. The ground trembled as the golem emerged, towering above them. Its massive frame radiated power, forcing everyone to reassess their chances. A towering figure stands in quiet defiance, casting a commanding shadow as his plans unravel amidst whispers of betrayal. The man recalls a critical moment, tension tightening like a noose, as his enemy's ambitions clash with his resolve. A sharp flashback flickers, redemption lost, hatred kindled, fueling his relentless determination to turn the tides of their treachery. With renewed clarity, he steps into the arena, every stride a declaration of unyielding will against his adversary's schemes. The battlefield is alive, chaos swirling as summoned creatures converge, their unrelenting assaults a test of the protagonist's resilience. Enemies converge, their movements mechanical but precise. He observes, calculating their weaknesses while readying his next decisive move. His hammer arcs with devastating force, smashing through the nearest foe as he commands attention, a true force of nature. Each swing disrupts the rhythm of the attackers, proving skill and strength outweigh sheer numbers on this chaotic battlefield. The protagonist recognizes patterns among their movements, exploiting vulnerabilities with sharp strikes that cripple their overwhelming numbers. The onslaught is relentless, but he remains undeterred, eyes sharp and ready for whatever challenge lies beyond the crumbling foes. He leaps high, weapon raised, a symbol of power that cleaves through defenses with devastating precision and unyielding fury. Energy surges around him, a brilliant spectacle of light and power consuming the battlefield in blinding, destructive intensity. As the dust settles, a faint sound echoes through the stillness. His instincts sharpen, sensing something ominous drawing closer. He halts, scanning the eerie silence, muscles tensed as he prepares to meet an unseen but imminent threat. A piercing beam of light descends, cracking the ground and illuminating his steadfast figure amidst chaos, ready to confront destiny. A sudden realization strikes Youngwoo as light crackles around him. His instincts scream of an imminent threat he cannot ignore. A warrior charges at full speed, weapon ablaze, cutting through the defenses, leaving opponents reeling under the unrelenting assault. Arrows pierce the air, scattering like deadly rain, each shot deliberate and calculated, targeting the weak points of their enemies. Jungwoo's expression tightens as his team regroups, determination blazing. The battle intensifies, each moment testing their skill and composure. A captain's stern warning echoes, urging focus and reminding them that underestimating even a lone enemy could be their downfall. Precision strikes land with calculated accuracy, each move perfectly timed. The healer struggles as Jungwoo's clever strategies disrupt their enemy's flow. Thoughts race as Jungwoo assesses the battlefield. His calm demeanor hides the intensity of a mind always one step ahead. Another wave of enemies appears from nowhere, shocking his allies. The realization sets in. They are far from alone in this fight. A teammate steps forward, ready to hold the line. "Get into position," Jungwoo orders as urgency drives their coordinated movements. Blue energy surges, unleashing destructive power. Jungwoo's skill shines through as enemies fall, illustrating his strength and resolve against the chaos. The multi-shot skill fires, arrows splitting the air with unerring precision, each bolt finding its mark in the advancing horde. The surge of energy radiates outward, a visual spectacle of pure power. Jungwoo maintains focus as his enemies crumble under pressure. Light trails weave across the battlefield, leaving devastation in their wake. Jungwoo pushes forward, determination unwavering as the battle rages on. Dust clouds rise, silhouettes emerge, and the ground trembles. Jungwoo braces himself, ready to face what comes next, unwavering in resolve. The scene intensifies, energy crackling all around, as Jung-woo prepares to unleash his final move, knowing the stakes have never been higher. A soldier panics as the enemies charge through recklessly, showing no hesitation, leaving him to question their overwhelming determination. Shadows flood the battlefield, and Jung-woo braces himself, his instincts screaming as the ominous wave signals an even greater threat. A massive skeleton soldier materializes, radiating an aura of power. Jung-woo readies himself for a fight like no other. The air hums with energy as Jung-woo clashes with the skeleton soldier, each move sharper, faster, and more calculated. Jung-woo's blade strikes true, but the skeleton retaliates with an unexpected speed, forcing him to adapt to its relentless assault. The skeleton soldier's agility catches Jung-woo off guard. Its precision is unnerving, unlike any he has encountered on this battlefield. Blades and weapons clash violently, sparks flying as Jung-woo and the skeleton engage in an intense and relentless duel of skill. Observing closely, Jung-woo notices the skeleton mimics its summoner's tactics, revealing the mastermind's capability behind this skilled, artificial warrior. The battle shifts as Jung-woo analyzes his opponent's weaknesses, timing his movements with perfection to counter the skeleton's relentless aggression. Energy radiates as Jung-woo unleashes a powerful technique, disrupting the skeleton's attack patterns and leaving his allies awestruck in its wake. Jung-woo realizes the summoner's skill is unparalleled, each summon reflecting a level of strategy beyond typical dungeon adversaries. Despite his strength, Jung-woo knows prolonging this fight risks disaster, urging him to find the summoner and end this chaos. A final clash erupts, each swing of Jung-woo's blade pushing the skeleton back, his determination blazing brighter than ever. Jung-woo's allies regroup, holding their positions as he prepares for one last strike to turn the tide of the battle. The battlefield falls silent as Jung-woo's blade lands, scattering the skeleton. Yet his instincts warn of an even greater foe ahead. A firm command echoes as Jung-woo reminds his team to treat these skeleton soldiers seriously, recognizing their precision and deadly potential. Analyzing their armor, Jung-woo plans a strategy to exploit weaknesses, focusing on every exposed joint to overcome their overwhelming strength. The team responds with determination, following Jung-woo's lead, as every strike becomes calculated to dismantle the skeleton soldiers efficiently. In a flash of motion, Jung-woo strikes, his movements swift and decisive, guiding his team in their relentless assault. The skeleton soldiers falter under the coordinated attacks, but Jung-woo's instincts warn of something more sinister hidden amidst the chaos. Jung-woo senses the summoner's presence lurking within the battlefield, a cold chill hinting at the mastermind orchestrating this relentless attack. His thoughts race as he resolves to locate and eliminate the summoner before the skeleton soldiers overwhelm his team entirely. Moving with unparalleled focus, Jung-woo dodges attacks and clears a path, his eyes scanning for the summoner's exact location. A breakthrough moment occurs as Jung-woo locks onto the summoner's presence, his resolve sharpening into a blade of determination. Pushing forward, Jung-woo charges with purpose, each step drawing him closer to ending the chaos with one decisive strike. The summoner reveals his presence, shrouded in dark energy as Jung-woo approaches, ready to confront this formidable foe head-on. A deadly exchange begins as Jung-woo's blade clashes with dark energy, the battlefield trembling from their immense power colliding. With precision and strength, Jung-woo deflects a deadly strike, positioning himself for a counterattack that will turn the tide. The summoner's eyes widen in shock as Jung-woo's blade pierces through the energy, shattering the aura that protected him. As the summoner collapses, the battlefield grows silent, leaving Jung-woo victorious but cautious, aware of challenges still awaiting ahead. A figure emerges from the shadows, cloaked in mystery. Jung-woo narrows his eyes, sensing this individual is no ordinary foe. The skull mask gleams under the dim light, an ominous symbol that stirs memories of fear and whispered legends. Recognition dawns as Jung-woo realizes the figure is Isaac Ivanov, the infamous needle snake, known for his deadly precision. Skeletons collapse as Isaac Ivanov calmly watches, the battlefield eerily silent except for the sound of shattering bones. "Two left," Isaac notes, adjusting his grip. The night grows colder as his enemies realize their impending doom. A blonde figure steps forward, his mask glinting ominously under the moonlight. His reputation alone freezes their movements. "Isaac Ivanov?" whispers a soldier. Once an ally, the man before them now bears deadly intent behind his calm. "Why would he betray us?" echoes through their minds as Isaac's gaze pierces them like a predator stalking prey. Shadows of fallen warriors litter the battlefield, and Isaac stands amidst them, his summoned forces overwhelming the terrified survivors. The leader tightens his jaw. "Retreating. He's stalling for something," he murmurs, calculating Isaac's strategy amid the chaos. "If we let him gather power, it'll only get worse," warns a subordinate, the urgency cutting through the freezing air. The commander debates, tension brewing. "Until we confirm his plan, no rash moves," he orders, steadying his troops with resolve. Isaac smiles faintly, energy swirling ominously. Summoning isn't his only trick, a soldier realizes, as danger coalesces in Isaac's aura. A daring warrior lunges forward, ignoring warnings. Isaac's trap activates, a blinding flash ripping through the silence. Explosions erupt, corpses combust into violent energy. Isaac's corpse explosion spell tears apart formations, leaving shockwaves in its wake. Smoke rises, thick and suffocating. Soldiers stagger, unable to discern friend from foe as Isaac's spell covers the battlefield. "Stay alert! Don't lose sight!" shouts the commander, desperation evident. The eerie fog amplifies Isaac's psychological grip over his enemies. Isaac stands unmoving, his figure shadowed. "This is only the beginning," he muses, readying his next devastating assault. The battlefield grew heavier as a dark mist spread, its oppressive aura causing soldiers to stagger and gasp for air. One soldier fell to his knees, gripping his chest. His body trembled uncontrollably as the poison began taking over rapidly. A faint notification appeared, confirming the grim truth. The blackened veins spreading through his skin marked the poison's devastating effect. The others looked on in disbelief as his blood turned pitch black, staining the ground with unnatural, viscous fluid. A healer rushed forward, their hands glowing with urgency, but the overwhelming toxicity in the air began to slow them down. The healer paused as realization dawned. The poison had already spread too far, leaving little hope of reversing the damage. The poisoned soldier collapsed forward, his corrupted body spasming violently as his allies looked on, frozen in terror and uncertainty. The spreading corruption claimed another victim, and panic rippled through the remaining soldiers as the mist continued to thicken ominously. Cries for help filled the battlefield, blending with the sound of armor clattering and bodies succumbing to the relentless poison. In the distance, Isaac remained motionless, his calm demeanor masking the calculated chaos he had unleashed upon his enemies. The poisoned air lingered like an invisible shroud, weakening those who tried to push through and fight against the growing threat. The captain observed the battlefield, his eyes narrowing as he pieced together the uncharacteristic nature of Isaac's current strategy. The spread of poison seemed deliberate, as though it served a larger purpose rather than simply thinning their numbers. As the realization struck, the captain's gaze shifted to the distance, where Isaac's figure stood like a foreboding statue. Isaac's eyes glimmered faintly in the darkened mist, every move meticulously planned to ensure the inevitable collapse of his opposition. The dark mist lingered, seeping into wounds and armor. It filled the battlefield with a heavy, almost suffocating presence. A soldier stumbled, unaware of the mist's true nature. The ominous red hue seemed to pulse, signaling something unnatural. Protective artifacts flickered weakly, trying to repel the growing poison. Their magic struggled as the mist thickened with every passing second. Soldiers began to collapse, their movements slowing. The creeping realization of widespread poisoning turned the battlefield into a scene of despair. Isaac's trap worked perfectly. The poison spread through the entire area, silently draining strength and hope from every corner of the battlefield. Isaac's looming figure stood above the chaos, his skeletal ally radiating a cold presence that further unnerved his scattered opponents. The red mist surrounded those trying to retreat. Every step forward only tightened Isaac's hold on the battlefield's chaotic momentum. The captain pushed forward, narrowly avoiding the mist. He observed Isaac's movements, realizing the poison wasn't the only threat unfolding. Isaac's calm precision revealed a larger scheme, his subtle gestures orchestrating an unseen dance that continuously cornered the opposition. Sparks of light clashed as soldiers desperately retaliated. Their attacks, though valiant, were dulled by poison and Isaac's overwhelming strategy. The relentless battle pushed everyone to their limits. Isaac's calculated traps slowly unraveled the opposition's efforts to regroup and counterattack. A divine aura flickered above the battlefield as entities beyond mortal understanding began to take interest in the ongoing chaos. Isaac stood unmoving as the battlefield's intensity drew the attention of higher powers, solidifying the significance of his calculated moves. The overwhelming presence of a divine adversary hinted at danger. Isaac's glowing eyes betrayed the caution his actions carefully concealed. The skull's artifact activated, enveloping Isaac in radiant energy. The battlefield's tension reached its peak as Isaac braced for confrontation. Inside the office, a team discussed Kim Woo-jin's daring move, analyzing his actions as critical to the current situation. His descent into the dungeon had not gone unnoticed. The team realized his target, knowing this could alter everything. The leader contemplated Kim's potential as a valuable ally, recognizing his unmatched abilities amidst the dangers surrounding his journey. Despite his potential, doubts lingered. Surviving this mission would be key to determining his worth in the larger conflict. Thoughts turned to the Pharaoh's power, a force they had prepared for months, setting the stage for immense challenges. The battlefield was a scene of chaos, bodies strewn across the icy ground as the tide began to shift. Only two figures remained, their stances unwavering. The quiet tension between them signaled the climax of a brutal encounter. Isaac Ivanov analyzed the situation, acknowledging Suzuki's immense strength and the strategic miscalculations that had brought him to this point. Despite his meticulous planning, Isaac realized his overconfidence had left him vulnerable against the far stronger opponent standing before him. Blood stained the frozen earth as Isaac, despite his efforts, felt the weight of exhaustion threatening to overwhelm his resolve. The battle's aftermath revealed Isaac narrowly escaping the same fate as his subordinates. His exhaustion painted a grim picture. Drained and battered, Isaac calculated his next move. His dwindling strength left little margin for error amidst the lingering dangers. Suzuki's farewell carried a weight of finality, yet Isaac's calm mask betrayed his determination to survive against all odds. As Isaac walked away, the battlefield's silence felt louder, a stark reminder of the razor-thin line between victory and defeat. Isaac's poisoned blood coursed through his veins, a constant reminder of the toll his battles extracted, one step closer to his limits. A gift lay before Woo-jin, its mysterious aura hinting at latent power. It promised survival, but only for critical moments. The skill page held a faint glow, a key to strength Woo-jin didn't fully grasp, but instinctively trusted for now. As the skill activated, darkness enveloped his vision, signaling the unleashing of untapped energy that surged through his entire being. On the battlefield, Woo-jin engaged fiercely, each slash cutting through resistance, his enemies noting his unrelenting determination to stay alive. Exhaustion set in as Woo-jin's foes crumbled. His body bore deep wounds, but his spirit refused to accept defeat yet. Blood sprayed into the air, caught by Isaac's blood absorption skill. It amplified his strength while weakening the surrounding chaos. His aura grew darker, energy swirling menacingly. With each opponent fallen, Isaac's form became more powerful, a deadly force unleashed. Woo-jin fought desperately, his resolve burning against the overwhelming strength Isaac displayed, each moment feeling heavier than the last. The battlefield echoed with clashes of steel, blood soaking the ground as the fight's momentum swung in favor of Isaac. The ominous message of excessive bleeding appeared, signaling Woo-jin's fragile state, forcing him to confront the looming inevitability of loss. A small recovery flickered in Woo-jin's system. He steadied himself, knowing even this brief reprieve could turn the battle. Isaac's presence loomed as he questioned Woo-jin's resolve, seeking answers amidst the chaotic emotions that stirred between the two. Woo-jin's thoughts shifted. The world felt like a staged theater. where power dictated who thrived and who was cast aside. Despite bleeding heavily, Isaac's laughter pierced the tension. His belief in the rule of strength resonated across the dying battlefield. As Wu Jin coughed and steadied his grip, the weight of their philosophies clashed, signaling that the end was approaching. Justice and power collided as the battle raged, Suzuki's overwhelming strength proving to be a relentless force against Wu Jin's resolve. Wu Jin stumbled, his body battered. The darkness grew as Suzuki's words cut deeper than his sword, mocking Wu Jin's struggle. The Eye of Anubis activated, its power radiating through Wu Jin. The ground trembled as energy surged, altering the battlefield. A bright beam pierced the sky, signaling an unearthly force had awakened. The stakes of this battle grew exponentially. Wu Jin steadied his stance, gripping his blade tighter. He knew this moment would define his path, moving forward forever. A shadowed figure emerged, handing a radio to Wu Jin. His presence hinted at deeper plans yet to be revealed. The voice on the other end praised Wu Jin's actions, but questioned his reckless audacity in eliminating Suzuki with such intensity. Wu Jin's quiet confidence silenced doubts as the radio buzzed. Each word carried weight, forcing the other to reassess their perspective. The radio connection solidified their uneasy alliance, the weight of Wu Jin's actions sparking interest in his broader goals. With cautious trust established, the mysterious figure acknowledged Wu Jin's determination, recognizing him as a force to reshape the unfolding conflict. The figure adjusted his glasses, signaling the gravity of the discussion. The atmosphere grew tense, suggesting critical plans lay ahead. With calm resolve, he accepted the suggestion, his eyes narrowing as determination settled in. Knowing the path forward demanded readiness. The morning light glimmered over the silent compound, its stillness a stark contrast to the chaos that lay ahead. A lone figure stood in the courtyard, their stance unwavering as they contemplated the task looming over their thoughts. A soft sigh escaped her lips as the weight of memories surfaced, the past intertwining with the present moment. Her hand brushed over a framed photograph, a silent reminder of bonds formed and broken during the trials of life. With determination in her eyes, she turned away, ready to face the challenges awaiting her beyond the room's walls. The sky blazed with the intensity of a fiery explosion, its impact radiating waves of energy across the distant horizon. Soldiers sprinted toward the chaos, their urgency reflecting the critical nature of the unfolding events threatening their fragile stability. Amongst the chaos, figures clashed fiercely, their movements a blend of desperation and skill as the battle pushed to extremes. The air thickened with tension as forces collided, leaving scars on the battlefield that spoke of relentless resolve and sacrifice. As the flames continued to rage, a new wave of determination rose, signaling the beginning of yet another conflict. The golden glow of the fire highlighted Isaac Ivanov's figure, casting an ominous shadow as he prepared for the next move. His hands clenched tightly, the weight of the battle forcing every decision to be calculated against the odds of survival. Isaac's resolve deepened as his strategies took form, knowing the balance of power would soon shift if he acted swiftly. Facing his companion, he outlined the plan with clarity, his demeanor calm yet commanding amidst the ever-present danger surrounding them. With a final gesture, Isaac stepped forward, his plan set in motion as the battlefield braced for an inevitable climax. The golden ring glowed as it activated, its intricate design symbolizing immense power and a mysterious history of legends. The notification confirmed Isaac Ivanov obtained the Ring of Lancelot, a rare item promising protection from dangerous elemental forces. Isaac handed the ring to his companion, instructing them to wear it as a shield against the battle's fiery threats. Though hesitant, the companion slipped the ring on, feeling its magic flow as they prepared for the looming confrontation. Isaac explained the ring's ability to counteract flames, a necessary defense as the Firefox's scorching power intensified. Flames erupted around the battlefield, their intensity making it clear this fight would leave a permanent scar on the land. Isaac's opponent charged forward, their aura fierce, each strike delivering an impact that reverberated across the desolate terrain. Leaping into the air, Isaac prepared to meet the fiery beast's power head-on, knowing hesitation could spell his doom. Sparks and embers danced as the two collided mid-air, their exchange of blows igniting the air with overwhelming energy. Isaac's fist landed with precision, the force sending shockwaves that shook the very foundation of the crumbling battlefield. Engulfed in flames, Isaac braced himself as the Firefox's curse began to spread, testing the limits of his endurance. The curse darkened his vision, robbing him of sight. His mind raced as the fight's stakes escalated dangerously. The Ring of Lancelot's power activated, countering the blinding curse. Relief surged as Isaac regained clarity amidst the chaos. Isaac growled with determination, the ring's magic providing a temporary lifeline as he calculated his next devastating move. Flames roared around him, but Isaac's resolve burned brighter, the battle's climax drawing near with every calculated step forward. Flames engulfed the battlefield, their radiant fury creating an almost impenetrable barrier between Isaac Ivanov and his adversary. Isaac activated his blood weapon, its crimson aura intensifying as the energy transformed into a deadly force at his command. The ground cracked under their clash, sending shockwaves across the terrain, emphasizing the immense power both combatants wielded. Isaac leapt into the inferno, his weapon glowing with concentrated energy as he prepared for the decisive strike. The fiery beast roared, its overwhelming presence creating an oppressive heat, forcing Isaac to push beyond his physical and mental limits. The relentless flames consumed everything in their path, leaving behind an ashen landscape that marked the aftermath of destruction. Isaac sat quietly, studying the recent battle's aftermath through detailed reports, piecing together clues of the forces at play. A newspaper article highlighted his influence, illustrating the growing recognition of his role in dismantling powerful organizations and altering balance. Discussions focused on the guild's weakening defenses, with Isaac's actions serving as a catalyst for shifts in territorial control. Isaac's determined gaze reflected his readiness to exploit this newfound chaos, leveraging every opportunity to reshape the unfolding power dynamics. Morning light filtered into the office, where staff bustled to prepare for the new day's responsibilities and challenges. A subordinate entered, their footsteps steady as they approached Isaac's desk, a thick file in hand for his review. Isaac observed with calm precision, awaiting the critical information he'd requested earlier, knowing its contents could define their next moves. The subordinate promised efficiency, hastily organizing the materials to ensure Isaac had every detail he needed before the day progressed further. With a nod, Isaac encouraged them to take their time, his composed demeanor emphasizing patience as he focused on the task. A glance at the calendar revealed an important date. Isaac Ivanov reflected on how time slipped past amidst constant chaos. The day carried significance, prompting Isaac to pause, considering a gesture that balanced his professional life with personal connections. In the office, Isaac's humor lightened the atmosphere as he casually suggested lunch plans, catching his staff off guard. His assistant, Secretary Lee, responded with a mix of surprise and amusement, unaware of Isaac's hidden motivations for the day. The scene shifted to the bustling international airport, signaling Isaac's departure for another critical mission amid the ever-moving gears of fate. Isaac stepped into the airport, his mind replaying the events of the Firefox dungeon and its near-deadly trials. The Ring of Lancelot saved his life, an acknowledgement of Wu Jin's foresight in predicting the dungeon's perilous challenges. The Curse of Darkness lingered in Isaac's thoughts, a humbling reminder of the immense gap between him and true mastery. With renewed determination, Isaac acknowledged his journey was far from over, his resolve solidifying as he prepared for the next phase. Isaac's companion bid farewell, their paths diverging. Conversations hinted at unfinished promises, though their camaraderie remained strong despite the fleeting moment. Isaac's companion teased him over broken promises, a light-hearted exchange masking the heavier weight of recent challenges they had faced. Banter over seconds turned into a playful yet meaningful acknowledgement of each other's contributions during the Firefox dungeon. Isaac walked away, leaving his companion behind with a smirk, carrying the responsibility of his growing influence with calculated focus. The newspaper highlighted Isaac's achievements, his name growing synonymous with power, strategy, and the disruption of long-standing guild dominance. Isaac leaned back, scanning the headlines. His calm demeanor concealed a mind that constantly calculated the next move to reshape fate. Isaac Ivanov's name echoed through discussions, praised for his calculated actions that shifted dynamics and left a lasting impression. Initially underestimated, Isaac's growing reputation forced others to reconsider his influence as both a wild card and a tactical genius. The conversation was interrupted by an assistant's report, adding urgency to the already intense atmosphere brewing in the boardroom. The president's decision to address the matter immediately reflected his curiosity and growing respect for Isaac's unpredictable strategies. Attention shifted to critical developments, underscoring the importance of reacting swiftly to maintain balance amidst the ever-changing power struggles. A significant figure, Johann Georg, made headlines by aligning with the Messiah Guild, surprising those tracking his potential alliances. Isaac reflected on the unexpected chain of events, realizing how his actions may have accelerated timelines beyond his initial plans. Strategic adjustments were necessary as Johann's influence threatened to tilt power dynamics, forcing Isaac to reevaluate and recalibrate his approach. Using Johann against the Messiah Guild was no longer viable. Instead, Isaac anticipated conflict while preparing for alternative strategies. The discussion ended with a firm resolve to find new solutions, ensuring Isaac remained several steps ahead of his adversaries. The possibility of recruiting Isaac Ivanov arose, his growing reputation making him an attractive yet challenging prospect for potential allies. Information about Isaac's quest for the Skeleton Knight skill page highlighted his resourcefulness and determination in pursuing rare opportunities. The team analyzed Isaac's movements, piecing together patterns that hinted at his ultimate goals within the underground networks. Confidence grew as they realized Isaac's focus might align with their plans, potentially creating an unexpected opportunity to collaborate. Optimism surged as discussions concluded, leaving the team with a renewed sense of possibility about leveraging Isaac's brilliance for their cause. Isaac Ivanov's smirk revealed quiet confidence, the sharp glint in his eye signaling a plan ready to unfold with precision. Under the moonlit sky, Messiah Guild's towering headquarters exudes authority, its presence symbolizing control over the chaotic world. Inside, a grim announcement echoes. Suzuki, a key figure, has fallen, leaving an uneasy silence among the guild. A subordinate's voice trembles as they confirm the loss of Suzuki's entire team, sparking concern across the room. Tension grows when they report that Kaesung Workshop, once a stronghold, has been utterly destroyed, leaving no trace behind. A steely voice asks, "Who dared to provoke us?" Shadows of suspicion and fear fall over the room. Reports reveal someone from Park Yong-won's men infiltrated Kaesung using a false identity, a bold and risky move. The woman reflects on the situation, suspecting Park Yong-won's forces might be testing the guild's resolve and power. "How are we responding?" she demands, her tone calm but sharp, as actions must follow quickly in such chaos. She pens an order with deliberate precision, her confident demeanor hiding the storm brewing within the Messiah Guild. Contemplating his foolishness, she deems Park's defiance dangerous, anticipating retaliation that will uphold the guild's unyielding reputation of dominance. A glowing symbol appears, marking the arrival of a new recruit, a man chosen for a critical mission. She introduces the mysterious player, a figure rising in power, spreading his influence and ambitions across European territories. The shadowy figure, an emissary of the underworld, wields skeleton soldiers, his prowess terrifying even the strongest warriors. An endless army emerges from his dark magic, their skeletal forms clattering as they march forward to fulfill his command. Despite strength or skill, many heroes fall, helpless against the overwhelming tide of his skeletal soldiers, leaving despair in their wake. Players recount his terror, calling him King of the Undead, a force born from the darkest abyss to conquer. Standing atop a skeletal steed, Johann Georg commands legions of undead, exuding an aura of unshakable dominance and ambition. Beneath his hooded gaze lies a man whose every move speaks of calculated strength and the weight of his name. Messiah Guild deliberates, deciding Johann Georg, unpredictable yet useful, must be manipulated to control Isaac's growing influence and ambitions. They gamble on using Johann as a tool to counterbalance Isaac, their resolve firm against any further devastating losses. She clenches her fist, determination brimming, as the air feels heavy with the enormity of the plans being forged. A subtle magical glow lingers as orders are carried out swiftly, shaping the guild's next move against hidden adversaries. Her sharp gaze reflects her thoughts. Desires and ambitions often blind men, and the guild will use them to their benefit. A shadowy figure emerges, his glowing eyes piercing through the dim light, declaring a dark power with his silent presence. She muses over his title, the King of the Undead, as a faint smirk betrays her satisfaction with the name. As tensions peak, a stern command is issued, offering one final opportunity to resolve matters before drastic actions are unleashed. Her composure wavers briefly, emotions flickering through her gaze as she wrestles with the weight of her responsibility and power. Outside the guild's walls, allies gather, their movements precise, readying themselves for a night that will shift the balance. A sleek car pulls away under the cover of darkness, its silent departure marking the beginning of their calculated strike. She glances at a document, her resolve hardening. Every signature binds their fates to the decisions she's made tonight. The negotiation with the Frontier Guild stirs curiosity, as their ambition to enter the market brings inevitable tension and opportunity. Though competitors by nature, their pride forces them to negotiate, seeing cooperation with Messiah Guild as their best strategic move. Johann senses hidden motives, reflecting on how free goodwill never exists, especially in a world driven by power and manipulation. The unease grows as he ponders whether the Frontier Guild harbors secret plans, poised to disrupt the precarious alliance. Determined not to be outmaneuvered, Johann strategizes to turn their fame and influence against them if betrayal arises. A sudden command to summon Wu Jin ignites intrigue, suggesting plans are unfolding that require his unique skills and presence. The Phoenix Guild headquarters gleams in the sunlight, a powerful symbol of authority amidst the brewing schemes and alliances. Wu Jin listens intently, realizing his role is to receive protection while leveling up under the Frontier Guild's careful watch. Understanding the precarious situation, he agrees, prepared to navigate the delicate balance between trust and vigilance within this fragile truce. The guild prepares for an upcoming dungeon raid, each member sharpening their resolve to emerge victorious from the looming challenges. As the elevator descends, Wu Jin contemplates the obvious nature of the plan, questioning its true intentions and hidden layers. Stepping outside, his instincts sharpen, recognizing the calculated maneuvers unfolding behind the scenes of this supposed alliance. Wu Jin weighs the risks, his thoughts racing about the partnership's implications with Frontier Guild, wary of potential double crosses. Checking his phone, he realizes additional intel is needed, unwilling to rely solely on speculation amidst rising tensions. Under the vast night sky, the guild's destination looms ahead, a battlefield where alliances will be tested and choices solidified. The excitement in the room is palpable as they prepare to meet the Frontier Guild, a rare and valuable encounter. Discussions hint at the guild's elite forces arriving for a dungeon raid, adding a layer of tension and anticipation. Park Yongwon's squad members reflect on their luck, grateful to be part of an influential group poised for greater opportunities. A team member hurries in, apologizing for the delay, juggling the chaos of managing multiple squads amid growing pressures. The Frontier Guild representative introduces himself warmly, assuring the team of their protection and cooperation in the upcoming mission. The representative hands over detailed documents, explaining the terms of cooperation, each clause meticulously designed to secure mutual safety and goals. A significant restriction is revealed: no interference inside the dungeon, prompting immediate reactions of disbelief and hesitation among the team. Confusion deepens as the representative clarifies the contract's boundaries, leaving no room for interpretation beyond leveling up in safety. Highlighting the agreement, he stresses their limited freedom, a stark reminder of the power imbalance between the Frontier Guild and them. The cold realization hits the team. This partnership has unspoken strings attached, turning their expectations into stark obligations. The representative's firm tone escalates as he reinforces their role, restricting movement and control to avoid potential conflicts within the guild. Emphasizing the dangers of defiance, he simplifies his command, urging compliance with an authoritative edge that leaves no room for debate. The guild's plan becomes clear. They seek control over every aspect of the team's participation, treating them as disposable resources. Voices stilled by fear, the room falls silent as they reluctantly accept the stark reality of their contractual limitations. With time ticking, the representative exits, leaving the team to prepare for a dungeon mission under oppressive and calculated restrictions. Wu Jin silently wonders if the Frontier Guild's actions are intentionally aimed at keeping Park Yong-won's name under tight control. He receives a call from an ally, expressing concerns about the safety of the planned dungeon raid for the team. The ally insists on rethinking the strategy, suspecting the Messiah Guild's involvement and potential risks tied to the Frontier Guild's intent. Wu Jin contemplates digging deeper into the Frontier Guild's agenda, determined to uncover if they are merely manipulating or aligning factions. The ally offers an alternative, safer dungeon route, emphasizing flexibility and adapting to the challenges posed by the guild's restrictions. Wu Jin affirms that to face a tiger, one must step into its den, fully aware of the risks involved. The team debates Wu Jin's bold approach, fearing the recklessness of entering while suspecting the guild's underlying schemes. Wu Jin admits his calculated risk is driven by the need for clarity, knowing alliances with both factions are inevitable. He outlines his requests, real-time updates on the Frontier Guild's movements and assistance in handling any fallout afterward. The ally reluctantly agrees, appreciating Wu Jin's resolve to confront challenges head-on while preparing for the aftermath of their actions. A radiant light erupts as Wu Jin levels up, the energy radiating from his body illuminating the dark and ominous forest. Wu Jin's companions stare in awe as he levels up twice, surpassing expectations and breaking the monotony of their current grind. Observing his growth, Wu Jin reflects on the constraints placed on him, knowing idleness is not an option in their predicament. His companions joke about their slow progress, realizing that at this rate, they'll need Park Yong-won's guidance to tackle tougher dungeons. The tension eases with laughter, but the unspoken challenge of future battles lingers, pressing them to prepare for what's ahead. As they banter, Wu Jin contemplates their limitations, knowing deeper collaboration with the Frontier Guild may eventually be inevitable. He recognizes the restrictive environment, but accepts it for now, focusing on extracting maximum benefits without compromising his autonomy. A quiet determination grows within him, plotting ways to use the guild's support while avoiding their controlling grasp. The dungeon raid concludes successfully, a brief moment of relief settling over the group as they assess their recent progress. Wu Jin's sharp mind stays focused, preparing strategies to outmaneuver anyone daring to impose unnecessary limitations on his ambitions. The tension rises as the guild reiterates their dominance, reminding Wu Jin's team that all actions require explicit approval, stifling independence. Wu Jin observes their control tactics, but remains silent, calculating how best to maneuver within these constraints while pursuing his personal goals. A light-hearted call with a friend eases the moment, though the undertone of their shared predicament keeps the mood sober. The conversation shifts, highlighting Park Yong-won's unpredictable nature and his potential to disrupt the careful balance between guilds. Wu Jin smiles faintly, knowing that every step forward will bring both opportunities and challenges, each shaping his resolve even further. A document highlights Park Yong-won's growing defiance, signaling that tensions between the guilds are set to escalate further. The urgency to counter Park's influence grows as unexpected challenges surface, revealing his actions to be more impactful than anticipated. Wu Jin observes the situation carefully, calculating how the Messiah Guild's hidden motives could play into his future strategies. With reassurances of incoming intel, Wu Jin prepares himself, knowing the next steps will require both patience and decisive action. The calm outside contrasts the brewing storm, as plans to uncover and counteract guild secrets slowly begin to take form. Wu Jin sharpens his focus as a familiar face enters, igniting a subtle tension rooted in their shared history and mutual purpose. Secretary Li steps forward, her composed demeanor masking her own agenda, yet aligning with Wu Jin's interests for the moment. The weight of this meeting is evident, as her presence marks a turning point in aligning efforts toward a common goal. Their discussion reveals crucial plans, emphasizing how deeply intertwined their objectives have become, despite their differing motivations. Wu Jin listens intently, fully aware that every detail matters in navigating the layered schemes of the guild's power players. Secretary Li asserts the importance of this mission, her determination palpable as she bridges guild directives with her personal ambitions. She assures Wu Jin of the plan's stability, deflecting concerns while subtly steering the conversation toward their mutual goals. Handing over critical documents, Secretary Li signals that the gears of their plan are now fully in motion and irreversible. Wu Jin accepts the papers with quiet understanding, knowing the stakes but prepared to adapt to unforeseen circumstances. The tension lingers, the room filled with unspoken agreements and calculated intentions, setting the stage for the next chapter. Wu Jin reviews the document, his sharp eyes narrowing at the damning details of Park Yong-won's bold challenges against the Messiah Guild. The report outlines his significant influence, highlighting his resilience and how he's become a much larger threat than anticipated. Wu Jin recognizes that any delay could expose the guild's vulnerabilities, urging immediate actions to counter Park Yong-won's rising dominance. The conversation shifts to acquiring critical intel on Messiah Guild's ties with global factions, ensuring every piece fits Wu Jin's calculated plans. A plan forms. Securing details by tomorrow, Wu Jin prepares to utilize this valuable information to turn tides in his favor. Wu Jin's meeting begins with a familiar face, Secretary Li, whose calm demeanor belies the importance of the unfolding discussion. The brief reunion sets the tone, as Li emphasizes the need for Wu Jin's involvement to solidify the guild's next steps. Li declares her commitment, detailing the mission's importance, suggesting strategic pruning of allies to undermine Messiah Guild's broader influence. With each word, the stakes grow clearer, hinting at sacrifices needed to dismantle the guild's intricate web of global connections. Their discussion ends with a decisive agreement. Payment for Wu Jin's efforts is prepared, ensuring his loyalty amidst brewing conflict. Wu Jin examines the payment details, a comprehensive dossier containing every possible piece of intel on Messiah Guild's elite members and ties. The intel highlights not only their relationships, but also hidden guilds infiltrated by Messiah Guild's covert operatives, a valuable discovery. The document contains a list of legendary items wielded by guild moles, their power and rarity amplifying the guild's threat. Acknowledging the depth of intel, Wu Jin smirks, recognizing this is far more valuable than initially anticipated, solidifying his plans further. Satisfied with the agreement, Wu Jin plots his next move, ensuring every piece of information is weaponized against his growing adversaries. Wu Jin studies the file, its contents highlighting strategic vulnerabilities and allies tied to Park Yong-won's clandestine activities against powerful guilds. As the tension mounts, Wu Jin resolves to focus on his own agenda, ensuring his interests remain unchallenged in this escalating game. A colleague requests relayed messages, subtly hinting at deeper schemes, prompting Wu Jin's careful consideration of trust amidst rising suspicions. Wu Jin asks for a similar request as before, signaling a hidden plan while maintaining a calm demeanor to deflect attention. As the day turns to night, Wu Jin reflects on his growing web of challenges, plotting how best to stay ahead. Wu Jin's team questions his focus, noting his distracted state, yet remain unaware of the calculated schemes brewing within his mind. Wu Jin reassures them, masking his deeper thoughts with lighthearted banter, setting the stage for the next phase of his plan. They discuss their target, with Wu Jin maintaining focus on the mission while subtly controlling the narrative among his team members. His companion praises Wu Jin's calm demeanor, unaware of the storm brewing beneath, as the mission shifts into a high-stakes maneuver. The tension lingers, with Wu Jin silently contemplating how best to navigate the layers of manipulation he faces from multiple directions. A separate guild leader prepares for Wu Jin's arrival, emphasizing the high stakes involved as each guild maneuvers for control. He holds a file containing crucial details, reiterating the importance of strategy and survival amidst the chaos of impending battles. Woojin acknowledges the situation but keeps his emotions in check, determined to use every advantage without revealing his true intentions. The team enters the dungeon, its glowing entrance symbolizing both opportunity and danger, with Woojin calculating every possible outcome ahead. As the system's alert appears, their mission is clear: survive for 7 days, a challenge Woojin sees as another step forward. The team discusses their mission, tasked to relentlessly chase Woojin for 4 days, testing his limits and survival instincts. They acknowledge the stakes, aware that if Woojin reaches the second floor, the challenge will escalate dramatically in complexity. Woojin's sharp gaze reflects his understanding of the situation, his mind racing with strategies to counter their impending moves. Observing their formation, Woojin realizes their plan hinges on taking him down on the first floor before he gains ground. A faint smirk crosses Woojin's face as he prepares, confident in his ability to outmaneuver their expectations with calculated precision. Kim Woojin stands frozen, calculating his next move while the tense atmosphere around him feels suffocating, but his resolve is clear. Someone asks if they should just deal with him now, but there's hesitation, as the situation isn't as simple as it seems. One person calls out for Woojin, wondering where he's heading, but he remains silent, making a swift escape, unnoticed. As the group grows restless, a sense of urgency fills the air, while they debate on how best to deal with him. Kim Woojin, though focused, is quietly determined. His eyes glint with the knowledge that a storm is coming soon. The group begins searching frantically for Woojin, but they are unsure of where he went, confusion creeping in. An order is given, and frustration mounts as they realize they might have lost him. Their focus sharpens with each passing second. Questions fly among the group, but no one seems to have a clear answer. Tension builds as they search relentlessly. One of the hunters casually remarks, trying to lighten the mood with a joke, but the situation is far too serious for humor. With an uneasy sense of urgency, they discuss their next move, uncertain if Woojin is far or still somewhere close by. A sudden realization hits as they can no longer track Woojin. Their frustration grows, the hunt growing ever more difficult. Someone suggests splitting up to find him, but the thought of facing monsters alone in this dangerous terrain gives them pause. They weigh their options cautiously, knowing that separating might be a death sentence in this chaotic survival quest. Finally, they decide to regroup, hoping to consult with their leader Sam for guidance, unsure of what their next move should be. A comment rings out, one of them half joking, half anxious, but no one can shake the uneasy feeling that Woojin might have escaped. Woojin slammed his weapon into the ground, unleashing a surge of energy. The burst startled his pursuers, forcing hesitation. The glowing aura surrounded him, his power visibly increasing. A notification indicated his skill activation, pushing his limits further. Woojin smirked, finally testing the forbidden skill he couldn't try before. The result? A wave of unrelenting power. A fierce roar filled the battlefield as summoned creatures emerged, their glowing forms radiating heat. His preparation finally bore fruit. The fiery beast lunged forward, its claws slicing through the air. Woojin watched, unfazed, as chaos erupted around him. Woojin slipped on the legendary Plus Ultra Ring, feeling its overwhelming power course through him. Every skill rank climbed instantly. His stats lit up like fireworks, surpassing previous limits. Each ability honed itself, reaching a level far beyond his expectations. The new skeleton soldier stood tall, radiating confidence and menace. Woojin's grin widened at the thought of his growing arsenal. Stepping into the shadows, Woojin watched his enemies scramble. Their confusion amused him, giving him the upper hand. With a flick of his wrist, he silently summoned his allies. Tonight would mark the start of something unforgettable. A pack of monsters emerged from the forest, their glowing eyes fixed on the hunters. Woojin smiled at the timing. "Let's reinforce my army," Woojin thought, while the monsters charged forward. His calm demeanor contrasted their growing panic. The hunters regrouped, cursing their failure to capture him. Suspicion grew as whispers of a traitor began circulating. Sam, their leader, dismissed the idea of betrayal, trying to make sense of Wu Jin's sudden rise in strength. Frustrated, one hunter demanded a plan. Sam's resolve hardened, but uncertainty lingered as Wu Jin continued to dominate from the shadows. Sam scanned the battlefield, choosing to avoid exhausting their team on monsters. His priority remained finding Wu Jin silently and swiftly. A subordinate questioned Sam's actions after seeing the dead monsters, but Sam justified it as necessary to control the situation. They quickly departed, wary of drawing more monsters to the area. Every step was calculated based on Naomi's intelligence reports. As they moved, birds scattered above, their movements giving away Wu Jin's possible escape route, increasing tension within the group. Sam pondered Wu Jin's unpredictability, frustrated that no amount of preparation had readied them for this escalating chaos. A realization dawned on Sam's face. He feared Wu Jin had set them up. His gut churned as he surveyed the area. An explosion rocked the surroundings, throwing hunters into disarray. Wu Jin's trap was in motion, making their confusion his ultimate weapon. Sam clutched his weapon, his instincts screaming that they were the true targets. The weight of the situation became undeniable. The team scrambled to recover as Sam shouted commands, but panic dulled their effectiveness against Wu Jin's perfectly timed ambush. Injured and overwhelmed, one hunter begged for healing, his desperation highlighting the group's dwindling strength amidst Wu Jin's relentless assault. A summoned skeleton soldier roared into action, its terrifying presence freezing the hunters. Sam's eyes widened in shock at the foe. The skeleton charged, tearing through their ranks with precision. Chaos erupted as Sam shouted for someone to act quickly. Visibility plummeted due to swirling dust from the battlefield. Sam's frustration grew, his team paralyzed by confusion and fear. Wu Jin's calculated attacks pushed the group to their breaking point, every move designed to ensure their complete elimination. Sam, drenched in sweat, realized defeat was inevitable. Wu Jin's dominance left them unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. A heavy blow slammed into the ground, scattering dust and shaking the battlefield. Sam's team struggled to maintain their balance. Wu Jin unleashed another precision strike, forcing the group to dodge frantically. His calculated attacks kept them on edge constantly. Sam shouted orders, but panic spread as Wu Jin's relentless strategy unfolded, taking full advantage of the chaos he created. The skeleton soldier lunged from behind, catching one of the hunters off guard. The coordinated ambush deepened their sense of despair. Wu Jin's movements became a blur, his calculated maneuvers forcing the group into disarray, unable to regroup or counter effectively. Sam, his breath heavy, gritted his teeth as he drew his weapon. He knew the next move was crucial. In desperation, Sam summoned his ace weapon, Percival's spear, glowing with legendary power. Its radiant aura promised a change in tides. Wu Jin observed Sam with a faint smirk, his expression unreadable as he evaluated the incoming countermeasure with quiet confidence. The spear hummed with power, activating its unique ability. Sam felt the strength surge through him, resolving to end Wu Jin's game. However, Wu Jin remained calm, knowing Sam's weapon was powerful but also predictable. His strategy depended on exploiting its limitations carefully. Sam lunged with the spear, its energy tearing through the air. Wu Jin dodged expertly, his composure adding to Sam's frustration. The skeleton soldier stepped in, deflecting the spear's attack. Its resilience surprised Sam, forcing him to adjust his stance. Wu Jin counterattacked swiftly, exploiting Sam's momentary distraction. Each strike was precise, leaving no opportunity for retaliation or recovery. The spear's effects left lingering wounds that couldn't heal immediately, but Wu Jin's quick tactics rendered its advantage nearly irrelevant. Sam's confidence wavered as Wu Jin faded into the shadows, leaving the battlefield in chaos. The tides had firmly turned against him. The hunters stumbled backward, fear gripping them as a chilling presence radiated across the battlefield. Their instincts screamed of impending doom. A massive skeletal creature emerged, its sharp claws striking the ground. Every movement felt deliberate, as if it was assessing prey. Sam's eyes widened in disbelief. The creature's sheer aura sent shivers down his spine, its intent unmistakably hostile and overwhelming. The skeletal beast let out a deafening roar, shaking the earth. Its crimson eyes locked onto Sam, signaling the true battle's start. The skeletal beast charged with terrifying speed, its claws slicing through the air. Sam tensed, preparing for the incoming attack. Sam muttered under his breath, realizing the beast's movements were calculated. His instinct screamed, "It's coming!" As adrenaline surged, the beast's glowing form unleashed a powerful blow. Sam barely dodged, feeling the impact reverberate through the battlefield like a quake. With its skill activated, the skeletal beast displayed unnatural agility. Sam couldn't believe how something so monstrous could predict his attacks. Sam's attempts to counter fell short as the beast dodged precisely. His frustration grew, realizing it was reading his moves. Sam's disbelief turned to panic as he acknowledged the beast's superior reflexes. A mere skeleton had surpassed his own timing. The beast lunged, claws aimed at Sam's vulnerable side. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow, adrenaline keeping him in motion. As the battle continued, Sam noted the beast's advantages. It wasn't just strength. It possessed agility and tactical adaptability. Wu Jin's summons proved flawless. The human skeleton's weapon-wielding abilities contrasted with the beast's feral swiftness, both designed to overwhelm Sam strategically. Knocked down, Sam clenched his fist in despair. Despite the odds, he refused to die without retrieving Percival's spear. Sam lay on the ground, battered but not broken. He forced himself to focus, knowing the spear was his last hope. The skeletal beast closed in, its glowing eyes fixated on Sam's prone figure. It was now or never for him. With gritted teeth, Sam swore to fight back, vowing to risk everything for one last chance to turn the tide. The beast lunged again, its claws barely missing Sam as he rolled toward Percival's spear. Survival fueled his desperate movements. Sam reached out, determination unshaken. Even if it cost him everything, he knew the spear was his only salvation. Sam's trembling hand reached for Percival's spear, his desperation evident as his survival instincts urged him not to give up. Wu Jin stood silently watching with unshaken resolve. Sam's weapon glimmered, but even its glow felt dim against Wu Jin's aura. Sam realized his efforts might be futile. No matter how strong the spear, it couldn't land a decisive blow. Wu Jin's calm stare pierced through Sam's dwindling confidence. Any further resistance seemed meaningless in the face of such overwhelming power. Sam hesitated before blurting out a plea. He offered cooperation, hoping for mercy, but his voice carried little conviction. In a distant office, panic erupted. A man burst into the room, reporting critical updates about an unexpected catastrophe unfolding outside. "Our agents at the gate entrance have been wiped out," the man exclaimed. The situation had spiraled out of control. A woman at her desk stiffened at the news. She demanded answers, her focus unshaken despite the escalating chaos. Meanwhile, alarms blared, signaling another breach. The sound of shouting echoed through the hallways, a sign of imminent danger nearby. The woman, sharp and determined, ordered immediate action. Her team rushed to contain the crisis as tension filled the air. Gunfire erupted as guards clashed with intruders. The dark corridor lit up with flashes, the chaos intensifying with every passing second. The guards exchanged worried glances when a figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Sam Oliver himself. Confusion spread among the defenders as they tried to piece together why Sam would take such a drastic, unexpected action. A distant voice echoed, questioning whether past decisions led to this betrayal. Regret began to surface among those who knew Sam. Elsewhere, Kim Woo-jin monitored events unfolding as planned. He smirked, satisfied that the chaos aligned perfectly with his calculated moves. The woman reminded Kim Woo-jin of their agreement, her expression tense. She hadn't expected betrayal to come from Sam Oliver. Doubts filled her mind. If Sam Oliver turned, it might expose secrets she desperately needed to keep hidden from others. Fearing repercussions, she resolved to eliminate anyone aware of her involvement. Her determination grew as desperation fueled her next move. In a nearby car, allies reassured Woo Jin about their cleanup. He nodded, preparing for the next stage of his plan. The night deepened as Wu Jin smiled faintly. His current objective was complete, but his long-term strategy had only just begun. A worried ally asked Wu Jin if staying quiet for now was wise. Wu Jin's calm demeanor hinted at a deeper, calculated strategy. Wu Jin considered the dungeon as the safest place to lay low. Its danger was a perfect cover for his escape. He requested something unusual, a face mask resembling Sam Oliver. His team exchanged uneasy glances but complied, recognizing his careful planning. The mask symbolized more than disguise. It was a tool for deception, ensuring Wu Jin could manipulate events in his favor. Just as preparations completed, a new mission arose. Wu Jin remained focused, confident the dungeon's chaos would serve his purpose. Inside the car, a teammate questioned Wu Jin's intentions. He reassured them, his confidence unwavering despite their growing discomfort with the plan. Meanwhile, an unrelated guild watched for suspicious movement, but reported none. Their vigilance underscored the delicate tension between factions. Wu Jin's thoughts turned to Naomi Spell. He suspected her of aiding their enemies, placing her under mental surveillance. The Frontier Guild's immense power made their neutrality vital. Any misstep involving them could escalate conflicts beyond Wu Jin's current plans. Wu Jin's sharp mind pieced together the connections, preparing to act decisively. He knew every detail mattered in his calculated game. A contact discussed the fallout from Sam Oliver's betrayal. The situation had grown complicated, creating an unexpected advantage for Kim Wu Jin. They speculated Naomi Spell's next move, concerned she'd attempt damage control before Park Yong-won learned of Sam's defection. Wu Jin decided to retreat into a dungeon, the perfect cover to maneuver while avoiding unnecessary attention from powerful adversaries. He casually mentioned his choice, the A+ rank dungeon of Taiwan, a notorious death trap known as the Brawler of the Frozen Forest. His contact was shocked at the selection, questioning why Wu Jin would willingly head to such a notoriously dangerous place. Wu Jin's ally panicked, reminding him the dungeon had seen 23 failed attempts and was deemed unbeatable by many top guilds. Wu Jin calmly confirmed his knowledge. He remembered it as one of the few challenges no one cleared, even before his regression. The dungeon's constant failures had trapped Taiwan's territory, filled with monsters that overwhelmed all who dared approach. Entry restrictions limited participants to below level 60, locking out even powerful guilds, leaving the dungeon's horrors untouched. Wu Jin smirked, knowing the urgency to clear it now. Delaying further would mean losing his chance due to leveling restrictions. Wu Jin's gaze lingered on the mysterious chest within the dungeon. He mused on the treasures he might leave undiscovered. To face the Messiah Guild, knowledge alone wasn't enough. Wu Jin needed a decisive edge, one he'd gambled to obtain. His companion, Sei-chan, urged him to reconsider, nervous about the risks. Yet Wu Jin's resolve remained unshaken, despite the pleas. "Let's take one more wild shot," Wu Jin said, smirking. The thrill of taking risks fueled his ambitious drive forward. Sei-chan hesitated but knew arguing further was pointless. Wu Jin's determination radiated confidence, leaving no doubt about his next move. Wu Jin's contact chuckled over the dungeon's near-impossible odds, but Wu Jin's confidence was unwavering, even with a 10% survival rate. Wu Jin declared that 10% was more than enough, convinced his skills and Percival's spear could carry him through the challenge. His ally promised to arrange a cover under the alias Isaac Ivanov, ensuring his movements stayed hidden and unnoticed. Wu Jin proposed leveraging public opinion to request items from the Messiah Guild, knowing they lacked the resources to meet his demands. Isaac Ivanov's name dominated headlines as he announced his plan to clear the infamous, seemingly unbeatable Hidden Forest dungeon in Taiwan. Known for failure after failure, the Hidden Forest dungeon has crushed countless adventurers, leaving many wondering if Isaac's boldness was foolish. Isaac's unexpected request for help from the Messiah Guild raised eyebrows, creating a stir among the global dungeon raiding community. News outlets questioned whether the Messiah Guild, known for selective alliances, would break tradition and offer their resources to Isaac. Isaac's intent to challenge the dungeon sparked debates about the consequences, if even he couldn't succeed. Everyone waited for updates. Holding his phone, Isaac read the reactions and headlines. The opportunity to prove himself while involving the Messiah Guild was perfect. The Messiah Guild's eventual announcement of support caused shockwaves. People speculated whether this alliance could finally clear the cursed dungeon. Smirking at the news, Isaac realized his strategy was working. Public pressure ensured the guild couldn't withdraw from the agreement. Behind the scenes, guild members debated the risks. A 2-floor dungeon was dangerous, and Isaac's unconventional tactics added uncertainty. Discussions about the rewards grew tense. Clearing this dungeon required more than promises. Legendary items would likely become part of the deal. The guild leader, observing the situation, remarked on how Isaac's efforts created a clear division in priorities for future challenges. Isaac's choice to tackle a dungeon the Messiah Guild failed to clear was a calculated move that demanded everyone's attention. Realizing this, guild members discussed the implications. Future dungeon rewards would require items beyond unique tier, setting a new precedent. Isaac's success would mean leveraging legendary tier items, raising the stakes for those competing with him in future dungeon endeavors. As Isaac prepared for his mission, his allies watched in awe, knowing his actions would forever alter the dungeon-clearing landscape. A lead on Sam Oliver's rigged route helped Jane and her team significantly save time in their investigative plans. The team gathered quickly, preparing to set out. Efficiency mattered, and the newfound information pushed them to act immediately. Jin-Ah questioned Secretary Lee's sudden mobility, but his determined demeanor suggested something more urgent awaited in Taiwan's dungeon. "You must oversee the upcoming dungeon challenge," Secretary Lee directed Jin-Ah, signaling the high stakes involved in this mission. As night fell in Taiwan, the glowing cityscape hinted at the brewing intensity within the awaiting Frozen Forest dungeon. The Frozen Forest of Violence dungeon stood ominously, its 2 floors and A+ difficulty rating deterring even the most seasoned players. Jin-Ah marveled at how quickly adventurers gathered, even after the Messiah Guild's catastrophic failure to clear this formidable dungeon. "Most participants belong to the guild that failed before," she noted, wondering about their true motivations for returning here. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared they were driven by revenge, but underlying whispers suggested greed fueled many of them. Legendary items hidden within the dungeon tempted many, as failure had left behind the treasures of thousands of fallen challengers. Not everyone entered with pure intentions. Greed for powerful items overshadowed any collective goal to conquer the Frozen Forest dungeon. Failure in this dungeon previously meant countless treasures remained buried, hinting at legendary rewards for the boldest and greediest adventurers. The weight of nearly 2,000 failures haunted the air, fueling suspicion that personal gain outweighed teamwork in this treacherous challenge. Jin-Ah knew the allure of wealth drew many, not loyalty, and prepared herself to face both allies and adversaries. As the knock came at her door, a voice reminded her they had 1 hour before the dungeon began. Isaac Ivanov's quiet confidence unsettled his team. They couldn't predict his plans, yet his calculated actions inspired both awe and suspicion. Observing Isaac's unusual behavior, one wondered, what's his angle? Doubts lingered about his intentions to tackle this mission alone. A tense moment arose as Isaac's solitary strategy became clear. His approach puzzled everyone but left no room for questioning. The dimly lit hall whispered of anticipation. Isaac's resolve remained unshaken, even as doubts and fears filled the air. A sudden twist of events disrupted preparations, sending ripples of anxiety through the group. Everything hinged on Isaac's next move. Seated in a shadowy room, leaders discussed Isaac's untraceable movements. Their frustration grew as the intelligence network failed to locate him. "A helper in the shadows," one muttered, realizing Isaac wasn't working alone. The mystery deepened with every passing moment. Orders to find Isaac's ally were issued. "If discovery fails, eliminate them," the leader growled, raising the stakes significantly. Outside, tension brewed. Questions about Isaac's motives spread among onlookers, sparking a flurry of theories surrounding his hidden agenda. Isaac's televised statement silenced skeptics. His composure and calculated words demonstrated leadership, though his ultimate intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Isaac's bold declaration reached far and wide. His goal was to end the game, a promise echoing resolve and defiance. "I'll achieve my mission at any cost," Isaac emphasized, warning others not to obstruct him, sparking a clear power shift. Jane analyzed his statement, realizing its weight. He's not just focused on survival, this is a direct challenge to rivals. Discussions turned heated. Blocking the video became impossible as it spread globally, cementing Isaac's words as a rallying cry for change. Adventurers gathered, each armed with motives. Some sought glory, others revenge, but Isaac's resolve loomed over them, reshaping the battlefield dynamics. Discussions about Isaac Ivanov stirred excitement. "He's on another level," someone remarked, recalling Isaac's feats in the perilous Firefox dungeon. Another adventurer confirmed Isaac's prowess, his voice tinged with awe. "You'll understand when you face the monsters he's conquered yourself." Among the crowd, Kim Woo-jin stood out. His decisive actions drew attention, silencing doubts about his leadership and determination. "Some people are too stubborn to reason with," Woo-jin muttered, signaling a quiet resolve to manage those with ulterior motives. Retrievers, notorious for scavenging items from the fallen, lurked in the background, a sinister reminder of the dungeon's true dangers. Chaos erupted as Woo-jin's skeleton soldier intervened, showcasing its intimidating power and immediately silencing anyone foolish enough to act recklessly. The chilling aura of the skeleton sent a clear message. Isaac's forces were unmatched, leaving the crowd hesitant to retaliate. Watching the skeletal guardian, someone whispered nervously, "That's Isaac's rumored weapon. I need to avoid drawing his attention at all costs." Deciding it was best to move, the group chose to explore another area before nightfall, prioritizing safety over confrontation. Tension lingered in the air as Isaac's presence reshaped their priorities, leaving them to question the risks of their journey. Night fell, and the adventurers gathered around a campfire. Whispers about Isaac's terrifying abilities echoed, blending awe with nervous energy. "Isaac is an absolute monster," someone admitted, recalling his overwhelming strength. The firelight flickered, mirroring their unease and amazement. One reflected on past warnings not to interfere with Isaac, realizing now why such advice was given. He operated on another level. As the conversation grew quieter, they counted their findings. Only 2 bodies recovered, leaving questions about the others' fates unanswered. Suspicion grew about other guilds stealing dungeon loot, but the truth hinted at something far more complex and unsettling. The group cautiously advanced, noting the monsters encountered so far were weak, questioning how high-level adventurers could fall here. Speculation grew. Their objective, Van Soor's bracelet, must be hidden on the second floor, drawing them further into danger. A sudden noise silenced the group. They froze, sensing something nearby, their instincts warning them of impending danger. Without warning, a sharp attack came from the shadows, splitting the air and scattering embers around their dim surroundings. As they regrouped, tension mounted. Every sound seemed amplified, their unease growing as the true challenges of the dungeon loomed. A skeleton soldier suddenly emerged, startling the group. Its ominous presence hinted at Isaac's influence, sparking fear among the adventurers. Someone cautiously approached the skeleton, inspecting its movements. Its controlled precision revealed a dangerous intelligence that couldn't be ignored. "What's this skeleton doing here?" the adventurer questioned, his curiosity overshadowed by a growing realization of Isaac's hidden strategies. A misstep led to suspicion, but quick thinking diverted attention. "It's just the wind," someone muttered, masking their true intentions. Despite the unease, the adventurers pressed on, their determination tested by shadows and whispers, each step echoing uncertainty and fear. The skeleton soldier's swift counterattack disrupted the enemy's plans, its precision demonstrating Isaac's carefully placed contingencies in every scenario. A member of the Kunlun Guild declared their goal: retrieve the bracelet at all costs, even opposing Isaac if necessary. Observing from afar, Isaac noted his skeleton's effectiveness. "Even minor distractions yield critical intel," he mused, refining his strategic approach. The Kunlun Guild's involvement confirmed the stakes. Isaac understood their interest signaled the bracelet's importance, solidifying his resolve to act swiftly. A mysterious artifact glowed faintly in his hand, its shimmering energy whispering promises of power yet unknown to him. He focused on the bracelet's intricate design, determined to uncover its secrets, though exhaustion crept in like a shadow. The crackling fire offered warmth, but doubts lingered as his companions questioned their progress deep within the treacherous dungeon. His suspicion grew heavier. Were others evading danger while they bore the brunt of every trial and deadly foe? The distant glow hinted at the second floor's entrance, a fragile hope of rest amidst the relentless challenges ahead. A deep silence lingered as he sat, his thoughts drifting toward the endless challenges awaiting on the dungeon's second floor. With a flash of blue light, the portal activated, marking their arrival to the icy, unforgiving second floor of the dungeon. A biting chill enveloped the group. Their breath turned to mist, and frost clung to their armor like relentless vines. He clenched his fists, muscles stiffened from the cold, his mind racing to find ways to adapt to the harsh climate. The icy terrain presented more than physical challenges, its chilling aura unsettling even the bravest among them as they pressed forward. The unsettling chill wasn't just from the cold. Traces of fear emanated around them, hinting at unseen lurking dangers. He scanned the area warily, unnerved by the palpable dread in the air, though no visible threat had yet emerged. His mind raced, considering the terrifying possibility of a hidden predator stronger than anything they had faced in this dungeon. A moment of clarity hit. The fear itself was the dungeon's trap, testing their resolve before revealing its true menace. In a fleeting instant, fear turned into action, his blade flashing as he steeled himself for the looming confrontation ahead. The bald leader speculated about the source of fear, dismissing dragons and narrowing down potential creatures lurking in the shadows. Despite the unease, his guild decided to assess the terrain, hoping to uncover clues about the mysterious fear's source. A larger group gathered, combing through the snow-covered landscape, though many seemed more interested in treasures than the actual mission. Frustration built as the leader realized the others were less concerned about threats and more drawn to opportunistic treasure hunting. Two observant members discussed the dispersing groups, their strength possibly reduced, as some individuals clearly prioritized plundering over cooperation in combat. A gust of cold wind rushed past, signaling the party's ongoing search as they hurried toward potential locations of importance. One member crouched down, inspecting the ground, only to report that nothing of significance had been found in this area. Their leader grunted in irritation, gesturing for the group to move onward, each step pressing further into the unforgiving icy terrain. Suspicion arose as he noted signs of others moving ahead, likely aiming to secure rewards before anyone else could intervene. With urgency in his voice, he ordered the team to split up and investigate, refusing to let rivals gain an advantage. The search party moved briskly, some discovering scattered items abandoned in the snow, their untouched state raising more questions than answers. One member lifted a well-preserved artifact, observing its placement as if the original owners had left it there deliberately. The leader's frown deepened, contemplating the kind of people capable of leaving behind such valuable items without a second thought. He ordered the team to collect everything quickly, wary of others potentially closing in on the same hidden rewards. Determined not to fall behind, his eyes sharpened as he prepared to lead the group deeper into the unknown. Observing his companions' repetitive checks, frustration grew, as each moment wasted only heightened the tension surrounding their mission. The ominous Eye of Anubis began closing, its foreboding aura signaling something far more dangerous than they initially anticipated. Discovering a Kunlun Guild member brought mixed emotions. Survival here hinted at both tragedy and secrets worth uncovering in this dungeon. Guided forward by the ally, the team followed cautiously, aware the west side harbored clues to untold devastation and danger. The leader's growing suspicions deepened. Doubt lingered in his mind about the real intentions behind this ally's sudden cooperation. The group moved swiftly as the Eye of Anubis reopened, its ancient power forewarning an unexpected and devastating threat. Shadows loomed as the floor quaked, fear spreading among the group as they braced for an unimaginable, monstrous encounter. His instincts screamed danger as an overwhelming presence emerged, shattering any sense of logic about what belonged on this floor. Chaos erupted, the leader shouting commands to retreat, each member scattering as survival instincts overrode the mission's original purpose. A deafening roar filled the icy expanse, the beast's massive frame towering, promising doom for anyone too slow to flee. The gleam of the fallen artifact caught his eye, its golden design hinting at the immense value of Kunlun's treasure. The beast lunged fiercely, swiping through the icy ground, its relentless pursuit scattering the team further into the frozen wilderness. With each attack, the treasure slipped closer to danger, the creature's powerful blows tearing apart anything in its destructive path. A daring leap sent the leader crashing into the snow, narrowly avoiding the monster's strike, the treasure within his reach. As the monster's eyes locked on him, the true value of Kunlun's treasure became clear. It was worth dying for. The towering beast roared, its piercing gaze radiating malice as the character realized the urgency to alert his brother. The eye of Anubis began closing, signifying an ominous end as the team gathered vital information from the confrontation. Sprinting through the icy expanse, he carried the burden of knowledge, knowing it could tip the balance of survival. A minor dispute flared between companions, their differing values about items and sacrifices adding tension to an already perilous journey. The bald leader's sharp observation intensified the growing divide, questioning the priorities and loyalty of the team's youngest member. The blonde-haired man paused, startled by an unexpected compliment, unsure whether it was genuine or laced with subtle sarcasm. With mounting curiosity, he followed as the leader gestured toward a pile of stones, signaling the preparation of their strategy. The leader's cryptic comment about the plan created suspense, prompting the team to focus on what lay ahead. As the snow whipped around them, preparations became evident. Every move was calculated for the battle soon to unfold. A sudden sound in the distance hinted at an imminent threat, further amplifying the urgency of their final preparations. A bone-chilling scene unfolded as a skeletal beast emerged from the snow, summoned as a loyal soldier for the battle. The blond man's excitement grew at the sight of the skeletal mount, his enthusiasm breaking the tension of the moment. Riding the skeletal beast, he marveled at its power, wondering about the summoner's skill in creating such an impressive creature. As he inspected the spear, its aura radiated strength, revealing it as an artifact imbued with exceptional abilities and history. The weapon's detailed description sparked anticipation, its potential to change the tide of battle becoming the focus of their strategy. He smirked, clutching the spear tightly, realizing the plan involved him charging straight at the boss monster without hesitation. The leader's confidence in his understanding of the strategy made explanations unnecessary, leaving him both anxious and reluctantly ready. Their cautious trek through the frosty landscape brought them to a peculiar pile of stones, standing out against the snow. Observing the pile closely, he felt a strange unease, as though the stones hid secrets left by someone before them. The realization dawned. This was a player's grave, a silent testament to the dungeon's relentless and unforgiving dangers ahead. The man scrutinized the pile of stones, doubting its significance but wondering if the Kunlun Guild's methods were behind it. Another suggested digging it up, arguing it could hold valuable clues or items, though the idea met with mixed reactions. One leader dismissed the notion, prioritizing their time and resources, only considering it if it involved a brother from their group. As the team moved away, the ground beneath the pile shifted ominously, foreshadowing the secrets buried deep within its core. The wind howled over the frozen wasteland as Lewis tightened his scarf, his breath turning to mist. Doubt clouded his expression. Bernard adjusted his grip on his spear, his stance firm. He had spent time gathering intel, not rushing into pointless fights. Lewis scoffed, his narrowed eyes scanning the icy terrain. He had assumed Bernard was wasting time, but now he wasn't sure. Despite the records Bernard had collected, something still felt off. No matter how much Lewis tried, he couldn't make sense of them. Jagged ice formations loomed ahead, but the real danger lay elsewhere. A distant voice called out in alarm, revealing scattered corpses. Bernard moved first, his boots crunching against the frost. The bodies were unnervingly close together, as if someone had placed them deliberately. Lewis followed, unease settling in his gut. Something about the scene felt too organized, too unnatural to be a mere coincidence. Bernard knelt beside a corpse, fingers hovering over its frozen wounds. If looters had been here first, nothing valuable would remain. A strange bloodstain stretched across the ice. The shape wasn't normal, jagged and erratic, as though something had been dragged. He traced the pattern in the ice, realizing the bodies hadn't fallen here naturally. Someone, or something, had arranged them deliberately. A sharp realization struck Bernard as he stepped back. The unnatural placement of the corpses, the unclaimed loot, this was a carefully laid trap. Lewis hesitated, his instincts screaming at him. Before he could move, an unseen force surged through the air, paralyzing his limbs instantly. A creeping sensation spread through his body, a system message flickered into his mind. An unknown fear has overwhelmed you. He couldn't move. His heartbeat pounded against his ribs. Panic clawed at him as he struggled to break free, but his body refused to respond. A crimson flash cut through the frozen silence. Blood splattered across the ice as something struck. The horror had only just begun. Dark figures moved unnaturally fast, their claws slicing through the air. Bernard barely reacted before the icy ground trembled beneath him. Lewis turned sharply, his breath hitching. The shadows twisted, forming monstrous shapes with glowing eyes, closing in like silent predators. Bernard's gaze locked onto a massive creature emerging from the ice, its grotesque form towering over him, dripping with fresh blood. A powerful force erupted from the beast, distorting the air. The pressure alone sent shockwaves through the frozen battlefield. The ground beneath them shattered, sending ice flying. A deafening screech pierced the air as the monster lunged, hunger in its eyes. The monster's glowing red eyes burned through the mist, locking onto Bernard. It moved with terrifying speed, ice breaking under its weight. Lewis gritted his teeth, pushing forward. A spiraling wave of energy burst from his spear, clashing against the creature's deadly advance. Sparks flew as weapons met flesh. Bernard's muscles tensed, every ounce of strength channeled into resisting the sheer force of impact. The monster recoiled, but only slightly. A wicked grin formed on its face, revealing jagged teeth. This was merely a game to it. Bernard's knuckles whitened around his blade. He had faced horrors before, but this was something entirely beyond his worst nightmares. A chilling force wrapped around Bernard's body, a familiar message flashing in his mind. An unknown fear has overwhelmed you. His vision blurred, breath coming in ragged gasps. His body betrayed him, refusing to move as the monster's deadly claws descended. Blood splattered across the ice. Panic surged through his veins as the pain burned deep, reminding him he was still alive, for now. Lewis struggled to regain control, but the overwhelming dread left him frozen. He couldn't afford to fall here. Not like this. The ice cracked as another attack struck, forcing them backward. Blood dripped onto the frost, staining the battlefield beneath their feet. Cold determination filled Bernard's eyes as he stood before the icy cliff, gripping his weapon. The plan was finally in motion. Li Jin-ah hesitated, glancing at Bernard. Doubt gnawed at him, but there was no turning back now. The battle awaited them. Frustration bubbled within Jin-ah. The so-called plan felt reckless, but hesitation wouldn't save him. With a deep breath, he surged forward. Ice cracked beneath their feet as the duo launched themselves into battle. Momentum carried them forward, adrenaline fueling their every movement. From the shadows, a monstrous figure stirred. Crimson eyes gleamed through the mist, locking onto its next prey with lethal intent. Bernard lunged with precision, spear slicing through the air. The creature barely flinched, its monstrous frame absorbing the initial attack effortlessly. Jinnah's heartbeat quickened. The creature's snarl sent chills through him, its menacing aura thickening, wrapping around them like suffocating darkness. A pulse of malevolent energy surged, distorting the space around them. The world blurred as an unnatural fear seeped into their bones. A system message flashed in Bernard's mind. An unknown fear has overwhelmed you. His grip faltered, muscles stiffening against the unseen force. Lancelot's ring shimmered with light, negating the fear's effect instantly. Bernard's breath steadied. He wasn't going to fall for this trick. Relief washed over Bernard as the oppressive weight vanished. The enchanted ring worked, shielding him from the creature's terrifying ability. Jinnah steadied himself. The shivering fear was gone, replaced by a renewed sense of confidence. This was their chance to retaliate. A strange sensation prickled against Jinnah's fingers. His body tensed involuntarily as his weapon reacted to an unknown force. Something wasn't right. His grip tightened, but the spear moved on its own. An unseen force pulled him forward, dragging him straight toward danger. Jinnah's breath hitched as he was hurled toward the enemy. He barely had time to react before everything spiraled out of control. Jinnah crashed into the ice, pain jolting through his body. The force sent him tumbling, barely able to regain his footing. Bernard lunged forward, dodging shards of ice splintering upon impact. His focus remained sharp as their enemy loomed dangerously close. The battlefield shifted, ice cracking beneath them. The monstrous creature's gaze darkened as it prepared to counter their relentless assault. Bernard's grip tightened as he steadied himself, bracing for the next strike. Jinnah struggled behind him, shaken but still determined. Shadows danced behind them, revealing more foes. The skeletal minions emerged, their hollow eyes glowing as they marched toward the battle. Bernard propelled himself forward, spear piercing through the frozen air. The attack landed, forcing the massive ogre back with brutal impact. Jinnah exhaled sharply, watching in disbelief. The monster's body reacted unnaturally, flesh distorting under the powerful strike like melted wax. A system message flashed. The ogre's ability to recover has been greatly reduced. Bernard smirked. The tides of battle had shifted. The enemy staggered, struggling to regenerate. Jinnah, still wary, frowned. Even with their advantage, the battle was far from over. The distant sound of rattling bones echoed. He tensed, gripping his weapon tighter. Where were the skeletons? Why weren't they here yet? A chilling grin spread beneath the mask as Senya stood firm, an army of skeletal warriors forming behind her, weapons drawn. The system notification appeared, blood weapon unlocked. Her power surged, molding deadly weapons from blood, their forms shifting to match her intent. Strange symbols glowed in the frozen air, an ominous presence stirring within the icy forest, signaling something powerful lurking ahead. A warrior in red dashed forward, blade drawn, ready for battle, while the cold winds howled through the silent trees. His instinct screamed danger, an overwhelming aura of fear enveloped the area. Something unnatural was about to unfold in this place. Realizing the timing was off, he hurried, knowing the monster fight had already started. He had to act fast now. Meanwhile, 2 scouts uncovered a secret inscription. Their guild's language, etched onto the frozen ground, hinted at something important. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the markings. Something didn't add up. Was this left behind as a warning message? Doubt crept in. Hidden enemies, unexpected obstacles. The situation was turning worse than he had imagined. The truth was unsettling. A powerful roar shattered the silence. His worst fears confirmed. The boss monster's status had been forcefully revealed. The hunt began. The towering beast emerged, eyes glowing with rage, its massive form shaking the icy battlefield. Chaos erupted as warriors scattered. With a swift motion, his sword cut through, striking deep. The battle had begun, but survival wasn't guaranteed anymore. A blonde warrior watched, astonished. Their attack had pierced the monster's hide, something they once thought impossible in previous fights. The realization hit hard. If this was just an entry-level floor, what horrors awaited deeper inside? They weren't ready. He clenched his fists. More monsters, stronger enemies. The dungeons never stopped evolving, always forcing them to grow stronger. His gaze darkened with determination. Facing something far worse than this was inevitable. He needed to prepare for future threats. A system notification appeared. The boss was slain. But the true test wasn't over yet. A strange, unknown reward was given. A golden card shimmered in his hands, revealing the Berserker class, a gift or curse that could change everything forever. He clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. Why was his reward different? His nimbus wasn't responding the way it should. Complaints poured out as he struggled to understand. The system felt unfair, as if something was deliberately blocking his progress. Despite the frustration, a new item was acquired. The bracelet pulsed with hidden power, waiting for someone to unlock it. The dungeon was cleared. The battlefield settled, and Isaac's name was shouted, marking him as the one who finished everything. Freedom. The players who survived celebrated, but shadows lurked beneath, unseen threats brewing beneath the surface of their success. Two men whispered in concern. If Van Gogh's bracelet was taken, it could fall into the wrong hands too easily. Reporting to the guild was the only choice left. Losing a legendary treasure could change everything in unpredictable ways. The Kunlun Guild left clues only their members could decipher. But if someone else solved them, there'd be deadly consequences. Fingers tapped nervously on the table. If the wrong person had the bracelet, disaster was inevitable, especially if it was Isaac. A smirk formed. Entering the dungeon had been worth it. This was only the beginning of something far greater ahead. The system imposed limits. 1 necklace, 2 rings, 2 bracelets. Any more than that, and their effects wouldn't apply. However, Van Gogh's bracelet defied those restrictions. A forbidden artifact, breaking the rules designed to maintain balance in the world. It let the wearer absorb all ring effects, stacking unimaginable power onto a single hand, a game-breaking, terrifying possibility. But there was a price. A ring worn with Van Gogh's bracelet could never be removed, sealing fate forever. The bracelet gleamed under the dim light. Choosing which ring to wear was now a critical decision for future battles. He exhaled slowly, mind racing. Every decision from now on could determine his survival. One mistake, and it was over. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Someone noticed his intense focus, questioning if something serious was weighing on his mind. He hesitated before responding, words forming carefully. But before he could explain, his attention shifted to an incoming phone call. Urgency filled the voice on the line. A question lingered. Was he able to return home immediately without any issues? Across the world, chaos erupted. News spread quickly, shaking the balance of power. Everything was shifting faster than anticipated. The headlines changed drastically. Isaac Ivanov's name dominated, but behind it, another man's shadow loomed larger than before. His eyes narrowed as he heard the name. If this was about Park Yong-won, things were about to escalate. Reputations meant everything. With his growing influence, Park Yong-won was becoming more than a figurehead. He was a powerful shield. They had no time to waste. Their course was set. The next move required immediate action, no room for delay. Engines roared as the plane took off. A journey interrupted, a meal missed. But bigger matters required their attention. Frustration bubbled up. A trip wasted without even tasting Taiwan's delicacies. But complaints wouldn't change the current circumstances. High above the world, they focused on their next step. The in-flight meal would have to suffice for now. As the sun rose over Korea, their destination loomed ahead. Tension thickened as new challenges awaited their arrival. Eyes glowed with restrained fury. The Frontier Guild had made a move. It was time to deal with their betrayal. A photograph was placed on the table. Investigators examined the ruins, piecing together what had truly happened that fateful day. The official report detailed evidence gathered. The dungeon's destruction complicated things, erasing many crucial traces left behind in the battle. Survivors' statements aligned. The Frontier Guild initiated the attack, though they tried masking it as an unfortunate, unavoidable accident. Frustration boiled beneath the surface. It wasn't just a conflict, it was a deliberate move, and someone needed to answer for it. His fists clenched. They dared to scheme while he was gone. The timing of their deception was no coincidence. His gaze darkened with resolve. They would pay for what they did. No one crossed him without severe consequences. He leaned forward, voice low but firm. He had a request, a move that would ensure proper retaliation. A smirk formed as his ally chuckled. Money changed everything, but true power came from manipulating the right people. The tension in the room shifted. The topic changed, but one name lingered. Park Yong-won, the one holding critical information. If Park Yong-won had what they needed, retrieving it wouldn't be simple. But there was always a way. A knowing grin spread. There was only one destination that mattered. His next move would take him directly to the source. Confusion flashed in his companion's eyes before realization struck. There was only one reason to visit Park Yong-won's office. A single step back, a stammered response. The situation had escalated quicker than expected, and hesitation crept in. The smirk never faded. Everything was already in motion. There was no turning back, no room for second thoughts. The door opened, and he stepped out, suitcase in hand. A calculated move, an inevitable confrontation. Things were just beginning. A phone flipped open with a quiet snap. The call connected, signaling the beginning of a conversation that held weight. Standing beside a classic yellow car, he answered calmly. His voice carried confidence, but his mind was already calculating ahead. A smirk played on his lips. Information was power, and whatever came next would determine his next calculated move. Kim Woo-jin stared at the glowing screen, watching Park Yong-won manipulate the media. Controlling public perception was a dangerous advantage. The dim light cast sharp shadows as he leaned back. He hadn't expected this sudden shift, but it wasn't surprising either. If Park Yong-won controlled the narrative, moving undetected would become harder. Kim Woo-jin needed to adapt before losing his momentum. His fingers drummed against the desk, mind already calculating possibilities. This wasn't a setback. It was just another game to master. Park Shin-hye sat across the desk, watching carefully. The weight of responsibility now hung in the air between them. Park Shin-hye folded the newspaper, glancing at the recent reports. Information traveled quickly, sometimes faster than even careful planning allowed. A brief sigh escaped as she placed the phone down. Despite everything, things were still progressing, just not as expected. She thought of Kim Woo-jin, who had just completed his task. His movements were calculated, never wasting a single opportunity. Reports mentioned his next inquiry, his request to proceed further. It was clear that he wasn't simply waiting for instructions. Park Shin-hye considered her options. Kim Woo-jin wasn't easily fooled, and he had already anticipated the upcoming power shift. Isaac glanced over the newspaper, fingers tapping absently. Kim Woo-jin's actions had been efficient, but efficiency alone wasn't enough. If there was nothing more to offer, there was no reason to invest interest. Results determined everything in this unforgiving world. The city skyline flickered under the night, countless hidden moves unfolding beneath its surface. Everything was already set into motion. A simple question formed in his mind, curiosity growing. There was always someone pulling strings, always someone making the first move. The name surfaced without hesitation, Kim Woo-jin. That single name carried weight, a reminder that the game had only begun. The news spread quickly. Kim Woo-jin had joined Park Yong-won's faction, gaining trust by clearing dungeons others refused to touch. Young Yeon-hong crossed her arms, unimpressed. If his skills were reliable, he wouldn't need assistance for a simple task. The request for a guide confirmed her doubts. If Kim Woo-jin needed help, then he wasn't as capable as expected. Regardless of opinions, the guildmaster had given orders. Ignoring them would mean consequences no one wanted to face directly. Thoughts of politics clouded her mind. Ever since Park Yong-won took charge, decisions revolved more around power than actual skill. Jung Yeon-hong glanced at her colleague, frustration evident. Politics aside, she found herself questioning if staying in this guild was worth it. The curiosity about Kim Woo-jin's abilities lingered. His nimbus was dubbed Emissary of the Underworld, granting a skill called Poison Blood. That skill meant no summoned creatures, unlike Isaac's skeleton army. It was an unusual power, one that lacked obvious combat versatility. Annoyance built up. Kim Woo-jin had yet to prove his worth. His presence felt more like a hindrance than a benefit. A sudden arrival caught her attention. Headlights illuminated the area, revealing the last person to join them, Kim Woo-jin himself. Jung Yeon-hong sighed, watching him approach. Late, yet carrying an air of confidence, as if arriving last was intentional. Recognition flickered in her eyes, yet her irritation remained. Regardless of reputation, his actions would determine if he was useful. A system notification appeared. 1,000 monsters must be slain to advance. The task wasn't simple, yet it was unavoidable. The realization hit. Park Yong-won had been generous, yet the assignment itself wasn't easy. It was a calculated challenge. Kim Woo-jin stood before them. The weight of expectation, doubt, and hostility surrounded him. Yet, he remained completely unfazed. The cold night air carried a heavy tension as Kim Woo-jin faced an impatient challenger, eyes filled with suspicion and doubt. A demand was made: prove his worth through combat. Kim Woo-jin remained composed, assessing the situation before making any move. The request was vague, lacking precision. He questioned the conditions, prompting irritation from those who doubted his skills from the start. The impatience was obvious. They weren't expecting resistance, only silent obedience. Kim Woo-jin, however, was never one to simply comply. With a smirk, he stepped back. Preparation was key, and he had no intention of walking into a blind challenge. Morning light bathed the city as life carried on. Meanwhile, discussions about Kim Woo-jin's actions stirred among guild members. Inside a casual meeting area, chatter filled the space. His repeated dungeon dives raised questions, stirring curiosity and slight frustration. Jin-ah leaned back, exhaling loudly. Others could push forward endlessly, but she preferred a slower pace when not under pressure. Complaints about difficult partnerships surfaced. Those who followed Kim Woo-jin found him relentless, always moving without a single wasted moment. Despite previous frustrations, some couldn't ignore the truth. His presence meant survival. His efficiency overshadowed complaints, leaving behind undeniable proof of skill. A phone vibrated suddenly. Eyes flicked down, scanning an urgent notification. The casual atmosphere shifted into a sharp, tense silence. A disaster alert spread rapidly. A dungeon breach had occurred, unleashing chaos upon the city. Immediate action was now unavoidable. Concerned expressions replaced previous complaints. Questions arose. How did this happen? Which guild was responsible for containing the incoming threat? Memories of past failures resurfaced. Similar disasters had unfolded before, leading to tragic consequences. Everyone present understood what was at stake. Panic mixed with anger. The reality was clear. Someone had made a mistake. Now, they had no choice but to respond. Shock widened his eyes as he covered his mouth, trying to process the sudden information. The tension in the room escalated instantly. A silent exchange passed between two figures. Their cautious movements hinted at something bigger, a realization that couldn't be ignored. A glance toward the dimly lit screen confirmed their suspicions. News was spreading fast, but critical pieces were still missing. The bald man shifted his gaze, quietly stepping forward. His expression remained unreadable, masking whatever thoughts were running through his mind. Across the room, someone tightened their grip on their phone. Whatever had just been revealed, it was about to change everything. The classroom buzzed with idle conversations as students carelessly passed the time, unaware of the catastrophe unfolding outside their very walls. A bored student leaned on her desk, lazily glancing out the window. The ordinary day was about to shatter unexpectedly. A sudden loud noise echoed across the city. The air trembled as something massive erupted in the distance without warning. Students rushed toward the windows, their casual expressions shifting into terror. The towering building in the city had been violently destroyed. Flames engulfed the upper floors, black smoke twisting into the sky. The explosion had turned the once bustling city into sheer chaos. A girl's face twisted in horror as she clutched the windowsill. The city was under attack, and panic quickly followed. The world outside blurred as chaos spread. Her heart pounded as she struggled to comprehend the sheer scale of destruction. Fingers tightened around a phone. Somewhere, someone was already making a move, preparing for what would inevitably come next. A single decision was made. The person rose, ready to act. There was no time for hesitation anymore. The office remained silent as the figure stepped out. A framed photograph sat on the desk, unnoticed amidst the tension. A framed photo sat quietly on the desk, frozen in time. The past held secrets that shaped the present unfolding before them. A tired sigh escaped as fingers ran through disheveled hair. The weight of responsibility was heavy, leaving no room for hesitation. A sharp knock interrupted the silence. A single moment of peace shattered as reality demanded immediate attention once more. A warning came swiftly. Careless words carried consequences. Being reckless now could mean far more trouble than anyone was prepared for. Curiosity lingered. Stories of the past resurfaced, pulling memories forward. The mention of an old name brought unspoken emotions back. Uncertainty loomed over the dimly lit room. A question hung in the air. Unspoken fears clashing against the hope for answers. Risks were always present. There was never a safe path, only choices that determined how far someone was willing to go. A quiet acceptance followed. Some burdens couldn't be avoided, especially for those who carried responsibilities far greater than themselves. Glasses clinked together under the glow of sunset. A simple toast, yet the weight of their promise settled deep inside. A man knelt alone in the darkness, a silent prayer or a desperate plea, only he knew what came next. Shadows concealed his expression, but the weight in his voice was unmistakable. A decision had been made, and hesitation no longer remained. The battlefield was littered with fallen monsters as a figure stood victorious. The night air carried the scent of blood and steel. With calculated steps, she observed the surroundings. This dungeon was supposed to be simple, yet something felt different, almost eerily controlled. The pace of their advance suggested no real threats ahead. Reaching the next floor seemed inevitable, barring unexpected complications. A sudden call interrupted her thoughts. Urgency laced the voice, warning that something unusual was happening just beyond her sight. Doubt crept in. If Kim Woo-jin had really prepared, why was there hesitation? What had he actually done? Suspicion grew, but curiosity won. She followed the call, eager to witness what Kim Woo-jin had orchestrated in silence. The path led to a shocking sight. Carefully arranged formations, traps laid out with precision, each serving a strategic purpose. Doubts faded into recognition. He hadn't wasted time. Instead, he had built a perfect battlefield where monsters would fall effortlessly. She clenched her fists, annoyed yet impressed. It was unexpected, a methodical approach few would have the patience to execute. A smirk crossed her lips. His efforts weren't meaningless, but execution mattered. Would his plan truly hold against real danger? A trap was triggered, mechanical sounds echoing. Something large stirred within the dungeon, responding to the carefully placed mechanism. Questions faded as the ground shook. The trap's purpose became clear. It was bait, drawing the most dangerous prey into position. Metal spikes shot from below, impaling multiple creatures instantly. Each movement had been anticipated, every possibility calculated in advance. Kim Woo-jin remained focused, positioning himself strategically. The real battle had begun, and he had full control over the field. A monstrous roar signaled the true test. Everything was set. Now all that remained was to see if his plan succeeded. The monster staggered, a trap spikes piercing its limbs. Blood dripped onto the ground, marking the battlefield with its final moments. Eyes widened in frustration. Charging directly into the enemy was reckless, yet Kim Woo-jin moved forward without a hint of fear. His every motion seemed intentional, as though he had already predicted the battle's outcome before even stepping into the fight. A surge of mana crackled around him, his ability activating. The monsters lunged, yet an unseen force held them back. Panic rose. If he failed, they would all suffer the consequences. Yet something about his confidence suggested an unpredictable turn. Standing on a raised platform, Kim Woo-jin faced countless monsters. The battlefield was set, the stage for his plan complete. He was surrounded. The creatures snarled, their overwhelming numbers making escape impossible. But his expression held no trace of concern. A smirk crossed his face as mana pulsed through his body. Crimson mist curled around him, thickening with dark intent. The air vibrated, his skill fully activating. Blood-red energy surged outward, swallowing the monsters in an eerie, suffocating aura. Blood mist had been cast. This was no ordinary attack. It was a battlefield-wide execution designed to wipe out everything. The mist spread rapidly, engulfing everything in sight. The monsters recoiled, their roars turning into strangled cries of agony and confusion. The orc's body trembled, the toxic effect taking hold. Blood poison seeped through its veins, corrupting it from the inside. The battlefield became a death trap. Each breath the monsters took only deepened their suffering, forcing them into inevitable collapse. Observers watched in shock. This wasn't brute strength. It was pure, calculated destruction. Every step had been prepared to ensure victory. Understanding dawned. Kim Woo-jin's true power wasn't just fighting. It was controlling the battlefield itself, ensuring the enemy never stood a chance. Watching from above, admiration filled the air. Kim Woo-jin's control over the battlefield had shifted expectations beyond what was imaginable. His tactical mind surpassed mere brute strength. Every movement, every skill was deliberate, calculated to perfection with no room for mistakes. Determination set in. This was someone worth aligning with, someone who could change the tide of battle with sheer strategy. Below, the mist began to dissipate. The aftermath of his blood mist revealed a massacre. Monsters fallen without touching their prey. A system notification appeared, recognizing his power. The rank of blood mist had increased, further solidifying his growth as unstoppable. Kim Woo-jin's body pulsed with energy, his blood absorption replenishing what was lost. He never wasted a single opportunity. The others hesitated, unsure of how to approach him now. His overwhelming power had changed the entire dynamic of the group. Orders were given, uncertainty still present. Should they acknowledge his strength or fear what he was truly capable of in battle? The test was over. No longer seen as just another participant, Kim Woo-jin had officially proven himself beyond doubt. Distant flames flickered in the night. Amidst the victory, a new opportunity arose, one that could change everything moving forward. Sitting before the fire, Kim Woo-jin remained calm. Across from him, curiosity mixed with newfound respect, shifting the conversation entirely. Proposals were made. A potential partnership was forming, one that could lead to greater victories if both sides agreed. Yet he wasn't foolish. His skills weren't free. Every advantage he provided had a cost, and he intended to collect. Blood poison was a limited resource, not to be used freely. If they wanted it, they would need to compensate. The negotiations had begun. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about power, leverage, and who truly controlled the battlefield. Negotiations quickly turned into a back-and-forth struggle. Each offer was countered, both sides pushing for the best possible deal. The numbers kept shifting, small compromises made. The tension between haggling and strategy created an amusing yet competitive exchange. Even Kim Woo-jin played along, surprising those watching. His willingness to engage in negotiations added an unexpected twist. Just as the discussion peaked, a loud noise interrupted. The ground trembled, signaling a new threat approaching from afar. A monstrous force emerged, its sheer presence demanding immediate attention. Bargaining was over. Survival now took priority over everything else. The realization hit. The next challenge awaited. Advancing forward wasn't as simple as defeating monsters. It required careful survival planning. With a system notification, the objective became clear. They had to endure, to outlast the chaos that the dungeon presented. Kim Woo-jin assessed the situation. He understood that strategy, not brute force, would determine whether they could last 6 days. Urgency filled the air. This wasn't just another battle. It was a test of patience, endurance, and resource management under pressure. With the new floor unlocked, careful preparations began. Every decision made here would decide their fate in the dungeon's final stage. Scouts were dispatched, their footsteps light as they moved through the towering trees. Their goal was to assess the enemy's numbers. The captain's frugal nature persisted, ensuring every resource was maximized. If they had to fight, they would fight efficiently. Speed was critical. With each moment wasted, their chances of surviving the dungeon's challenges steadily decreased. Time was their enemy. The team split into formation, eyes scanning the landscape. Danger lurked beyond the treetops, hidden in the vast expanse ahead. With calculated movements, the first steps into the unknown were taken. The dungeon's final floor awaited, filled with unseen perils. The scouts moved swiftly, exchanging observations. They had expected normal monsters, but something about the terrain felt disturbingly unnatural. Footsteps halted near a massive indentation in the ground. The sheer size suggested something far beyond an ordinary dungeon creature. A chill crept up their spines. These tracks weren't from small creatures. Whatever made them was massive and still roaming nearby. Doubt turned into realization. This wasn't a typical monster wave. They were dealing with something far deadlier than anticipated. Fear settled in. If the dungeon was truly hiding something this large, surviving for 6 days just became a nightmare. Panic surfaced. A boss-level monster lurking meant their survival quest had just become infinitely more dangerous than originally estimated. Understanding the situation, one scout clenched his fists. Their survival wasn't just about endurance, it was about avoiding inevitable death. The truth hit hard. These quests were ranked lower than they should be because most never lived long enough to finish. Urgency drove them forward. The captain needed to know. Every second wasted meant less time to prepare for the inevitable battle. In the distance, the dungeon landscape loomed ahead. Somewhere within its depths, their worst nightmare was waiting, just out of sight. In the abyss, 2 glowing eyes pierced the darkness. A presence stirred, ancient and monstrous, aware of the intruders above. Jane scanned the cliffside terrain, mentally mapping the area. Every detail mattered now, especially with how unpredictable dungeons had recently become. Marcus observed quietly, calculating distances between escape routes. The narrow dungeon layout was a problem none of them could afford to ignore. Wu Jin knelt down, sketching a rough perimeter in the dirt. Traps and cliffs meant danger, especially if panic kicked in. The team listened as strategies were laid out. With Wu Jin's blood poison skill, they had a sliver of control, barely enough. Despite preparation, uncertainty lingered. No one had identified the dungeon boss yet, making every step forward feel like walking into darkness. Wind shifted, and sand scattered as the ground trembled beneath them. Something massive stirred, shaking the team out of focus. A heavy impact cracked the earth. Dust shot upward, and everyone's instincts screamed. This wasn't part of the expected pattern. From the shadows emerged a towering creature, pale as snow. The team froze, unable to process the monster's unexpected appearance. Jane's pulse surged as the troll roared, monstrous and wild. Chaos broke instantly, as weapons flew and formations fell apart. Wu Jin stayed steady while the others scrambled, his eyes tracking the beast's movements like clockwork, reading the fight before it unfolded. Jane repositioned with urgency, eyes darting toward her teammates. Situations like this demanded clarity, but panic was beginning to take hold. Marcus took initiative, unleashing a volley of arrows to draw aggro. Timing was everything. Distractions would only buy them seconds. Wu Jin dashed across open ground, unleashing an advanced skill. Multishot erupted, light trailing behind every arrow aimed with calm precision. The white troll flinched from impact, growling louder, its muscles flexed beneath thick skin, moving faster than its size should have allowed. With no time to recover, the beast charged again. Wu Jin narrowed his focus, already preparing for the next critical moment ahead. Cracks formed beneath the troll's feet, but it barely slowed. Poison pulsed through its veins, its strength clearly being tested. Jane stood tall, watching its movements carefully. No matter how tough it looked, Wu Jin's poison was doing what it needed to. Confidence flickered in her mind. Just a little time was all they needed, a chance to shift the outcome. The arrows struck true again, piercing thick skin. Drops of tainted blood scattered across dirt, signs the poison had taken root. The troll stumbled, furious but slowed. Its charge was uncoordinated, raw power losing focus as the poison fought back hard inside. Jane moved fast, eyes scanning for clues. Something didn't feel right, like the poison wasn't spreading as cleanly as before. Her thoughts raced. Maybe the dose was off, or the arrow hit too shallow. Either way, The timeline had shifted. She watched it struggle, but the pace felt wrong. The troll still charged, too coherent for something poisoned that deeply. Woojin waited calmly, analyzing Jane's decisions. She'd held her ground, and now it was his turn to weigh his role. This dungeon wasn't just about survival anymore. Woojin knew it was time to show Park Yong-hwan he truly mattered. The forest shimmered with morning light as the team regrouped. The tension eased slightly, but everyone stayed ready for more. Jane's voice rose above the trees. She needed confirmation. Injuries weren't an option. The troll had pushed everyone to their limit. All heads turned. Woojin wasn't hurt, but his mind was elsewhere, already thinking how to strengthen his poison for next time. Jane approached with urgency. She needed results, faster spread, more volume. Woojin's poison was their only reliable weapon now. He agreed with a nod, but paused. One condition. Something personal. Something no one else on the team could overhear. Jane hesitated, unsure how to respond. Woojin's request was personal, calculated. The weight of leadership pressed heavier than ever now. Woojin stayed calm, laying out options with precision. Lives were the priority, but numbers made one thing painfully clear. Someone wouldn't return. Despite uncertainty, Woojin promised his support. Even without agreement, he'd fight. But with the current odds, sacrifice was mathematically unavoidable. Dark energy formed at his fingertip, power surging. Blood pooled and twisted, taking form with eerie calm. A skill awakened. He revealed a weapon crafted from blood itself. No magic tricks, just pure intent and control, honed in silence. Jane kept her gaze steady, reading everything unspoken. Trust was fragile, and Woojin's motives never came without hidden weight beneath. Still, she gave one rule. Any teammate lost because of this plan, and all cooperation between them was finished. She turned away, voice raised to the group. Strategy wasn't optional anymore. The margin for error had completely vanished. In the distance, two knights whispered among themselves, unsure whether their strength really matched the chaos they'd just witnessed earlier. They stood ready, but doubt still lingered. Silence wrapped around them like armor, false confidence hiding the pressure they felt. The command rang out. Everyone moved at once, magic igniting the battlefield. The raid was finally back in motion again. The taint skill spread across the ground, corrupting the earth. Defenses rose. The first strike was about controlling momentum, nothing else. A roar erupted. The white troll charged blindly, crashing forward, driven by rage. The terrain shifted violently with each step. Spells activated in response. Flames burst from below, lighting up the battlefield. Coordination mattered more now than strength ever could. Bright fire consumed everything ahead. The troll didn't stop, but this time the heat finally made it stagger slightly. Flames surrounded the team as they moved. The troll roared behind them, disoriented. Every second now was borrowed time. Woojin stood calmly in the chaos. His hands glowed, summoning control. The real strategy had just begun within the smoke. The heat wasn't for damage. It cloaked their movements. Visibility dropped fast, giving their next move perfect cover. Jane blinked at his plan. Flame magic wasn't for pain. It was the smokescreen they needed for advantage. The others advanced under flickering firelight. Every breath counted. Precision mattered more than strength in moments where seconds decided everything. Jane called the signal with perfect timing. The group moved as one unit, their blades and spells already prepared mid-motion. Arrows and blades struck fast. One attack pierced the troll's skin deep enough for the blood poison to finally activate. As planned, the poison seeped in directly. Not a scratch, a pierce, specifically timed to avoid instant regeneration triggers. Confirmation came quick. The system recognized it. The troll was now marked, infected, officially under the poison's permanent status. Jane exhaled in relief. The turning point was here, and everyone finally had a chance to fight with real control. The troll twitched but couldn't recover. Poison traveled faster inside than the monster could adapt. Flames still hid their movements. Even if regeneration kicked in later, the poison already entered. Healing wouldn't erase what had already soaked through internally. The frontline fighters kept pressure high. One used taunt, drawing its focus, while others flanked without hesitation or fear. Spells exploded behind the troll, Fire arced across the battlefield as support mages delivered everything they had with no hesitation. By the time the troll began processing the shift in combat, it was already surrounded and losing control of everything. The white troll let out one last roar before collapsing. Silence followed. The team stared. Stunned it was finally over. System alerts flickered across their vision. The achievement unlocked. They had won. Everyone was still standing. No one could believe it. A few teammates laughed in disbelief. The tension dropped suddenly. Against the odds, they'd done it without losing a single life. Jane exhaled, her voice barely a whisper. For once, everything went right. The strategy, the timing, the execution. Perfect. Wu Jin stood apart, unreadable as always. The mission was complete, but something deeper still lingered behind those calm eyes. The group gathered near the exit portal. Relief set in, but curiosity remained. Jane glanced at Wu Jin, unsure what came next. He spoke plainly, reminding her of the poison deal. Results mattered, but favors weren't free, especially not after that battle. Jane blinked. She hadn't even tracked how many times his poison was used. Now he wanted repayment, of course. Before she could reply, the system chimed. Dungeon cleared. Everyone cheered again, letting the reality sink in. They had survived. Outside the dungeon walls, negotiations began. A different battlefield entirely, where rewards, debts, and reputations would be the next challenge. The man leaned in slightly, his voice calm. Whatever came next, he was willing to listen without jumping to judgment. She hesitated, eyes downcast, heart pounding. The weight of unspoken things sat heavy. But finally, she knew it was time. Journalists packed the room, hunting for stories. Everyone wanted answers about the troll incident, and the team that walked out untouched. A young reporter asked how they survived without injuries. Whispers suggested a mysterious poison skill had done the impossible. The speaker deflected calmly, crediting the team. But something in her tone hinted there was more than teamwork involved. The crowd leaned in, sensing a deeper story. Mentions of a blood poison user stirred curiosity and quiet tension. The name dropped, Kim Woo Jin. In seconds, reporters scrambled, cameras flashed, and his anonymity shattered across every major newsfeed. Woo Jin's name spread fast, his quiet strength now a headline, twisted by media into theories and wild speculation. Behind the noise, Woo Jin worked silently. He'd already leaked intel about Isaac's plans to challenge the Dead Forest. Even while watching chaos unfold, he stayed focused. The outcome wasn't guaranteed, but the ripple effects had already started. Calls came in asking if he'd be safe entering America. As a Russian, that question came with weight, but Woo Jin didn't flinch. He had no intention of going as anyone else, and no reason to ask permission. America's gates weren't easy to pass through. Only the strongest, or the most politically useful, were ever welcomed inside. Still, Woo Jin understood. The world had shifted. Power had gathered in one place, and so had the risk. But even then, he wasn't backing off. This wasn't about permission. It was about control, and who would hold it. While others debated access, Naomi's spell moved. Her alliance blinded by loyalty, too distracted to see the trap ahead. Now, approval from Frontier Guild seemed likely, but the question remained if the other side would really allow outside interference. Wu Jin listened carefully from the back seat, already thinking 3 moves ahead. Politics were just another kind of battlefield now. She knew the Great One Guild would hesitate, but the momentum was shifting. Everyone was watching, whether they admitted it or not. She moved with confidence. Quiet decisions carried power. If the door didn't open willingly, she'd force it open. A file was dropped on the table. Inside, every detail, every risk. Dungeon report. No turning back after this. The room quieted. Serious eyes locked onto facts. "Are you certain?" one man asked, voice sharp with concern. The reply was immediate. "All of it checks out." Facts were solid. No one could afford to doubt now. She presented everything clearly. If they were going to move forward, every variable had to be laid out first. The strategy had been Wu Jin's. Unexpected. Brilliant. A debut mission turned historic thanks to quick calls and precise risk calculation. They exchanged glances. Young Yan Hong was known to be fiery, but she'd trusted him fully. That said everything. And she'd even paid extra, out of pocket. His poison wasn't cheap, and it worked better than expected. One nodded slowly, then smiled. From the beginning, I knew he wasn't just another hunter. Something about him felt different. Another agreed. We should recognize his value properly now. The room had shifted. Doubt faded. Respect had taken its place. Someone asked where he was now. The table grew silent. Everyone looked toward the door, sensing timing wasn't coincidence anymore. Dead forest. The toughest dungeon they'd failed to clear. Wu Jin had gone there, alone, willingly walking into what others feared. And now Isaac from Russia wanted it cleared too. The meeting had changed. Stakes were no longer just local anymore. Discussions turned tense as leaders realized outside forces were now involved. Agreement wasn't just internal anymore. Global eyes were watching closely. Government pressure mounted quietly. Regardless of guild opinions, the state had its own motives. Silence would soon become a disadvantage. They questioned the urgency. Previous proposals to re-enter were denied, so why now? What changed beneath the surface politics? It wasn't doubt in strength. The real concern was accountability if the dungeon's failure caused greater damage beyond control. Now the shift had momentum. With global interest rising, officials saw the opportunity to reframe everything under a larger spotlight. One figure leaned forward, reading the room. Her influence was growing, and she planned to take full advantage of it. She hinted at legendary relics, raising stakes. The guild's pride trembled at the idea of risking such historic gear for politics. Anger rose from across the table. Memories of sacrifices tied to that relic made the suggestion feel reckless and offensive. She smirked, calm and in control. Expansion didn't mean charity. Everything had a price, and she would collect properly. Far from that tension, a van waited quietly beneath warm yellow lights. Another conversation unfolded, unnoticed by anyone in power. A sealed card exchanged hands. It held value beyond currency. The kind of asset that worked when numbers didn't. He hesitated, recalling his rule to avoid relying on tricks. But this one was tactical, and the situation was unique. Wu Jin studied the card under dim lights. It wasn't strength, it was balance. And that was just as important. The skill summoned phantom shadows in outnumbered battles. Tactical clones. Temporary allies that could shift momentum in critical high-stakes fights. He nodded slowly. With this in hand, the question wasn't if anymore, it was when he would strike. The van's quiet hum was interrupted by a sudden realization. The dead forest was packed with undead limiting certain tactics. Wu Jin's teammate questioned the matchup. Skeleton summons were ineffective, but Wu Jin wouldn't be on the front lines either way. Confusion followed. The plan shifted who would fight up front and who would exploit from behind. Roles weren't what they expected. A notification chimed inside the car, signaling final confirmation. The Dead Forest raid was officially approved by the American government. But approval didn't mean smooth. A problem remained, one that would shift attention globally once the prize was revealed. News broke across platforms. The Dead Forest raid would now award one of the world's rarest items, King Arthur's ring. The internet erupted. Headlines speculated if America's failure to clear it would open opportunity for new contenders to succeed. Isaac Ivanov, now backed by Park Yong-hwan, was already making moves. The Great One Guild issued the prize announcement. A plane crossed the sky. San Francisco lay ahead. The raid site, now a battlefield not just of strength, but reputation. Inside the Mokosh Guild waiting room, tension built. Discussions started circling around the real intent behind this dangerous global invitation. Whispers filled the room. They wouldn't offer the ring unless they were confident. It meant the game was deeper. One member pointed out the obvious. They provoked challengers but planned to win. It was bait with a purpose. The name KFT echoed, laughter breaking tension. But the smiles didn't reach their eyes. They knew this wasn't casual. No one underestimated the Great One Guild. They weren't reckless. If they were this confident, something larger had to be planned. He glanced down at the document again. Something felt off. The timing, the prize, the challenge. None of it was coincidence. From a quiet skyscraper, news broke. Every guild involved had entered the dungeon, and eyes worldwide were locked on updates. Inside the building, concerns stirred. Decisions had been made, but not everyone at the top agreed with the stakes. One executive questioned the prize, King Arthur's ring. It wasn't distrust in allegiance, but the weight behind that item. Rumors were spreading like fire. Even internally, whispers grew about whether the ring's offer was justified or dangerously miscalculated. But the woman in charge stood firm, her tone sharp, eyes cold. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was part of something bigger. She slowly slid the ring onto her finger, not for power, but to remind everyone this game was hers to control. Tension filled the air as players argued over contributions. The dungeon wasn't over, but competition had already taken the wheel. One by one, motivations surfaced. No one wanted teamwork now, just results, rankings, and the spotlight when the boss finally dropped. Talk shifted to scoring systems. Everyone knew whoever killed the most monsters would earn the right to face the final boss. The vibe had changed. Cooperation was done. The rules were in place, but everyone planned to twist them their own way. As strategies shifted, silence broke, feet moving, weapons drawn. They weren't waiting. The real dungeon had just begun beneath all that talking. The first skill was cast fast, bodies sacrificed for power. Efficiency mattered now. Killing quickly meant climbing the leaderboard first. Monsters hit the ground, and someone turned their corpses into energy. Even death wasn't a finish line in this place. A skeleton soldier rose from fallen enemies. The dungeon's energy recycled, reused, nothing wasted in this grind for dominance. Hayonu watched from a distance, seeing groups already in motion. There was no time left to hesitate or breathe. She whispered something to herself and moved. Standing still would only leave her behind, and second place wasn't an option. She equipped King Arthur's ring without hesitation, one of her aces, finally revealed for the race that just turned serious. With Merlin's staff in hand, energy shifted. This wasn't just gear, it was a declaration that she wasn't here to lose. Blue light cracked through the air, her power surged, spells fired, and enemies froze, no more holding back her full strength. Skeletons nearby paused, watching. Even they recognized the storm building in front of them. This wasn't just a warm-up anymore. Fire surrounded her now, blazing in both hands. She was done playing nice. It was time to remind everyone who ruled. He observed quietly, thoughts racing. The staff wasn't originally hers. Merlin's relic meant something deeper, more dangerous than he expected. Its history wasn't common knowledge. Only a few recognized its origin. Power from an era when magic meant authority, not convenience. If she had the staff now, someone had transferred it intentionally. That made her role more vital than anyone guessed. Plans were already shifting. What was meant to be temporary was now a major variable, and he couldn't ignore it anymore. There would be no delays. No more watching from the shadows. It was time to take control, whatever it cost. Flames shot into the sky again. The dungeon didn't need a warning siren. The fire itself screamed that things had changed. Hayonu stood calm in the chaos. Her eyes locked forward, ready to unleash something the others weren't prepared to match. With a smooth gesture, she cast the summoning. Her fire spirit answered without hesitation, erupting from the ground like a volcano. The attack wasn't flashy for show. It was devastating. The flame carved through the battlefield, sending monsters flying without a chance. The path behind her turned to ash. The dungeon wasn't just reacting, it was retreating, forced to make space for her. From a distance, the fire lit the sky. Spectators knew immediately. This wasn't just advancement. It was domination, pure and total. A soldier muttered, wondering if she could skip a floor entirely with that much firepower at her fingertips now. The silence between commanders broke. Someone yelled a name, Isaac Ivanov. His arrival, sudden and quiet, made hearts skip a beat. One step forward, and everything changed. The weight of his presence alone felt heavier than the flames still burning behind them. Isaac's eyes didn't show panic, just focus, calm, unreadable, like he already knew how the next few moments would unfold. As others questioned the pace, a dark spell was cast. sacrificing fallen monsters to summon more skeletons into the battlefield. The undead rose again, moving without hesitation. Wujin's strategy wasn't flashy. It was sustainable, feeding on the chaos others left behind. Observers cursed him under their breath, realizing too late he'd turned everyone's kills into fuel for his growing army. Hayonu raised a hand, stopping a teammate. Provocation wouldn't help. Rage didn't matter if it didn't earn more points. The leaderboard glowed again. Mokosh was falling behind. Something had shifted and the others were climbing faster than expected now. A guild member mocked the slow rise in kills, unaware their enemy wasn't sprinting. They were building something meant to last. But Hayonu didn't waste time responding. They needed movement, not words. She gave the signal to push into the next zone. Watching from afar, Wujin took mental notes. They had firepower, sure, but speed? Speed didn't always mean control over the situation. He stayed calm. What others lacked in tools, they made up for in haste. But he held something they didn't. With a sharp glance, he issued a new command. His team would rely on the one thing others ignored: precision. The next phase wasn't flashy, it was a gamble, using a method only their group could pull off without detection. Isaac smirked, feigning hesitation. He didn't like the plan, but he knew it worked, and it made him indispensable. He struck a deal, demanding payment for cooperation. If they won with him, they'd owe more than just thanks. Without further talk, they moved. Time was slipping fast. Everyone was already deep into their final strategies. Every second now mattered. A skeletal knight charged ahead, icy energy trailing its hooves. The hunt had restarted, and now it was personal. News about the dungeon spread globally. Frontier Guild offered 2 million just for info, and other guilds joined the frenzy. Headlines piled up, bets skyrocketed, rumors twisted, and the public treated the dungeon like a massive televised sporting event. Behind closed doors, executives tracked Isaac's odds while sipping coffee, as if world-changing battles were part of morning meetings. Then the real update hit. The item settings for Elijah's were made public: Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring. That changed everything. What seemed like a gamble now looked like cheating, and panic instantly replaced confidence in boardrooms. One investor lost it completely, shouting for cancellations. The news turned his bet from genius to disaster in 30 seconds. His assistant couldn't help. It was already locked. The bet stood, and now luck was the only thing left. He screamed at the screen, blaming guilds for relying on items instead of skill, while praying to every god possible. As he spiraled, the updated leaderboard appeared. Mokosh surged ahead again, an unexpected lead that flipped expectations upside down. Hayonu saw the numbers and snapped. They were winning before. How did they slip behind without noticing the shift? She stared at the fire, questions racing. It couldn't be gear. Nothing they had should outclass what she was using. Her mind ran through possibilities. No way someone had an item stronger than the legendary pair she wielded right now. She turned to Isaac, finally asking the question burning in her chest. "How are you ahead? What's your secret weapon?" Isaac gave a small shrug, brushing off the praise. His voice calm, humble. "Just lucky," he said, like it meant nothing. Her jaw tightened. It wasn't luck. She knew it. And now, more than ever, she needed to expose his edge. Isaac's strategy wasn't brute force. It was smart resource use, relying on Li Jinna's immortal body to stall entire zones. Other teams had to move on after clearing enemies. His team? They brought the monsters to them like a buffet. It wasn't just a clever move. It was a time hack. More enemies in one spot meant faster score farming. While others followed rules, he bent them, quietly, efficiently. No need to brag when results did the talking every round. As Isaac casually asked about King Arthur's ring, others paused, realizing he was always thinking 3 steps ahead, even mid-fight. Their smiles didn't match their thoughts. Underneath the calm exchange, both calculated how and when to strike without hesitation later. Jisuk stood calm and calculated, already thinking 10 steps ahead, believing strategy alone could lead them through the dungeon's chaos. Hayonu didn't flinch. She knew her skills, had seen enough battles to recognize empty confidence wrapped in fancy words. Jisuk mentioned he'd surrender his gear if someone stronger appeared. That offer said more about pride than generosity. The air tensed. Hyonu wasn't someone who backed down. She welcomed pressure. It always revealed who actually belonged on top. She declared herself the one to clear it all. No hesitation, no second thoughts, just pure conviction painted across her face. While they talked, Woojin sat near the fire, quiet and still, watching everything unfold like a familiar scene on repeat. He believed competition pushed people, but in dungeons like this, competition often ended with bodies and regret, not medals. Still, he stayed ready. When things fell apart, and they always did, he'd step in before everything went straight to disaster. Suddenly, flames lit the edges of the clearing. The dungeon wasn't waiting anymore, and no one had time to argue. Orcs rushed in loud and wild. Hyonu moved first, her blade swinging as naturally as breathing in the morning air. Her staff sparked to life, fire swirling outward like a storm that had been waiting all night to break loose. The fire didn't spread, it hunted. Every ember curved with purpose, chasing down enemies with a heat that felt personal. One orc ran, but the flame turned mid-air, slamming into its chest like revenge wearing the skin of wildfire. The air burned bright and loud. Still, she moved smoothly through it, like flames only listened when she gave orders. Behind her, everything scorched. Ahead, silence waited. Even Woojin raised a brow. Maybe she was here to prove everyone completely wrong. Hyonu paced near the fire, waiting for updates, her confidence still intact, unaware of how quickly the gap was growing. Her teammate hesitated before reporting. The numbers weren't good, and the Mokosh Guild had widened the lead, far more than expected. Frustration crept into Hyonu's voice. She couldn't understand how their non-stop attacks still weren't shifting the scoreboard in their favor. Her expression tightened. The numbers didn't lie, and neither did the chill crawling down her spine as she processed everything. Somehow, despite their heavy firepower, the enemy's momentum kept climbing, like something far more dangerous was working behind the scenes. Confusion spread across the battlefield. Everyone fought hard, yet it felt like their efforts were swallowed up by something invisible. Hyonu demanded answers, baffled by the reports. Her guild had pushed thousands of kills, but the results didn't match. The truth hit hard. There weren't thousands of enemies, just 50 skeleton soldiers, each stronger than any normal frontline warrior. To make things worse, these weren't regular summons. Each one carried unnatural strength, overwhelming even their best with raw pressure. While they scrambled, another failed summoning attempt reminded them how far behind they truly were in power, control, and preparation. Woojin's skill was no joke. Each skeleton he summoned was amplified beyond normal limits, pushing past what anyone expected. The mastery he used didn't just boost their numbers, it gave them intelligence, coordination, and stats fit for elite players. With a mana potion in hand, Woojin refueled quickly, knowing the fight was far from over. Every second counted now. Before them stood an army of undead, towering figures aligned in formation, moving like warriors instead of mindless summoned beasts. It wasn't just strength, they had rhythm, strategy, purpose. And at the front of it all, Woojin stood calm and ready. Panic hit the front lines as orcs charged forward, roaring. No one expected skeletons to push them this far, this fast. Woojin didn't flinch. He had the timing down now, syncing with his army like a conductor with a flawless orchestra. A silent connection formed, energy rippled. One skeleton stepped forward, glowing eyes locked onto the next phase of Woojin's strategy. From the darkness emerged a knight-like figure, mounted and armored, radiating control and death, towering behind Woojin without hesitation. It wasn't brute strength anymore. It was coordination, cold and mechanical, the kind of control that turned fights into executions. As the mounted skeleton advanced, its gaze scanned the battlefield. Then, without warning, it activated an explosion deep behind enemy lines. Orcs scattered and screamed, their formation broken instantly by the burst. Flames lit up the night in a wave of shock. Woojin remained still. He had used the corpse explosion skill perfectly, disrupting everything before they could even realize what happened. The skeletal knight vanished into the smoke, reappearing like a ghost. striking down enemies before they could even lift their blades. The orcs hesitated now. It wasn't just power overwhelming them, it was fear, spreading faster than fire across a dry field. More explosions followed, each one ripping into the battlefield with pinpoint timing, as if death itself was marching in rhythm. Hayonu's squad tried regrouping, but each step forward was met with another flash, another detonation, another crushing shockwave. The orcs' numbers began to shrink under the weight of corpses piling up, with no time to bury the fallen. The final blast lit the whole clearing. Trees shook, earth cracked, and silence finally fell like a curtain after chaos. The scoreboard ticked. Mokosh's points surged, 19,000 and rising. No one could pretend anymore. Woojin was rewriting the rules mid-game. A long silence followed the explosions. Then, with a subtle ping, the system announced the first floor had been cleared. The leaderboard updated fast. Mokosh had jumped ahead with ease, leaving the others staring at numbers they never saw coming. Hayonu looked at the board, her pride shrinking. Any further competition felt like throwing pebbles at a rising wave. She gave a nod. The rule was clear. First place challenges the boss. No one had room to argue now. Off to the side, a quiet voice muttered about changing plans. Winning wasn't part of what they'd expected today. As the rules allowed, Woojin stepped forward. The others gave space, silently acknowledging the one who completely owned the floor. But one floor wasn't the end. The real test still waited above, and the dungeon didn't run on applause. The portal opened. A thick fog crept in, turning everything hazy. Even the ground felt strange under their feet. One voice complained about visibility. The fog wasn't just weather, it was part of the next floor's plan, perfectly disorienting. Tension lingered. Then came sarcasm from the shadows, the kind that tried to sound friendly but carried something sharp underneath. Hayonu wasn't amused. Her mood was darker now, not in the mood to play games after everything that just happened. The other man smiled, brushing it off, but it was obvious he had something calculated waiting beneath the fake charm. He mentioned alliances, not the friendly kind, more like whispered trades made in corners when rules could still be bent. His tone stayed casual, but his words cut deep. Accidents happen, especially when monsters strike just as plans are forming. Hayonu froze for a second. This wasn't negotiation anymore. It was the start of something shady, wrapped in polite conversation. His smirk said it all. Plans already in motion, betrayal calculated, and the dungeon was just part of his bigger game.
She glared sharply, voice unwavering. Refusing the outrageous request, she made her boundaries absolutely clear. The man shrugged, threatening her with consequences, willing to gamble a precious item without hesitation or regret. He warned her not to complain when Isaac succeeded, confident she would fall short in comparison. Despite his words, she stood firm. Cooperation mattered, but his underhanded move wouldn't be tolerated. With glowing eyes and sharp tone, she warned him, "Stay clear when she faces the boss." And she widened his eyes in shock. He hadn't expected such news to come this soon. "What?" he shouted, disbelief twisting his face. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence. The dungeon's second floor was cleared. Jay's grip tightened. Someone was ahead of him now. Breathing heavily, he tried to stay calm. Rage and confusion battled in his chest without mercy. A body dropped beside him. Another player had collapsed. Jay stood still, thinking, watching the dust settle. He turned toward the others. One player limped, frustration showing. "Do I look all right?" Grimacing, he pointed to his side. "That tortoise nearly killed me. I'm far from okay." He staggered forward. "Without me, that plan would have failed. Don't forget who tanked the beast alone." System notifications chimed. A blessing skill was acquired. His wounds healed. He gained strength mid-conversation. Smirking, he boasted, 3 levels up. Clearly, I'm overpowered." Another questioned, "Then what's the rush about?" He stood silent, calculating. Too much thought could lead to hesitation, something he couldn't afford now. Without warning, a massive cube of light descended, startling the crowd below with its sheer force. The structure shot skyward, tearing through clouds, leaving only wind and whispers in its violent wake. Red eyes watched coldly from the shadows, analyzing the disruption with growing curiosity and hidden suspicion. Below, the warriors regrouped in confusion, trying to understand who had triggered the sudden teleportation event. He surveyed the fog-covered field, tense, muttering how the second floor's threat had been underestimated. A loud ding echoed as the alert system triggered, and her eyes sharpened toward the signal. Another chime rang out. The man with the mustache clenched his teeth, sensing something had gone wrong. More warnings followed, and the warrior stepped forward, his heart racing with the weight of unknown danger. Two knights emerged, calm yet alert, blades ready, preparing to face whatever threat lurked within the fog. The knights stared in disbelief, questioning how the commander predicted the fog trap on the third floor. Another teammate spoke up, worried barely arrived, already weakened, and unsure how long they could endure this. Orders were given swiftly. They opened packs, retrieved antidotes, and consumed them before further health drained away. As Jay drank, he sighed relief, grateful he prepared early, but supplies were quickly running low. With immunity granted until nightfall, Alice confirmed they all shared the same limit. Time was slipping fast. He stressed urgency, reminding everyone that they only had one shot before the countdown claimed their strength. Another argued against delay, warning their health would drop fast if Isaac failed. Waiting wasn't a safe option. The alert came swiftly. Isaac was already advancing, forcing the others to act before losing their chance. She hesitated, knowing both outcomes risked everything, but ultimately joined, realizing unity offered their best path forward. The veteran smiled, reassured by Shi's decision, joking confidently that he'd packed more antidotes than they'd need. Then Isaac smirked, confident. If this place feeds on fear, then time isn't truly our enemy. Black mist twisted near the trees. Something massive shifted, ancient, monstrous, stepping forward without making a sound. The ground cracked as a blade struck, severing black limbs and spraying dark fluid across icy terrain. Isaac flipped backward, landing hard, but focused, his eyes never leaving the towering creature's grotesque, shifting form. It screamed violently, eyes glowing red with rage. The skeletal figure had awakened to slaughter all intruders. The Death Knight appeared, towering and silent, standing at the edge of the cliff, its power radiated. A massive undead army surged behind it, growling, screeching, flooding the field like a wave of destruction. Alice's heart pounded as the ground shook. The sheer number of enemies was far worse than expected. The strategist explained this wasn't an ordinary mob, each was deliberately placed, serving specific roles in layered coordination. Jay reassured them he studied their tactics long ago, and today he'd counter them with calculated precision. A massive explosion shook the dungeon. Fire erupted in the distance, signaling that the battle had begun. And with a grin, the veteran stepped forward, confident. "Yes, let the show begin," he muttered. Alice nodded silently, then turned, sprinting toward her position. Her role in the plan was critical now. Doubts crept in, but she kept moving. Isaac might fail too, her choice had to be right. She whispered her conviction, staring ahead, knowing her action wasn't for herself, but to save everyone here. Isaac landed firmly, his vial empty. The antidote had taken effect just in time to fight. A system alert chimed, confirming his recovery. He was fully healed and ready to continue the assault. The undead screeched in pain, reacting violently as Isaac's presence and momentum threw their formation into disarray. He charged with precision, slicing through enemies with power and speed, breaking their ranks without slowing down. His teammates shouted in panic, overwhelmed by chaos. The battlefield was far too intense for careful movements now. Dark shapes swarmed in the sky, descending quickly. The air shifted. Something worse was now approaching. He turned sharply, alarmed. The pressure changed. This wasn't just another wave. It was something deliberate, controlled. Mutated beasts charged forward with speed and fury, their howls signaling a phase far deadlier than before. He recognized the effect instantly. Lord of the Underworld's exploding corpses skill had just been fully activated. Fiery blasts erupted behind him, bodies detonated mid-air. He ducked instinctively, narrowly avoiding the chain of explosions. The explosions intensified in rapid succession, spreading outward like a trap triggered the moment they advanced forward. He panicked, shouting, how could the enemy predict their approach so precisely? It felt far too calculated. Doubt crept in. Maybe it wasn't just defense, maybe something else entirely was triggering the explosions now. Breathing heavily, he cursed under his breath, pushed to the limit. His strength was nearly gone. One teammate collapsed against a rock, wounds deep and pulsing. Another fell beside him, barely breathing now. He grabbed the fallen warrior, pleading desperately they couldn't afford another loss, not this deep into enemy ground. A soldier looked up, panicked without a plan. The entire squad would be wiped out before sunset. Alice turned toward the captain, voice trembling. We can't stall anymore. What's the next move, sir? Alice stood in silence, worried. Why was Isaac gone so long? Doubt began creeping into her thoughts. Suddenly, voices shouted Isaac had returned. A wave of relief passed through the team as hope reignited. Excited, she turned to greet him. Oh, he really made it back alive. This is funny. Isaac smiled, unfazed. Let's finish this. Time to see what these monsters are really made of. Another member whispered, I gotta prepare myself. Your coordination makes this more interesting than I expected. Alice shouted in frustration, confronting Isaac. His sudden disappearance had left them exposed and disorganized in battle. She scolded him harshly, leaving mid-fight was reckless, especially without communicating his intentions to anyone else. She stepped forward, insisting their time was up. The Great One Guild will handle it now. Isaac stayed calm, replying, "He was hurt. I brought him back. He's from the Frontier Guild." Her eyes widened. "What? Why would someone from the Frontier Guild be near the battleground unnoticed?" Alice rushed over, spotting the unconscious man. Her eyes narrowed. This wasn't just any fallen warrior. She recognized him immediately. "That's Jay Jackson." Shock settled in. "Oh God, what happened out there?" Alice scolded Isaac again, stressing that good intentions didn't excuse abandoning their unit mid-battle under any circumstances. Determined, she declared the Great One Guild would take charge. "We'll save as many as possible." Isaac stepped forward, gaze sharp. "No, Alice! You're wrong," he said firmly, voice steady and resolute. An explosion echoed as Isaac landed, energy swirling around him. The atmosphere instantly shifted back to combat readiness. Alice blinked, confused. "What? I don't understand." Her voice trembled as the pieces didn't yet align. Isaac explained calmly, "My guildmate's still fighting. This battle's not over. I never left mid-fight at all." He continued firmly, "Let's finish this talk later. I need to support him and end this." Nearby soldiers muttered, recalling Isaac's odd sidekick. "What's his name again? That guy who always jokes?" Alice challenged Isaac, doubting he or his sidekick could even last a minute against the boss. She insisted her team had higher chances they were rested, unlike Isaac, who faced the same poison. Isaac smiled. "Actually, my sidekick and I aren't affected by the fog. We're fully resistant." Alice froze. How? What are you saying?" Her voice trailed as realization began creeping into her thoughts. She remembered the records Isaac survived the Cape Cobra dungeon untouched. That explained his unique resistance now. Isaac spoke bluntly, blaming the guild's pride for delays. "We could have escaped if not for egos." He raised his voice. "It's not over. There's still a way if we work together now." He proposed a united strike on Durahan. Efficiency and teamwork were the only path to survival. Alice clenched her fists but stayed silent. Another guildmate stepped up. "He's right. This isn't sustainable. One member admitted it. The prize made them compete too fiercely." We forgot the real threat completely. The group recalled how Isaac risked himself for Jay Jackson, helping someone outside his guild without hesitation. Despite hostility, Isaac had acted selflessly. Some felt the Great One Guild should formally apologize for everything. Alice muttered, "It's looking pretty bad for us." Doubt began to creep into her voice. Isaac stepped forward. "If you're serious about saving lives, Alice, it's time to prove it now." She stared back, shaken. His question echoed in her mind. Was he challenging her to change everything? Isaac spoke calmly. "If we clear this dungeon together, our chances of survival increase for everyone." He added, "I'd gladly yield leadership to someone stronger." "This isn't about pride, it's about survival." He faced Alice, firm. "You already know the right answer. What matters now is the choice," the group murmured. All eyes were on Alice. The decision no longer belonged to one guild alone. A distant roar interrupted the silence. Enemies were charging fast. They had no time left to argue. A soldier looked around nervously. "Where's Mungan? He left ages ago. Why isn't he back yet?" Suddenly, a voice called out calmly. "Good to see you still standing," Mungan said from behind. Another soldier shouted with relief. "Finally! I've been holding back my panic until you returned safely." A magical surge radiated from Mungan. Energy circled him, signals flashing as his awakening began to complete. He stood reborn power, fully awakened. The system confirmed he had ascended to the next level of mana. Isaac approached calmly, explaining that he'd already secured the reward. He never doubted their victory for long. He smiled and asked, "Ready to move? It's time we take Durahan down together." One ally hesitated, unsure. "Are you really certain? You're strong, sure. But this looks overwhelming now." They stared ahead. Waves of undead filled the battlefield. Doubt crept in. "You're absolutely sure we got this?" Isaac's confident smile never wavered. Flames surged forward in response. He had already prepared the first strike. A massive blow crushed the skeletal enemy, silencing its scream as Isaac's spell hit with force. Ice exploded outward, sweeping through rows of undead. They shattered instantly, unable to resist the magic surge. Golden light glowed at Isaac's chest, his aura expanding. Power gathered as another hidden skill fully awakened. He remained calm, eyes steady. With his power rising, the battlefield itself began reacting to his presence. The undead howled in unison. A dark force stirred Durahan's army, prepared for their deadliest counterattack. Yet, Isaac and his ally stood side by side, facing Durahan's glowing army as tension filled the air. Isaac narrowed his eyes, silent but resolute. His power surged. The final battle was about to begin. The undead horde emerged from the mist, snarling and growling, eyes locked on their lone target. Without hesitation, they charged forward together, their rotting limbs tearing through the air with murderous intent. Their footsteps thundered on shattered stone, a rhythmic stampede driven by primal hunger and unspoken command. A powerful roar split the sky as a shadowed beast appeared, drawing all attention to itself. Hidden nearby, Jin smirked and whispered, "Perfect. They're ignoring us and chasing the summoned golem instead." With confidence, the mage smiled and said, "Now, we can move on with our plan." Suddenly, shrill screeches echoed from above as winged beasts descended, catching everyone off guard with violent speed. Dark shapes tore through the sky, slicing wind and space, their arrival disrupting the careful flow of events. Below, a blue glow pulsed in someone's hand, a spell ready. Energy forming with precise, silent control. Eyes wide, the armored man spun and shouted, What the heck is this?" Sensing danger far too late, gasping, the soldier sat up. His comrade warned, "You're treated, but that fight nearly killed you." The soldier blinked, confused. "Isaac helped me? Why would he? What's happening? This doesn't make sense." Two figures approached through the mist. One whispered, "We shouldn't be out here. It's too risky." And then the other growled, "I know the risks, but I have to learn what's going on." Determined, she continued, "Without my staff, I must report back to the guild and assess everything now." She recalled, "When Isaac demanded the staff of Merlin, the others pressured me to hand it over. I didn't resist. Losing the staff was better than endangering everyone. Winning mattered more than pride." She muttered quietly, "That Isaac Banoff, he's definitely not normal. There's something dangerous about that guy." She stepped forward slowly, reaching the cliff's edge, peering down at the chaos unfolding below them. A guildmate shouted, "That idiot! Surrounded again! Look at this disaster! What kind of mess is that?" Blades clashed. Bodies fell. Isaac's skeleton soldiers launched into action, cutting through enemies with ruthless precision. Watching from above, she whispered, "No, he's not surrounded." Eyes widening as realization set in. He's directing his skeletons to push the zombies away from Dullahan. He's splitting them up deliberately. She explained, "He wants Dullahan alone. That way he can face the boss one-on-one." Below, inside a glowing arena, Dullahan stood isolated. Isaac's plan was working just like he intended. She grinned nervously. Guess I wasn't much use after all, just stood around. I thought we'd finish this quick. Honestly, I've been using the same spell for hours. The monster can't get close." "My magic's freezing the air. It's too cold to approach." A surge of necrotic energy pulsed. Something dark fueled the undead knight, amplifying its unholy strength. Watching closely, she warned, "We can't beat Dullahan like this." "He's drawing heat from that necklace." One fighter muttered, "This was never meant to be easy. Dullahan's always been dangerous." And he added, "Even Sejun's guild lost people here. Clearing this place took a heavy toll." Another man stepped forward, saying, "I lack their power, but maybe this blade can help us win." The ground cracked with light as he activated his weapon, channeling energy toward Dullahan's charging figure. From above, she grinned sharply. "Heck yeah, that's exactly what I've been waiting for down there." His hand lit up with blue energy. "Now," he said, steady and calm before charging forward. Running toward Dullahan, he shouted, "I've still got fight left! You ready to bleed, demon?" The two clashed with explosive force. Blades and limbs collided, each strike louder than the last. Momentum shifted. The fighter ducked low, striking hard beneath the creature's guard, forcing it to stumble. She gritted his teeth, eyes burning with resolve, swinging upward for a decisive, focused counterattack. His hand slammed the ground as he lunged, fists clenched tightly, ready for the next blow. Steel crashed against cursed armor, sparks flying. The two clashed mid-charge, neither yielding under the pressure. He struggled to block a devastating strike. His arm cracked under the force, pain shooting instantly. Dullahan roared, shadows swirling around his skull. Dark power surged again, more furious than ever before. Still, the fighter held his stance. Boots skidding slightly, he prepared for whatever came next. The knight jumped in, blade colliding midair with Dullahan, each blow faster than the last one. Dullahan responded with a blast of power, his strike fueled by necrotic magic and raw strength. The explosion cracked the ground as the fighter flew back, spinning midair, clutching something in his hand. From above, a voice shouted, "Sweet!" He snatched the skill. Eyes locked on the scene, he landed hard. Body glowing blue energy surged through him. He'd stolen Dullahan's magic and made it his. The impact exploded against the cliff, blue energy flashing outward as the fighter delivered a brutal blow. Eyes wide, she panicked. "No way! Can that skull actually survive Percival's spear to the face?" Chains rattled and clanked as something dark moved, rising slowly from within the damaged, smoky crater. She held her breath, sweat forming. The armored figure wasn't down, it was standing again, almost unscathed. The ground cracked beneath them, a sharp rupture splitting stone apart with a deep, echoing groan. She stood silent on the cliff, watching the storm form where Dullahan had been struck down. The explosion settled, swirling winds fading. She braced herself, feeling the ground tremble beneath her boots. A gust blew past as she turned slowly, shielding her eyes and trying to remain composed. Her eyes widened, there was no mistake. The system ping confirmed it, Dullahan was finally dead. She exhaled slowly. It was over. The mission complete. One more victory carved into memory. As the sun rose, the team stood quietly. Peace returned, if only for a short while. The skeletal army began to crumble, black mist escaping their bones as their energy faded completely. One of the soldiers pointed ahead. "The zombies are fizzling out. It's finally ending." A blonde woman stepped forward, eyes narrowing in disbelief. "Wait, could this really mean what I think?" Another called out, "Isaac, there's something over here! What do we do with it?" From the ground, Isaac reached down carefully, fingers closing around a strange flower blooming in the dirt. She examined the glowing artifact in her hand and said, "It's Hercules' ring! Impressive!" Nearby, a soldier waved, "Are you listening? What should we do with this thing?" Isaac stepped forward, voice low and firm. "Why even ask?" His gaze never wavered from the ring. A system message appeared. "You have summoned Dullahan as a skeletal soldier." Power changed hands again. Later, headlines praised him, Forest of the Dead cleared by Isaac Banoff. His fame kept growing. News headlines exploded. Who is Alice Heighton, and why give her staff to Isaac Banoff? Alice clenched the newspaper in silence. Gossip and praise spread, but no one knew her reasons. She walked down the hallway, firm and focused, while whispers followed her every step closely behind. At the bottom of each article, one name kept appearing. "Isaac thanks Yongwon Park for support." Isaac's quote trended fast. Yongwon's skill page helped most. The world watched, wondering what guild would rise next. The man smiled confidently, pleased with the news. Everything was unfolding just as he had hoped. "I was right," he muttered. "Woojin Kim told me backing Isaac Banoff would pay off." He chuckled. "They call it the next Messiah Guild? Let them believe whatever they want." His assistant entered. "Sir, Mokosh Guild is calling. Should I forward it to your line?" He stood, adjusting his coat. "From Mokosh Guild? Interesting. Let's see what they're offering now." Woojin pressed his earpiece tightly, asking if the special device he ordered was finally complete. The engineer confirmed it was ready, but warned it wasn't powerful, only precise, and required cautious handling always. With the trap prepared, Woojin waited silently near the extraction vehicle, mind running through his next strategy. A colleague joked about Woojin's obsession, noting he skipped rest and meals to plan yet another mission. As the car drove away, Woojin whispered goodbye, eyes cold, already thinking about the upcoming confrontation. As the car started, his colleague shouted angrily he risked everything and deserved at least a meal. Woojin, caught off guard, gave in with a sigh, offering to treat him generously next time. The offer of everything you want stunned him. Eyes wide, he began to dream of excess. Excited, he yelled after the speeding car, asking when this promised feast would actually take place. Elsewhere, under moonlight, a woman stormed forward, furious. "You can't quit now! We're too far in!" Inside the towering guild hall, pressure rose. The woman insisted they needed his strength now more than ever. He replied coldly, stating he no longer had any obligation to support the guild's crumbling plans. Frustrated, she reminded him of comrades lost. Woojin Kim's sabotage had cost them dearly in lives. The elder dismissed her emotions, calling them distractions. The guild must act, regardless of personal grief or revenge. With calm anger, she snapped back. True pettiness was fearing a man instead of confronting what mattered most. The guild leader's voice was stern. Woojin's absence was hurting their reputation and long-term stability badly. He called them fools. Without Isaac, their influence weakened fast. Their fear was now becoming public knowledge. Isaac's quick rise alarmed them. Though planned, his growth now endangered everything Si Junli had secured. The man with violet eyes gave her permission to seek revenge but warned her time was limited. Shocked, she argued firmly, the operation couldn't afford delay. Their plan had to move forward immediately. The man recoiled in fear as the woman's gaze turned cold, pressure tightening around the silent room. She spoke firmly, conceding to change the schedule, hinting their agreement could resume another time later. Her voice softened slightly, thanking him for understanding, yet her eyes showed no hint of trust. The blue figure nodded, body glowing faintly, stepping back into the portal as energy pulsed around him. Watching the portal vanish, another figure sneered in shadows, amused by what he called a pathetic display. She stared at the gate, realizing it wasn't real. The setup had fooled everyone, including herself. Her voice echoed, questioning the missing elite's veterans who once faced horrors and survived together with her. The man chuckled, mocking their absence. He dismissed her concerns like the mission was already concluded. The woman clenched her fists, anger flaring as the shadowed figure sneered and challenged her resolve. From the portal's light, another presence emerged silent, watching his expression unreadable and his power barely contained. Two figures dropped into the chamber. The red-haired woman landed firmly while others watched in silence. A folder hit the table. It was full of records, evidence prepared for a tense negotiation. The suited man looked up calmly and asked what matter had brought them into this meeting. He began with gratitude, crediting her for recent success and for supporting Isaac's reappearance in operations. Leaning back, he proposed a new favor, promising a generous reward once the task was completed. The man leaned forward, explaining that one of his players had requested a potential partnership trial. Woojin's eyes raised an eyebrow at the idea. The word test caught her slightly off guard. He clarified, asking her to prove her strength and earn the player's full trust through performance. He emphasized make the player need her. If he depended on her, his own leverage increased. Curious, the newcomer finally spoke, asking who this player was and why it even mattered. He leaned in, eyes sharp, voice calm as he revealed the name, Isaac Ivanov, his player. Two men stood near the rooftop entrance, quietly reviewing the mission that would shape tomorrow's outcome. One confirmed they had finalized the plan, covering dungeon details and expectations for the crucial upcoming test. The superior's tone grew sharp. Failure was unacceptable. Woojin must earn the target's trust at all costs. As headlights cut through the evening, footsteps echoed his arrival, marked the beginning of a dangerous deception. And with a smirk, Woojin adjusted his jacket, eyes fixed on the car. Here he comes. The white-haired man stepped forward calmly, his expression unreadable as the night air cooled around them. His name appeared across the city's silence. This was Ivanov, the one they'd waited anxiously to meet. He extended a firm hand and spoke confidently. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Ivanov." Ivanov responded through his interpreter with a faint smile, politely acknowledging the greeting without showing true emotion. Despite the smile, Ivanov's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed there was more beneath their polished welcome. A massive portal hovered silently over the city, signaling the start of another critical dungeon scenario. Woojin observed Ivanov's behavior, noting it didn't match the profile given in the operation report. Ivanov acted carefree and reckless, making Woojin question whether this man was truly a capable leader. Despite Woojin's caution, Ivanov easily bypassed their subtle test, his awareness far sharper than he first appeared. Later that night, the team regrouped at headquarters to debate Ivanov's reliability for the upcoming mission. One team member grew frustrated, realizing Ivanov likely wouldn't guide them inside the dungeon after all. He explained that Ivanov's role ended at the entrance. They'd have to complete everything alone. The others initially misunderstood, but it became clear they would act as independent operatives inside the dungeon. Excitement sparked in his eyes. This wasn't just a mission. It was his chance to lead. Eager to prepare, he demanded food, knowing tomorrow's battle would require strength, focus, and flawless execution. They began grilling the meat, the group relaxing slightly, knowing it might be their last proper meal. Despite the tension earlier, one casually offered unlimited food, boosting morale before the mission began tomorrow morning. The dinner stretched on. Laughter broke out. Some hadn't shared a peaceful meal like this in years. As they finished, one teammate thanked the host, promising to repay the favor after the operation. He handed over a crimson card marked with a flame symbol, likely tied to tomorrow's dungeon entry. The team reacted in shock. He had used the boss's card to pay for everyone's meal. He shrugged casually, explaining it was a leftover item from Ivanov's drawer, likely meant for emergencies. The others realized he wasn't intimidated by rank. He treated superiors with the same bold, mocking energy. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, powerful enemies gathered, each radiating energy and fully armed for combat readiness. Dozens of elite fighters charged forward together, blades drawn, prepared to face whatever challenge came next. The battle intensified. Monsters fell swiftly under coordinated attacks as energy burst from the warriors' empowered strikes. A soft chime echoed. He had leveled up mid-fight, proof of how fierce the clash had become. Surrounded by fallen enemies, the team stood victorious, stunned by how rapidly their strength had evolved. Rewards appeared instantly. A new power from the Lord of the Underworld was granted to the victor. Examining the effects, he realized these powers were beyond expectations, an exciting test of what they'd unlock next. He examined the equipment: King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff, legendary gear enhancing both power and mana output. Despite using multiple high-tier abilities, his mana reserve remained stable, evidence of the item's extreme efficiency. He realized these artifacts hadn't reached their true potential, yet the dungeon's weak enemies weren't enough. Ivanov casually mentioned soaring through levels thanks to the undead army fighting on his behalf non-stop. He laughed about skipping battles entirely, though he secretly wished for a tougher fight to enjoy. Woojin sighed. Realizing Ivanov's careless bragging had triggered something serious, his reaction was immediate and sharp. Ivanov tried to backpedal, nervously explaining his earlier comment wasn't meant as a challenge or complaint. Woojin stepped forward, energy flaring. He saw this moment as a perfect opportunity to conduct a proper test. Ivanov panicked, shouting in confusion, but Woojin had already decided to push him beyond his limit. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a silent phone buzzed. An incoming call marked the start of another unseen development. A call connected quickly. One man admitted he wasn't impressed with the current progress of Woojin's test. He implied failure was expected, signaling the test's outcome might already be influenced by internal agendas. Another voice checked for updates. News arrived that the Messiah Guild had postponed their dungeon entry attempt. They speculated the delay meant internal problems. Maybe they lacked enough skilled players to move forward effectively. Attention turned to two powerful individuals, the Swordmaster and the Bowmaster, possible counterforces against Sejun Lee's grand plan. The man speculated that the bowmaster had acted independently, likely disrupting the Messiah Guild's internal strategy. He suspected the bowmaster, a powerful but unpredictable figure, posed a real threat to Sajin's plans. He concluded the guild was likely delaying operations to let the bowmaster settle his own affairs first. His contact, unsure of the next move, decided to finish his current tasks before deciding further. Ending the call, he joked about needing food ready to reflect on plans over his next meal. After ending his call, the agent acknowledged he needed to return and report to the guild. The towering Phoenix Guild headquarters came into view, a reminder of expectations he had clearly failed to meet. Inside, his superior immediately questioned the test results. Disappointed despite having issued clear instructions for success, the subordinate apologized quietly, but the superior demanded explanation rather than an empty expression of regret. He began recounting what Isaac Ivanov had said during the mission, hoping to justify his failure. Nervously fidgeting, the agent explained that Ivanov had vaguely offered support, but only if truly necessary. The superior interpreted it cautiously. Isaac seemed curious about the recruit, but not fully committed to involvement. This lukewarm outcome frustrated him. It fell short of the influence and control he originally intended to achieve. The agent added that Ivanov spoke with teammates, hinting at plans beyond the Mokash Guild structure. Hearing this, the superior realized Ivanov might soon operate independently, a shift that could disrupt power dynamics ahead. The superior reflected on the intel. Isaac Ivanov likely planned to form his own independent party soon. Now it made sense Ivanov's sudden interest in Woojin Kim was part of building a new team. He challenged the agent if given another chance. Could he guarantee passing Ivanov's test this time? Surprised by the offer, the agent eagerly agreed, seeing it as a critical second opportunity. Confidently, he asked for full support, ready to prove he could meet Ivanov's expectations properly. Now, a massive explosion shook the battlefield as a final blow marked the defeat of the dungeon boss. With light flashing across the sky, a notification appeared. Everyone had successfully leveled up from victory. Standing tall beside the slain creature was Rucanus, the dragon slayer, his armor glowing with immense power. The system confirmed the dungeon was cleared. Celebrations began, with someone suggesting they capture the moment. As the team relaxed, a superior suddenly arrived with urgent news, interrupting their brief moment of rest. The man read the dungeon report carefully. It was about a newly opened zone called the Hatching Dungeon. He admitted he couldn't provide much guidance, but could recommend players suited for that dungeon's difficulty. He had observed many skilled fighters across lower-tier dungeons, and kept a mental list of potential candidates. Concern was raised if candidates discovered the boss was a dragon, they might decline to participate entirely. The advisor reassured him the true nature of the boss was secret, so rejection wouldn't be a problem. The man smirked, and confidently agreed he would proceed with the plan involving the Hatching Dungeon. As decisions solidified, the title reappeared, marking a new chapter in the ongoing conflict and hidden agendas. News articles quickly surfaced, speculating whether Isaac Ivanov would be the one to challenge the Dragon Slayer. The media reported on Ivanov's unexpected solo raid, drawing national attention to the mysterious dungeon event. In a high-rise office, officials observed everything closely, now fully invested in how this bold move would unfold. One man read the newspaper closely, reflecting on Isaac's risk-taking nature and the bold solo challenge. The article described Isaac's mission as dangerous yet admirable, drawing public attention to his leadership and reputation. A woman received a message from Woojin Kim, sharing results from his recent evaluation with Isaac. Woojin credited a granted skill for his success, reporting that he passed Isaac's demanding personal test. Encouraged by the outcome, Woojin respectfully asked for increased support to meet future expectations and missions. After acknowledging Woojin's success, the man handed over a sealed envelope containing something of great value. He warned there would be no second chance Woojin had to succeed with what was given this time. As the envelope opened, Woojin's eyes widened. What he received carried enormous significance for the upcoming test. Orders were quickly issued to re-establish contact with Isaac Ivanov and request another round of evaluation. When asked what to do if Isaac declined, the superior casually suggested using a bribe if necessary. The briefing began. News confirmed Isaac and Woojin Kim would enter the Hatching Dungeon as a team. Hearing this, the official remained calm, already evaluating how dangerous the mission's true nature might be. Though classified as a mid-tier dungeon, the dragon within still made it a highly dangerous encounter. Dragons were avoided for a reason. Their unpredictable attack patterns made them hard to fight directly or counter. Still, the dragon was young, which increased the chances for Woojin and Isaac to defeat it successfully. Yangwon Park, the Phoenix Guild master, appeared confident as media coverage praised his full support of Isaac. News outlets speculated whether Isaac's new partner came from the Phoenix Guild, fueling more strategic rumors. Meanwhile, someone read the reports carefully, recognizing Park's tactics as opportunistic and perfectly timed for leverage. He acknowledged Park's clever manipulation success would still reflect well on him, even if truths were eventually uncovered. In an office elsewhere, he confirmed with his assistant whether the key item had reached Woojin. The assistant confirmed Woojin received the product, an advanced tool designed specifically for deceptive field operations. She noted Woojin should already be inside the Japanese dungeon, meaning the device was now active. Inside, Woojin scanned his surroundings, subtly aware that an unusual presence was hidden from plain view. He recognized the product's power far beyond a simple disguise. It mimicked behavior and aura perfectly. Woojin marveled at the realism. As the illusion advanced, it moved like an actual living doppelganger. Doppelgangers were rare dungeon creatures, often disguised as goblins or orcs, making them difficult to detect early. Their unique skin held immense value on the black market due to its advanced mimicry properties. The harvested material was crafted into high-end disguises capable of fully replicating a person's form and presence. Woojin warned the team not to damage the item or risk punishment for mishandling valuable gear. Grumbling, the ally agreed to store it safely, then shifted focus to gathering monsters as usual. Isaac confirmed they had reached the 3rd floor, preparing himself for the dungeon's increasingly difficult sections. He assured his teammate he could handle the 1st and 2nd floors without external assistance. Isaac explained he needed help only later, especially when handling the more complex mid-tier enemies. With magical signals, a skeletal army and a wizard were summoned instantly from the Book of the Dead. The undead forces charged ahead, flames igniting, spells flying as they began eliminating threats without delay or hesitation. The skeleton mage unleashed fire magic, its burning spell aimed with precision at the charging beast ahead. A dark creature lunged through shadows, emitting an eerie growl as it closed distance with violent force. A bracelet materialized, identified as Panyu's bracelet, and automatically bonded itself to its wielder's body upon activation. With the bracelet imprinted, the wearer's ring capacity increased, granting them greater power through additional equipment slots. Glowing interfaces confirmed the change. 4 new slots opened, enabling the use of multiple enchanted rings at once. A powerful beam of light shot upward, illuminating Isaac as energy pulsed from his enhanced armor. Isaac examined the effect calmly, nodding in approval. His new equipment upgrade had exceeded initial expectations. Watching from nearby, his ally looked uneasy, quietly swallowing their nerves while observing the sudden transformation. Confused, the ally questioned Isaac's intent. Concerned about what he was planning with such increased power, Isaac remained composed, his eyes steady, preparing to explain his next move, without revealing too much yet. The 3rd floor of the hatching dungeon revealed a rugged mountain zone filled with deadly hidden dangers. The group advanced cautiously, scanning the golden terrain, yet the atmosphere was tense with rising heat and threat. One teammate sighed, acknowledging Isaac's overwhelming strength after witnessing the destruction he left behind unaided. Though Isaac claimed he'd handle early floors alone, his aftermath left scorch marks and shattered enemies everywhere. Seeing the destruction, they joked Woojin barely needed help. His undead army could now clear entire zones solo. Woojin's undead forces marched forward relentless, fearless, and bound to follow every command without hesitation. Their strength came from undying loyalty. They didn't tire, retreat, or question the will of their summoner. The story marked another chapter, as Woojin's influence grew stronger in each dungeon he conquered alone. One ally sighed in frustration. Communication had been lost, leaving them unable to contact Woojin for updates. Feeling nervous, the teammate avoided eye contact, insisting nothing was wrong. Though clearly shaken by Woojin's power, the team reviewed the plan, attacked the dragon's wings only after the battle had already started. One teammate recalled that restricting its flight was essential, ensuring it couldn't retreat mid-fight once threatened. He questioned the tactic, why avoid attacking, while grounded, unsure how to handle the timing correctly under pressure. It was explained, folded wings were denser and harder to damage unless the dragon actively spread them. Realizing the danger, the teammate asked if he had to ride the dragon until the chance appeared. The dragon whipped up a fierce sandstorm, sending the rider flying violently through the swirling desert air. The impact was sudden. He slammed into the ground with force, stunned and unable to react immediately. Isaac watched silently, noting the failure but withholding comment, already considering the next step forward. Meanwhile, the dragon turned and aggressively began chewing on its surroundings. Momentarily distracted by the chaos, taking flight, the beast soared upward again, its massive wings stretched fully, creating the perfect opening for attack. The dragon suddenly stopped mid-movement, reacting sharply to something it sensed near its territory or surroundings. It turned its massive head downward, scanning the area carefully for the cause of the disturbance. Its golden eye focused intensely, aware that something had shifted near the ground around its nest. Letting out a powerful cry, the dragon flared its wings in defense, ready to retaliate immediately. Isaac observed calmly, confirming the dragon had noticed the trap. They were now facing a smarter opponent. With a thunderous blast, the dragon burst from the cliffside, roaring in rage and defensive instinct. It screeched violently, flinging rocks everywhere, its body twisting midair as it reacted to the perceived threat. Massive wings flapped with force, generating shockwaves and lifting the dragon high above the surrounding cliffs. Suddenly, the dragon dove downward, its full weight slamming into the ground in a calculated counterattack. Clutching tightly, the rider understood the timing. He had to act fast while the wings remained open. Isaac shouted the plan mid-air, reminding his teammate that forcing the dragon to land was essential. Confused and alarmed, the teammate realized this meant crashing down alongside the dragon from extreme height. Isaac pointed with confidence, declaring full trust. His partner had no choice but to fulfill the risky role. Shocked, he yelled back, struggling to accept that the plan involved falling straight down at full speed. The dragon roared violently as it spiraled downward, signaling the start of their most dangerous moment yet. As the dragon crashed downward, its wings thrashed wildly, forcing the rider to cling tightly under pressure. Isaac unleashed magic from above, aiming directly at the creature's core to weaken its aerial balance. The soldiers struck its wings together, but the dragon's tough scales deflected most of their weapon strikes. Frustrated, the teammate shouted, questioning why the dragon's defense was still holding after repeated focused attacks. The dragon twisted its long neck mid-air, flames rising as it prepared to counter with brutal force. Isaac launched a devastating magical strike into the dragon's body, exploding with flames across its armored side. One teammate shouted back, realizing the dragon's wings weren't the only threat they now had to manage. Isaac barked orders, urging them to stay focused on the wings while he handled everything else. A system alert confirmed. The Lord of the Underworld spell was activated, unlocking a special summon ability. New skeletal monsters burst onto the battlefield, charging toward the dragon. As Isaac continued coordinating the assault, flames surged from the skeleton wizard's staff, intensifying the battlefield with magical pressure and focused destruction. With a flash, the skeleton army launched forward blades and spells prepared to strike the dragon's hide. Their combined impact landed hard, shaking the ground and triggering a notification that the dragon's blood had been extracted. Isaac leapt from the dragon's back, sword glowing as he sliced deep across the wing joint. The dragon roared in agony, twisting violently as its tail lashed out in a sweeping counterattack. Jinnah was flung high into the air as the dragon twisted, roaring and flapping its wings violently. The dragon's gust knocked Jinnah off balance, sending him crashing downward through a cloud of debris. Spinning mid-air, Jinnah yelled desperately, arms flailing as the ground rushed up to meet him. Isaac shouted his name, alarmed as he saw Jinnah plummet fast with no control over landing. A swift figure dashed across the battlefield, rushing to intercept before Jinnah could hit the ground fatally. A sharp bolt of energy sliced across the dragon's wing, forcing the beast to rear back. Fueled by rage, Jinnah charged forward, slamming his weapon down with full strength against the dragon's hide. The wyvern dived with terrifying speed. Jinnah clung tightly, barely stabilizing against the roaring wind pressure. His breath ragged, Jinnah struggled to maintain balance while the creature's wing beats hurled him side to side. Sokjin shouted above the wind, urging Jinnah to climb before the beast soared completely out of reach. Jinnah swung his blade, anchoring himself with a strike, muttering, "Climbing this fast is nearly impossible." The blade sparked violently against scales. His arm bled as he climbed upward, determined not to fall. Jinnah's blade tore through the wyvern's wing. It screeched as blood sprayed and feathers ripped apart. He cheered midair, unaware of the fall. The wyvern spiraled, and Jinnah plummeted helplessly from its back. Flailing in freefall, Jinnah panicked. "I'll crash and die." His limbs struggled to slow the rapid descent. He slammed into the ground. Dust exploded around him. The wyvern's carcass landed seconds later, shaking everything. Sokjin exhaled in relief, thinking, this would have been impossible without Jinnah. With this, cleanup is easier. The scorched battlefield trembled as the dragon re-emerged from smoke, its body still radiating destructive energy. It unleashed a concentrated energy beam downward, obliterating debris and forcing Sokjin to reposition for survival. The dragon's aerial maneuver defied its injuries. It spiraled upward, launching attacks with unrelenting speed and power. Despite losing its wings, the dragon maintained offensive pressure, adapting tactics to keep opponents on defense. Sokjin narrowly evaded another strike. Realizing the threat persisted, full defeat required more than crippling its mobility. Jinnah launched upward with force, slicing through the wyvern's hide again, aiming to reach its vital points. He dashed across its back, using momentum and aura to avoid being thrown off by turbulence mid-air. Blue flames surged from his hand, energy condensed rapidly, signaling an incoming strike with extreme precision. Jinnah closed distance, blade drawn, and drove it deep into the wyvern's flank. Cracking through armored scale, suddenly a skeletal warrior intercepted him mid-attack, locking blades with a grin, halting Jinnah's fatal finishing blow. The skeletal warrior slammed his weapon down, splitting stone and sending shockwaves across the entire battlefield floor. The dragon's eye glowed brighter, sensing the violent disruption and turning toward the battle with renewed aggression. It shrieked furiously, descending as magical blasts erupted below Jinna and the skeleton clashing in deadly bursts. The dragon tucked its wings and dove straight down, its target locked amid the rising battlefield chaos. It struck the ground hard, jaws snapping at Jinna and the undead, cracking earth beneath its landing. The dragon's chest armor cracked under intense impact, molten energy surging as its core began to destabilize. With a violent recoil, the dragon was hurled backward, its frame twisted from the critical internal blow. It slammed into the cliffs below, dust clouded the air while its massive body slid to rest. Sokchan arrived at the edge, scanning the aftermath. The system confirmed the dragon's health had dropped critically. Below, an enraged warrior screamed, his face twisted in fury, unwilling to accept the loss as final. Sokchan checked on Jinna, relieved. The battle's toll was visible, but his teammate was still standing. Jinna brushed it off, joking through the pain. His delay was more hunger than actual injury. Shifting focus, Jinna asked about the dragon hatchling, concerned if it had escaped during their main assault. Sokchan reported he'd engaged the hatchling briefly. With Jinna's help, tracking it now seemed fully possible. Reassured, Sokchan offered his hand. Jinna accepted, silently battle-worn, but united for the next pursuit ahead. Jinna smirked quietly, amused by Sokchan's compliment, masking exhaustion with pride after surviving the brutal fight. He tapped Sokchan's hand confidently, reinforcing their bond with subtle reassurance, both ready for whatever challenge remained. Jinna joked about flattery, demanding food as payment. The two walked onward, energy slowly returning with movement. Their mood shifted as Sokchan reminded him of unfinished business. The real threat still loomed ahead. The two warriors reached a cliffside and saw it, the wounded dragon, regrouped and surrounded by minions. In a quiet chamber, high-ranking officials met, tension rising with each clack of the game stones. One elder inquired about Isaac's team, noting they'd been inside the dungeon for 10 full days now. A subordinate confirmed the duration, surprised the party still survived. Success, however, seemed increasingly unlikely to him. Despite the odds, the elder hoped they'd succeed, otherwise, drastic intervention would fall onto their own hands. Another figure clarified grimly, success would spare them action. Failure meant handling matters through direct and ruthless control. The strategist reached calmly for a game piece, signaling a calculated move both on and off board. He reviewed a classified report, absorbing silent updates that might shift how the current operation unfolds. Tension flickered across his opponent's face. One move had shifted the game's balance decisively against him. The board reflected reality, territories lost and trapped. His frustration showed mistakes were unacceptable in their position. The elder murmured coldly, small sacrifice to take large, justifying risks taken to win the deeper war. A subordinate lowered his head in silence, visibly shaken, then declared loyalty to complete the mission fully. Within the chamber, his vow echoed his life now bound to success or sacrifice for the cause. At that moment, a notification triggered across realms confirmation. The hatchling target had finally been slain. Another alert followed immediately, marking a rare achievement recognition for slaying a dragon-class entity, an elite milestone. Jinna stood stunned by the announcement. The battlefield trembled behind him. He had become a dragon slayer. After the battle, Jinna acknowledged the skeleton warrior's efforts, signaling the team's temporary moment of relief. Jinna glanced toward Isaac, expecting celebration. Instead, Isaac remained still, his expression unusually withdrawn and reflective. The atmosphere shifted. Isaac's silence suggested the end of this mission didn't bring him any peace. Jinna noticed Isaac's unease. Victory had been achieved, yet something about leaving the dungeon unsettled him deeply. Isaac quietly acknowledged reality. Once they exited, threats beyond the dungeon would replace the monsters they defeated. Jinna reacted with confusion as he hinted that the next phase would be far more dangerous. He explained their next destination. The dungeon's 4th floor, a threshold meant only for elite, high-ranking players. Jinna questioned the concern, but he clarified the 4th floor wasn't just harder, it was politically protected. That level wasn't merely stronger, it hosted members with deep influence, tied to powerful guilds and authority. Those elites had built a self-serving structure, forming secret alliances to increase power beyond the dungeon itself. Within the elite domain, top-ranking players enjoyed dominance, unthreatened and uninterested in outside interference or challengers. But suddenly, a powerful unknown entered, breaking the balance and rising without permission from their closed hierarchy. They saw this intruder as a direct threat, someone operating outside their control and closed structure. The shock deepened when they realized this disruptive force was someone they had once dismissed entirely. It was he formerly overlooked, now unstoppable, ascending with strength none of them had anticipated or prepared for. The crowd erupted in shock. Isaac's assault had succeeded against all expectations, drawing instant national attention. Journalists swarmed the scene, shouting questions and snapping photos, eager for Isaac's reaction to the unexpected victory. Spotting a new face beside him, reporters identified Isaac's mysterious partner, scrambling for exclusive pictures and details. Flashes intensified as the press demanded answers about the battle, the team, and Isaac's new companion. Gina whispered urgently they had to escape quickly before anyone realized the partner was actually a disguised doppelganger. Isaac was pulled aside for photos, his attention stolen as celebration escalated beyond his control. A foreign guest stepped forward, loudly proclaiming in Russian that no one could stop their alliance's momentum. He declared them invincible before the cameras, arms raised, energizing the crowd with bold public confidence. Meanwhile, someone unnoticed moved silently past the spotlight, their steps deliberate and timed within the crowd's distraction. Red eyes glowed in the dark, another hidden threat blending in, observing Isaac's rise with unknown intent. In the shadows, an assassin revealed a hidden blade, stepping forward with intent concealed beneath calm movements. With a sudden lunge, he charged toward Isaac, shouting to kill, his voice lost in the crowd. His sharp instincts activated instantly, his eyes narrowed, already anticipating the strike before the assassin got close. Gina responded first, leaping in a blur, intercepting with speed that cut cleanly through the attacker's path. The assassin was forced back mid-air, Gina landing safely while maintaining a protective stance between allies and threat. Gina's eyes widened, he noticed too late. Another enemy had slipped past their watch during the confusion. From the alley's edge, the second attacker emerged swiftly, his movement shielded by fleeing onlookers and lights. Isaac noticed the shift, turning to face the oncoming threat as the blade left the coat. The assailant grinned confidently, revealing clear intent. He closed in fast, hand gripping the dagger tight. The blade pierced Isaac's side, sharp and direct. His expression froze as pain surged through his body. Gina shouted Kim's name in panic, realizing too late the second attacker had struck successfully and retreated. Blood poured from Kim's side as he staggered forward, legs weak, struggling to stay upright in pain. A burning hiss followed. Kim's blood sizzled unnaturally on the ground, warning of something far more dangerous. Bystanders backed away as realization spread. His blood wasn't normal, it was laced with active poison or curse. Chaos erupted in the crowd. Fear spread instantly, people panicking and shouting, unsure what had just begun. Panic spread as the crowd screamed and scattered, creating chaos that masked the assassin's next deadly approach. Gina reacted instantly, launching himself toward the attacker, knowing hesitation could lead to another fatal strike. The masked enemy raised his blade again, aiming straight for a vulnerable target within the disordered scene. The eyes locked on the threat. His sword moved faster than thought, cutting through air with force. The attacker collapsed violently, blood spraying across the floor, neutralized before he could finish his second attempt. A new figure entered his presence, immediately drew attention. His weapon alone hinted at high-level status. Spectators recognized him instantly. Whispers rose, the black sword had arrived unexpectedly and without any announcement. Reporters rushed forward, demanding shots of the unexpected appearance, eager to broadcast the chaos to the world. Amid the frenzy, someone shouted for help. Medical staff was missing, and Kim's condition was worsening fast. The black sword remained silent, watching the crowd and bloodshed unfold, expression unreadable, intentions unclear. A superior granted permission to a servant, assigning him a direct role in the unfolding retaliation. The servant bowed deeply, overwhelmed with pride. He promised to kill the enemy and honor fallen comrades. His master remained silent, watching the loyalty on display, though his expression showed no approval or concern. The servant dropped to the floor, offering gratitude for the chance to serve despite his low rank. Later, that same servant moved among the injured, hiding in plain sight, already positioned for his mission. The fallen servant's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing his mission had failed before it truly began. He remained silent, watching coldly, as medics and allies surrounded the injured amidst rising tension. Kim's condition worsened, his body trembled. Everyone nearby looked on, unsure if he would survive the wound. People attempted to stabilize Kim, but his grip weakened. His energy drained rapidly despite their frantic efforts. A foreign diplomat stepped forward calmly, announcing his presence and intentions to honor the attack's success publicly. He stood silently, eyes hardened. As the situation shifted from chaos to political spectacle before cameras, the diplomat offered formal condolences, voice rehearsed, while photographers captured every angle of their public exchange. News headlines erupted globally, accusations and narratives collided, political fallout escalated faster than the investigation could proceed. Media spun stories endlessly, hashtags trended. A video clip framed the black sword as a national symbol. Public sentiment polarized. One broadcaster aired a memorial, fueling emotional outrage while diplomacy masked its deeper motives. The crumpled document labeled Woojin Kim was tossed aside, its contents rendered meaningless by unfolding events. A console sparked under stress as staff scrambled to contain the volatile response erupting across the room. An aide pleaded for calm, but their superior's rage intensified. unable to tolerate another unpredictable setback. He slammed his hand on the desk, shouting furiously at the pressure of lost influence and control. Snapping at everyone present, he revealed the truth: he had been a major personal investment in their plans. He slammed his foot down hard, demanding answers who orchestrated the chaos behind his public downfall. But frustration grew. Simply identifying the source wasn't enough. He needed full control before the system collapsed.
Lanterns illuminated the narrow street outside the quiet restaurant. A carefully prepared table of sushi remained untouched, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension and restrained emotions. Eyes shifted uneasily, betraying the weight of recent events. A brief glance exchanged conveyed unspoken understanding, the shared knowledge of loss lingering heavier than any conversation. Regret filled the moment completely. Woojin sat silently at the table, realizing the devastating tragedy could have been prevented under different circumstances. Across the table, another presence calmly insisted everything was inevitable, dismissing regret as unnecessary amid unfolding events. The reminder struck deeply: death always clung to players' paths, lingering persistently like an unavoidable looming shadow. Woojin steadied his breath, masking his turmoil. With a subtle motion, Woojin lifted the cup, responding curtly. A calm presence lifted the cup slowly, remarking that both sides seemed destined to follow similar paths. Woojin remained silent, concealing intentions carefully, while his focus sharpened on the events slowly unfolding around him. Drinks were generously offered again, inviting everyone to relax and indulge freely despite the lingering weight of loss. Woojin's gaze hardened, questioning the celebration, sensing misplaced priorities when tragedy still shadowed the group's fragile peace. Frustration finally erupted, breaking the silence violently, pushing underlying resentment into the open and disrupting the fragile balance. Frustration erupted violently, demanding accountability, as emotions boiled over with anger toward those responsible for everything. Trust collapsed quickly, bonds breaking apart, leaving only bitterness and resentment where cooperation and unity once existed. Woojin's name carried weight, haunting the tense silence, representing lost honor and sacrifices that remained painfully unacknowledged. Regret thickened the air as steps toward withdrawal began, disappointment heavy within every glance, avoiding direct confrontation. With determination unshaken, the decision was final. Leaving became the only path forward amid fractured loyalty and grief. The door slammed shut behind departing footsteps. Leaving silence, thick eyes darted briefly, expressions tight with unease, while uncertainty settled among those still remaining at the table. A subtle gesture signaled restraint, calming emotions slightly. Woojin observed quietly, sensing underlying motives as the discussion shifted toward new strategies involving unexplored dangerous dungeons. Gratitude was offered politely, assurances given, yet Woojin's guarded thoughts lingered, preparing carefully for inevitable conflicts ahead. The negotiator's words carried sharp weight, questioning whether Woojin could survive the dungeon alone without aid. He admitted the truth: clearing such a dangerous dungeon alone was impossible, his strength insufficient still. Tension filled the room as demands grew, requesting an offering strong enough to sway loyal companions. Woojin departed confidently, adjusting his coat. The city lights glimmered, his eyes fixed on towering screens. Crowds filled the streets. Voices unified. Signs rose higher, demanding rightful compensation for Woojin Kim's death. The protest drew international attention, flashing across news broadcasts. Watching from shadow, Woojin's lips curved into a cold smile. Striding purposefully, phone in hand, he demanded answers, his tone sharpened. "Where are you now?" The woman sighed softly, lamenting the unfolding chaos, whispering regret for circumstances spiraling beyond control. With a creak, she summoned her subordinate, calling for Sakura, whose presence was instantly acknowledged. Sakura emerged obediently from shadows, cloaked figure kneeling low, answering faithfully to the awaiting master. Concern filled her words, questioning Isaac's allegiance, knowing his wavering loyalty threatened their fragile plans. They assessed grim progress, eliminating Woojin Kim succeeded, yet shifting tides left their strategy dangerously unstable. Their betrayal sparked division. Spacia turned hostile, Isaac's loyalty slipping further, creating dangerous instability within alliances. Conflict loomed inevitable, with Yongwon Park's fury over Woojin's death threatening immediate confrontation among guilds. They knew Messiah Guild's scrutiny was sharp, and Shinyi Park would undoubtedly move against shifting loyalties. Under looming pressure, voices doubted Isaac's value, fearing his involvement might ultimately damage their fragile cause. Calmly swirling his cup, the leader dismissed concerns with measured words, his composure masking silent calculations. The woman sighed, acknowledging the loss, yet her words carried a cold, strategic determination. Her resolve hardened: if they couldn't control him, then no other faction would claim him. Instructions followed swiftly: deliver the Nexan lion's leather, bait intended to bind Isaac into compliance. Her smirk sharpened, declaring the price insignificant compared to the deaths awaiting him and companions. Shadows deepened over the cityscape. Frustration boiled over, his fist clenching tightly, anger sparked by schemes unraveling beyond his control. His companion teased lightly, questioning whether his foul mood stemmed simply from missing the promised meal. He snapped defensively, voice rising, denying such trivial reasoning as his anger's true underlying cause. Skepticism lingered in narrowed eyes, pressing further, doubting his denial and exposing cracks in composure. Embarrassed, he admitted partially, anger fueled not only by hunger, but enduring contempt toward manipulative deceit. Understanding dawned on him, realization settling as strategies unfolded faster than he had initially anticipated. He reflected silently, acknowledging perfect timing, grateful his companion's presence prevented negotiations from turning disastrous. Frustration returned, regret gnawed inside, lamenting lost chances to indulge more before forced, hasty departure. His stomach tightened with longing, memories of delicious sushi haunted him, distracting amidst turbulent thought. Meanwhile, news spread worldwide. Isaac and Spacious stood celebrated publicly. Headlines dominated every paper. Isaac's promise to conquer the deadly dungeon echoed across international media. Analysts praised his swift preparations, acknowledging without foresight the situation could have collapsed into disaster. Meanwhile, allies overseas monitored developments carefully, recognizing mounting risks yet appreciating Isaac's calculated decisiveness. Through tense phone calls, warnings came. Securing the Aegis shield demanded precision, failure meant calamity. Laughter broke tension, dismissing rivals as fools, though inwardly unease lingered, hidden beneath his confident smile. A document surfaced unexpectedly, carrying implications that could disrupt the fragile balance surrounding Isaac's challenge. Contained within were damning reports, exposing prior dungeon failures. Questions emerged urgently. How could they claim possession of powerful artifacts without securing them beforehand? The unsettling truth emerged: the Aegis shield remained hidden, sealed within Mount Fuji's treacherous dungeon depth. A mysterious blue portal suddenly emerged in the city, distorting the air. Blinding light radiated from the gateway. Reporters gathered quickly, announcing that guild players worldwide had arrived to challenge the dangerous dungeon within. The Russian Mokosh Guild advanced first, their confident steps echoing through the tense silence surrounding the portal. Political debates intensified after Kim Woojin's past incident, forcing governments to clarify positions regarding global dungeon access. During a heated broadcast, an unexpected explosion erupted nearby, shaking the ground and startling everyone present. Journalists and officials panicked, struggling to comprehend the sudden chaos unfolding before their terrified, confused eyes. Flames engulfed the street while dark smoke spiraled skyward. Witnesses stared in disbelief, sensing an unfamiliar force awakening, unlike anything previously encountered in dungeon raids. Another deafening explosion followed, sending shockwaves across surrounding buildings. Broadcast signals abruptly cut off, leaving the newsroom in confusion as urgent reports flooded the control room. Authorities scrambled for updates. Helicopters circled above the city, their searchlights scanning devastated streets while armed squads prepared for deployment. Rescue teams hesitated as they surveyed massive destruction. Survivors emerged through thick smoke, coughing violently. Rescue officers helped injured survivors stand, their movements steady despite chaos and burning wreckage surrounding them. Kim struggled upright, his breathing uneven but determined, scanning the destruction for any remaining active threats. Nearby, rescuers carried unconscious victims, their desperate expressions showing disbelief at the scale of unimaginable devastation witnessed. Suddenly, a strange force surged, pulling attention skyward as the glowing dungeon gate shifted unpredictably. The radiant portal sealed instantly, locking tight and leaving everyone stunned by its sudden unexpected closure. Global headlines erupted, declaring the catastrophic attack a tragedy, leaving authorities scrambling for answers and explanations worldwide. Experts revealed dungeon gates automatically close after a fixed period. Public outrage intensified, criticizing government failures while demanding accountability for inadequate security and ignored early warning. Within a secluded compound, hidden leaders secretly celebrated, satisfied that their plans unfolded exactly as intended. Confidently, they assumed trapped players faced overwhelming trials, certain no one would survive the deadly tier-end dungeon. Leaders discussed the dungeon's danger, recalling their past failure to conquer its brutal, unforgiving challenges. They doubted anyone could succeed with only 2 members. The faint sound of flowing water echoed nearby, a calm contrast against their concealed, calculating conversation. One questioned promises involving rare treasures, hinting at manipulation behind sending inexperienced players into imminent peril. Talk shifted toward the mysterious Aegis shield, rumored to sleep deep within the sealed dungeon. The master calmly responded, his voice steady, masking hidden intentions behind seemingly casual words and gestures. His disciple hesitated, sensing deeper motives, questioning whether past promises carried veiled manipulation or concealed agenda. Conversations shifted toward growing interest in the legendary shield, its rumored existence drawing increasing external attention. They feared exposure, knowing failure to claim such power would embolden rivals and invite dangerous challenge. Preparing defensive measures, they anticipated future conflicts, understanding secrets rarely stayed hidden when coveted treasures were surfaced. The master declared the Aegis shield would remain bait, luring challengers into the deadly Hellhound dungeon. Whispers spread, the shield's promise became both temptation and trap, ensuring countless lives would be lost. They believed the dungeon unconquerable, its dangers eternal, designed to swallow all who dared confront it. Far away, two survivors approached the distant glowing portal, realizing they were alone in hostile territory. Confusion lingered as they questioned their predicament, sensing secrets hidden behind this unexpected, foreboding turn of events. The warrior analyzed their strategy, realizing eliminating enemies inside the dungeon reduced risks and exposure significantly. He questioned his companion's knowledge of the bomb, confused how they anticipated such a dangerous setup. Memories from his first life resurfaced, recalling Messiah Guild's ruthless methods to neutralize unwanted opposition discreetly. Assassinations and disappearances were common practice, often hidden beneath dungeon raids where witnesses never returned alive. Recognizing the technique used, he remembered learning it directly from Black Sword, confirming his darkest suspicions. His companion pressed for answers, but Weijin dismissed distractions, urging focus on their immediate survival priorities. They had an enormous objective ahead, hunting 20,000 monsters before time within the dungeon expired. Descending deeper, they reached the perilous 6th floor. A glowing system message confirmed their progress. Without hesitation, Weijin advanced further, his silent resolve unwavering as New Weijin drew his weapon swiftly. Shadows lunged forward, masked enemies striking from all sides with deadly precision. He sidestepped swiftly, parrying blades midair. More assassins emerged silently. Despite the ambush, Weijin's gaze remained unshaken. A sudden tremor erupted as an ominous portal burst open. From the swirling rift emerged skeletal warriors, invoking ancient forbidden power whispered only in forgotten, cursed scripture. The system announced the summoning of the Book of the Dead. Dark magic erupted violently, surrounding enemies and allies alike. The masked summoner grasped the glowing artifact tightly. The Book of the Dead activated, enhancing undead forces drastically. The dungeon's 3rd floor trembled violently, a crushing silence spreading across the barren. Dust erupted upward as his body slammed against stone. Rising with strained breaths, he steadied himself, muscles tensed, eyes scanning shadows hiding enemies within silence. From the darkness, skeletal remains shifted, their bones twisting unnaturally as they emerged with relentless, eerie presence. These grotesque guardians explained why challengers rarely survived here, mercilessly eliminating intruders before hope could ever form. Frustration surged through him as unanswered questions lingered, his growing rage hardening into sharp, unyielding determination. The skeletal presence loomed closer, but his focus shifted entirely, prepared for battle rather than pointless speculation. He dashed forward with explosive force, crushing stone beneath his steps. The sudden collision sent tremors outward. Blinding energy burst violently between them, illuminating fractured earth while armored strength met overwhelming. A crimson glare pierced the battlefield, focusing on him with lethal precision. The ground erupted beneath his stance. As he absorbed the impact, sweat traced his cheek, his narrowed gaze steady. Launching forward, he propelled his body through airborne debris. A towering beam of raw energy descended violently, carving into stone. Impact sent the armored body crashing into solid rock. Dust engulfed the crater's center. The skeletal adversary explained calmly, challengers collapse early because strength is squandered before confronting greater danger. Strategy and resource management decide survival, yet exhaustion ensures few endure long enough to challenge deeper floors. With chilling certainty, it declared overcoming the 3rd floor boss alone remained nearly impossible without precise coordination. Confidence radiated as resilient armor gleamed, its rare material proving effective against devastating strikes endured. Despite sustaining significant injuries, endurance held steady since a hidden blessing had yet to activate defensive. A status window confirmed protection remained dormant, revealing resilience owed entirely to preparation and relentless determination. Support was offered, skeletal reinforcements suggested, yet stubborn pride fueled a refusal to accept additional aid. Declaring unwavering independence, defiance burned fiercely, insisting this brutal challenge could be conquered through personal strength alone. Energy surged violently as a massive strike was unleashed. A guttural roar escaped as pain surged, crimson essence dripping. With defiance unbroken, the armored warrior shouted fiercely. Bodies collided mid-air, momentum twisting violently. Both crashed downward, impact splitting earth, sending dust skyward. Steps echoed across the barren ground. Eyes glimmered with sharp intent, determination unwavering, as the long-awaited destination finally revealed itself ahead. A cavernous entrance loomed, darkness swallowing golden light. Ancient treasures glittered faintly inside. Plans formed swiftly. Acquiring the commander's shield would ensure survival. Combat raged fiercely, energy dwindling fast, every strike heavier as conserving strength proved a fatal mistake. Monstrous jaws clamped violently, crimson spilling forth. Regrets surfaced, responsibility acknowledged, orders questioned, yet loyalty bound them, even as despair dragged everything downward. A final command was uttered desperately, urging survival and completion, before silence claimed the battlefield entirely. Far away, observing eyes judged failures harshly, noting the shield remained trapped within the unforgiving fourth floor. Speculation surfaced about hidden dangers within the dungeon, unstable factors possibly shifting outcomes unpredictably against intruders. Focus narrowed on the Aegis shield, renowned artifact, capable of deflecting even catastrophic attacks with ease. Confidence grew, mysteries could be solved later. Victory and acquisition of unmatched protection remained the only priority. Amusement lingered at the thought of the Swordmaster's reaction once the shield was retrieved successfully. A portal flared open with searing brilliant eyes gleamed sharply, scanning streams of reports. Information spread quickly, comparisons drawn, debates flaring online, framing alliances. Commentary overflowed with divided opinions, speculations about strengths and failures coloring the future of challenge. Confident voices noted shifting power. Isolation meant rivals faced peril, while careful manipulation ensured favorable outcomes. Plans aligned seamlessly. Public sentiment leaned toward advantage, ensuring influence grew stronger without requiring direct interference. A cold smirk formed, mocking the situation, finding amusement in irony carved from past betrayals. Uncertainty flickered across the room, tension building as questions pressed against carefully guarded, fragile composure. Memories resurfaced 3 years earlier. Chaos erupted when a sudden gate split soul with merciless devastation. Attempts were made to erase an obstacle, death intended, yet survival defied expectations and schemes collapsed. Now, that same defiance resurfaced, words sharpened like blades, promising retribution toward anyone plotting betrayal again. Quiet hesitation lingered, unspoken words pressing heavily, silence stretching longer than the surrounding shadows allowed. Survival became undeniable proof of resilience, power rising instead of falling, influence secured through calculated endurance. Reflection revealed betrayal's failure instead of defeat. It forged strength, reshaping destiny into unchallenged authority. A hand shifted deliberately, resting with subtle confidence. Mocking words followed, claiming gratitude, acknowledging enemies' schemes had inadvertently created the very dominance fear. The projection materialized, faint light outlining a figure, presence commanding attention within the dim chamber's silence. Recognition struck immediately, resemblance undeniable, sparking unease as comparisons ignited troubling thoughts among those observing carefully. Tension thickens, suspicions rising, possibilities considered. Uncertainty surrounding survival and identity deepened the weight of silence. Determination surfaced, fear masked beneath resolve. A warning formed. Survival again would threaten carefully constructed plan. The battlefield shook as the ogre collapsed. A metallic chime echoed through the cavern, confirming victory. Breathing heavily, the warrior steadied himself. He gazed down at the fallen ogre, its lifeless eyes reflecting failure, while allies arrived behind. The necromancer studied him calmly, skeletal army ready, yet impressed, realizing the warrior's strength exceeded prior expectation. The armored presence dismissed preparations, skeletal soldiers fading away, though suspicion lingered beneath that controlled expression. Breathing steady, the warrior's stance hardened, acknowledging strength yet sensing intentions layered with concealed ambition. Strategic words flowed calmly, offering assistance while silently weighing outcomes, carefully hiding deeper motives behind composure. Dark summons stirred again, skeletal forms assembling elsewhere, documents rustled under steady hands, calculations confirming results that astonishingly surpassed expectations of earlier predictions. Inside a quiet office, discussions centered on a dungeon report, raising concerns about recent unexplained losses. A confident voice confirmed suspicions, pointing toward truth hidden beneath propaganda spread following a presumed casualty. The analysis deepened, highlighting deception, as narratives were manipulated while real dangers remained unaddressed underground. Attention shifted toward monstrous threats, their classification debated, weighing comparative danger between vicious hounds and matriarchal beasts. Vivid imagery revealed burning devastation, hellfire consuming all, relentless flames ensuring nothing remained unscathed after contact. Visuals displayed legendary armor, items of absolute defense, highlighting the necessity of such gear against danger. Comparisons followed, revealing regeneration surpassing trolls, establishing hellhounds as formidable beings, combining endurance with destructive potential. Together, offense and defense harmonized seamlessly. In a sunlit office, two individuals exchanged measured thoughts, tension beneath calm expressions and formal conversation. Reassurance was offered, confidence in an absent ally's capabilities, though subtle unease remained unspoken between them. Caution was voiced, reminding all that no dungeon offered safety, each trial carrying lethal hidden risk. Hope remained steady, trust placed in resilience, believing combined strength could overcome looming threats once more. Confidence grew further, highlighting bonds forged in struggle. Far away, fiery landscapes erupted violently, a gauntlet tightened with resolve, magical compass glowing faintly. A heavy thud echoed as another body landed. Exhaustion lingered, breaths uneven, determination still visible as strength was gathered after the perilous descent. Discovery emerged, a rare shield hidden deep, accessible only through persistent searching with a guiding relic. Frustration burned, realization dawning that relics were buried deliberately, concealed within shifting Earth's treacherous fissure. Amid strained shouts and rising tension, urgency grew. Strikes landed furiously, waves of force crashing as one pressed forward, unwilling to relent under pressure. The companions steadied footing, shield raised, questioning burdens carried unfairly within their dangerous ongoing encounter. A puzzled expression formed, uncertainty flashing, as inquiry deepened into choices dictating positions during every battle. Frustration mounted, accusations sharpened, highlighting imbalance, one enduring blows while the other consistently lingered behind. The ground trembled violently, jaws wide, claws raked violently, weight crashing down as the beast pinned its target, muscles straining under impact. Despite crushing force, resilience held, enduring pain while retaliatory strength surged forward in desperate counterattack. Anger fueled words and blows alike, frustration exploding at wasted efforts and burdens unfairly endured alone. Resentment deepened, accusations hurled surrounded by rising energy. Power swelled, one figure cloaked in overwhelming force, preparing decisive retaliation ahead. Eyes widened with panic as destructive energy surged forward. A colossal blast erupted, purple flames ripping through the battlefield. Amid devastation, survival instincts sharpened, gaze locked forward, glowing radiance expanded outward. Shield's effect triggered, explosions roared endlessly, shockwaves colliding violently. The monstrous jaws glowed menacingly. Suddenly, radiant light surged outward, shield raised high, recognition dawned among allies. Astonishment clear, the fabled Aegis shield had finally been revealed in battle. Confidence sharpened, challenge issued toward doubts, earlier criticisms dismissed as careful planning now proved undeniably effective. Reluctant praise followed, grudging acknowledgement surfacing that strategy and foresight had steered survival through overwhelming odds. With victory secured, they prepared departure, precious relic in hand, shadows retreating within the dungeon. The shield's description appeared, glowing text detailing absolute defense, promising survival even against overwhelming destructive flame. Caution returned quickly, reminder issued of Hellfire's danger. Direct impact could incapacitate despite protective artifact. Steps pressed forward, determination unshaken, newfound confidence growing stronger with relic secured amidst encroaching fiery hazard. Yet unease lingered, another warning voiced quietly, suggesting hidden truths still unrevealed about their perilous prize. Hellfire erupted violently, purple flames surging forward, eyes widened, realization dawning too late. Danger approached faster than preparations could shield again. Urgent warning burst forth, desperation evident. The battlefield shifted, flames tore across ground, forcing retreat while confusion spread at unexpected maneuver. Shock deepened, disbelief etched across faces, realization struck threat was closer than anticipated. Hidden behind deception, confusion struck hard, sudden shift in battle revealing an unexpected development no one had foreseen. Recognition followed quickly, the vision through Anubis confirmed the dungeon's hidden truth concealed in shadow. Emerging from darkness, revelation struck. Two hellhounds prowled together, doubling destruction and overwhelming even fortified defenses. Fear gripped his chest as the chilling growl echoed. Two monstrous hellhounds emerged from the shadows, their fiery gazes locking on terrified adventurers preparing their defenses. Confusion struck deeper than fear, realizing these beasts were no ordinary threat but twisted anomalies of darkness. Unleashing power through his trembling body, he braced against the overwhelming surge, shadows bursting with violent purple energy. The explosion erupted outward, shaking the battlefield, engulfing comrades. The shield-bearer strained against blazing force, purple flames clashing violently. Panic surged as he realized their defense was faltering. Only one shield against relentless twin hellhound assaults. Splitting apart felt inevitable, their formation breaking, trust wavering as survival instincts warred against fragile Unity's bonds. His fury erupted, recalling misplaced faith. The shield wasted while his partner vanished, leaving him exposed, stealing his resolve. The warrior demanded cooperation, forcing strategy forward, his shield the key to survival. Doubt clouded his mind, realizing threats surrounded them, each second dragging survival closer to inevitable collapse. The warrior's sharp gaze caught movement, his instincts screaming danger as purple energy gathered behind his comrade. Horror struck when the warning erupted. A devastating blast surged forward, flames consuming the battlefield. Obliterating stone screams echoed as the shield shattered, leaving one survivor standing firm, forced to face destruction alone. He cried out desperately, terror rising as purple flames engulfed his comrade, spreading uncontrollably across flesh. The scorching blaze consumed the battlefield, leaving ash and screams. Horror struck his face as burning agony spread, skin seared, armor failing. A system message appeared coldly, mocking his suffering, reminding him resistance only prolonged inevitable, excruciating downfall. Comrades shouted commands, urging focus, demanding he extinguish flames and prepare weapons before enemies overwhelmed completely. The cursed flames clung stubbornly to discarded armor, flickering unnaturally. He growled in frustration, realizing the true danger wasn't heat but the unrelenting corruption within purple fire. From the darkness, glowing eyes emerged, a monstrous hellhound snarling. Its chilling howl pierced the battlefield, echoing dread. Multiple hellhounds advanced swiftly, claws striking frozen ground. Fear tightened his chest as reality sank in. Their situation worsening, the odds stacked impossibly against survival. Growls echoed from the advancing beasts, glowing maws snapping open. A deadly orb surged forward, searing ground black. He shouted desperately, realizing enemies multiplied, chaotic threats converging, survival requiring far more than shields or courage. His shield clashed violently with savage force, sparks erupting. Desperation cracked his voice, demanding answers, fear rising as his partner moved away without explanation. Confusion turned to shock as blades of light carved the battlefield. The warrior stood calm, recalling memories, recognizing the monstrous forms from dungeons fought long ago with comrades. Visions returned vividly, fire and steel clashing, hellhounds unleashed by the dreaded Cerberus, dungeon's merciless boss monster. The colossal beast loomed in memory, a towering nightmare. Memories surfaced of betrayal, his face hardened, knowing trust was meaningless within merciless, dungeon-born struggle. He gazed upon the towering fissure, hellhounds crawling endlessly, despair threatening yet conviction forging within. Determination burned in his eyes, vowing silently to conquer impossible odds. The oath resounded, vengeance swelling, one man against destiny, carving fate beneath blood-red letters proclaiming his resolve. Morning light struck distant buildings, a stark reminder the world still turned. The leader's eyes narrowed dangerously, shock mixing with suspicion upon hearing the impossible Woojin Kim still lived. The assistant confirmed nervously, clutching the letter tightly, explaining the unexpected message carried Woojin's unmistakable handwriting. Silence filled the office, tension heavy, as truth blurred between survival, lies. The letter claimed desperate circumstances. His eyes gleamed coldly, masking intent, calculating possibilities. A sinister smile spread across his face, mocking Woojin's return. Amused at fate's twisted persistence, he laughed harshly, declaring Woojin's survival inevitable, resilient enough to endure even drowning in endless ocean. Issuing commands calmly, he ordered silence, ensuring Woojin's letter remained secret until further schemes unfolded. The assistant voiced concern, doubting the story. With cruel certainty, he tore the letter apart, revealing his intent. Woojin was nothing but expendable. His grin widened, delighting in fortune, Woojin's survival turning schemes advantageous, every piece aligning unexpectedly well. Dark intentions whispered within. Elsewhere, monstrous roars shattered silence, purple flames illuminating terror as the battlefield quaked beneath relentless hellhound fury. A warrior staggered, shocked at impossible strength, disbelief clouding his mind, convinced death awaited without protection. Yet power surged forward defiantly, his unarmored figure advancing unyielding, proof the game itself was changing. Purple energy surged violently, yet he moved gracefully, evading every strike with impossible foresight and precision. Observers realized his uncanny advantage anticipating attacks before execution, reading monstrous patterns no human should understand. Confusion deepened further, this battle supposedly his first encounter with hellhounds, yet mastery already undeniable. Dread gnawed at onlookers, questioning reality itself was survival merely luck, or something far more unnatural. Calmly tightening his grip, he faced remaining beast alone, conviction burning brighter than ever before. The battlefield trembled as cursed flames consumed weapons. Realization struck hard. Ordinary arms were meaningless, every forged blade melting swiftly against the unnatural demonic fire. He smirked calmly, brushing aside despair, certain his preparation would decide this battle's outcome. Blue light erupted violently, countless spears manifesting, piercing the ground. A system notification confirmed mastery and advanced weapon conjuration skill, meticulously prepared for this deadly confrontation ahead. The beast's presence consumed the air from above. The lone warrior observed the battlefield, disinterested yet precise in judging the threat. Lifting her staff, she stepped forward without hesitation, preparing to end the chaos permanently. A voice broke through, urgent, pleading as panic overtook the defenders who charged recklessly. Caught off guard, the warrior twisted mid-attack, sensing danger surging toward her exposed side. The warrior paused, eyeing her ally, puzzled by his sudden resolve to fight alone. He stood firm, fists clenched, pride burning as bright as the bruises on his body. With fire in his veins, he claimed the final strike, daring fate to watch him. She studied his determination, then stepped aside, granting him a chance he hadn't earned yet. He charged with a roar, shield raised high, deflecting a blow heavier than he'd expected. His grip tightened around the blade, heat flaring as power surged through trembling, calloused fingers. When guilt whispered he was a burden, shame burned fiercer than the fire around him. He remembered the silent tears behind closed doors, the quiet suffering he once ignored. A memory flashed, a girl waiting alone, heavy bag in hand. Clenched his jaw, eyes hardened. There were people behind him who couldn't fall again. He remembered the warmth of her hug. She had cried out, not in fear, but in hope, demanding strength from herself. He carried that memory like armor, her voice echoing louder than the clash of steel. Far away beneath sunlight and jungle canopy, facing a line of beasts, the scout raised his hand, the signal to strike. The base loomed silent behind him as he approached. He placed his weapon down with finality, offering more than steel, a personal sacrifice. The woman watched him coldly, arms crossed, unmoved by symbolic gestures or vague intentions. Her gaze narrowed, confusion twisting into suspicion. "What's this supposed to mean?" she asked. Bullets roared behind her, warnings turned to war in seconds. Spent bullet casings clinked beneath his boots. Blood pooled beside the fallen native, an unspoken price for clearing territory near gates. Inside, a man smiled thinly, fingers grazing open a briefcase filled with clean money, praising the ease of business when bodies vanished without questions asked. But another slammed the case shut. Voice cold, the deal's weight heavier than gold. He narrowed his eyes, insulted by the bribe. This wasn't about a petty payout. Outside, the flag flapped beneath blue skies, a symbol worth more than any coin. The man reminded them the deal demanded power, not paper. That was the agreement made. His smirk returned, thin and rehearsed. Supply issues had plagued them longer than expected. He explained the truth: dungeons nearby were sealed, their contents unreachable even with black market cash. The enforcer stepped forward, voice calm but firm here. The leader's word replaced law entirely. Merchant jolted upright, startled, as muscle met menace and negotiations turned to threats. The woman growled, her grip iron. No outsider talked down to Thunderbird's warriors. She promised pain, vivid and raw, should another excuse dare pass his trembling lips. Fear soaking his words. Finally understanding this was no ordinary trade deal. The merchant pleaded, desperation thick in his voice, hoping money could still shield his skin. But in her eyes, she saw nothing, only the shape of a clenched fist. Lightning surged violently, punishment striking before excuses could finish. He collapsed, smoke rising from his chest. From the shadows, another observed. Shakira flinched as a voice echoed from the doorway, laced with quiet but sharp authority. The command came swift. Don't waste time bargaining with insects who survive only by chance. Golden energy crackled in one hand, an item gleaming with unmistakable dangerous value. A thin card slid across the table, radiant letters confirming its origin. Thunderbird's leader stepped forward calmly, lightning humming beneath skin. Dominance spoken without lifting a single weapon. Winds howled across jagged cliffs, silence shattered by a tremor deep beneath. Black mist surged upward, revealing a monstrous form dripping with corruption. Without hesitation, the shadow lunged from the cliffside. A golden aura responded instantly, blessing of the river Styx igniting against. No tear slid down as the spear wielder roared forward, charging straight toward certain death, fingers pressed into the sand. A deep gasp escaped, chest heaving, as awareness returned through pain. One stance held steady ahead, casting no shadow but offering presence sharper than steel. The name spoken rang true, anchoring fading focus, urging composure through heavy, stuttering breaths. A glance swept the horizon. One beast remained. Eyes widened in disbelief. Breath-catching ash scattered where darkness once stood. Motionless feet proving restraint, but credit lost regardless. Brows furrowed, jaw clenched, pride bruised by misunderstanding, though truth rested plainly in scorched earth. Fingers tapped lightly, releasing a faint spark. The suited man leaned back, his confidence unwavering, acknowledging the unexpected challenge placed before him. Woojin remained silent, his sharp gaze unwavering, concealing the storm of thoughts raging within him. The man's expression darkened, suspicion tightening, recalling rumors of Woojin's supposed death and unexpected return. Woojin stood firm, calm yet calculating, reminding him that betrayal begins among friends before reaching enemies. The older man leaned forward, smirking faintly, acknowledging the uncomfortable truth in Woojin's statement. His sharp eyes narrowed with authority, reminding Woojin that consequences always follow reckless deception attempts. A surge of dark energy erupted violently, twisting the air, threatening to crush everything nearby. Shadows swirled, surrounding Woojin, pressing down with immense force, warning him never to betray again. Woojin exhaled calmly, masking unease, his lips forming agreement, acknowledging the threat while hiding deeper intentions. The man's voice grew colder, insisting on an additional task before their meeting concluded. He slid a newspaper across the table, tapping it sharply, emphasizing the highlighted names shown. Johann Gorg's face appeared, identified as troublesome, a persistent irritation causing unnecessary complications and attention. His fingers tapped again, the annoyance evident, explaining how rumors and rivalry only fueled distractions. Leaning forward, his tone hardened, demanding Isaac's reputation surpass Johann's, urging Woojin to ensure compliance. He paused, acknowledging the real goal, making Isaac the center of unmatched public attention. Woojin accepted calmly, but his eyes hinted strategy. Something deeper stirred behind his composed expression. He requested access to the Lightning King, a necessary step to fuel Isaac's dramatic ascent. The name raised eyebrows, tension rising, but Woojin remained firm, withholding his full intentions. In his mind, he recalled the skill of forbidden power Isaac desperately longed to obtain. The wooden dummy shattered across the sand as her strike landed with precise. She exhaled deeply, steadying her breath, reflecting on the conversation that weighed on her mind. The master's voice questioned the offer. Isaac had asked for Aegis' shield instead. She bowed her head, admitting it was her decision to compensate by offering the item. Yet confusion lingered, despite logic. Something about Isaac's request stirred unease. She couldn't clearly explain. Her eyes widened in alarm. Panic surfaced. How could anyone outside the temple know about the sealed Solomon's ring? She swore innocence, voice trembling, insisting no betrayal had ever come from her hands. The master remained composed, acknowledging the leak while silently sensing deeper betrayal within their ranks. Bowing low, the disciple vowed revenge. But the master quietly refused, choosing patience over retaliation. The masked disciple stammered in shock, unsettled by the master's calm decision to wait. The master drew her sword gently, power humming faintly, contemplating Isaac's rapidly increasing influence and threat. She turned away, resolute, predicting the moment of confrontation was approaching faster than expected. The disciple's eyes widened further, realizing the master expected to face Isaac personally soon. Her sword vibrated softly in its sheath. Though willing to wait, her mind lingered on vengeance. Confronting Isaac herself was inevitable. Blades buried in the sand marked her discipline, sharpened by years of tireless preparation and solitude. Elsewhere, hidden eyes observed a distant compound. Inside, a woman studied the restrained figure, disturbed by its eerie, death-like aura. She questioned aloud, uncertain was it truly alive, or something worse, a walking corpse. The man smirked, likening his current existence more to a ghost than the living. His words implied secrecy. Staying dead to the world served his hidden objectives far better. She scoffed, mocking him, suspecting his covert actions were linked to Isaac's sudden prominence. He casually dismissed the accusation, inviting her to interpret events however she pleased, without resistance. Her grin widened wickedly, threatening him to the world. He's already dead, expendable if necessary. With a flick, he ended the standoff, steering the conversation back toward his real goal. Calmly seated, he stated his intent: no threats, just purpose and a clear deal. She narrowed her eye, annoyed by his tone, but bound to obey higher orders. Grudgingly, she listened, as he brought up the Lightning King and his strict bartering. Leaning forward, he proposed confidently if needed. A person could be part of the trade. Her eye twitched in disbelief. His arrogance wasn't bluff. He meant every word precisely. Calm and calculating, he speculated what price Isaac might fetch if sold to another guild. She snarled. Realizing he wasn't sent to help Isaac, he came to leverage him. Fury exploded as she launched forward, boots sparking, restraint discarded in favor of raw violence. But he smiled slightly, amused. Provoking her was part of the plan all along. A spectral crackled to life behind him, radiating controlled lightning. The woman froze, stunned by the presence. This wasn't just negotiation anymore. Calmly, he turned and joked, weighing Isaac's value as if bargaining at a market. He smiled faintly, casually pointing out Isaac's worth would drop if damaged during their quarrel. The room fell silent again, tension unresolved, both sides re-evaluating the cost of further escalation. Lightning danced across his body as he grinned, intrigued by the dangerous deal unfolding before him. Darkness blanketed the forest. Sparks drifted upward as two weary sat close. Won leaned forward cautiously, his eyes questioning, unsettled by the weight of unspoken plans. The other's gaze remained steady, concealing hesitation, recalling the dangers they barely survived together. The memory of the near-fatal dungeon lingered, pressing them both toward difficult choices ahead. Taller man's smirk deepened, challenging the other's fear masked as rational concern for survival. Flames flickered wildly as tension snapped. The younger man burst into anger, voice echoing through trees. He questioned the wisdom of attacking a dungeon so soon after near-fatal wounds. The older man leaned forward, expression sharp, sensing a reaction he knew how to control. Suddenly, both stilled. A rustle broke the air. Someone was nearby. Hidden and watching feet shifted cautiously across the clearing. Eyes narrowed instantly. Instincts flaring, something unexpected was about. A newcomer stepped into view. Posture relaxed, but words deliberate, disrupting the uncertain atmosphere. Brows lifted slightly at the unfamiliar presence, now lit by the orange hue of flame. Introducing herself as Michelle, she explained her connection to tomorrow's raid and affiliation with Messiah Guild. Michelle bowed respectfully, her voice full of admiration and intent to make a proper introduction. The atmosphere shifted. Suspicion crept in, questioning her sudden appearance ahead of a dangerous raid. A gloved hand trembled as a past scene replayed, arms sheltering, silently observing the unfolding moment from behind distant cover. A shadowed presence loomed nearby, unnoticed. The raid team gathered at dawn, each member braced for what? Confidence surged as someone stepped forward, chest puffed, clearly pleased by recent attention and praise. With a sly grin, he offered an autograph, assuming admiration where caution should have lived. The response came quickly, words dipped in sarcasm, not quite the flattery he expected. Still grinning, he raised his hand dramatically, teasing about where the signature should be placed. Michelle leaned in eagerly, extending a notebook toward Isaac, with trembling hands and hopeful eyes. The campfire crackled softly as attention shifted. Isaac's fingers hesitated before gripping the offered pen. He stared briefly at the paper, internal tension masked by a calm. Morning light broke over the treetops, a portal shimmered. Members of Messiah Guild emerged in formation, eyes sharp, prepared to face what waited inside. Thunderbird Guild arrived in silence, expressions unreadable, their presence marking tension beneath the raid's surface. Eyebrows furrowed as suspicion formed, whispers exchanged behind stiff postures, hands clenched beneath folded arms, fingers curled tighter. A secret slipping out Isaac's strings weren't pulled by who everyone believed. Confirmation came in low voice. The real mastermind behind him was none other than Kim Woo-jin. Shadows shifted inside the dimly lit room, quiet agreement passing among those who understood the implication. Tension snapped as disbelief erupted, accusations flew across the table, voices rising with restrained fury. An offer was placed: cooperation, in exchange for clearing access block dungeons under system limits. Woo-jin remained still, analyzing each word, reading intentions buried beneath carefully constructed diplomacy. The deal came with strings: entry to sealed dungeons would require agreed-upon conditions. Fingers twitched under the table as Woo-jin guessed what they truly wanted hidden behind polite words. A fist tightened with amusement as laughter escaped, pleased by the accurate guess just made. The offer was dismissed bluntly: no deals without force, no interest without greater value. Woo-jin's name had caught attention briefly, but the excitement faded once the threat was gone. A smirk curled. The mention of betrayal proved more entertaining than its actual consequences. A leaned forward, blade ready, suggesting they eliminate the now useless piece without delay. Attention shifted as a new dungeon was mentioned: a Cyclops threat hidden deep in Amazon. The speaker revealed knowledge of an upcoming raid team forming, plans already spreading through hidden channels. A pause hung in the air before an offer followed: Isaac would handle the raid. Laughter broke the tension. The suggestion felt absurd given Isaac's current skill and experience level. The response came: sharp disbelief that someone recently advanced could face an A-rank dungeon directly. Laughter exploded from across the room, mocking the bold claim with theatrical disbelief and sarcasm. Eyes sharpened, recognizing determination not often seen at that rank. Terms were set conditionally: success in the dungeon would reopen the conversation from equal footing. Questions about Isaac's value arose quickly, concern flickering beneath the growing sense of risk. The reply came cold: if confidence mattered. Woo-jin held more worth than Isaac ever did. The proposal was clear: join the operation, but not without proving loyalty and strength first. Silence lingered as thoughts raced, weighing risk, pride, and opportunity beneath a calm expression. Caution wrapped the offer: trust wouldn't come free. A trial would determine true value. A contract was placed down, glowing faintly with its own sinister, soul-binding magic, eyes locked with certainty without hesitation. One day, since entering the dungeon, the party faced silence broken only by heavy footsteps. A towering Cyclops descended the cliff, dust scattering. Adventurers scrambled forward, weapons raised, but the giant's swing shattered earth, forcing them to retreat. A skeletal observed the clash, its glowing eyes tracking every desperate movement with curiosity. Among chaos, fear spread quickly as betrayal lingered, threatening to unravel fragile trust within the group. Tension grew as one warrior questioned strategy, his clenched fist trembling against mounting fear and uncertainty. Another admitted indifference, unwilling to intervene, deciding instead to leave responsibility to stronger hands. Overhead, a massive boulder hurtled down. Dust erupted violently as the rock crashed, shaking the battlefield, forcing everyone into desperate motion. A sudden surge of power ignited within another warrior, his body glowing fiercely with resolve. Energy exploded as an armored body was hurled downwards, striking the ground with devastating force. A violent impact shattered the surface. Dust clouds surged upward, obscuring vision, forcing others. Through swirling debris, heavy footsteps thundered closer. A skeletal watcher widened glowing eyes. Heated arguments spread, tension climbing as strategy clashed with fear of punishment from powerful leaders. Skeletal presence remained firm, silent yet unsettling, intensifying the unease surrounding the divided group's decisions. Concerns rose louder, highlighting fragile alliances and the dangerous consequences of poorly chosen words. Lone armored warriors stepped forward, warning sternly about reckless choices and underestimated tempers among allies. Another voice countered firmly, suggesting revealing alliances might actually secure survival against greater threats looming. A composed leader smiled faintly, masking deeper schemes beneath calm eyes and carefully measured words. Doubts emerged whether revealing alliances would brand them traitors or cunning survivors among dangerous factions. Darkness enveloped a vast chamber. Energy surged violently, blades of light striking outward, cutting through walls. Survivors braced under relentless assault, one warrior's face hardening with fury, demanding control of chaos. Orders echoed sharply as fighters coordinated, desperately holding ground against the dungeon's unrelenting onslaught. Shadows shifted. One robed ally confirmed their side suffered identical pressure. Barriers barely containing enemies. Another voice demanded progress, urgency mounting as the ritual's completion became their only lifeline forward. Focused concentration deepened, hands glowing. Golden light erupted violently, enveloping surroundings. Crimson creatures surged forward, snarling with fury, their eyes locked onto the ritual's vulnerable caster. Protective warriors leapt into position, intercepting the charge. Concentration remained unbroken, golden radiance pulsing brighter. Energy swelled uncontrollably, sparks raining down. A cataclysmic eruption followed, searing flames bursting outward. A glowing barrier flickered, blocking fiery destruction just in time. Relief spread briefly, though scars remained, as armored leadership analyzed the relentless blood goblin assault. Complaints echoed loudly, voices straining under pressure, acknowledging the dungeon's staggering and unnatural difficulty. Strategic orders followed, explaining monsters would respawn endlessly until reaching the labyrinth's central main hall. Determined, the group prepared to advance, choosing the widest passage to minimize ambush and delay. Fallen enemies littered the corridor, yet concerns lingered about narrow paths becoming deadly traps. Strategic discussion stressed choosing open ground to establish camp and maintain reliable escape options. Sudden impacts split the floor, tension spiking as instincts warned of danger approaching swiftly. Eyes widening in fear as danger loomed directly from behind. A crimson monster lunged forward, claws extended, eyes narrowed cautiously, confusion sparking. Standing unharmed, the caster steadied breath. Allies called out, relieved, confirming survival as tense silence replaced the chaos of combat. Suspicion grew when an unfamiliar presence emerged, commanding attention with unsettling authority and sharp words. Questions arose about mercy shown, accusations cast over hesitation to finish enemies without hesitation. Shock spread as the order was given, words striking heavy with a chilling finality. Blades pierced swiftly, eliminating wounded foes, leaving no chance for deception or recovery. Crimson pooled beneath fallen bodies, though an enemy twitched suddenly, revealing survivors who had feigned death to strike again. Rage burned as realization hit. Ambushers had disguised weakness, waiting to slaughter the careless. Countless enemies flooded the corridor, their overwhelming numbers pressing heavily against the struggling defenders. Eyes narrowed sharply, calculating the rising threat as tactical options dwindled under constant assault. Recognition came quickly. Blood goblins, advanced and cunning. A massive projectile struck the ground, scattering dust. Fear carved deep into one survivor's face. Jaw clenched tightly. Silence lingered as tension thickened, sweat dripping from clenched jaws. A calm spoke coldly, dismissing earlier expectations after witnessing the group's faltering performance. With a faint smile, he declared disappointment, condemning their weakness as a critical mistake. The guild members gathered uneasily, sensing tension as alliances crumbled before any battle began. A smile spread across the leader's face, concealing resentment beneath his confident outward appearance. His voice grew cold, warning others with sharpened words that unsettled the armored warrior nearby. The warrior's companion rushed forward, alarmed, sensing danger erupting within the strained group's atmosphere. The leader lectured calmly, emphasizing responsibility, manipulating emotions to maintain control over fearful comrades. The warrior fell bleeding, his strength fading as the enemy's strike ended his resistance swiftly. The leader coldly reflected, criticizing the guild's ignorance and lack of preparation for such threats. His sharp words pierced deeper than blades, questioning why proper measures were ignored from beginning. Observing their failures, he compared actions against rumors, mocking the guild's inflated reputation for leadership. Though admitting imperfections, he confessed disappointment, realizing his hopes for true comradeship were entirely misplaced. A wounded body collapsed, trembling weakly as accusations echoed. about neglecting responsibility for survival. Another presence intervened calmly, recognizing the criticism, but urging cooperation to focus on the dungeon. The group gathered cautiously, understanding unity was essential, despite sharp tension still hanging between them. Gratitude was expressed, yet questions arose regarding hidden intentions behind the unexpected arrival and support. Suspicion deepened, wondering if the purpose was aid or insult, leaving trust fragile and uncertain. A troubling issue emerged, disrupting plans as the atmosphere shifted with sudden concern and hesitation. The tanker struggled, leg injured, forcing the group to acknowledge weakened strength within their formation. A loud greeting broke the tension, though unease lingered behind the forced cheerful appearance. Questions arose about the wound's cause, suspicion pressing heavily against the vague explanation offered. Assistance was offered, urging rest and examination, yet underlying doubts about sincerity remained unspoken. Relief spread through him as rest was granted, though his injury's weight gnawed silently inside. He forced reassurance outward, masking discomfort. Doubts gnawed internally, pride eroding beneath expectations, realizing fragile leadership, masked his crumbling strength. Observations highlighted honesty among allies, contrasting sharply with deceit remembered from leaders of the past. Mockery followed, ridiculing failed guidance, questioning responsibility and leadership amidst weakness exposed before the group. Criticism erupted, demanding reflection on one's weakness before daring to judge or accuse others carelessly. Silence lingered momentarily, suspicion rising as restraint was mistaken for arrogance, deepening conflict among companions. Frustration mounted, accusations of superiority hurled, questioning loyalty and echoing past failures with biting words. Calmly, responsibility shifted, claiming the misstep belonged to a comrade, distancing personal blame with composure. Sarcasm followed quickly, bitterness clear as forced agreement, veiled frustration boiling beneath a smiling mask. The injured fighter admitted fault, blaming reckless disobedience to orders that worsened his wounded condition. Laughter followed his explanation, mocking vulnerability, ridiculing weakness with arrogance that deepened divisions among uneasy allies. Suspicion rose, accusations claiming the visitor sought help, exploiting strength he seemingly lacked alone. Authority was asserted confidently, offering leadership, promising safety if others submitted beneath his command. Anger flared instantly, hostility rising, thoughts boiling at arrogance displayed, patience fraying under constant provocation. Sparks burst violently as weapons clashed, anger surged, and defiance followed, a warrior declaring he would no longer tolerate sharp insults. He stepped closer, rage boiling, demanding retribution, challenging authority with reckless determination and burning pride. Far away, news spread quickly, reporting dungeon attempts, glorifying leaders while quietly sowing seeds of doubt. Hidden away, observation remained calm and calculating. Eyes narrowed, expression tense, revealing nervous energy beneath a composed surface, difficult to conceal fully. A sharp gaze followed, suspicion brewing, mocking laughter echoed, exploiting uncertainty, pointing out weaknesses revealed during absence of greater authority. Taunts continued, prying deeper, pressing fears and doubts, forcing insecurities closer toward the surface. Frustration broke through, irritation evident, as restraint snapped and harsh words silenced the persistent provocation. A cold glare pierced through. Authority challenged instantly. Warning followed, hierarchy invoked, emphasizing absence of their master yet demanding respect for designated authority. Shadows deepened as regulations were declared. Consequences promised for defiance, strict discipline hanging ominously nearby. Determination flared, refusal clear as resistance rose against rules, provoking further tension within the hall. Defiance burned brightly, challenge spoken openly, daring authority to enforce threats as conflict loomed dangerously close. Flames of tension burned in the room, silence collapsing. Authority cut through with force, demanding order, reminding them of duty that outweighed personal conflict. Words followed, emphasizing loyalty, everything dedicated solely toward the absent master's cause and enduring command. Yet beneath devotion, darker intent surfaced, voices uniting toward assassination plans, hidden beneath hollow reverence. Confirmation arrived, rumors dispelled as betrayal revealed itself openly, truth acknowledged without hesitation or denial. Intelligence arrived swiftly, reporting Isaac's presence confirmed within the dungeon deep in the Amazon. Questions arose about companions, yet uncertainty clouded identities, their loyalty unrecognized among known guild members. Distrust lingered, emphasizing importance of absolute reliability, rejecting unknowns from participating in critical assassination plans. Confidence surged, determination declared boldly, vowing to personally eliminate Isaac without error or hesitation. Assurance strengthened, strategy refined, as hidden ambitions merged with cold resolve to ensure Isaac's downfall. The bait within the dungeon had volunteered willingly, their fate sealed without hesitation or mercy. Cold remarks dismissed them as tools, their sacrifice insignificant if it achieved Isaac's downfall. Resolve hardened further, cruelty justified by ambition. Eliminating obstacles mattered more than compassion or loyalty. He invoked darker power, emissary of underworld, plotting to monopolize divine favor through manipulation. Silence filled the chamber, heavy with schemes. Discussion shifted toward execution, the conspirators confirming the chosen site for their deadly plan. A device glowed brightly, projecting coordinates that revealed the precise location for the ambush. The portal shimmered, showing endless sands. Their decision finalized. The chosen battlefield was the perilous 6th-floor Sphinx dungeon. The wounded warrior leaned against the wall, remembering the days he once stood proudly. His strength faded, body trembling as he collapsed, shadows stretching beneath his weakened frame. The loomed closer, chains rattling faintly, their chilling gaze demanding the promised agreement's fulfillment. A crimson title flared violently, signaling the arrival of destiny. Time blurred as warriors clashed endlessly, yet his resolve remained, unyielding despite countless hopeless struggles. The warrior shouted his command, surging forward with determination, refusing surrender despite overwhelming odds. Allies responded swiftly, magic flaring as supportive firepower ignited. Blue light erupted beneath his feet. The skill provoked the monstrous enemy, forcing its attention entirely onto him, drawing dangerous focus. With red eyes blazing, the beast snarled furiously. Shadows fell as debris rained down. The armored fighter braced himself, sliding backward. The monstrous opponent crashed forward, smashing stone beneath its weight. Kyle stumbled aside, dust clouds swirling violently, his body straining against the monster's overwhelming power, struggling to regain balance. He cursed his unstable landing. Warriors dashed across the battlefield, weapons drawn. Sparks erupted when blades struck, powerful energy clashing against hardened flesh. The monster roared painfully, its crimson eyes glowing. One fighter descended fiercely, blade crackling with energy. Allies unleashed fiery magic from behind, combining strength. The beast's body blazed with raging fire. Fear gripped the warrior's heart, sweat sliding down his face. Regret filled his thoughts, his arrogance blinded him, believing victory possible against such overwhelming strength. From afar, the purple-haired observer watched silently. A sudden call erupted, Jordan summoning another fighter, his masked presence rushing swiftly into the fray. The warrior's eyes hardened, determination burning within despite. A massive shadow loomed overhead. Pain surged violently through his body as his leg twisted. Desperation filled his mind, realizing escape was impossible. Instinct demanded one final desperate defensive attempt. Gripping his weapon tightly, he roared, prepared to sacrifice everything by blocking with his body. A furious scream tore through the battlefield, desperation echoing amidst the clash of steel. A comrade's eyes widened in shock. The beast's massive form clashed relentlessly, every blow reverberating like thunder throughout the hall. Fear and urgency blending as allies sought his presence desperately. Confusion filled the warrior's gaze, uncertain of what just transpired within. The warrior stiffened as a sudden presence approached. A masked appeared, voice calm, claiming the moment had nearly frightened him to death. Dust swirled violently, while another fighter dashed forward against the beast's charge. Carried unwillingly, the warrior shouted protests, demanding release as frustration mixed with growing desperation inside. The hooded ally smirked faintly, mocking her. The warrior shouted angrily, veins bulging, his voice echoing through the battlefield with raw fury. Allies rushed closer, concern in their eyes, asking urgently if Jordan's condition was still stable. Jordan forced a weak smile, admitting his fortune despite injuries, his body remained mostly intact. A comrade turned away, steps purposeful, ignoring protests as tension grew. Within the struggling group, calmly, the masked ally declared responsibility, stepping forward to assume the fallen tanker's role. The monstrous beast surged forward, shaking the hall as blades and magic clashed against chaos. Concern rose: how could a fragile damage dealer survive amidst such overwhelming destructive force and fury? Calm yet sharp, the masked ally challenged doubts, demanding alternatives if anyone had better. Jordan attempted retreat, insisting he'd endure despite his injured leg making survival nearly impossible. Stern words cut through, reminding him of responsibility, his safety tied to protecting fellow guild members. Dust exploded as the ground cracked, emphasizing that a tanker's duty surpassed mere damage absorption. True responsibility meant buying precious seconds, allowing allies the opportunity to strike without hesitation. A distant building loomed under neon lights, marking the start of another critical encounter. Inside, laughter erupted, mocking the shabby newcomer as unworthy of stepping into such grandeur. Arrogant jeers spread, cruel words ridiculing poverty, questioning his presence among the wealthy establishment. Dragon hunter Franfeoes Cheru smirked confidently, mocking insults, questioning who dared call him shabby. Francois leaned back confidently, his smirk betraying arrogance as he toyed with the cup casually. The bald man glared, suspicion clear, demanding to know Francois's hidden motives for arriving today. Francois dismissed concern with bravado, claiming important matters required his attention within these walls. The tension thickened as the bald man scowled, fists clenched, feeling his patience fraying dangerously. Francois lowered his cup deliberately, signaling seriousness, preparing to reveal the true purpose behind everything. The older man reflected solemnly, questioning if the once hopeful words still carried meaning. He admitted quietly on the day Mr. Lee died, he resolved a decisive course. The bald man's eyes widened sharply, Francois's stare hardened. Uncertainty flashing nearby, an observer typed steadily, the sound echoing faintly. The bald man straightened proudly, insisting his life's purpose was committing to others' happiness. Francois studied him closely, thoughts twisting, questioning the strange mix of arrogance and desperation shown. The man's hand trembled slightly, emphasizing his point, determined to prove his unwavering conviction. He declared coldly that debts must be paid, favors returned, and revenge eventually satisfied. Darkness shifted violently. A beast shrieked as crimson pierced its body. The bald man's shock deepened, disbelief flooding him as the fighter effortlessly dodged attacks. The agile warrior twisted midair, narrowly evading claws. Observers realized he predicted the monster's strikes, dodging as though reading its mind completely. Still, endless evasion meant nothing. Survival alone wouldn't bring victory against such overwhelming force. The bald man shouted furiously, demanding answers as reckless action threatened to disrupt everything. The beast lunged forward ferociously, forcing the fighter into a dangerous retreat across the arena. Observers shouted warnings, panic rising as the monster's massive bulk threatened to corner its prey. The fighter dashed swiftly, only to realize the chosen path led directly into danger ahead. A blocked route left no escape. Onlookers gasped in horror, their faces pale. The warrior steadied his breath, eyes burning with focus. The beast's power crashed violently, dust and rubble scattering, shaking the battlefield with destructive force. Observers recognized his resolve. Despite flaws, he wasn't someone destined to simply die meaninglessly here. Suddenly, eyes widened in disbelief, as skeletal soldiers began stirring, unnaturally, rising with eerie coordination. The battlefield shifted instantly, skeletal warriors lunging fearlessly. The ground trembled violently, stones shattering as purple energy surged, signaling something terrifying emerging beneath. The beast roared furiously, debris scattering, calm yet ruthless. The warrior advanced, taunting his immobilized foe with cold, calculated dominance. The earth cracked violently, shockwaves spreading outward. Its eyes glowed blood-red, glaring down at the warrior who raised. The beast's eye flared crimson, blood sprayed violently, as steel pierced flesh. Poison coursed swiftly through the Minotaurus's veins, crippling its strength. Still, the towering beast roared, straining against the poison. The warrior assessed calmly, realizing the creature retained strength but not enough. The warrior studied the enraged beast, noting intelligence that prevented repeating the earlier trap successfully. A sudden explosion echoed, drawing the Minotaurus's focus entirely forward, blinded by its furious rage. Smirking slightly, the warrior understood the timing was perfect to predict and manipulate the monster. As expected, the beast gathered strength, leaping high, aiming one decisive blow to crush everything. The warrior's sharp eyes gleamed coldly, confirming his prediction and preparing for the fatal counter. Minotaurus roared savagely, its glowing eyes burning with rage. Skeletal warriors charged fearlessly, clashing against the beast's brute strength. The monster retaliated fiercely, golden energy erupting from its hands. Sparks of magic illuminated the chamber. The Minotaurus bellowed violently, golden flames surging across its body. Warrior's lips curled faintly, as he invoked a hidden skill, unleashing devastating force through fallen remains, engulfing the Minotaurus in violent destruction. Flames erupted violently, the beast howling in agony. Observers stared in disbelief, shocked by the overwhelming display. The Minotaurus staggered, body scorched and weakened. A skeletal warrior lunged forward, its blade glowing blue. Another skeleton followed, synchronized movements tearing through the Minotaurus's defenses with merciless. The warrior stood firm, orchestrating the assault calmly. Blood sprayed crimson as the beast roared in agony. The battlefield erupted with energy, skeletal warriors overwhelming the monster. She confronted him directly, demanding answers he had avoided since the mission's early phase. He chuckled lightly, dodging the question with charm that only deepened her growing mistrust. Her narrowed eyes tracked his every move. The request still lingered between them unfulfilled, unspoken echoing louder in the silence than before. He finally acknowledged it. Confirming the name Blumens, though clearly withholding more than he shared, he mocked the delay. Feigning innocence, though, clearly aware of Balmung's increasing importance. Her thoughts spiraled. Balmung's name wasn't familiar, yet it echoed with concealed power and danger. Realizing multiple factions sought the sword, she felt the mission had already spiraled beyond control. His patience snapped. He couldn't endure another cryptic excuse wrapped in sarcasm. Fuming, he turned away, energy flaring around him. His eyes narrowed, rage simmering beneath calm words. Tension escalated. He refused to let mockery undermine the severity of their mission's shifting stakes. He tilted his head slightly, still dismissive, questioning their willingness to kill essential leverage. The threat backfired. His smirk widened. With Isaac's capture on the line, they knew eliminating him wasn't an option yet. His fury boiled over, declaring he'd replace the weak and fight in their place. A sharp voice cut through the room, halting the argument before it escalated further. She stepped forward, cold and composed, acknowledging John as their only viable bait for Isaac. He clenched his jaw, forced to admit the truth he refused to say aloud. She smirked, dismissive yet focused. John's role was cruel, but necessary for their plan. The portal shimmered open in silence, revealing the entrance to the Forest of Giants. They stepped through cautiously, boots pressing into soil charged with faint echoes of ancient energy. The full group emerged, eyes adjusting quickly, aware they weren't alone in this place. She scanned the area, noting their presence had already drawn attention. One approached, impressed by their swift arrival, confirming her reputation hadn't faded among dungeon circles. The woman's question sliced through the silence, her instincts catching whispers of hidden motives nearby. A warrior laughed dismissively, masking intention behind humor, but his words hinted at lingering distrust. She didn't flinch, responding with composed precision, confirming her awareness of the prior agreement. His smirk widened, satisfaction gleaming behind narrowed eyes, content that leverage remained in their hands. Tension hung between the groups, silent acknowledgement exchanged. Trust was temporary. Jordan stood silently, trying to control the weight of doubt pressing into his thoughts. A teammate reached out, sensing his unease, checking if the previous fight had shaken him. He forced a grin, brushing off concern with shaky laughter to appear unbothered and strong. Another companion offered encouragement, urging him not to carry past failures into today's mission. Her bright smile cut through the tension, lifting his spirits more than words ever could. She defended Jordan passionately, insisting he wasn't at fault. Isaac's strength was simply overwhelming. Jordan winced at her words, strangely feeling more humiliated by kindness than direct blame. Embarrassed, he expressed gratitude, unsure if her support comforted or quietly belittled him further. From a distance, another figure observed silently, withholding judgment as tension subtly shifted among them. The group's posture tightened, they sensed the calm before something larger began. Team gathered in formation, bracing as they remembered the outcome of their last attempt. Blood had stained the forest once before only half had returned, barely clinging to life. This time, Shadowy waited in silence, their red eyes glowing with cold recognition. But he stood resolute, determined to change fate with calculated precision. As thunder cracked and birds scattered, a sudden shift in the air made them all free. Something powerful had just arrived. None by one, heads turned toward the unseen force now pressing down around them. Their instincts confirmed what words soon followed. Whatever they awaited had finally reached the battlefield. Elsewhere, a meeting room held quieter tension. A man leaned forward impatiently, eager to drop pretense and speak about real power. He questioned the visitor's true motive, doubting such power was offered without hidden intent. Fingers tapped the table slowly, eyes sharp. His challenge wasn't casual, but calculated and deliberate. Then came a shift. The visitor spoke sincerely, offering something only a savior would need. The man's skepticism held as he leaned forward, unsure whether to trust or refuse. Light flared, an object began materializing, bathed in energy. His eyes widened in disbelief, realization dawning faster than words could form in response. Unnoticed at first, yet their presence shifted the room's atmosphere instantly. With calm precision, the object was presented, simple in motion. He recoiled in awe, barely able to process what had just been revealed. The supplier grinned coldly, confirming it was the same weapon the Messiah Guild pursued. He admired the weapon with childlike awe. A commercial plane soared quietly through dusk skies. Inside, a stern man sat calmly by the window. His subordinate leaned forward cautiously, delivering the awaited update with a soft, calculated voice. The report was confirmed successful, but the man's silence deepened, his expression unreadable and tense. Another subordinate addressed him with urgency, catching his attention with a single word that broke his thoughts. The woman's voice was steady, dismissing his concern as something unnecessary and overly cautious. His face tightened slightly, surprised by her words, unsure how to respond to the sudden shift. She focused on the road ahead, her thoughts drifting far beyond the present moment. Her memory replayed a conversation with someone else, a moment filled with tension and uncertainty. Alone in thought, her expression darkened as one question haunted her: what exactly had happened? The man's voice trembled as he asked about the day her father had died. He recalled her knowing too much details only someone directly involved could have possibly known. His concern shifted to fear as she showed signs of pain that hadn't healed. She confessed the truth, her emotions unhidden. The car coasted into the lot, headlights cutting through silence as tension thickened between them. A group approached a dark dungeon entrance. Warrior hesitated, his voice rising with concern about the risk and their chosen path. Tension lingered in the air, but they pressed on, eyes fixed ahead with unease. Suddenly, a cry rang out, leader, disrupting the silence and drawing everyone's focus toward danger. Panic struck as they realized the enemy had arrived, first plans collapsing before battle even began. Jansen suggested regrouping and attacking as before, hoping familiarity would ease the rising tension. Isaac firmly rejected the idea, warning them to act only when given direct commands. He made it clear disobedience wouldn't be tolerated, not after what had previously happened. Frustration boiled over as Jansen shouted, desperate for clarity and guidance in the growing chaos. Their true leader finally spoke, proposing they let their enemies weaken themselves before moving in. A wicked grin formed. He saw this battle as a path to personal freedom. Command echoed across the icy field. Orders to prepare and mobilize spread swiftly through the ranks. Isaac remained quiet, lost in thought as the plan to fight the Cyclops advanced rapidly. He dismissed concern for others. Efficiency mattered more than weaklings, scattered from earlier skirmishes. Amid rising anxiety, one warrior urged calm, hoping to settle nerves before the battle began. Before deployment, Isaac asked his comrade about his condition, gauging readiness for the fight ahead. With a grin and thumbs up, he confidently declared himself in perfect shape for battle. A frightened shout rang out. Monsters had been spotted near the cavern's looming entrance. Emerged from the darkness mechanical beasts with glowing red eyes. Isaac remained composed, eyes narrowed, and gave the order to begin exactly as planned. With a roar of confidence, he raised his hand as glowing energy began to surge. A magical system alert confirmed that Solomon's ring had been successfully equipped for immediate battle. The ring shimmered with golden power. Activating its stored command, he unleashed Solomon's order. Radiant flash erupted, and from the light, a golden ant-like creature charged forward. A scream echoed as a warrior was struck, blood spraying violently across the frozen ground. His jaw clenched and eyes widened, paralyzed by terror. Confusion spread. Where were all these creatures coming from? Dark surged from the shadows, their red eyes and blades cutting through without mercy. Gripping his sword tightly, a warrior braced himself, ready to cut down anything that approached. His armored boots landed hard on the ground, charging forward with sword glowing. With a violent swing, he struck his opponent. The warrior scrambled upright, panting heavily. Fear gripped him, his wide eyes locked on the figure standing where the Cyclops once was. He blinked in disbelief, heart racing. He was fighting the Cyclops. So how did this happen? He stood frozen, scanning the field, wondering why everything felt unnervingly quiet and wrong. Doubt crept in. His comrades, scattered and motionless, were all down, defeated without a sound. His eye twitched slightly, focus narrowing, an instinctive signal. Footsteps echoed behind him, slow and deliberate. Glowing red eyes pierced the dark. A grinning creature stepped forward. Monstrous sweat slid down his face as sheer dread took hold, breath shallow and heart racing. Above him, a massive fist descended rapidly, faster than thought. The ground shattered violently beneath the blow. Stone. Beneath the shattered cliffs, the moonlight fell over the narrow canyon. A monstrous creature stirred above. Two bodies lay broken on icy ground. He stood still, expression unreadable, as he watched the carnage unfold beneath the beast's weight. Behind him, Isaac approached cautiously, uncertain of his purpose, sensing danger in his cold silence. Isaac's voice trembled slightly as he remained silent, his gaze fixed beyond the visible threat. He questioned his decision, troubled by the mention of taming the striped ants for combat. Below, he calmly stood among the creatures, their sharp limbs clicking in eerie synchronization around him. The ants circled him tightly, but he didn't flinch. They obeyed, subdued by an unseen force. Uncertain how long the control would last before instincts returned and chaos erupted, Isaac voiced concern about the control's duration, fearing disaster if the ants broke free mid-battle. He turned slightly, his voice calm, asking if Isaac still doubted his calculated intentions. Isaac denied it nervously, but he already sensed the hesitation behind the forced reassurance. Confidently, he explained the ring's limitation, stating his mission would finish before its effect faded. Even if the ants turned hostile after, they'd self-destruct, ensuring no aftermath risk remained. With confidence, the handler raised his voice, announcing the dispatch signal had finally been given. He activated the golden command seal, its glow pulsing with authority through. The ants responded instantly. Eyes flaring red, forming a tight formation, they surrounded him. In synchronized motion, the swarm surged forward. Isaac's eyes widened as the first wave of ants launched down the cliff with relentless speed. The swarm charged forward like a flood, flooding the battlefield with synchronized. A brute monster turned too late, legs crushed beneath the stampede of sharpened mandibles. Another beast shrieked, overwhelmed by piercing fangs. Behind the chaos, their commander laughed proudly while he observed silently. Calculating the outcome ahead, Isaac stared in disbelief. Even the dungeon's fifth-floor boss was falling far too easily. From above, he watched the ant swarm below. The striped ants converged with brutal efficiency. A concentrated explosion of power burst from within, bright and final, unfazed. The ants withdrew in unison, movements sharp and disciplined. Suddenly, one ant twitched unnaturally, its body sparking. Swarm lost formation, splitting as allies clashed. The handler panicked, voice shaking, unable to comprehend why the ants had turned on each other. He stared at the glowing ring, realizing too late its control had already begun to fade. From above, a monstrous form crashed down, splitting ice. The other party members arrived, halting at the cliff. He calmly explained the monster's power, its twin rings granting two unique and deadly effects. The left ring spread confusion, forcing enemies to turn against allies without recognizing friend from foe. The ant handler had fallen victim, rushing forward blindly, trusting power without understanding the threat. He reassured his team if they stuck to the plan, they'd avoid the same fate. Two monsters loomed in the distance, grinning wide, their eyes glowing with violent anticipation. Isaac wondered how he planned ahead so precisely, even accounting for the monster's cooldown timing. Jealousy stirred among the others, realizing he always claimed the best moment to strike first. Drawing his blade, he stepped forward confidently, energy flaring as he prepared to lead the assault. The others hesitated, surprised by his decision to act now. Before the effect fully ended, Isaac bolted forward, ignoring calls behind him, his decision made with absolute certainty. Another teammate shouted in protest, unsettled by Isaac's sudden charge straight toward the enemy front line. But reassurance followed. Isaac was no fool. Every step he took was calculated and exact. He dashed ahead with focus, blade ready, trusting his timing. Ahead, the monstrous foe roared, red energy swelling in its core. He dashed into range. As system alert flared, he had entered the gaze of the monster's petrifying evil eye. Despite the pressure, his legs stayed firm, pushing forward against. The monster grinned, sensing his hesitation, stepping closer with heavy. He narrowed his eyes, knowing exactly when to move. There would only be one chance. Golden light shielding him from the petrifying curse's full effect. The system confirmed his resistance, buying him precious seconds against the monster's deadly gaze. He realized the monster delayed its beam, sensing he might be hiding something dangerous. Locked eyes with the creature, deciding to strike the right eye first and disable vision. He leapt forward with force, closing the gap before the enemy could react to his movement. A blinding golden burst erupted, smoke swirling. He held the legendary Aegis shield glowing with divine brilliance. Forged by Hephaestus, the shield granted unmatched protection. The monster shrieked in frustration, recognizing the artifact. Its body surged with dark power. The team regrouped quickly, weapons drawn. Rallying behind, he signaled to begin the assault. Their resolve was firm. Now was their moment to strike. He issued precise orders, his eyes never leaving the battlefield ahead of them. He'd handle the monster's right eye, the others were tasked with the left. Their goal was clear: strike fast and end it before the cooldown ended. With a unified shout, the team rushed forward, the monster staggering from his initial strike. Flames erupted as the monstrous creature roared. Amid the chaos, Sejun's squad advanced swiftly. The guild leader halted suddenly. Sejun stood alone, energy swirling in his palm. His expression hardened. The time for hesitation had ended. Sejun's boots struck the icy ground. The frozen surface cracked open, releasing a surge of energy that radiated. His strike collided with the enemy's flames, sunlight washing over the remnants of his battle. He stepped forward through the melting ice. The room fell silent as Sejun entered, his expression cold, unreadable under the dim light. Eyes turned toward him, unease spreading through the crowd like a slow. A woman's gaze widened, realization dawning as she recognized the figure they had long awaited. The guards reacted instantly, weapons raised, rifles aimed forward, mechanical clicks echoing sharply. Jordan shouted furiously, his voice echoing through the hall as confusion and anger filled the air. The opposing guild stood firm, their leader smirking, refusing to yield even under Jordan's command. Tension surged as alliances fractured. Greed and distrust began overshadowing every trace of cooperation. Promises once made for unity were broken, replaced by arguments over power, rewards, and pride. Sejun stepped forward silently, watching them argue, realizing humanity's downfall began long before the monsters appeared. Sejun's jaw tightened, his patience thinning as arrogance spread across the opposing group's faces. The armed men advanced cautiously, rifles ready, their shadows stretching beneath the bright afternoon sun. Their leader smirked confidently, mocking Sejun's composure with a tone laced in false civility. Behind him, Isaac stood silent, his unreadable expression concealing. A blinding beam descended from above, cutting through the sky. The soldiers lowered their weapons slightly, awaiting orders. Their commander assessed the aftermath, indifferent to the casualties scattered among the fallen adventurers' remains. He spoke calmly, demanding only the one item that justified their ruthless incursion into the dungeon. Isaac agreed without hesitation, his expression unreadable, masking intentions far deeper than his composed words suggested. Behind him, whispers grew uneasy as greed and suspicion quietly began to fracture their fragile alliance, its strange symbols flickering faintly beneath the sunlight's reflection. His companion muttered in frustration, lamenting the wasted potential of the powerful Cyclops' evil eye. Isaac replied calmly, reasoning that unchecked power would endanger anyone foolish enough to wield it. As their group departed through the forest path, fading footsteps marked the end of uneasy cooperation. Isaac adjusted his earpiece, smiling faintly as he whispered gratitude, already plotting his next move. Isaac extended his hand calmly, his smile concealing the calculation behind every courteous gesture. Their handshake sealed a fragile truce, both sides pretending cooperation while hiding mutual distrust. The group dispersed slowly, footsteps crunching over sand, his mind already analyzing every word exchanged for hidden motives, sensing something sinister beneath Isaac's deceptively composed demeanor. Sejong smiled faintly, masking his sharp awareness beneath an air of effortless politeness and charm. His calm eyes studied every gesture. The others exchanged uneasy glances. Isaac stepped forward confidently, his tone casual but laced with provocation, meant to unsettle. Sejong Jordan's temper flared instantly, anger breaking through his restraint as tension crackled between both sides. Isaac's words carried subtle weight, his voice calm as he gestured toward the nearby soldiers. He spoke of loyalty and trust, praising those who still stood firm behind their leader. Jordan stiffened, unsure whether the compliment masked mockery or a deeper, calculated provocation. The silence stretched between them, tension heavy. Finally, their hands met an uneasy handshake between rivals bound. The handshake lingered briefly, sunlight glinting off their joined hands. Isaac's companions exchanged surprised glances, puzzled by the unexpected sincerity in his carefully spoken words. Jordan questioned his tone, disbelief breaking through his usual stern composure amid the uneasy calm. Isaac turned away with measured steps, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with uncertainty and doubt. Sejong approached quietly, thanking Jordan sincerely, his calm demeanor concealing the storm rising within him. Sejong's group departed quietly, their footsteps fading as tension dissolved into the calm afternoon breeze. Isaac watched them leave, his polite smile hiding thoughts of manipulation and carefully planned deception. That night, under the city's cold moonlight, secret reports spread rapidly through hidden networks. News of the dungeon's fall reached powerful guilds, igniting speculation and fear across the nation. In a dim office, a woman read the message, realizing something far greater had begun. The computer screen glowed softly, illuminating the room as a voice questioned the sudden summons. The woman's expression hardened, suspicion rising as she sensed something amiss in the message. Her superior dismissed the concern, his tone sharp, unwilling to tolerate any challenge to authority. He assured her the plan remained intact, concealing deeper motives behind his calm demeanor. Finally, his eyes narrowed coldly, ordering her to eliminate the remaining targets without hesitation or mercy. Shinhai presented the gleaming artifacts proudly, her cold smile reflecting ambition veiled beneath composed confidence. News of Isaac and Johann meeting in Egypt sparked silent waves across powerful hidden organizations globally. A hand calmly folded the paper, signaling calculated interest. He leaned back, contemplating the Messiah Guild's strategy, intrigued by shifting alliances forming beneath the surface. As his associate entered, the room's atmosphere subtly changed. Business between rivals clearly not over. He arrived, eyes sharp. His recent dealings carried weight. Shadows now moved with purpose behind him. In the desert sun, two met, one cloaked in power, the other with intent. The long-haired man, cautious but confident, reminded the other of promises made and expectations set. Despite mounting tension, Yongwan remained composed, negotiating with precision as threats quietly lingered in shadows. Respect formed through silence. A deal was sealed not by words, but mutual recognition of ruthlessness. A golden scroll changed hands, Lich summoned skill, a dark tool demanding sacrifice to unleash devastation. Before leaving, The man warned coldly survive until level 180, or the item is useless. Yongwon confirmed the acquisition, expression unreadable, though his mind calculated the next phase carefully and swiftly. Returning to the lounge, the guild leader prodded about another offer Yongwon had quietly entertained. He remained unfazed, reminding him that nothing had been hidden, he'd simply chosen the right moment, with a sharp stare. He warned again, betrayal had no place left in their dealings now. With a forced smile, the man agreed they were aligned, at least for now. He exited the lounge, closing the door softly behind him, thoughts already racing ahead. Standing still, he hinted at expectations. He understood exactly what task had now been assigned. The order was clear: monitor New Eyes closely, track every move, and uncover any deception. He rose calmly, the weight of dual allegiances settling on his shoulders without hesitation. With a calm voice, the order came: deliver the item directly into Isaac's possession. Its power evident even before he read the inscription. His eyes widened slightly as realization struck. He now held the legendary artifact, Osiris's ring. The guild leader leaned forward, reminding Yongwon the true target wasn't just diplomacy, but manipulation. He wanted Isaac swayed and Johan eliminated. Yongwon now carried the weight of orchestrated betrayal. Yongwon closed the box containing Osiris's ring. Determination set in his eyes. This mission would be fulfilled, no matter the cost demanded. In Cairo, darkness veiled a portal glowing beneath the desert moon. Silhouettes gathered silently beneath the ancient sands. Among the crowd, Isaac and Johan faced one another, rivals drawn together. With a firm voice, Johan extended his hand, masking rivalry beneath a courteous smile, concealing unease as his fingers tensed slightly on contact. Their eyes met briefly. Johan's sharp gaze pierced deeper than mere formality allowed. Isaac sensed something unsettling. Just for a moment, Johan's expression carried subtle, silent superiority. Behind a strained grin, Isaac vowed, "Mock me now, but you'll regret this arrogance soon." A flurry of red sigils erupted as powerful warriors leapt toward the monstrous front lines. Weapons clashed with bone and flesh as enemies fell beneath swift, calculated. Bodies soared through the air, orc warriors collapsing under the sheer force of relentless aggression. From above, Johan calmly observed, eyes sharp. He whispered calmly. Impressed Yongwon's efficiency exceeded rumors. A perfect blend of strength, skill, and ruthlessness. A cloaked watched intently, impressed by Yongwon's mastery of enhancing each summoned skeleton's strength. He admitted his own army lacked refinement, humbly acknowledging there was still much to learn. Johan's expression stayed neutral, but his words returned the compliment, recognizing a different kind of talent. Curious, the cloaked man stepped forward, asking what made his own approach equally praiseworthy. Johan smiled faintly, explaining that while Yongwon had strength, his forces held unmatched, overwhelming numbers. He glanced over his army with pride. Every summoned warrior moved under his complete control. Raising his gloved hand, he revealed the secret behind his strength, an artifact radiating dark energy. The ring gleamed blue with magic. Its name, Hades's ring, carried weight in necromantic circles. His eyes narrowed, recognizing the artifact immediately. That ring wasn't just rare, it was dangerous. With a grin, the cloaked man explained the ability to convert enemies' skeletons into his own. His sharp eyes scanned the enemy, questions swirling about the artifact's origin and secrecy. Her thoughts raced. Messiah Guild must have hidden the item intentionally, fearing its overwhelming potential if exposed. The cloaked man's tone shifted, falsely reassuring her that Isaac's army would remain untouched. Behind him stood cloaked subordinates, silent but complicit, enabling his manipulation with coordinated deception. He understood instantly attacking him would be meaningless. Her own skeleton army couldn't counter his claim, silently processing the sheer implications of the forbidden item's power. Her instincts flared. This artifact wasn't just risky, it was a threat demanding immediate attention. The enemy made no effort to hide it, fully embracing the fear his strength commanded. As the sun dipped below the horizon, distant flames began. A new battlefield emerged. Soldiers charged forward, steel clashing. The cloaked mocked the underworld's curse: no food or drink, an eternal hunger unending. He tore into bread, savoring it theatrically, taunting the silent presence always nearby. Though unseen, he sensed it. Isaac's soul watched him closely, bound and unable to respond. He laughed cruelly, pretending sympathy, knowing full well the torment of starvation he inflicted. Still, he mused, Isaac's strength remained necessary for now. The killing blow must wait. Suddenly, his expression tensed, the atmosphere shifted. His eyes sharpened, locking onto something only he could perceive. Ah, there you are. A blue, spectral flame erupted before him. An ominous glow marking Isaac's haunting. 21 days after the dungeon's eruption, lava scorched the sky, burning everything it touched, deep below the surface. The 6th floor of Egypt dungeon opened with eerie silence. Gina stood in shadows, confident and composed, knowing only one brutal floor remained ahead. He assessed their progress calmly, recalling how swiftly they reached the 5th floor without resistance. His thoughts echoed Johann's warning: final floor difficulty would rise sharply, demanding perfection or death. Despite the dungeon's high rank, he suspected the boss would compensate. A silent predator, masked behind calculated calm and strength. Gina's reputation and power were well known. No enemy would dare confront him this carelessly. He studied the approaching group: too weak, too few. They weren't meant to defeat him. Sensing unseen danger, he realized Park Shinhai had abandoned her prize to set a trap. The team advanced cautiously, unaware Gina's mind raced through every possible ambush and hidden threat. He halted abruptly, clapping his gloved hands together, signaling readiness to begin the next sequence. Arcane symbols illuminated the chamber walls. A smirk crossed his face. The dungeon's core mechanism was responding to his power. Sensing something awakened, Gina's plan was unfolding far beyond anyone's understanding. His eyes narrowed, realizing the operation Gina orchestrated was now reaching its critical conclusion. A sharp pulse echoed, dungeon magic activating. A blast launched Johann downward, as shifting light erased all trace of the stone floor. He caught himself mid-fall, confused. What appeared wasn't desert terrain, as they'd all been expecting. Dense vegetation stretched endlessly beneath him. Johann landed hard, eyes wide. This wasn't a desert. A soldier asked Isaac if they should advance into the jungle before anything else unfolded. Isaac turned calmly, his expression composed, signaling that a change in priorities was necessary now. He declared firmly the mission was no longer about the dungeon boss or treasure. All efforts would focus on identifying and neutralizing. Fear rippled through the group as realization struck: someone deadly was already among them. Tension flared as a soldier demanded clarity. Isaac's words hinted at betrayal within their ranks. Before he finished, a cloaked lunged forward, blade drawn. Chaos erupted as multiple soldiers reacted too late. Isaac stayed still, observing the flawless ambush unfold, like choreography only. With a slight smirk, Isaac muttered everything was going according to plan. The traitor was exposed. Steel clashed violently as summoned undead forces distracted the front line. A soldier shouted in panic as Isaac vanished into the trees, mistaking retreat for cowardice. Their formation broke as they rushed, focusing entirely on chasing the fleeing summoned minions. The order came swiftly. Isaac was to be ignored. The real threat was his undead. He remained calm, noting Isaac's tactics. His opponent was clever, but still moving within expected bounds. Skeleton soldiers fell, only to rise again. Ordinary undead could revive endlessly inside the dungeon. But for Isaac's elite units, Golem, Dullahan, and Skeleton Knights, each defeat carried lasting consequences. Summoning those powerful entities required complex rituals, making their presence here a costly gamble. Should they fall now, or worse, be captured by Johann's cursed ring, devastation would follow. Isaac's expression tightened. He couldn't afford to lose even one. The balance would shift instantly. Realizing the risk, Isaac prepared a failsafe. The ancient summoning book of the dead emerged. With a flash of dark energy, the spellbook opened. One by one, his powerful summons dissolved into shadow. A soldier cursed loudly, recognizing the tactic. Isaac was withdrawing his forces to protect their essence. Fury surged through him. Isaac had calculated every move, vanishing with victory just out of reach. Isaac vanished into the dense forest, his presence swallowed. A soldier hesitated, questioning whether pursuit was still wise given Isaac's unpredictable power and control. Another snap back. Chasing now would be suicide, especially with Isaac's undead forces still unaccounted for. Gina clenched his teeth. Isaac had noticed the assassins, withdrawn his army, and taken full control. With all his pawns pulled back, Gina knew one truth. One soldier noted the obvious: Isaac wasn't being pursued. The enemy had chosen not to chase. Isaac affirmed Johan's caution. Unlike other reckless opponents, this one wasn't easily baited or manipulated. Asked about their next step, Isaac smiled faintly. A plan had already begun forming. With calm resolve, he reached into his cloak and equipped the enchanted relic, Osiris's ring. The artifact merged with Van Gogh's bracelet, sealing together two powerful relics for strategic synergy. Interface glowed brightly. Osiris's ring linked with other relics, forming a deadly new configuration. Its stats were godlike: maxed resurrection, increased power, and overwhelming hero-specific effects. Truly an ancient weapon. Startled, the warrior demanded to know where such an artifact had suddenly come from. Isaac responded cryptically, smirking as he credited a mysterious benefactor with supplying the item. He named him Li Jin. The mood darkened. No one expected him to be involved. Dragons soared overhead, their shadows casting dread. Something ancient and dangerous had entered the battlefield. Isaac's cryptic words hinted at deeper understanding. He referenced hatchlings, shared history, and buried trauma. Confused and nervous, the warrior stumbled, fearing he'd made another grave mistake without realizing. Isaac remained silent, gaze distant, revealing nothing but intensifying the pressure through his cold stare. Panic rose. The soldier's voice cracked. Mist clung to the ancient mountain, stone cracked beneath sharp talons. A creature stirred, glowing purple eyes locked ahead. The dungeon's true guardian had arrived. A sharp peak stood silent beneath the sky. From a distance, he approached slowly, dragging his gear across cracked dirt toward. He observed quietly, questioning the stranger's intent, as skeletal hands reached toward the empty air. A wyvern's bony corpse hovered mid-air, barely held together by glowing magic pulsing at its spine. He watched the lifeless creature float, unsure if bones alone could defy gravity and soar. The ring shimmered as purple energy surged from it, causing nearby warriors to step back cautiously. A dark glow erupted from his palm. He raised his hand firmly. The power cracked the ground. From the ring, the skill resurrection ignited. Ancient forbidden, linked to Osiris himself. Bones twisted and flesh returned. The wyvern screamed back to life with wings tearing through air. His eyes widened as the resurrected beast growled, its form surpassing what he had expected. The summoner's body glowed brighter, steady and unmoved. Far across the cliffs, distant shadows stirred. Something had sensed. A predator's fangs clenched around raw flesh. Glowing orange eyes locked onto the mountain's peak. Fiery eyes blazed through the night as a massive beast charged forward. The ground split under its weight as it lunged, sensing its enemies before they even dared to turn around. Warriors held their ground atop the wyvern, surprised by the enemy's precise, unrelenting pursuit. From above he shouted urgently, watching the beast accelerate unstoppable and closing the distance fast. The beast inhaled deeply, conjuring a vortex of magic energy within its open. Devastating blast erupted outward, piercing the sky. The wyvern twisted midair as scorching breath nearly clipped their wings in a fiery arc, fangs bared. The creature gave chase again, its rage unrelenting. In a flash, the rider retaliated. His spear pulsed and struck the beast's chest. Panic flared in his eyes as he realized the beast moved faster than anything expected. A blur of claws slashed upward, narrowly missing their flight path with unnatural acceleration. The wyvern veered hard, wings straining under pressure. Behind them, the necromancer watched calmly, confident, and composed as the battle only started to unfold. Below, a soldier dangled from the wyvern's tail. The beast flinched midair, startled by a sudden maneuver that defied its senses. Zone Rider tumbled downward, his scream drowned by rushing wind and twisting altitude beneath him. Realizing too late that this chaos had always been part of training, the necromancer narrowed his eyes, gaze sharp and focused. A fiery burst illuminated distant clouds. The true target had finally revealed its hidden location. Flames crackled peacefully at the camp's center. One man turned, sensing movement, his hand drifting toward the weapon hanging by his side. He scanned the tree line cautiously, unsure if the sound came from man, beast, or worse. And Nother's eyes widened with dread as he caught sight of a looming shadow overhead. From the sky descended a monstrous silhouette. The monstrous warrior dropped from above, like a missile. Below, the soldier shouted in panic, realizing the threat was targeting their position from behind. He twisted to look back, body tensing. The wyvern banked hard, wings shifting mid-air, struggling to evade the incoming strike from above. Too late, the enemy landed violently, slamming into the rider with a crushing. He roared furiously into the night, barely holding balance atop the thrashing wyvern mid-flight below. A cloaked cursed sharply, eyes scanning the chaos erupting across the battlefield above. A piercing shockwave exploded outward, magic slicing the air in sharp. Dust clouds burst as a warrior was thrown across the ground, crashing violently into stone. Gritting his teeth, the rider narrowed his gaze. Massive warrior unleashed a wave of freezing magic. The observer clenched his jaw, knowing brute strength alone couldn't overcome such cold and control. He reflected grimly, even with skill and planning. Among shattered ice, an ally stirred as another called out sharply, commanding him to rise. Bursting from rubble, the fighter raged, furious he'd been dropped mid-air without a single warning. He growled in frustration, assuming there'd been a solid plan instead of wild instinct and chaos. With a shield in hand, his comrade stood confident, far safer than the rest. Thrown through the air, he braced himself, landing hard while still shouting in disbelief and rage. The necromancer spoke calmly, revealing he acted only because he believed in his ally's strength. Grumbling, the warrior chased after him, confused, but unwilling to let the fight move without him. The warrior shouted upward, demanding not to be left behind, as wings thundered through the sky. A brutal shockwave tore across the battlefield, scattering bodies, cutting a clean line across enemy ranks with freezing winds behind it. In the forest shadow, the observer watched silently. He narrowed his gaze, noting survivors among the chaos, but aware the true threat remained. He stood over frozen ground, acknowledging the loss of all summoned skeletons, subordinates among them. Without hesitation, he raised his staff, accepting the situation and preparing for the next command. His voice turned cold, and certain the next target was clear: Isaac must die. Purple energy flared to life again, swirling around his arm with pulsing, necrotic intensity and purpose. Shadows stretched behind him as he advanced alone. He narrowed his eyes, reading deeper, meaning a question echoed in his mind. Disturbed by uncertainty, what could Isaac's surrender really imply? The warrior grimly concluded they stood no chance alone if Isaac had given up. They're doomed. With fire in his voice, he declared their new mission: kill the bastard. Before falling,